Unfortunately, Shen Tianyu was disappointed. Li Shi had long forgotten He Shi's kindness amid the constant comparisons and scheming among the Shen family. She fully supported her mother-in-law's opinion. Today, after He Shi finished cooking and they had just eaten, old Madame Shen spoke up, saying, "He Shi, I heard this winter will be very cold. You know Tianli's leg was hurt, and he can't stand the cold. Starting today, you don't need to do housework. Just go collect firewood." He Shi raised an eyebrow. Wasn't there plenty of firewood at home? But since there were many people, the firewood was used up quickly. If there wasn't enough, her mother-in-law would surely give them less firewood for their room. Thinking of this, He Shi nodded and said, "Yes, mother." Then she heard her mother-in-law instruct everyone publicly that she no longer needed to do chores like cooking or feeding the pigs. She looked gratefully at her mother-in-law. Her mother-in-law was quite good to them. She even stopped her from doing housework so she could go collect firewood for Tianli. Seeing her mother look at her grandmother, Shen Tianluo blinked. Why would Grandma suddenly send her mother to collect firewood? Was it really for her brother's sake? To keep their third house warm? Moreover, they hadn't divided the household. Why should the third house stay warm while her mother went to collect firewood? With these questions, Shen Tianluo followed her mother to gather firewood. It was late October, and no snow had fallen yet. The sky was always gloomy and cold wind blew. Because Shoer was collecting firewood, the trees at the foot of the mountain had been cut almost all the way down. They could only go up the hillside to gather more firewood. Fortunately, there are many people gathering firewood on the hillside as well. Everyone is chatting and laughing while collecting wood. By noon, they had filled a big basket with sticks and took it home. Mrs. Fan saw Mrs. He returning and smiled, saying, "Sister-in-law, why are you back so early? I haven't cooked yet." Then she called out to the main house, "Mother, mother, third sister-in-law is back." Old Lady Shen came out with a cold face. Seeing the basket full of branches, she scolded, You lazy woman, wicked wife, look at the firewood you gathered. I dislike using it to cook, and I don't want to burn it in the stove. Do you want your son to freeze? You wicked woman." She then hit He twice with her fists. He shrank her neck and said, "Mother, mother, stop hitting. I know I was wrong." Old Lady Shen hit her 2 more times, then looked at He and her daughter and said, "Go now, carry the bamboo basket and go cut firewood. If you don't gather enough, you can't come back to eat." "Mother, I haven't eaten lunch yet," He weakly replied. "Eat? You just love to eat. Why don't you just die from eating? You only gathered this much firewood. Who does that? Get out and go cut firewood. If you don't gather enough, don't eat tonight either," Old Lady Shen said, placing her hands on her hips and hitting He. "Mother." Seeing Grandma raise her hand again, Shen Tianlu hurriedly pulled He and said, "Grandma, don't be angry. I'll take my mother to cut firewood now." Without He's consent, she forcibly pulled her and started walking. "Luoer, why are you pulling your mother out? She hasn't even had a sip of water. She's tired and hungry. How can she go cut firewood?" He complained. "Mother, do you think Grandma will let us eat?" "Of course. Your grandma is just strict on the outside but soft inside. If I ask her again, she will definitely let us eat. Now, not only do we have to cut firewood, but we're also going to go hungry." Her mother is blaming her. Shen Tianlu raised her eyebrows. After so long, her mother still hasn't seen through Grandma's true nature. Why is her mother so confused? She thought her brother told her not to overhelp her mother because he didn't care. Now she understands that her brother is doing it for her and for their mother. She decided that from now on, she would endure hardships, exhaustion, and hunger with her mother, as long as her mother could see the truth. "Luoer, go borrow some steamed buns from Uncle Lee's house," he said, touching her stomach. "Mother, I'm grown up now. It's not good to go borrow steamed buns. Mother, let's go to the mountain. Pick some wild fruit to fill our stomachs, finish cutting firewood early, and have a good meal tonight." Mrs. He nodded happily because the third family of the Shun household had good relations in the village. So, in the afternoon, many men went up the mountain to chop firewood and helped Mrs. He along the way. Before dark, she finished chopping the wood and someone helped carry the bamboo basket back. However, when they arrived home, everyone had already eaten. Mrs. Fan saw this and said, "Third sister-in-law, you're back. Mother left some food in the pot for you. Hurry and eat. After you finish, remember to wash the dishes." Then, Mrs. Fan went into her room. "Mrs." He saw the clear soup in the pot, with no vegetables or steamed buns left for her. She felt very wronged, but was also very hungry. She scooped half a bowl for Shin Tianlu and drank the rest herself. After drinking, she said, "Luer, clean up the kitchen. Mother will go to her room to rest."
"I'm exhausted."
Shin Tianlu said nothing and started tidying the kitchen. Before Mrs. He left the kitchen, Grandma Shin came over and said, "Here. This shoe sole is for Conger to use next year for the county exam. Make sure to sew it well and tightly." "Mother, I worked all day and my arms are sore. Just buy a new pair of shoes instead." Sewing soles was very tiring for her arms and wrists. Since she married into the Shin family, she had never done it before. Now, her mother-in-law was asking her to sew soles again. Wasn't that just torment? "You lazy woman. All you do is spend money. Hand over all your silver to me." Mrs. He endured her mother-in-law's scolding and started to think. Last time, when Lear had an accident, her mother-in-law was reluctant to give her silver. Now, she finally had some silver, but she couldn't just take it out easily. "Mother, I have no silver left." Ear took it to buy medicine. Shun Tianlu saw that her mother was lying and looked at her, then continued to wash the pot. "If you have no silver, why are you buying shoe soles? Quickly sew the soles for me. I want 6-layer soles. Cut them tonight and don't be lazy. Otherwise, you'll regret it." Grandma Shin finished speaking and told Shin Tianlu, "You hurry and boil some water. Bring it in so I and your grandfather can wash our feet." Mrs. He had planned to use something Shun Tianlu made. After hearing this, she didn't dare anymore. However, Grandma Shin seemed to see her intention and said, "No helping Shin Tianlu. Starting tomorrow, you go chop firewood yourself. Shin Tianlu will stay at home and do embroidery to earn money." "Mother, shut up. If you keep talking, you'll end up feeding pigs again." Hearing this, Mrs. He quickly shut her mouth, reluctantly carrying the rough cloth she had soaked back to her room. The rough cloth that had been soaked was not only hard to sew, but also difficult to cut to the right size. My mother-in-law needed 6 layers, meaning she had to cut 12 times. By the time she finished, her hands were blistered and covered with deep cuts from the scissors, causing her tears to fall from the pain. "If I had known, I would have just bought shoe soles instead." When Shun Tianlu returned to her room and saw her mother-in-law like this, she quickly applied medicine. Under her mother's complaints, she fell asleep, exhausted and in pain. The next morning, Mrs. He was woken early by her mother-in-law. Despite her own pain and sore hands, she hurried to get up. But when she opened the door, her mother-in-law scolded her again. "Go, wash clothes for me and your father." It was cold and icy water in the river early in the morning, yet her mother-in-law still wanted her to wash clothes. "Mother, don't you have new clothes?" "There's no need to wear these old ones," she said. "Fine, give me some silver and I'll buy new clothes." "I won't wear these old ones anymore," her mother-in-law replied. "Okay, Mother, wait for me." Mrs. He thought about her blistered hands touching water and knew she might get frostbite. It was better to spend silver instead. Anyway, next spring, Air will recover and be able to go hunting. Soon, Mrs. He took out 2 taels of silver and said, "Mother, take this. Use it to buy cotton and cloth. I'll make new clothes for you and Dad." Seeing the silver, old lady Shin knew Mrs. He wasn't honest. She probably had more silver hidden away. Otherwise, she wouldn't be so generous, giving out 2 taels at once. She took the silver with her right hand and raised her left hand to hit her. "Lazy woman, giving me silver now? Do you think you can wear new clothes right away? It's so cold today. How can I go to town? I'll go in a few days when the sun comes out. Hurry up and go wash the clothes." After saying this, Mrs. He pointed at Shin Tianlu and scolded, "You good for nothing. Why are you standing here? Today your aunt is doing housework and your second sister is getting married. Why aren't you helping? All you do is slack off. She then hit Shen Tianlu a few times. Mrs. He's whole body ached, but she dared not stop her mother-in-law. She could only say, "Mother, I cut the shoe soles yesterday, and my hands are all torn. Can Tianlu wash the clothes? I'll go light the fire." "You lazy girl, have you grown wings and learned to talk back? You unfilial daughter-in-law. What do I need you for? If you don't wash your father-in-law and mother-in-law's clothes and dare to talk back, I'll beat you to death." With that, old lady Shen started hitting her again. Shen Tianlu didn't make a sound. She hugged Mrs. He, enduring her mother-in-law's punches. Shen Lihui couldn't bear to see his mother and sister being beaten. He spoke coldly, "Stop arguing. Can't you let me sleep?" Old lady Shen narrowed her eyes and paused before saying, "It's still your mother who asks you to do some work, but you always refuse." "He's sure, I tell you, if you keep talking back or disobey me, the Shen family won't keep you anymore. Just go back to your parents' house." Hashir immediately started crying and begged, "Mother, I won't dare again. Please don't send me away." "Humph, then hurry up and wash the clothes." Hashir quickly grabbed the clothes, didn't bother to comb her hair, and took a basin, a stick, and soap nuts, rushing out of the house. Unaware, her son's eyebrows were already furrowed so tightly they could crush an ant. After Hashir finished washing the clothes, her hands hurt and were frozen. She couldn't hold the basin anymore, so it fell to the ground. She squatted by the river, feeling wronged and crying. She had never suffered like this since she was young. Li Xiao saw this and went over, worriedly asking, "Aunt, what's wrong?" Seeing who it was, Hashir quickly wiped her tears and awkwardly said, "Xiao, why is it you? Such cold weather. Why did you come out?" "My mother asked me to pick some vegetables. When I heard crying here, I thought someone was in trouble." "Aunt, what's wrong?" Hashir came out holding the cloves, and Li Xiao saw her finish washing them before approaching. "It's nothing, just the water is too cold, and my hands are frozen." Li Xiao reached out to hold Hashir's hand and noticed her hands were pale and blistered. She asked in surprise, "Aunt, what's wrong with your hands?" Hashir shrank back and hid her hands at her sleeves, saying, "It's nothing. I cut 2 soles last night and filed them down." Li Xiao, who had married into the Shen family in her previous life, knew well about shoe sole repair, an exhausting task Hashir often did. She hadn't expected Hashir to start so early. Feeling sympathetic and caring, she said, "Aunt, most people marry and become wives, but you, after marrying, still have to gather firewood, wash clothes in this cold weather, and even repair shoe soles. Aunt, it's like you married a son-in-law who doesn't know how to care for you. If he doesn't care, I care for you. Aunt, I'll help you wash the clothes." "No need, no need. The clothes are already washed. I was just about to go back," Hashir said, deep in thought. Today, Year should be coming back. With Year's help, she wouldn't have to work so hard. Li Xiao carried the basin and said, "Then I'll see you back, Aunt." Because Hashir had finished washing the clothes, she didn't need to chop firewood today. But after dinner, her mother-in-law sent her to chop firewood again, and she was not allowed to let Shen Tianlu go. Shen Tianlu was not idle at home. She said she was helping, but actually she was doing things her older aunt should have done. If her brother hadn't gotten angry, she would have been washing clothes in the main house. He family and Shen Tianlu had a tough life at home, while Lu Yi and Shen Tianyan enjoyed life in the county, eating white rice and meat every day. Shen Tianyan was the happiest, as his wife was busy teaching Sun Dafu's family acupuncture, and he was learning to read and write from Sun Hongga. Now he was quite skilled, able to write his own name. Sun Hongga even said he was the smartest, cutest, and most hardworking child he had ever seen. On the third day for the celebration, Sun Dafu asked his daughter-in-law, Shangshi, to buy Lu Yi a new red jacket and skirt to wear. Shangshi had no daughters of her own and liked Lu Yi, who was very pretty. Even though she would become her junior sister later, she still treated her like a daughter. The master's banquet was very formal. Sun Dafu invited important people from the county and even the county magistrate. Qin Chai saw Lu Yi and was surprised. She wasn't the same woman who helped the beggar that day. She was Sun Dafu's apprentice. Although Sun Dafu was punished by the emperor, he was well known for his medical skills. Plus, he was a senior brother of a famous doctor, so it was only a matter of time before he returned to the court. Qin Chai valued Sun Dafu highly, and because of that, he also respected his only apprentice a little more. Who would have thought this young lady is Sun Lao's talented student? Truly, a master's student is exceptional. Not only does she have Sun Lao's medical skills, but also his sense of justice. Did Lord Qin know this young apprentice before? Qin Chai smiled and told the story of how Lu Yi helped and healed people. Then he said happily, my wife also likes Lu Nyangzi's brave heart. When she has time, she should visit the county office. Lu Yi chuckled foolishly, neither nodding nor shaking her head. If he weren't the highest official in the county, and if people didn't fight against officials, she wouldn't bother with him. The apprenticeship went smoothly. Just as Sun Dafu invited everyone to sit down for the meal, a group of soldiers interrupted at the door. Big brother, why are you here? Qin Chai saw it was his own brother-in-law, and quickly asked. Kong Maoxuan looked at Qin Chai with dissatisfaction. His sister had married him 14 years ago. To help him manage internal and external affairs, she bore him a son. Yet he was not honest and kept taking concubines. He should stay in the Hanlin Academy and never come out. He wondered if he still had the ability to take more wives. But since he liked to come out, he would stay here and not go anywhere else. Why are you here? Today, Old Sun was accepting a new disciple and specifically asked me to come and witness the ceremony. Qin Kai saw that his older brother-in-law was very cold and guessed that he might have found out about his taking a concubine. He suddenly felt a bit guilty. Old Sun, you are accepting a disciple? Where is he? Kong Maoxuan looked around and asked. Dr. Sun stroked his beard, held his chin high, and proudly pointed to Lu Yi, saying, This is my young disciple, Lu Yi. Lu Yi, come and meet General Kong. In the past 2 days, the Shang family taught Lu Yi how to show respect, so he stepped forward, bowed, and said, General Kong, peace be with you. Yes, very good. I didn't know I was coming and didn't bring a gift. Here, take this jade pendant, he said, removing the jade pendant from his waist and giving it to Lu Yi. Lu Yi looked at his master, saw him nod, and accepted it. General Kong, why are you here now? What is the matter? Old Sun, the Grand General has an important patient who needs your quick help. Prepare yourself. We will leave in an hour. How does that sound? Dr. Sun saw the urgency in his eyes and knew that the patient was very important, especially since the Grand General asked him to come and they would leave in an hour. He nodded seriously and said, Go and check on Maoing. I will pack my things and leave. Kong Maoxuan nodded and then looked sternly at Qin Kai. Qin Kai hurriedly smiled and said, Brother, I'll take you there. Please follow me. Dr. Sun saw off the two and then began to see them out. He also gave instructions to his children and grandchildren. Finally, he said to Lu Yi, I originally planned to personally check your pulse. Now that there's an urgent matter, you can't go. Stay here and learn well from your senior brother and junior. When I return, I will teach you again. Lu Yi nodded and took out a few sheets of paper from his space, saying, These are the acupuncture methods I compiled. Take them with you. You might find them useful. Dr. Sun was pleased and said, Good, good. Yi, you're so good. When I come back, I'll bring you some delicious food. His disciple was a bit simple and loved to eat, but otherwise he was good. Lu Yi smiled and said, Thank you, master. In less than an hour, Shang's family finished packing their things. After lunch, Dr. Sun took Sun Meng and General Kong and left. In the afternoon, Lu Yi and Shang's family went shopping, mainly to find a pharmacy. He now had quite a bit of silver and thought it was better to buy some property. People's teeth recognized the Shang family. I heard Lu Yi is Dr. Sun's apprentice. She is very friendly. Lu Yi liked to shop with a good location.
She went to see it.
It has 2 floors and a large yard behind. It used to sell cloth. Lu Yi thought it was good and bought it. 700 taels just like that, gone. Indeed, whether modern or ancient, Houses are always expensive. The transfer of ownership was left to the people's teeth. She asked around but found no available land. She told the pawnshop to keep an eye out and to notify her if something came up. Then she went shopping with the Shang family. Mrs. He waited another day, but didn't see Lu Yi come back. Today, she was the subject of village gossip. People said she married a daughter-in-law, and everything was left to her mother-in-law. She was tired and annoyed. She ran to the west room and asked, "Lear, why hasn't Year come back yet? It's been 3 days. Mother, don't you know? It's not that Year doesn't want to come back, but Grandma won't let them. She told Big Sister to keep them away for at least 10 days, or half a month. 10 days, or half a month. That's enough to exhaust her or leave her with just a breath of life. Yes, everyone knows. I thought you knew too. I didn't know. Why does Grandma want them to stay so long? What about your medicine? Mother, didn't you hear Grandma tell Luer? The remaining medicine should be used sparingly. Enough for a month. A month? That long? What is Grandma doing? Shen Tianli sighed and decided not to let his mother think about it alone. He understood now that her foolish filial piety couldn't be changed. The only way was to explain things clearly to her. Mother, don't you understand? Grandma is deliberately letting Year go. No one is protecting you, and it's just to torment you. When Year comes back, her temper will soften completely. Then she can control you, control our third house.
How can that be?
Why would she do that? Why does she want to control the third house? Mrs. He was so surprised her mouth couldn't close. She couldn't believe her mother-in-law would do such things. But she also didn't dare doubt her son's words. Because the third house makes money. Grandma plans to take advantage of Dad's absence to make you fully obedient. Then she wants our third house to become their cash cow, their servants. Mother, don't you know? In the past 2 days, Luer has been doing all the chores at home while you went up the mountain chopping firewood. Big Annie and others are sitting by Grandma's room, roasting sweet potatoes and chatting. Whatever they want, they just tell Luer. It's like Luer is their servant. Originally, they planned to take things slowly and completely control the mother before father returned. But now, Year's arrival not only prevented the mother from softening but also taught her to resist, forcing them to speed up their plans. Of course, the main reason was her own injury, which became a catalyst. How could they treat us like this? Your father is the best, the most capable of earning money, and you. How could they torment us like this?
He sure cried.
Mother, have you ever noticed that father and their family don't look alike at all? Shen Tianli suddenly said. He sure immediately stopped crying and looked at her son in confusion. Her son's face had healed. It was dark now, and she couldn't see faint scars. Although her son looked more handsome than her husband, she could still faintly see her husband's youthful shadow. But he didn't resemble anyone from the Shen family. Mother, think about it. You've been married here for so long. Did Grandma ever care about father? Did she ever make clothes for him? Or for us? No matter which household, as long as they had children, Grandma was happy. She took care of them with meat and eggs during their confinement. But when Xiaoyan was born, Grandma was unhappy and reluctant to give meat and eggs. When father was away, Grandma would scold you and Xiaoyan for debts.
Why?
Not only when Xiaoyan was born, but also when Shen Tianli was young. Whenever her husband was away, her mother-in-law would bully her. Yet, if other sisters-in-law had grandchildren, the mother-in-law would smile happily. It made her doubt whether the grandchildren she bore were truly her own. Thinking of this, she suddenly had a bold idea but quickly shook her head. No, it can't be. Your father must be your grandma's son. Mother, do you really think father is your grandma's son? I heard that father had a very hard childhood. If he hadn't learned to hunt, he would have starved to death. Do you think Grandma's attitude towards her own son and grandson is normal? Also, maybe you don't know. Know what? He sure was startled and asked instinctively. I found out that Grandpa and Grandma didn't like Grandma's son. When father was born, he was weak and sickly. The village doctors couldn't treat him, so he was taken to the town. After just 2 days, he returned looking healthy and delicate, like a young master from a wealthy family. You can ask around, many people know. Mother, how could a dying person become so healthy in just a few days? And perhaps my mother doesn't know, but I do. There is a small grave at the corner of the family tomb. Every year when Grandpa takes us to honor our ancestors, he makes us bow to that grave, especially me and Xiao Yan, who are asked to bow the most. Also, during the 2 days of ancestor worship, Grandma seems very sad. But no one knows whose grave it is. Mother, who do you think that grave belongs to? Why is Grandma so sad? During the ancestor worship days, my mother-in-law was very upset and treated her badly. At first, I thought she was sad because of the ancestor rituals, but now I see that's not the case. Grandpa and Grandma are not very filial. So, why is she sad? Could it be because that grave belongs to her deceased child? And is her husband really the child she adopted? That's why she treats her husband and our family so poorly. Seeing her mother's face change repeatedly, looking shocked, I guess she might have guessed something. I said, Mother, we have a ferry port in town. It's busy and messy, and there's a clinic nearby. Kids being abandoned isn't unusual here.
But
why did Grandma adopt someone else's child? Grandma doesn't have her own children. Maybe she knows that those noble young men are dressed and decorated very well, worth a lot of silver. I also heard that after little Aunt was born, Grandpa and Grandma forced their relatives to split the family. At that time, Grandpa didn't get much, but their family was doing pretty well. Mrs. He has seen Nalanchingza, dressed in fine clothes and jewelry worth a lot of silver. Could it be that her husband was secretly adopted by Grandma? The more I think about it, the more I believe it might be true. I frowned and asked, Lear, what should we do now? Now, it's up to Mother to stand up for herself. Mother, you can't let their little tricks make you suffer. Don't let Lulu suffer with you, and don't let our family suffer in the future.
But
you must stand up. Think about it. Before, when you gave them silver, everything was peaceful. But yesterday, you took out 2 taels of silver, enough for half a year's living expenses for any other family in the village. Yet, Grandma didn't thank you. Instead, she scolded you because she thought you still had more silver and hadn't given it all. She thought it was too little. Now, even if you take out 20 taels, Grandma wouldn't care. But I don't have that much. Right now, I only have about 10 taels of silver. So, Mother, it's no longer about silver now. They want to completely control us and take every penny we have. These greedy people will never be grateful. They don't remember that your husband and son are the reason we have a big brick house, some silver, jewelry, and that you're very kind and hardworking. They don't realize that only you are the one who keeps this family going. They also don't feel ashamed that, even though they are not our biological parents, they enjoy our care and still mistreat us. Mother, people like them don't deserve our respect, and they don't appreciate how kind we are to them. When your husband comes back. Mother, do you think your husband is gentle? I believe that when he returns and sees us suffering, he will feel sad and blame you. Blame you for not taking good care of the children and the family. Maybe he even dislikes you. Mother, look at how you used to be, fair and tender, like a lady from a wealthy family. But now, you're thin and pitiful, no different from other women in the village. Do you think your husband will like you like this when he comes back? He has a copper mirror, bought for her by her husband. He once said she was the prettiest when she was fair. But in the past 3 years, she has done a lot of work and farm work, and she no longer looks the same. Yesterday, she saw a woman in the water and felt even more sad. Her face was darker and thinner, with more wrinkles, and her face was bruised from her mother-in-law hitting her. She looked uglier and more miserable. She thought, with her current look, not even her husband would like her. If he comes back and dislikes her, what will happen? Shun Tianli saw his mother's face turn pale and silently felt sorry for her. He knew that what he said would make her worried and sad, but he understood her personality. Only strong medicine could work, so he was willing to do anything to help her stand up again. Mother, don't worry about anyone else now. Just remember, you only have your husband. If he comes back and blames you or truly dislikes you and listens to Grandma to divorce you, you will lose everything. When Mother heard that her husband might divorce her, she burst into tears and asked, Lear, Will your father really listen to Grandma and leave me? If you were still the beautiful mother you used to be, your husband probably wouldn't do that. But now, with how you look, it's hard to say. Shen Tianli looked her up and down with some disgust and said, but maybe your grandma isn't his real mother, so he might not listen to her anymore. Mother cried even harder and said, I'm so sad, Lear. I don't know if your father will really listen to Grandma and leave me. Mother, why don't you understand? Men, who doesn't like a woman with good looks? Why didn't Dad listen to Grandma and marry you back then? Don't you see?
Of course I see, she replied.
It's because I am the most beautiful woman in the village. Mrs. He covered her face and cried loudly. Mother, Dad hasn't come back yet. You still have a chance to look good. When year returns, you can ask Dr. Sun for some medicine. You might become the beautiful mother you once were. But, Mother, the main condition is that you do no work at all. Seeing that her son's deep scars were nearly healed, Mrs. He believed Dr. Sun could restore her appearance. However, she thought, how is that possible? Grandma wouldn't allow it. Mother, be strong. They are not Dad's real parents. The kindness they showed in raising him has been repaid long ago. They can't keep bullying you or us. Otherwise, Dad will be angry when he returns. He'll be mad because you didn't protect us, because he made his children suffer so much, because you became so weak and so ugly. Even if Grandma didn't ask Dad to divorce you, he wouldn't care about you now because you let him down and broke his trust. Suddenly, Mrs. He remembered her husband's words before he left, to stop listening to her mother-in-law's commands, not to buy things for her mother-in-law, her sisters-in-law, or her little sister with money, and to take good care of Luer and Xiaoyan. She was told not to let her mother-in-law interfere in her children's marriages. But right after her husband left, she forgot everything. She even arranged for her eldest son to marry a fool. Her husband loved Zhong Liar the most. When he returned and found out, he would be very disappointed and would never forgive her. Shen Tianli also didn't try to comfort her. When Luer came over, he waved his hand to signal her to leave. After crying for a long time, Mrs. He finally said, Leah, I'm sorry for your father and for you all. I was wrong. I truly was wrong. Mother, just admit your mistake and change. When Dad comes back, we can help speak for you. Mrs. He nodded, wiped her tears, and asked, what should I do then? Mother, tomorrow go find Uncle Lee and ask him to bring Year back. When Year is home, you can stand up straight and have her help. Until Year returns, just ask for equality. You don't need to chop firewood for your son anymore. Think about it. I'm your son. You're the mother. If you chop firewood to cook for your son, isn't that unfilial? Hearing this, Mrs. He finally understood her mother-in-law's malicious intentions. She angrily said, they are definitely not your real grandparents. How can a real grandmother always scheme to trap her daughter-in-law and her grandchildren? They are definitely not kin. Your father must have known long ago, which is why he treated your grandmother so badly and was so harsh. So, Mother, you need to be strong too. Mrs. He nodded and said, Lear, don't worry. I've made mistakes twice already. This time, I will stand firm. Otherwise, when your father comes back, I won't have the face to see him. Yes, I believe in you, Mother. You are the bravest and smartest mother. I didn't realize it before, but now I do. You can stand tall and protect us well, I believe. Shen Tianliang praised her with a smile. Mrs. He woke up very early the next morning and didn't call her daughter. She first went to the village chief's house and asked Li Zian to go to the county to bring Year and Xiaoyan back. Then she picked a few bunches of scallions and went home. She added water to the pot, lit the fire, and then washed up. Old Lady Shen heard the noise and got out of bed. Mrs. He, is that you? She was surprised at first. Yesterday, she heard Mrs. He crying for a long time. Why was she up so early today? She ordered, since you're up, you might as well go chop firewood. Now, no one would help her. She never expected Shen Yong'an to have such good relationships in the village. In the past 2 days, all the firewood Mrs. He collected was helped by others and even delivered home. She just picked up some branches, crying as if she had lost her own mother last night. She wondered what she was so delicate about. Mother, in the past 2 days, when chopping firewood, everyone has been asking if our family has no men. They even asked me if my elder brothers or second brothers are sick. Mother, if I go chop firewood again, tomorrow, my elder brothers and second brothers will become the jokes of the village. Mrs. He lowered her head and spoke softly, secretly glancing at Old Lady Shin. Old Lady Shin was furious and raised her hand to hit her, asking, "You wicked woman, lazy wife, aren't you going to say that you chop firewood for your son's winter use?" Mrs. He slightly dodged, but Old Lady Shin still struck her, making her feel pain and confirming her suspicion. She was not Shin Yongin's biological mother. Her hand was ruthless. "Mother, we haven't even divided the family yet. If this gets out, our family's reputation will be ruined. Little uncle and Tianchi won't be able to go to school anymore. You're talking nonsense. You chop firewood for your son. What does that have to do with my son and grandson? You shameless woman, I tell you to stop talking nonsense, stop talking nonsense." Old Lady Shin said as she tried to hit Mrs. He again. Mrs. He hurriedly dodged. "Mother, if you don't believe me, I'll go chop firewood now. If I embarrass myself, don't blame me or hit me." After speaking, she carried her bamboo basket and went outside. It is no longer early, and many villagers have already woken up. The grandmothers like to tend their vegetable gardens outside their homes and chat casually. Mrs. He came out and Li Shinsher saw her and asked, "Yongin's family, did your older and second brothers really get sick? Or is your whole family not doing well, and that's why you're out chopping firewood?" She then glanced at Fan Shuya at the door.
Auntie, no.
"My mother said today is a cold winter day, so I should gather more firewood to help Tianli get through the winter. I'm just gathering firewood for our household." "Your household? You haven't even divided the family, so why are you collecting firewood for Tianli? Besides, Tianli earns enough money from hunting to buy plenty of firewood. It's really shameless. This is not something a learned person should do. Don't you agree, sister-in-law?" Li Shinsher asked Shin Wangsher nearby. "Exactly. Even ordinary families wouldn't do such things. If we tell others, it would shame the Shin family. Who made them shameless? No wonder Shin Yongkong and Shin Tianxi have studied for so many years but haven't achieved fame or married. Their family's poor foundation is to blame. It's karma." Hearing Li Shinsher curse her beloved son and grandson, Grandma Shin couldn't bear it anymore and ran out to scold. "Shin Hohat, you have no sense. What nonsense are you talking? Who are you to say my son and grandson are unworthy? It's your family that's truly broken. Not a single person in your family has studied." My family is only without Yongin and Tianli because they are busy hunting and earning money to support their studies. If my sons and grandsons had studied, they would have become successful scholars long ago. Unlike your family."
Pfft, nonsense.
"Water Rong from the village chief's family also has no fame. My Water Rong only studied for 6 or 7 years. Your son studied for over 10 years. Isn't that embarrassing? Using Yongin and Tianli's money to study comfortably while your family bullies the third household and everyone in it, it's just shameless. If I had sons and grandsons who could earn money like that, I would support their family," Li Shinsher said, crossing her arms and raising her chin, looking down on Fan Shuya. Mrs. He wiped her tears and asked, "Auntie, you're closest to our family. Tell me, is my husband really not the biological son of my mother-in-law? These days, everyone says my husband isn't her real son. If he were, she wouldn't treat his children and grandchildren like this. They even say that when he was young, he was unloved by his parents and almost died several times." After speaking, she saw her mother-in-law's face suddenly change in panic. What was once a 50% suspicion now seemed to be 70% sure that her husband was stolen from her mother-in-law. Mr. He said this, and Li Shun's wife also looked at Grandma Shin. Indeed, from childhood to now, no matter how talented Shin Yongin is, Fan Suya doesn't like him. Also, Shin Yongin looks better than anyone in the 4th Shin family, more handsome than Shin 4th and Fan Suya combined. She asked, "Fan Suya, Yongin isn't your biological son, right?" This made Grandma Shin feel even more guilty and more aggressive. She quickly ran to Li Shun's wife and scolded, "You lying fool. Your son isn't your real son. You stole him from someone else. You're shameless and persistent.
All right.
Fan Sui, you're guilty and slandering me. Just watch. I'll tear your old mouth apart. Li Shun's wife stepped forward, grabbing Grandma Shun's hair with one hand and trying to pinch her mouth with the other. Grandma Shun refused to back down, trying to pull Li Shun's wife's hair. But Li Shun's wife was taller and more fierce. When she saw her hand coming, she bit down hard, not letting go. Grandma Shun cried out in pain, planning to call He for help. But Shun Wang's wife said from the side, Yong'an's family, quickly call your sister-in-law and her sisters to help. He hurried back inside, and Shun Wang's wife shouted, Shuiha family, come out quickly. Your mother is being bullied. Then she saw Li Shun's wife's daughter come out and called her sister-in-law from Li Shun's family. Fan Sueya is so hateful and disgusting. Today, I will vent my anger properly. He went inside and started knocking on every door in the house. Big sister-in-law, get up. Mother and Aunt Li are fighting. Second sister-in-law, get up. Mother and Aunt Li are fighting. Young sister-in-law, get up. Mother and Aunt Li are fighting. After calling several rooms with no response, he slowly went to knock on the main room door, speaking anxiously, Father, Father, get up quickly. Mother and Aunt Li are fighting. Old Shin, hearing he calling his second son's family, started dressing. When he came out, he heard he knocking on the door. He opened it and asked, How come your mother is fighting with that Shin wife? Father, these days everyone says Yong'an isn't your biological son. Aunt Li asked about it, and Mother said Aunt Li's children aren't her real children. They started fighting, he explained, watching her father carefully. Sure enough, when her father heard that her husband wasn't his biological son, his body stiffened. If he hadn't been holding the doorframe, he might have fallen.
What are you talking about?
Father, I'm not lying. It's what everyone is saying. He sure did not admit that she suddenly wanted to test her mother-in-law because she believed that before noon, the whole village would be talking about Yong'an not being her biological daughter. How can you let them talk nonsense like that? Old Shun's eyes looked sharp at He sure. If Yong'an heard about this, she would surely ask around. The family might lose the main source of income because of past clues. He would never allow such things to happen. Father, everyone is saying this, and I can't stop their words. Besides, you all treat us badly. You don't know, these past days I've been chopping wood, and people ask me if our men are in trouble, so I, a woman, have to go chop wood. He sure said sadly. Old Shin clenched his fists tightly and muttered, This stubborn wife of mine. What a good idea she had. Then he shouted at the yard, Are you all dead? Hearing your mother fighting with others and not helping? Don't you want to stay in the Shin family? Soon, the other three families opened their doors. Old Shin glared at them and walked outside, with others hurriedly following. At the door, Old Shun heard Old Lady Shin crying out in pain. He quickly stepped out and saw his wife lying on the ground. Li Shun sat on her, hitting her face. Li Shin's daughter-in-law held one of her arms to stop her from struggling. Stop, everyone stop. But Li Shun paid no attention and kept hitting. What are you all standing around for? Hurry and help your mother. Wang Shi and others quickly moved forward to pull Li Shun's two daughters-in-law. He sure hadn't taken more than a few steps when she was stopped by Shen Wang's eldest daughter-in-law, who said, Sister-in-law, listen, isn't that Luo'er's voice? She's calling for you. You should go see. Mother, come quickly. Come help us. Come see what's wrong with my brother. Hearing her daughter's anxious voice, he sure hurried to her father-in-law. Father, I want to see what's wrong with Lear, she said. Before Old Shin could answer, she ran inside. Soon, she came out in a panic, pulling Shen Wang's eldest daughter-in-law and saying to the second daughter-in-law, Sister-in-law, please help me. Lear fell off the Kong. They quickly called their husbands and hurried after he sure. Old Shen's brows furrowed tightly. Why did Li Tianli fall off the Kong early or late? Was it because he was worried about his wife, or was he deliberately making he sure leave without helping? Here, Li Shun's two daughters-in-law are also very fierce. They kneel on the ground, holding Mrs. Shun's arms, and start grabbing at Wang's group. However, with 3 against 2, it's not a problem. Thanks to her daughter's-in-law's help, Mrs. Shin manages to push Li Shun's wife away. The fight here is intense, with no clear winner. When Li Shun's sisters-in-law arrive, they see their sister's hair messy and get angry. They shout, "All right, fourth Shun, relying on your numbers. You dare to bully my sister. Watch me deal with all of you." Li Shun's 3 sisters-in-law and 4 daughters-in-law quickly join in and beat up the people from fourth Shun's family. Meanwhile, fourth Shun's sisters-in-law prefer to watch the fight and don't come to help. Old Shun had foreseen this and had his son go to invite the village head and the clan leader. When they arrive, Li Shun's family is already fighting Mrs. Shun and others. The village head and clan leader hurriedly shout, "Stop. All of you, stop now. Stop." But Li Shun's family is already fighting fiercely and doesn't listen. Shun Ho Hot, stop right now. Hearing her third uncle's angry voice, Shun Ho Hot quickly stops. She gets down from Fan Sueya and sees she has beaten her into a pig's head. She feels proud but then cries, "Third uncle, please help me. This Fan Sueya is framing me and ruining my reputation. I can't live like this. I'd rather die." She then runs toward the door of old Shin's house, intending to crash into it, but her sister-in-law pulls her back. "Ho Hot, what are you doing?" "Sister-in-law, I don't want to live anymore. Please let me go." Shun Ho Hot struggles and cries. "Tell me what wrongs you've suffered. Third uncle and the village head will help you." Seeing the village head's wife nearby, Shun Ho Hot throws herself into her arms, crying loudly. Sister-in-law, please stand up for me. I was there when Waterfish and Water River were born. You saw how I treated Waterfish and Water River. Everyone in the village knows the truth. But look at Fan Sueya. She's been abusing Yong-un since he was a child. Yong-un suffered so much as a kid. If the village hadn't helped him, he would have died from their torment. Also, the way Fan Sueya and others treat Yong-un's wife and children is not like how they treat their own son, daughter-in-law, and grandchildren. Everyone in the village suspects Yong and isn't fourth Shun's son. I just want to ask, but Fan Sueya falsely accuses me, saying Waterfish and Water River aren't my children. Sister-in-law, you and brother must stand up for me. The village chief's wife had long been annoyed by old Fortune's mistreatment of he and others. When she saw them bullying her family, she coldly said, "Old Fortune, what do you think of Yong-un's family? Everyone in the village is watching. Plus, Yong-un is quite handsome, nothing like your family. Who doesn't suspect that Yong-un isn't yours? Why can't people ask questions?" "We're not stopping anyone from asking," Old Fortune replied awkwardly. "You're the one being too nosy." "Old Fortune, I haven't done anything to you." Sister Wang is listening nearby. "I'll just ask if Yong-un is really Fan Sueya's biological child." She got angry, obviously feeling guilty. "You're the one feeling guilty." Old Lady Shin snapped, though she knew this was a battle between women. She could only endure the pain and speak vaguely. Inside, she hated Shun Guohua, and he even more. "I have nothing to feel guilty about. Old man, old second, come out and let everyone see. Let's judge whether my 2 sons are different from us. Think again, who does Yong-un look more like, his family or ours?" Hearing Shin Guohua speak, Old Man Shin and Old Lady Shun were both scared and surprised. Old Lady Shun loudly said, "Everyone says a nephew follows his uncle, but Yong-un also follows his aunt. He looks especially good, unlike us. Besides, when I gave birth to him, everyone in the village knew. The village knows, but they also know your third son was almost dead for a while. But when they saw him again, he looked healthy and handsome. I saw it myself," said Shun Guohua's sister-in-law. "You're lying." "Nonsense." Old Lady Shun's eyes shifted as she tried to bluff. "Lying? I'm not the only one who saw it. Back then, you hadn't divided the family yet. My older sister and second sister-in-law saw it too. Many villagers went to see him. People said Yong-un looked like a different child, not the same as before." "Enough. Yong-un is our child. Stop causing trouble." "Old lady, I just heard that you were fighting outside. Everyone was so worried they almost fell off the bed." "Go back and check on Tianli," Old Man Shin quickly said, seeing the villagers gossip about Yongin not being their biological son. Old lady Shin knew she couldn't let this continue and said, "All right, my good grandson knows how to care for me." She prepared to go home. But Shen Guohua didn't let her go easily. She said, "Fan Sui, you hurt me so badly, and now you're just leaving?" "Shen Guohua, what do you want?" "Pay the money," shouted Li Shun's eldest daughter-in-law. She had seen the chest where the Shen family stored their silver. Since old Fourth Shen's family was wealthy, they should pay the money. "Yes, pay the silver. You falsely accused me, making me ashamed to live in the village and causing my son and grandson to be disliked. I tell you, my grandson wants to go to school. Your slander not only ruins our family's future, but also destroys my grandson's prospects." "Shen Guohua, you're talking nonsense. Don't think I'm afraid of you just because I'm stubborn," Old Lady Shen said angrily, upset at the mention of money. "All right, then let's go see the officials. Let the county magistrate judge who's right, and also find out if Yongin is really your son." After Shen Guohua finished speaking, no one else responded until the village had interrupted. "Nonsense. Bringing such a small matter to the county magistrate? Do you think the magistrate has so much free time?" The village head then looked at Old Fourth Shen and asked, "Old Fourth, what do you think should be done about this?" Hearing this, Old Fourth Shen understood that even though they had divided the household, Shen Guohua was still his sister-in-law. Questioning his nephew made the village head lose face, especially since the village head had a grandson in school too. Most importantly, his own family had 2 students studying. If they kept fighting over this, and if Yeoman's situation was investigated, their family's reputation would suffer. Recently, the He family had been acting foolishly, fearing the cold weather would cause illness, so they went up the mountain to chop firewood. Shen Guohua's efforts in helping with chopping wood were appreciated. She had already told everyone to buy some meat to add to their meals, and her wife agreed. Soon, the eldest son would go cut some meat, about 1 pound for each family. Since Guohua had been wronged, they would give her 5 pounds of meat. It was their brother and sister-in-law's mistake, after all. "I don't want meat. I only want silver," Shen Guohua said unhappily. "Shen Guohua, you hit us, and now you expect us not to ask for silver? That's fine. We won't come to you for money. Instead, I'll go to the town and let everyone know how foul your mouth is, how your son is doing in school, and what a rude mother you are."
Come on, let's go to the town right now.
"Nonsense. Stop right there. Third uncle, you won't help your niece when she's wronged?" "Fine, I'll call my mother and ask her to come help me," Shen Guohua declared. The clan leader suddenly felt a headache. His sister-in-law was even more unreasonable and difficult to deal with. He looked at Old Fourth Shen and asked Fourth, "Do you know what your sister-in-law is like? If she comes, this matter will be even harder to handle." Old Fourth Shen frowned and reluctantly agreed. "All right, then just 1 or 2 silver coins." 1 or 2 silver coins. Are you giving it to a beggar? 5 silver coins, at least 5. Shen Guohua, why isn't your face growing on the sky? You're the oldest. 5 coins. Why don't you just die already? Old Lady Shen scolded. Just 1 or 2 coins made her feel heartbroken. Getting beaten and still having to pay money, nothing was more upsetting. Shen Guohua was still not satisfied and demanded 5 coins. "Why not just die?" 2 coins, said Old Man Shen. 3 coins, no less, she insisted. Giving some to her family, 1 coin to her mother's side, some to her third uncle and eldest brother. Left the rest for herself.
All right.
"Old lady, go get the silver." Old Man Shen Guohua was clearly trying to cheat. Moreover, she and her 3 daughters-in-law had all suffered losses. It should have been her, Shen Guohua, asking for silver. "Shut up. Go get the silver. Take an extra coin, and let the eldest son cut some meat." Old Lady Shen clenched her teeth and glared fiercely at the proud Shen Guohua. If it weren't for her youngest son, she wouldn't have to submit like this. "But Shen Guohua, just you wait. Once my son gains fame, I'll see how I deal with you. I'll make you spit out what you've taken twice over." With this thought, Old Lady Shen felt a little better inside. She stormed into the house, looked at the 3rd room, and blamed He Sure. If it weren't for her, she wouldn't have fought with Shen Guohua. Not only was she beaten and hurt all over, but she also had to pay silver. If she had to pay, it was he sure who should pay. She turned and entered the third room, shouting, "He sure, you courtesan! Quickly take out the silver. If it weren't for your troublemaking, our family wouldn't have to pay silver. Marrying you is truly bad luck. Hurry up and give me the silver." He sure came out of Shun Tianli's west room, her eyebrows drooping in grievance, and said, "Mother, you said you and father wanted to change clothes, so I gave you all my silver. How could I still have silver? If you don't take out the silver today, I'll sell you. Hurry up and give me the silver." Hearing this, he sure quickly knelt down, crying and begging, "Mother, please, I really have no silver left. Don't sell me. I've always spent my silver on household purchases. Mother, I don't have that much silver. This silver was given to me by Li Zian, who sent it for Lier. Otherwise, I wouldn't have any silver. But isn't all this silver yours now?"
娘，你从来不向其他房要银子，为什么只逼我呢？要是相公在家就好了，我会让他像天力那样，天天上山打猎，帮你赚银子。娘也不用每天逼我要银子了。你吃我沈家的，喝我沈家的，不该给我们沈家银子。沈老太一边打和氏，一边说：“四婶，你这话什么意思？难道永安真的不是你亲生的？”沈老太猛然抬头，才发现屋里还有别人，慌忙说：“谁说的？永安就是我亲生的。”说完，他慌张转身离开，大家都能看出他心虚。沈老太不情愿地拿出3两银子，又给大哥1两银子买肉。大家都惊讶地看到平时很抠门的沈老太居然真的拿出了银子，承认自己被骗了。看来沈永安可能真的不是范翠丫的亲生孩子。用1两银子买肉，也说明沈家四房很心虚，这是用银子来堵大家的嘴。沈老太回到家，觉得全身都疼。沈桂花不仅打了她的脸，还拧了她的肉，虽然穿得厚，但还是很疼。她躺在床上叫着“哎呀哎呀”，心里更恨何氏，在屋里叫：“何氏，何氏，你快过来！”正在做饭的何氏听到，放下刀，解下围裙，看见女儿，担心地说：“娘，我跟你一起去。”“不用，娘能应付。你做饭，你哥一定饿了。”说完，她就去了正房，到婆婆的屋里，问：“娘，你叫我？你这丧门星，我叫你这么久，怎么现在才过来？”“娘，我在做饭呢。”“做饭？你是猪吗？只知道吃，不知道我身上疼，还来伺候我。”“娘，我也想去，但今天轮到我做饭，嫂子和弟妹都在自己屋里，没人做饭，爹和哥吃什么？去叫沈天禄做饭，你过来伺候我。”“娘，丽儿也要有人照顾，而且轮到我伺候，也得轮到我，我这就去叫大嫂。”何氏说完，转身离开，根本不理会身后沈老太的责骂。走出正房，手心满是汗，看着升起的太阳，不由得深吸一口气。婆婆其实也没有那么可怕。
Because he's cooking today, Grandma Shin asked her to feed herself. Sometimes she said the food was too hot, sometimes she said she was feeding too fast, and sometimes she said too slow. In short, she was very picky. He remembers what her son told her. No matter how difficult she is or how much she scolds, she just needs to face it with a smile. Grandma Shin was annoyed and scolded her for a long time. Seeing that he still smiled happily, she lost her usual timidity and, in anger, knocked over her bowl with one hand. He quietly cleaned up and said, "Mother, there's no more rice in the pot. I will bring you some steamed bread later. Bring me your food. Mother, I just finished eating before I came to feed you. So, there's none left. I will go get you some steamed bread." Grandma Shin kept cursing with foul words. He ignored her and handed her 2 pieces of steamed bread. After cleaning the room thoroughly, he left. At noon, she asked for the food supplies, cooked the meal, and fed her without paying attention to her scolding. "Old man, what's wrong with he? She's like a different person." "Mother, I think he knows that third brother isn't your biological son, so she dares to treat you like this," Shen Yongwan said.
So what if she knows?
Shen Yong'an was raised by me.
He's my son.
He's my son-in-law, and he should listen to me. If he doesn't, I will divorce her. Grandma Shen said angrily. Yes. Mother, if she doesn't listen to you, just divorce her. Shen Yong'an nodded. Stay calm for a few days and recover well. When you're better, deal with her. As long as Shen Yong'an is a Shun, he can't escape your control. If he guessed correctly, all of this has something to do with his grandson lying in bed. He heard clearly that last night he was crying in the West Room. It must be that Shun Tianli knew they wanted to control he and drive the fool away, so he made a move. It doesn't matter if the whole village suspects that Shen Yong'an isn't their biological son. They have no proof. As long as there's no proof, Shen Yong'an is still his son, Shen Laosi. Their family will be under their control, forced to work hard for money. In the afternoon, Lu Yi returned. He held Lu Yi and cried loudly, blaming himself for not stopping his mother from sending Yi away. Now, he still felt pain in his body. From now on, he wouldn't let Yi go far, and even if she did, he would go with her. Lu Yi knew her cunning little husband was probably mistreating her mother again. She patted his back sympathetically and said, Mother, don't cry. Who bullied you? I will settle the score with him. Is it Grandma? I will go find her. He hurriedly pulled Lu Yi aside. She was still officially his mother-in-law, and she was lying on the Kong bed, taking medicine. If Yi caused trouble again or had an accident, it would truly be their fault. He quickly said, No. It's because Mother misses Yi too much. Mother, Yi also misses you. Yi bought you lots of delicious food, she replied, taking out roasted chicken and pastries from her basket. Seeing all these things, many of which she liked, he felt that his silly daughter-in-law was still good, thinking of her everywhere. Old Madame Shen was also busy lying in bed, urging Wang and Fan to find a matchmaker to arrange marriages for Shen Yongkong and Shen Tianxi so that Li Xin could see. She didn't want her family to look for daughters-in-law or wives. If they did, the girls would all be eager to marry in. Although Wang and Fan were also in pain all over, their mother-in-law had spoken, so they dared not oppose her. Plus, Wang was happy to find a daughter-in-law for herself. It was cold, and Shin Yongfu and Shin Yongshou didn't want to ride in the ox cart. The task of driving the ox cart fell to Wu Manliang. Wu Manliang naturally didn't want to do it either, but who asked him to be eating at Shin's house now? He could only reluctantly go to drive the ox cart. Another day passed, and Shin Yongkong and Shin Tianxi returned from school. Shin Tianxi was clever. He liked the teacher's daughter and planned to propose after passing the imperial exam and becoming a scholar. Wang was happy to hear this and agreed happily. Marrying the teacher's daughter from the town was a top honor in the village. She would make those who still hadn't married daughters jealous. She would even laugh in her sleep thinking about it. Old Madame Shen was displeased when her eldest daughter-in-law mentioned this. She naturally hoped her younger son would marry the teacher's daughter because it was such a good match. But Shin Yongkong was unhappy. He preferred girls with good looks, and the teacher's daughter was quite plain, less attractive than his own niece, let alone Shin Tianli's wife. He had his eye on a classmate's sister, Luo Xiaozhu, and had spent a lot of effort on her. He was waiting to pass the exam and marry her. But she ended up becoming the county magistrate's concubine, which he found very regretful. However, recently, he was lucky. He met a young woman in town who looked charming and had a good figure. He found out she was here to visit relatives, but her relatives had moved away and her mother was ill, so she could only settle here. This time, he came back to ask his mother for some silver, planning to act quickly and marry this young woman into the family. However, he thought maybe his mother had chosen a girl with good looks for him. The next day, he looked at the girl his mother suggested, as if selecting a bride, but none of them were good enough. He immediately refused, took some silver from Grandma Shen, and said he wanted to go back to the town to study. Then he left the main house to call Shin Tianxi. Grandma Shen, hearing her son and grandson talk about passing the exam to become a child scholar and then choosing a wife, also thought it was a good idea. Maybe he could pick a girl from the town. Shin Tianxi knew he was different from his younger uncle. Although he was the eldest grandson, his younger uncle's status in Grandma's heart was higher. Every time he went home, his younger uncle received at least 1 or 2 pocket money, but his mother gave only 100 coins, which was considered good. So, to get some of Shen Yongkong's money, he naturally obeyed him more. Shen Yongkong impatiently waited in the yard. Suddenly, he heard movement behind him. When he turned around, he couldn't look away. He saw a young woman walking out, dressed in a bright red jacket and skirt, with a slender waist barely visible. The most eye-catching part was her fair, delicate face, like a beautiful flower that made people want to pick her. Isn't this Shen Tianli's silly wife, Lu Yi? He saw her at the beginning of the month. She looked good then, but not as stunning and tender as she was now. He wondered how his mother found such a beautiful wife for Shen Tianli. Thinking about the girl he saw this morning, each one was uglier than the last. However, this fool was soon driven out of the Shen family. Since her family was her stepmother's family, when she fell on hard times, he planned to find a place to take care of her for a while and have some fun. Lu Yi sensed a lewd gaze and looked back to see Shen Yongkong staring at her directly. She frowned and turned back into the house. It was obviously Shen Grandma's family, so shameless, daring to look at her with lustful eyes. She thought they deserved a good lesson. She went back and took out the itching powder her son Sun Liang made when bored. She whispered a few words to Xiao Yan. Shen Tianyan took what his sister-in-law gave him and ran out. In the west room, Shen Tianli heard his wife giving instructions to his younger brother. He frowned. His wife wasn't the kind to cause trouble intentionally. If she was scheming against his younger uncle, it must mean his younger uncle had done something. Just now, his wife had gone out, but as soon as she stepped out, someone came in. She then told Xiao Yan. That must have happened in that moment. Thinking about Shen Yongkong's wild behavior in town, Shen Tianli clenched his fists and looked fierce. Good, very good. Shen Yongkong, you wait for me. When Shen Tianxi came out, he saw his younger uncle looking toward the third house. He walked over and asked, Little uncle, do you want to see the third brother? What are you looking at? Let's go. Shen Yongkong said, and started walking forward. After a few steps, he was bumped by Shen Tianyan. Before he could speak, Shen Tianyan dashed off towards the outhouse at a quick pace. That kid, rushing to the toilet like that. Come on. Sister-in-law must be waiting anxiously. He touched the spot where Shen Tianyan had bumped him and then kept walking. Halfway there, Shen Yongkong felt his hands itch, then his neck, and his whole body started to itch. He couldn't help but scratch. Finally, he rolled on the carriage, startling Shen Tianxi and Wu Manliang. They hurriedly drove to the town. When they arrived, his hands were scraped and bleeding, and his neck was bloody and looked very frightening. The town doctor couldn't find the cause. Hearing he was from the mountains, he said it was caused by a poisonous insect. He first gave Shen Yongkong calming soup to drink, then applied ointment and finally let them leave. Old Madame Shen was very worried when Wu Manliang returned and said her youngest son had been bitten by a poisonous insect and was very itchy. But now it was late, and since he was fine, she could only wait until another day to visit him. In the past 2 days, the Shen family was quiet. Lu Yi took the chance to go into the mountains to bring food to the little white snake, but after calling for a long time, she couldn't find it. She could only leave a roast chicken in the bear cave. On the 3rd day, old Madame Shen took the opportunity while Lu Yi was away and called He Shi into the main room. Kneel down. He Shi saw everyone from the Shen family and noticed their mischievous smiles, knowing something was wrong. But she thought year would come soon, and a brave person wouldn't suffer losses in front of them, so she knelt down and asked, Mother, what's wrong? What's wrong? He Shi, that fool has been gone for 3 days. Do you still not know whether she's clean or not? You should divorce her. He Shi clenched her fists in anger. They were so cruel, ruining Year's reputation. Mother, Xiao Yan is with her. Besides, didn't you ask Year to stay at Tiany's house for a few days? I didn't. No matter what, that fool can't be kept. Go to the clan and divorce her. Later, I'll find a good match for Tianli. It was all because of Shen Tianli, who secretly added Lu Ye's name to the clan register. Now, It wasn't just a simple divorce letter. The clan's approval was needed. He sure looked at the paper floating on the ground, trembling as she picked it up. Although she didn't recognize many characters, she knew the words divorce letter. She hurriedly begged, "Mother, you can't divorce Year. She hasn't done anything wrong. If we divorce her, she's just a fool. How will she survive back at her family? The most important thing is that after divorcing Year, no one will protect the third wife anymore, and the mother-in-law can bully them freely."
No.
"I didn't divorce her. It was you who divorced her. As for that fool, after the divorce, no one will care about her. It's better if she just dies," old Madam Shin said through clenched teeth. This was the idea suggested by her younger son earlier. It would protect their reputation and allow them to enjoy the benefits. "Mother, I can't divorce Year. Tianli will. Tianli will be happy, and I haven't even started. As soon as you divorce Lu Yi, I will find a new match for Tianli. I will find a good one, don't worry. Mother, I won't divorce Year. I promise, I won't let her cause trouble anymore. I'll make her work hard and behave. Mother, please don't divorce Year." Out of concern for her daughter-in-law, she could only beg and endure silently. Old Madam Shin slapped He-shur across the face and said, "Are you deaf? Do you not understand what I said? I didn't divorce that fool. It was you, He-shur, who personally divorced the fool for your son." He-shur covered her face and firmly said, "Mother, I won't. If you don't divorce her, I will report your disobedience to the clan leader and divorce you. You have 2 days to think it over. Whether the fool is divorced or you are, decide. Get out of here, and don't block my view." She then shoved the divorce notice into He-shur's arms. He-shur, devastated, walked out. Shen Tianlu and Shen Tianyan saw her mother's face swollen and her eyes red, and asked, "Mother, what happened?" He-shur, clutching her 2 children, cried heartbroken. This old woman was so cruel to force her like this. What should she do? "Husband, come back quickly. Come back and protect us.
Get out.
Don't cry at my door. Go cry in your own room." Old Madam Shen's angry voice came from inside. Hearing this, He-shur wiped her tears, took her children, and went to find her eldest son. Just as they reached the door, they ran into Lu Yi coming out. Her panicked look clearly showed she was looking for her. "Mother, what's wrong with your face? Did Grandma hit you?"
Sniff, uread.
"What should I do?"
I'm sorry.
He-shur saw Lu Yi protecting her, but she couldn't protect Lu Yi. Heartbroken, she hugged her and cried.
Liu Ye fronet.
She said a storm was coming, and she thought old Madam Shin would take a few days to settle down, but she didn't expect her to start acting so quickly. But why did her mother-in-law say she was sorry?
Oh.
It must be that Grandma Shin forced he to threaten her, making he divorce her. The Shin family truly produces talented people. "Mother, go back to your room now. Don't cry, and don't go out," Lu Yi said as she helped he onto the bed, then turned and left. She kicked open the half-open door and saw Grandma Shin happily chatting, with Shin Yongwon even asking Mother, "Do you think third sister-in-law will divorce that fool?" Grandma Shin took a bite of cake and replied, "Unless she herself doesn't want children and wants to leave the Shin family. Otherwise, she will definitely divorce that silly, worthless person. When she does, I will give her a good scolding and kick her out of the family. Yes, that fool deserves it. The youngest brother is the smartest, no wonder he's a scholar. Mother, Daba, is most fond of uncle and also wants to be as smart as him. Isn't that right, Daba?" "Yes, Grandma. I envy uncle the most and want to read and learn just like him to become smart," Daba said while pulling Grandma Shin. Grandma Shin smiled proudly. Then her daughter spoke up. "Mother, I hear that next year you'll plan to send Tianqing and Shuashuo to school. Daba is also old enough to go now." "Yes. So, when you go back, tell your mother-in-law to also send Daba to school. Reading is good," Grandma Shin said, pretending to be confused. "If Tianqing and Shuashuo go to school next year, there will be 4 children in the family studying, plus the younger son, the eldest grandson, and the second grandson, all of whom are about to marry. Even if she feels sorry for her grandchildren, She can't use her own money to support them all. The family's savings aren't enough. Shun Yongwan pursed her lips. Her mother was just stingy and biased, only caring about her grandchildren, ignoring her own children. Just as she was about to try again, there was a loud bang. Everyone looked and saw that the fool had come in with a stern face.
Get out!
Grandma Shin scolded. Who hit my mother? Lu Yi. Mother is an elder, and it's right to discipline the younger ones. Lu Yi raised an eyebrow, thinking, that's right.
Good.
She looked at Daba and Xiaobao inside the room, then walked over, grabbed Xiaobao, and slapped his backside. Xiaobao immediately burst into loud tears. Seeing her son crying so miserably, Shen Yongwan also started crying. Mother, everyone says the youngest son is your favorite. Xiaobao may not be the youngest, but he's also my favorite. I've never hit him since he was little, but now that he's back home, Xiaobao gets beaten from time to time. It hurts him, and it hurts my heart. Mother, my heart feels so pain. Please, Mother, I feel so sad inside. Sun Yuan was holding her son in one arm and covering her chest with the other, crying sadly and pitifully. Old Lady Shin squinted her triangular eyes and said, Well, you're getting bolder. I must teach you a lesson today. Eldest and second, fill the grain, go get sticks. Everyone else, block her. Today, we will beat her to death. The room was crowded, and the space was small, making it hard to fight properly. Just as they were about to go out, Li, sitting at the door, stood up and quickly pulled Shin Tianqing outside, closing the door behind them. Mom, you can hit her. Tianqing, and I will watch the door outside, so that this fool can't come out. Li was scared but spoke confidently. It had to be said, the Shin family was very clever and calculating. No wonder they all stuck together. Lu Yi sneered coldly and saw the children run behind Old Man Shin. Wang and others stood beside Old Lady Shin. Shin Yongfu, Shin Yongshou, and Wu Manuan held benches, surrounding her in a triangle shape. Look at these people. They still don't learn their lesson, thinking benches can hurt her? Of course, Shin Yongfu and the others remembered that night Lu Yi tore apart a bench with her hands. But now there were no handy tools inside, only benches. The three looked at each other, hesitant to make the first move. Old Lady Shin saw Lu Yi smiling at her with full of mockery. Her triangular eyes narrowed into a slit. She pounded the table and gritted her teeth, saying, Eldest, second, Man Yuan, hit her. Beat this little brat to death. As soon as she finished speaking, Wu Manuan, the most obedient, moved first, roaring with anger and rushing forward. Lu Yi watched him with a smile, then slightly shifted her body and dodged. Wu Manuan ran quickly but only slammed into the wall and stopped. The bench hit the wall and bounced back, hitting his nose, making him cry tears of pain. Turning around, he saw two brothers-in-law throwing benches at Lu Yi. Luckily, the benches didn't hit her but instead fell onto their own feet, causing them to grimace in pain. Seeing Lu Yi look over, they quickly lowered their heads and looked away, pretending to be invisible. Lu Yi chuckled softly, then kicked a bench against the door with her foot. Thud! The door shook, and the house seemed to tremble. Immediately after, Old Lady Shen and the others shivered all over. Lu Yi threw another bench against the door, then smirked and looked at Old Lady Shin. Seeing her face turn dark, Lu Yi smiled even more happily. She said to Wu Manuan, Give me the bench. Wu Manuan hesitated and took a step back, then timidly handed the bench to Lu Yi. Willow Leaf held a bench and struck the middle of the main house's door. After a few hits, a large hole appeared in the door. Then she opened the door and walked outside. Mrs. He was not worried about Willow Leaf. She was thinking about how to handle the divorce notice. She went to the west room with a serious face and said, Lear, your grandmother told me to divorce Year. Mother, do you want a divorce Year?
No.
Mrs. He answered firmly. She was sure that if she divorced Year, her mother-in-law would not let her go. On the day Year didn't come back, her mother-in-law made her chop firewood at home. Luckily, she didn't chop much. Someone came to find her, and she escaped from her misery. So, if she divorced Year, she might really have to do the firewood chores herself in the future. All right, As long as mother insists not to divorce you, grandma won't dare to do anything to you. But she wants to divorce me. This was also a difficult problem for Mrs. He. Shen Tianli frowned. Dad won't agree to that. But your dad isn't home now. Your mother can't just divorce me. Mother, then go find the village chief and the head of the village. The village head wants to be the local leader, and he won't let such things happen in our village, affecting his reputation. Okay, I'll go now. Mother, where are you going? Willow Leaf asked as she entered. Hearing that the village head wouldn't allow a divorce in the village, Mrs. He felt relieved and smiled. To the village head. Year, do you still have the snacks you brought back? Give me some. I can't go empty-handed. All right, wait for me, Willow Leaf said, glancing at the young master. She didn't know what trick he used, but it made her mother-in-law forget her worries. Just as the pastries weren't fully wrapped, Shen Tianli said, Mother, don't take them. You and Xiaoyan go quickly. What's wrong? Don't worry about it. Just follow my instructions. Hurry up. If Grandma calls you after you leave, don't stop. Just leave quickly. Seeing her son's nervousness, Mrs. He thought she could go back and see her off, then turned and left the house. Li and Shen Tianqing saw Willow Leaf had smashed a big hole in the door. When she walked over to look at them, the mother and daughter hurriedly hugged each other, looking at Willow Leaf with fear as she left. Old Shen looked at the large hole in the door with deep, fierce eyes and said to Shin Yongfu, Go find the village head and the clan leader. Tell them that that fool has gone crazy. She not only hit you, but also smashed the door. Tell the clan leader to divorce her. Father, the clan leader will definitely side with Tianli. As long as Tianli doesn't agree, she won't be divorced. He still had a sore foot and wouldn't want to do such a thankless task. Maybe the clan leader would even blame them for causing trouble. Then lock up the He family members and stop bothering that fool. Don't let them go. Let's see if he's protecting that fool or if he cares more about his mother and younger siblings. That's a good idea,
Shen Yongshou said.
But how do we lock them up? That fool is too tricky. Mother, I think we should scare that fool. With so many of us, we're not afraid of just one fool. Isn't she protecting third sister-in-law and the others? If we all fight them, who will that fool protect then? Shin Yuanwan said angrily. That's a good idea, Wan. Old Shin supported her first. But if we cause trouble, what about our family's reputation? Wang Shi said worriedly. Big sister-in-law, what are you afraid of? Look at that hole. We'll say third sister-in-law encouraged the fool to do this, so we need to teach her a lesson. Besides, which family's mother-in-law can't discipline her daughter-in-law? Yes, my Wan is very clever, Old Shin said decisively. Eldest and second brothers, Man Liang, Wang Shi, you are responsible for dealing with that fool. Li Shi, Fan Shi, and I will handle He Shi. The remaining children will deal with Shin Tianyan and Shin Tianlu. Wan is pregnant, so she and your father should stay inside. I don't believe we have so many people that we can't handle one fool. Old Shen lit a dry pipe, took a long puff and said after a while, I think this plan can work. Remember, you must control He Shi and the others tightly before dealing with that fool. Hearing his father say this, Shin Yongfu, who was about to become a grandfather, felt like he was being bullied by a younger person. He nodded and said, all right. Second brother, Man Liang, let's find a suitable tool first. Mother, you take people and call He Shi. Then he stood up and went outside. Mother, mother. Third sister-in-law and little Yen are trying to run away. Li Shi, standing at the door, saw the situation outside and hurriedly shouted, That wicked woman. Old Shun immediately stood up, quickly ran outside, and saw He Shi and the others hadn't gone far. He called out, He Shi, stop right there. He Shi remembered her son's instructions and didn't care. She kept walking forward, but heard her mother-in-law coldly say, He Shi, you can go. If you dare to leave the Shun family's gate, don't come back. Just as He Shi was about to run quickly and step out, she paused mid-step after hearing this, then slowly turned around. Old Shin knew she was reluctant and sneered, Go ahead. He Shi, you want to leave, don't you? Shun Tianyan pulled his mother, but she didn't move. He was anxious and finally gritted his teeth, planning to run outside. Shen Tianyan, run. If you leave this door, I will divorce your mother. Old Madam Shen stood in the middle of the yard, lifting her chin proudly, as if she were commanding an army. Shen Tianyan immediately stopped and turned around, asking, Grandma, what's wrong with my mother? Why do you want to divorce her? Your mother disobeyed me. Do you understand? Old Madam Shen saw Shen Tianqing bring her a stool, looked at her briefly, then sat down slowly and said, Grandma, my mother has always listened to you. When did she disobey you? Shen Tianyan clenched his fists and said, I told her to leave that fool, but she refused. That's disobedience. Grandma, it's me who doesn't want my mother to leave here. Shen Tianli stepped out with his crutch. Shen Tianli had been resting in bed for over 20 days. His wound had healed, almost no scars left, and his skin looked even fairer and more handsome. With his crutch, he exuded a sharp, proud aura that immediately drew everyone's attention. Seeing Shen Tianli, old Madam Shen's expression softened slightly. She said, Lear, that fool is too noisy. She doesn't deserve you.
Oh.
Doesn't deserve me? Grandma, my wife is my wife. If you say she doesn't deserve me, then she doesn't deserve me. Hearing his grandson's bold reply, old Madam Shen's eyes narrowed with a vicious look. She said coldly, Fine, since you say that, I won't divorce your wife. I'll divorce my daughter-in-law. You can't control that, right? Shen Tianli clenched his fists and asked coldly, Grandma, are you sure you want to cause trouble? Are you sure you don't want me to go hunting and earn money? Shen Tianli, I tell you, if you want your mother and your sister and brother to live well, you'd better hunt honestly. Otherwise, they won't have a good ending. After old Madam Shen finished speaking, she saw Shen Tianli's face change. As expected, the son was clever. Even if Shen Tianli was wild, with the 3 women from his family, they could control him tightly. Grandma, aren't you afraid my father will come back? If he's a filial son, everything will be fine. If he's unfilial, I'll go to the county magistrate and report him, making him lose his reputation. Shen Tianli nodded. He understood that besides his eldest brother and youngest uncle, no one else would remember this. It's really unfair to them, secretly giving Grandma advice in a whisper. All right, you want to hit my mother, Ruer, Xiao Yan, to make Lu Yi submit, force my mother to yield? Go ahead. Let's see who finally gives in. Who wins? With a cold look, he glared at old Madam Shen. Mrs. Shen felt uneasy after that glance, but she quickly thought she was overthinking. Today, she was determined to control that fool. She decided she would make this fool afraid by hitting her every day, breaking the pride of the 3rd household, and destroying their morale so that from now on, they would be obedient, no matter how much they resisted. Mrs. He, Shen Tianlu, Shen Tianyan, come here and kneel down. Shen Tianlu and Shen Tianyan looked at each other, then helped Mrs. He slowly walk forward. They knelt down about a meter away from Mrs. Shen. Mrs. He, tell that fool to kneel down too. Mother, I will persuade Ear to behave. Please let us go. Mrs. He said as she knelt. Good. Since she listens, let her come over and kneel, Mrs. Shen insisted. Mrs. He bit her lip and finally called out, Ear, come here. Come and kneel. Lu Yi knelt down while asking doubtfully, Mother, why do I have to kneel? Is Grandma dead? When my mother died, my father made me kneel. Mrs. Shen was so angry she trembled all over. She snatched the thin stick from Shen Tianxua and swung it out. You fool, I told you not to curse me. Lu Yi deliberately provoked Mrs. Shen. When the stick came down, she dodged skillfully, leaving a long scar on her face. Ah! My face. It hurts so much. Help! Help! Grandma is going to hit me to death. Help! Lu Yi suddenly stood up and ran toward the door. At this moment, the door was already locked. Lu Yi screamed and tried to pull away the wooden bolt blocking the door. Hurry, cover her mouth. Cover her mouth, so she won't scream. Mrs. Shen hurriedly shouted. She wanted everyone in the village to see. To shame her in front of the whole village. Mother, who dares to cover her mouth? Shen Yongfu said anxiously. Lu Yi, if you keep shouting, Grandma will hit your mother. You're not allowed to scream, Wang Shi quickly said. Usually, this fool was quiet and noisy, so why was she screaming today? Wang Shi's words warned Mrs. Shen. She hit Mrs. He with the stick while scolding her harshly. Mrs. He, you wicked woman, hurry and call that fool over. Quickly, call her. Mrs. He was hurt, but said nothing. She knew that a filial daughter would cause trouble, and one person couldn't protect all three. She ran out to find someone to save them. She couldn't afford to fall behind. Shen Tianyan and Shen Tianlu hugged He Shi, holding the stick in old Madame Shen's hand, but they didn't make a sound. Perhaps they knew that begging again wouldn't help. Old Madame Shen wouldn't show mercy, and she wouldn't spare her sister-in-law either. Shen Yongfu and others saw that He Shi wouldn't speak, and the foolish girl kept screaming. They simply hit her with the stick in their hands. After hitting her, they stopped, afraid she might scream again. Lu Yi narrowed her eyes slightly, running around the yard while mocking and calling out. Shen Yongshou and others chased after her from behind. Seeing that He Shi's mother-in-law had taken care of He Shi and her two children with just one person, Wang Shi and others grabbed their sticks and went after Lu Yi to beat her. This foolish girl had caused them a lot of trouble before. Today, they wanted to take revenge. Lu Yi saw more and more people running over. She smirked slightly, deliberately slowing down when she saw Shen Yongshou and Wang Shi behind her. When both of them dropped their sticks at the same time, she quickly dodged, causing their sticks to hit each other.
Oh.
Second sister-in-law, why are you hitting me? It hurts so much. Wang Shi rubbed her shoulder and said, Big sister-in-law, I was hitting that foolish girl. Why did you block the stick for her and then hit me? Shen Yongshou also looked unhappy. I was just protecting her. I was hitting that foolish girl, Wang Shi said angrily. The same thing happened to Shen Yongfu and Wang Shi. They were even harsher with Wu Manliang and Fan Shi. Each holding a stick, they suddenly struck their sticks together. Wu Manliang and Fan Shi immediately hugged each other. Then Lu Yi kicked their sticks, causing them to fall to the ground rolling together. She waved her hand and laughed, saying, hugging each other, so shameless. Shame on you. Wu Manliang felt embarrassed, and Fan Shi blushed deeply. Seeing Wu Manliang still pressed against her, she angrily shouted, Get up already. Wu Manliang hurriedly tried to stand up, but Lu Yi stepped on his back. She had seen Wu Manliang secretly look at Fan Shi many times, so she decided to help him this time. Wu Manliang suddenly collapsed back onto Fan Shi and, by coincidence, kissed her briefly. Fan Shi was furious and slapped Wu Manliang across the face. Wu Manliang felt both ashamed and angry. He had always thought Fan Shi's waist was thinner than Shen Yongchuan's, and her face more delicate. When Shen Yongtai was around, she looked radiant. Now she always seemed resentful and unhappy, lacking vitality. Thinking this, seeing no one on their side and others busy chasing the foolish girl, plus Shen Yongwan being pregnant and not having intimacy for a long time, desire arose in his heart. He supported himself with one hand and reached toward Fan Shi's small waist. Even through her clothes, she still felt uncomfortable, so she reached inside directly. Mrs. Fan saw how bold he was and felt both shy and angry. She hit Wu Manliang hard and scolded, You beastly scoundrel! How dare you? Get up now! She dared not reveal what Wu Manliang had done, or she would be ruined.
Oh.
Sister-in-law, don't hit my waist. That fool stepped on my waist and hurt me. One, come quickly and help me up.
Juan.
Wu Manliang said, moving his body to find a better position, letting his hand go further inside. Honestly, Mrs. Fan's skin was really good, soft and smooth. Mrs. Fan was already sensitive, and with Shen Yongtai being away for years, plus Wu Manliang touching her in a shameful place, her whole body suddenly softened. Hitting Wu Manliang's chest felt like scratching an itch. Wu Manliang was never a good person, and seeing Mrs. Fan's change, he couldn't help but react. He called Shen Yongwan while messing around with Mrs. Fan. Inside the room, Shen Yongwan heard her husband's shout and hurried out. Seeing her husband press down on her sister-in-law and remembering his pain, she became very worried. But that fool blocked her way and even used her as a shield, making her both angry and anxious. Seeing Shun Tianli standing silently nearby, she said, "Tianli, quickly let your wife go. Your uncle is hurt." Shun Tianli glanced at Wu Manliang. Others might not notice, but he saw clearly. He was feeling proud and happy right now. "Auntie, it's you all who wanted to hit Year. So, you have to face the consequences," he said clearly. He knew very well how his mother and siblings threatened Year, but it was his aunt who came up with the idea. Shin Yongwan was swaying left and right, dizzy from being pulled by Lu Yi. Her head spun, and her brothers and sisters-in-law didn't dare to really hit her. She was very angry and shouted, "Tianli, I am pregnant. If your wife hurts me, Xiao Yan won't be able to go to school anymore." Grandma never planned for Xiao Yan to go to school. What am I afraid of? Yes. Tianli, quickly let this fool go. Year, let go of Auntie. Lu Yi also thought Wu Manliang had given enough time and giggled as she let go. Then she ran around the yard, shouting as she ran, "Come on. Chase me. If you can't catch me, you're a little dog, a worthless woman, a turtle egg." The four of them, furious and gritting their teeth, started chasing Lu Yi. Shin Yongwan walked over, feeling annoyed that Wu Manliang let go so quickly. She still didn't feel comfortable, but she had to pull her hand out of Fan's clothes, even though her body was still restless. Fan felt she was about to faint. Wu Manliang was too bold, daring to do this in a yard full of people. Even Shin Yongwan was there, yet he still dared. She was furious and punched him twice, then scolded in shame and anger, "You shameless fool. You, young sister-in-law, how can you scold the husband? He didn't do it on purpose. Didn't you hear that he hurt his waist when that fool kicked him?" she said, pulling hard at Wu Manliang. But she couldn't move him. Seeing that her older brother and others were busy, she called the younger ones, Tianfeng, Tianxing, "Come help little sister." The three worked together to pull Wu Manliang away from Fan. Seeing Fan lying on the ground, her face flushed with anger and shame, they asked, "Young sister-in-law, shall I help you?" Fan's whole body was weak, and she couldn't get up. But she was afraid Shin Yongwan would notice her unusual state. She glared at Wu Manliang, who was bent over and pretending, and said, "No need. I can manage myself." After saying that, she gritted her teeth and stood up. The cold wind blew, and her strength seemed to fade. She looked at the stick on the ground, and then swung it toward Lu Yi. It was that foolish fool's fault. She was bullied by Wu Manliang because of him. Lu Yi led everyone to run around the yard, shouting and looking for a chance to make them fight each other. Everyone's eyes were blazing with anger, and they were determined to fight Lu Yi fiercely. She ran to hide near Shin Tianqing and others, sometimes grabbing one as a shield, sometimes another, dodging and shouting, "Come on. Fight me. If you don't fight me, you're just a turtle. A coward. Shameless. A coward. Haha, come on and hit me." Shin Yongfu and others were furious and no longer held back. They raised their sticks high and swung at Lu Yi, but she quickly dodged, and the sticks hit their own people. Soon everyone in the yard was injured, crying out in pain. Old Shin looked at her grandchildren and her son, and they all started crying. But that foolish fool was completely unharmed, so angry she forgot to hit He's. When Wang's stick was about to hit Shin Tianxua, she hurriedly shouted in panic, "Stop. All of you, stop now." She realized that the more people there were, the more trouble that fool caused. Not only did she fail to stop him, but her own people got hurt. It was too costly. Hearing Grandma Shen's voice, the people who were angry suddenly calmed down. They looked at each other and turned their faces away, not wanting to see one another. Besides resenting Lu Yi even more, everyone clearly remembered every time their stick hit them. Grandma Shen glared at Lu Yi. This fool was too unruly. It seemed she couldn't be tamed, so it was better to break it off. She slowly sat down and looked coldly at the He family, asking, "Did you really break up with that fool? Or are you planning to leave our Shin family? Mother, please don't do this. Think about Yeoman. If Yeoman comes back, he will be upset," he sure pleaded with a frown. Even if she wasn't his biological daughter, her husband had done a lot for this family. She hoped that, for his efforts, her mother-in-law wouldn't push her further. Upset? So, what if he's upset? Can he hit me, his mother? Grandma Shin said sarcastically. Hearing Grandma Shin's harsh words, he sure felt torn inside. She didn't want to leave Yi Er, and she wasn't afraid of being abandoned herself. Finally, she cried and begged, pulling at Grandma Shin's skirt. Mother, please, don't push me anymore. I promise I'll listen to you from now on. Grandma Shin kicked her away and coldly ordered, I'll count to 3. If you don't break up with that fool, then leave our Shin family yourself.
1.
Grandma Shin's count was long, seemingly deliberately making He sure struggle, and she watched her struggle with some satisfaction. The others also had smiles on their faces. Xiaowan was still wrong. Look, after all this fuss, it was easier to just force He sure to leave directly, simple and quick. Lu Yi knew that a woman who was abandoned would be despised wherever she went. But not her. She could already guess what He sure would choose. She rationally forgave her and, with a slight regret, supported her emotionally. However, this didn't mean she would let Grandma Shin and the others get away easily. She walked over to He sure, frowned, and helped her up from the ground where she was crying. She said, Don't cry. If she bullies you, I will help you teach her a lesson. Then she stood up and kicked over the stool Grandma Shin was sitting on. He sure hurriedly stopped her. Yi Er, don't. But as soon as she finished speaking, she saw her mother-in-law fall to the ground, and the stool behind her bumped her waist. She supported herself with one hand and held her waist with the other, grimacing in pain. Oh, it hurts so much. You wicked woman. A foolish person cursed by heaven. How dare you kick your mother? He sure, tell me, should she leave or should I leave? Mother. Shut up. Are you going to leave or should she leave? Old Lady Shin angrily said. He family cried and knelt on the ground but refused to answer. Fine, since you won't choose, I will help you decide. The eldest son's family and the second son's family go and throw her out of the Shun household, Old Lady Shin ordered through her pain. Mrs. Wang and Mrs. Li stepped forward with smiles in their eyes. Mrs. Li advised, sister-in-law, she's just a fool. Why are you protecting her so much? Think about it. If it weren't for her, you wouldn't be suffering like this.
Exactly.
Look at you. Recently, you've been beaten by your mother every few days, and it's all because of this fool. Sister-in-law, you can't keep being confused. Quickly admit your mistake to your mother. If you leave the Shin family, it will be hard to come back. Third brother is handsome and good at hunting, maybe even a good fighter in battles. If you are dismissed, many women might come to marry him. Mrs. Wang's words clearly touched Mrs. He's heart. She suddenly looked up, tears in her eyes, and gazed at Mrs.
Wang.
Then she bit her lip and looked down. She felt so pitiful, seeing this woman's soft heart. How could she not feel sympathy, especially as a man? Sure enough, she turned around and saw her husband and second son glaring at her with regret. Shin Yongfu quickly looked away when he met her gaze, but Shin Yongsho watched intently, not noticing Mrs. Li's change of expression. Mrs. Li softly cursed her as a flirt and then walked up to Shin Yongsho, grabbing her sharply. Mrs. He knew Shin Yongin was formidable. Many women in the village envied her, and even in the past, she had been close to him because Shin Yongin treated her well, not making her work. If her mother-in-law dismissed her, Shin Yongin might marry another girl. That was not impossible. After all, as the eldest sister-in-law said, he was good-looking and knew how to hunt. If she returned to her family, she believed her brothers wouldn't say much, but her sisters-in-law would definitely have opinions. Besides, it wouldn't be good for her nieces and nephews' reputation. Lu Yi was different. She was a fool, so even if she was dismissed, it wouldn't affect her younger siblings. Returning to Lu family wouldn't be easy, but Sun Dafu was eager for Lu Yi to be dismissed so she could stay with him to learn medicine. The Sun family ate well and drank well, certainly better than suffering in the Shun household. Thinking of this, she raised her head and said self-blame, Year, mother. At this moment, Shun Tianli's full attention was on his mother. Seeing her speak, he coldly asked, Mom, Do I agree? Humph. Shen Tianli, are you trying to go against your mother and be unfilial just for that fool? Or do you want me to dismiss your mother? Old lady Shen asked coldly. Hee, of course not. Year, come here. Shen Tianli waved to Lu Yi. Lu Yi raised an eyebrow and ran over. Shen Tianli tidied Lu Yi's hair and said, Year, you should go. Go find Zian Bo and let everyone in the village know what happened to our family. The last words, Shen Tianli spoke very softly, but Lu Yi heard clearly. Lu Yi pouted and nodded, then turned to leave. Old Madam Shen saw Lu Yi leave like that, raised an eyebrow, and thought it was better this way. That fool would still have a title, so Shen Tianli wouldn't need to marry a wife. Everyone saw that the noisy fool finally left and sighed in relief. He sure looked at Lu Yi leaving, feeling guilty, and lowered her head to cry. Shen Tianyan and Shen Tianlu stood up quickly, chasing after Lu Yi and holding her, feeling very reluctant. Sister-in-law, don't go.
Stop it.
They hit me. I want to leave, Lu Yi said, struggling free from them and running toward the big door. Shen Tianyan saw his sister-in-law leave like that, crying, and said, Brother, don't let sister-in-law go. Where will she go if she leaves? If you're so sad, then go with her. Shen Tianli said coldly. Shen Tianyan wiped his tears. Fine, I'll go. I don't want to stay in this house anymore. Sister-in-law, wait for me. Then he chased after her. Shen Tianlu wanted to follow, but she heard her brother's cold command. Don't follow. Let him go. Such bad temper. Hearing her brother was angry, Shen Tianlu could only look worriedly and then lower her head. He sure saw her youngest son follow Lu Yi and cryingly stagger to her feet, calling out, Xiaoyan, come back. But after taking a few steps, she heard her mother-in-law's cold voice say, He sure, if you dare chase after him, don't come back. He sure bit her lip, but didn't move further. At this moment, old Master Shen came out of the room with a stern face and scolded. All he does is cause trouble every day, with no sense at all. Second son, go bring Xiaoyan back. Eldest, send the divorce paper to Lu village. He didn't take the divorce paper because Lu Yi was still part of the Shen family and could come back to cause trouble at any time. He didn't want to waste money on Shen Tianli's marriage and have that fool come back to cause trouble, which would not only be embarrassing but might also harm the reputation of his younger son and grandson. They would be important people in the future, so they couldn't afford to lose face. Others didn't understand old Master Shen, but Shen Tianli did. He asked Grandpa, Do you really have to be so harsh? Lear, I'm doing this for your own good. For my own good? Shen Tianli sneered, and then leaned on his cane to walk out. Mrs. He saw Shen Tianli was leaving and hurried to follow, asking, Lear, where are you going? Nowhere. This family keeps pushing me. I'm going to talk to Uncle Xiao and Big Brother. Shen Tianli, how dare you? Old lady Shen suddenly jumped up, pointing at him. But Shen Tianli kept walking outside, so she anxiously shouted, Big Brother, second brother, stop him. Shen Yongfu and Shen Yongtao hurried to pull Shen Tianli back. But Shen Tianli was not easy to hold. He supported himself with his cane in one hand and used the cane to block the two men, hitting Shen Yongfu's foot or Shen Yongshou's leg. They were annoyed and looked at each other, then both tried to grab one of Shen Tianli's canes. They pulled, and Shen Tianli lost his balance and fell. They were shocked. He was their money tree. If he broke, what would they do? They quickly tried to pull him up, but Shen Tianli struggled to resist. Lu Yi left the house and saw many people standing at the neighborly Shen's house. She wiped her eyes and walked while covering her eyes with her arm, crying out loud. Not far behind, Shen Tianyan caught up with her. Sister-in-law, where are you going? They don't want you anymore. I want you. I will earn money to support you in the future. Shen Tianyan caught up, tears in his eyes, speaking firmly. Sister-in-law taught him to read, practice martial arts, and gave him good food. Besides his parents, she was the best to him. His mother had brothers and sisters. Sister-in-law had her biological father and stepmother, who were both unkind to her. So, going back to her family was a dead end. That's why he wanted to stay with sister-in-law and protect her. Lu Yi was instantly moved by Shen Tianyan. She knew Shen Tianli wanted Xiao Yan to stay with her, but more importantly, Xiao Yan's feelings for her. She hugged him tightly. Don't cry. Let's go together. She knew Xiao Yan misunderstood Shen Tianli. The scheming young husband wanted her to leave mainly to make Shen family look bad and to send reinforcements. Seeing everyone's gossiping looks, she said, Xiao Yan, if my mother hits my mother, and even hits me, and my mother divorces me, do you think they will still hit my mother if I leave? Li Shun was surprised when she heard this and asked, in Shen Tianli's family, did you shout because your mother hit you? Lu Yi quickly waved her hands, feeling wronged.
Grandma Li, no.
My mother, hit Xiao Yan, hit Luoer, then hit me. I wanted to run away. My eldest uncle, his wife, second uncle, his wife, and Aunt Wu all chased after me to beat me. It hurts so much. As she spoke, she kept holding different parts of her body, showing how painful it was. Everyone looked at each other, unsure what to say. They all came out after hearing the noise, but old Fourth Shen's house was locked, with high walls and a big courtyard, so they couldn't see what was happening. They only heard Lu Ye's sharp screams, which made them very anxious. Fan Suya had just married her granddaughter a few days ago. The recent fuss was enough, and now they were causing trouble again. They thought Shen Old Fourth's family was fine, not worried about losing face. Isn't that right? Xiao Yan, why did your grandma hit you all? My grandma told my mom to divorce my sister-in-law. My mom refused. So grandma hits us. This statement carried more weight. Someone's eyes sparkled as they looked at Lu Yi and asked, Xiao Yan, did your sister-in-law get divorced?
No, she didn't.
My brother just asked his wife to stay at her parents' house for a couple of days, Shen Tianyan said unhappily, even with some anger. But everyone else thought Lu Yi must have been divorced. A fool, no matter how pretty, is still a fool. Grandma Li, can you go call Grandpa Zeng? My husband said Grandpa Zeng is the oldest and only he can decide for me and my mom. When Li Shunsher heard this, her eyes shifted. She quickly stood up from the doorstep, running while saying, wait, I'll go call someone. Lu Yi then pulled Shen Tianyan and continued running toward Li Xian's house. Someone had gone to ask the clan leader, so the village chief was left with her and Xiao Yan. Li Xian saw that Lu Yi and Shen Tianyan had injuries on their faces and hands. He was startled and asked, Xiao Yan, what happened? Shen Tianyan immediately wiped tears and cried, Village chief, Grandpa, Grandma are forcing my mom to divorce my sister-in-law. My mom doesn't agree, so Grandma hits me, my sister, and my sister-in-law. She even said if my mom doesn't divorce her, she will divorce her instead. Village chief, please go see. Maybe they are still making things difficult for my mom. Hearing this, Village Chief Li hurriedly ran out. During the critical time of his election campaign, if the village had a divorce issue, how could he be the village chief? Then your sister-in-law was divorced. Li Xian looked at Lu Yi with a frown and asked, No, my brother just asked his wife to leave for a few days. Sister-in-law, where should we go? Back to the county? The county was really great, good food, nice place to stay, and Brother Hong was teaching him to read and write. Li Xian quickly said, No, Xiao Yan, your sister-in-law can't leave now. Wait until everything is clear before you go. If she leaves now, and your grandma sends the divorce papers to Lu's house, your sister-in-law might never come back. Hearing this, Shen Tianyan's face turned pale instantly. He grabbed Lu Ye's hand, nervous and scared, and said, Sister-in-law, let's go back. With village chief and clan leader here, Grandma definitely won't force your mom to divorce you again. Lu Yi knew that this young man was worrying unnecessarily. Without mentioning anything else, Shen Tianli would not be divorced by old lady Shen, whether for himself or for the third house. This cunning little husband must have a backup plan, so she decided to watch and see. When the head of the Shen family arrived at Old Fourth's house, he saw Shen Yong'an and Shen Yongshou fighting Shen Tianli. Shen Tianli was lying on the ground, struggling. Stop! What are you doing? Tianli's injuries are not healed yet and you're hitting him. Don't you want him to stop hunting? The family head understood the purpose of Old Fourth's family and angrily shouted. Old Fourth had previously refused his wife to let Tianli see a doctor. He felt sorry but had no way to help. It was strange that a few days ago, he found out that Yongin was not their biological son. Even if he wasn't their real son, he had been raised with them for so long. Moreover, Yongin and Tianli were both good boys. Yet, Old Fourth's family kept bullying them. Was their vision blurry, or their hearts blind? Now, they not only wanted to divorce He and Tianli's wife, but also beat Tianli. This was getting more and more unreasonable. Great-grandpa, you've misunderstood. We are. Before Shen Yongfu could finish, Shen Tianli interrupted him. Clan leader, Uncle Clan leader, please stand up for me. He then knelt down, trying to grab the clan leader's sleeve. When the clan leader saw Shen Tianli like this, he felt even more distressed. He was the most outstanding and promising young man in their clan. Look at what Old Fourth's family had done to him. He quickly told his two grandsons behind him, "Hurry, help Tianli up." Shen Tianli pushed them away and held onto the clan leader's sleeve, crying out, "Clan leader, please, for my father's sake, save me. I am about to be forced to death. I started hunting when I was 7, and I've been doing it for 9 years. Our house, my younger uncle's and older brother's studies, and the village's ancestral hall, all have contributed in some way. But after my father joined the army, my grandmother not only made my mother do chores but also urged me to go up the mountain to hunt constantly. It was endless, day and night, and she never let me rest. I was badly injured, and although my grandmother had 100 taels of silver, she wouldn't spend it on my treatment. Instead, she married Lu Yi to me to bring me good luck. Luckily, Lu Yi's good fortune saved my life. She's simple, but she knows how to take care of people. I, Shen Tianli, am grateful. I thought that as long as I had a wife who protected me and my mother, that would be enough." As he spoke, Shen Tianli's voice choked with emotion, but my grandmother forced my mother to divorce her. My mother also believed she was kind and innocent, and she couldn't bear to divorce her. My mother beats my wife, my brother, my sister, and even my family elders. They all want to force my wife to leave me. Grandfather, I am a man. I can only watch as they hit her, and others. I feel deep anger inside. I hate that the big blind man didn't kill me, and I hate that the big tiger didn't eat me. If that had happened, I wouldn't have to feel so useless, watching my mother and wife being bullied. Grandpa, Lu Yi is not only my family but also my lucky star and savior. They ignored my protests and forced my mother to make my wife leave. They don't want to take away my good fortune, nor do they want me to die. Grandpa, I beg you, please let us split up our family. I'd rather take the blame for being unfilial than see my mother, brother, sister, and wife suffer or see myself so helpless." Lu Yi and the village chief's family hurried back. The yard was full of people, all looking at Shen Tianli with pity. They angrily accused old lady Shen of trying to force the family apart, since she's not even related by blood. Lu Yi thought that the little son-in-law's sacrifice was too great. He was even lying on the ground without caring about his image. Was the situation really that serious? But she also believed that the little son-in-law wouldn't do useless things. She quietly waited and watched. When Shen Tianyan tried to step forward to pull him, she quickly held him back. She couldn't let anyone disturb him. Li Zian followed his father, listening to Shen Tianli's tearful complaints. His eyes turned red too. He felt guilty for not taking good care of them and for letting his brothers down. Suddenly, he thought splitting up the family might be good. If they split, he could take care of his family better.
No.
We can't split up the family. Absolutely not. Old Lady Shen shouted sharply, strongly opposing. Mom, I just want to ask you, am I really your grandson? Shen Tianli asked sadly. Of course you are my grandson. You are my dear grandson. All right, Tianli, from now on, whatever you say goes. We must not split up the family, Old Lady Shen hurriedly said. This was her money tree. What would happen if they split up? Old Shen glared at Old Lady Shen. Why was she so confident now? All right, Tianli, you're already married and an adult. Why are you still lying on the ground? The eldest and second eldest helped Tianli up quickly. But Shen Tianli pushed them away and struggled. I don't need you to help me. I want to get up myself. He supported himself with his hands and prepared to stand up. Shin Yongfu and Shin Yongshou saw Shin Tianli's poor attitude towards them and didn't dare to force him. Instead, the clan leader, seeing the situation, hurriedly asked his two sons to go and pull him away. However, before they could get close, Shin Tianli, who was about to stand up, suddenly let out a sharp cry of pain, and fell to the ground. Lear, what's wrong? Shin Tianli touched his leg and shouted, Mother, my leg. My leg. He Mei, hearing this, turned pale and quickly said, Xiao Yan, hurry and get Dr. Lear, come here, quickly check what's wrong with Tianli. Seeing old Shin and old Madam Shin approaching, Shin Tianli painfully begged, Don't come near me. Don't come near. Clan leader Zeng, please, let me be separated. If we don't separate soon, our family will be forced to die. Old Shin frowned and said coldly, Tianli, now is not the time for you to cause trouble. The most important thing now is your leg. Everything else is not important. My leg being useless would be good. Just like Uncle Da and Uncle Air, staying at home all day, doing nothing, protecting my mother, my younger brother and sister, and my wife. Hearing this, old Shin's face darkened further, and he scolded, You're talking nonsense. Your grandmother would treat your mother and your wife well. You should go back and rest. After speaking, he turned to the clan leader and the village head, saying, Tianli is stubborn. He always makes a fuss over small matters. I hope the clan leader and village head won't mind. Fourth brother, a family at peace brings prosperity. Your family is always causing trouble. Aren't you tired? Don't forget, you still have 2 children studying. The clan leader said sharply. Yes, Uncle Clan, I was wrong. I will definitely discipline them and stop these women from causing trouble. Old Fourth Shin, I heard your family is forcing her to divorce? I tell you, divorce is not a good thing, especially for scholars. If they don't want fame for their whole life, it's fine. But if they seek fame, a divorce can ruin a scholar's reputation. Always bringing up his wife's younger brother and eldest grandson. If it really affects them, will the younger brother let her divorce Lu Yi? Their family married a fool, and that's embarrassing. Because of this, their younger brother has often complained about her. But now, Shin Tianli's shameless demand to split the family must have been too much today, causing his rebellion. The best plan now is to soothe Shin Tianli and wait for a chance to deal with He Mei and Lu Yi later. Alright, I was just talking. Look at that fool kicking my house. The gate was just repaired, and now he's kicking the door again. Who would want such a daughter-in-law? Maybe he will hit me someday. Isn't it because he was angry and decided to divorce? This fool is really strong. He managed to kick such a big hole this time. No wonder fourth sister-in-law is angry. If it were me, I would be furious too. Everyone saw that it was Li Xiaoer's mother. Although Xiaoer's mother spoke harshly, it was true. Such a good door, with a big hole in it. Who wouldn't feel upset? Shin Tianli looked over, but he wasn't focusing on Xiaoer's mother. He was looking at her directly. Her gaze, fixed on him, made him feel disgusted and sick.
Li Xiaoer noticet Shin Tianli stare.
She blushed quickly, but didn't look away. Instead, she became more affectionate. Her face, which had been scarred, looked better now. Although the scars were still faint, they weren't obvious unless you looked closely. That was so good. Now she wouldn't have to face that fierce face again. From now on, she would love Shin Tianli wholeheartedly and protect him. Lu Yi noticed that many villagers' eyes were on Shin Tianli. Not just because he was the focus today, the main person involved, but also because he hadn't appeared for over 20 days. His scars had mostly healed, his face was much whiter, and looked more handsome and charming. Everyone, from young girls to wives and mothers, was staring at Shin Tianli with blushing faces and fixed attention. Even the older women kept watching him, showing how popular he used to be in the village. But there was one look, like a bubble gum stuck to the ground, that made people feel uncomfortable. Lu Yi walked straight over and said, Dr. Li is coming soon. Let's go inside. Without giving Shin Tianli a chance to reply, she hugged him and left. Under everyone's watch, Shen Tianli was carried away by his wife again. His face turned red all the way to his neck. He quickly said, No, I can just use my crutch. But then he saw that his wife looked unhappy and didn't want his crutch. Worried, he asked, What's wrong? Are you upset because I was harsh earlier?
Lu Yi didn't speak.
She couldn't say it was because she only wanted to look at his handsome face herself. Don't be angry. I didn't mean to chase you away just now. I was trying to ask you to call someone, Shen Tianli hurriedly explained. Lu Yi knew Shen Tianli had misunderstood, but she didn't plan to explain. Instead, she laid him on the bed and turned to leave. Shen Tianli thought Lu Yi had heard his last words, asking her to find someone, so he left at that moment. Now that he has explained himself, why did she go out again? Is she still angry? Shen Tianli suddenly felt panicked. He kept taking advantage of Year again and again. After observing for many days, he knew his wife was not stupid, just very honest and simple. She didn't understand many social tricks. Today, he was so strict that she believed him and left. She was just persuaded to come back by Uncle An. Now seeing him and remembering his scolding, she left again. Shen Tianli felt worried for no reason, even scared. What if she really leaves? What should he do? He was so reckless. Usually, he used her to protect his mother and younger siblings, but this time, his words were too harsh. He knew very well that his wife was different from others. Without thinking, he got off the bed, about to step down, when he saw Heisher come in. Lear, why are you getting up? Mother, you must stop Year. She went out and ran far away. Ran far? What's going on? Heisher was shocked but also worried about Shen Tianli. She hurriedly said, Lie down. Lure, go chase her. She spoke while heading outside. If Year really left, no one would protect her anymore. She saw clearly today that her son's daughter was not as good as her daughter-in-law. Outside, people were about to leave after seeing Lu Yi run out and walk away directly, carrying Shen Tianli's embrace into the house. Shen Tianli saw her sister-in-law leave without looking back and hurriedly called out, Sister-in-law, where are you going? But her sister-in-law ignored her, which had never happened before. She quickly followed. After a few steps, she heard her mother shout, Lure, hurry up. Catch up with your sister-in-law. Don't let her go. Shen Tianli was shocked and hurried to chase after her. In the yard, everyone was annoyed that the fool had taken brother Tianli away and scolded her shamelessly. Li Xiu'er, who saw Lu Yi leave, also found it strange like everyone else. Then she heard Heisher say that the fool had left. Good riddance. If she left, brother Tianli could marry her next year. Although she was a second wife, brother Tianli had become more handsome now, and her noble status would be hers. But Heisher was still as clueless as before. If the fool left, so what? Why chase after her? She's just a fool. How could she compare to brother Tianli? Besides, if the fool left, wasn't there still her? And this Shen Tianli, she would never think of treating her well again. On her way back, sister-in-law hurriedly approached, and Shen Tianyan saw her rush over. He quickly ran to ask sister-in-law what's wrong. Is brother? He was really worried that his brother might have hurt his leg in the fall. Lu Yi saw Shen Tianyan's pale face full of concern and realized he misunderstood. No, I need to go into the mountains for some matters. Please take Dr. Li back quickly. The little master is so cunning. He must be using a trick. Otherwise, with just Shen Yongfu and Shen Yongshou, they couldn't have pushed him down. Once the little master acts this way, old lady Shen will be calm for a while. But she also doesn't doubt that the little master truly plans to leave the family. Breaking away might be better. She doesn't want to see old lady Shen's family with their fake, disgusting faces. After saying this, she quickly left without even hearing Shen Tianyan softly call her sister-in-law. Seeing how anxious sister-in-law was, Shen Tianyan knew it was urgent. He took Dr. Li to see his brother, and not far along the way, he saw his sister running over, looking unsteady. Big sister, what are you going to do? Xiaoyan, why didn't you stop sister-in-law? Why should I stop her? Sister-in-law has urgent matters in the mountains. I can't delay her. He's a good little brother-in-law. Sister-in-law went into the mountains, didn't she leave? Shun Tianlu asked in surprise. Yes. That's what sister-in-law told me. Shun Tianlu thought sister-in-law wouldn't lie to them.
Since she said it was urgent, she felt relieved.
Thinking for a moment, sister-in-law had already gone far and was walking quickly. She couldn't catch up, so she decided to go home and tell her brother and mother to see what they said. Louis indeed had urgent business in the mountains, but it wasn't her who was anxious. It was the little white snake. Just now, she was watching the little master cry and complain so well she thought he could be a movie star, when suddenly she felt something at her feet. Looking down, she saw the little white snake crawling toward her legs with effort. Seeing no one around to help, she hurriedly bent down and put it into her space. Once inside the space, the little white snake kept clamoring to go to the mountain, and when it saw Li Xiao appearing at the little master, she carried him onto the bed. Under the little white snake's urging, she quickly headed toward the mountain. Little white snake, where do you want me to go? Louis asked as they entered the mountain. To the bear cave. To the bear cave. To the bear cave. Listening to the little white snake's endless shouting, Louis felt her head ache. She patted her head and said, all right, just tell me once and I'll understand. She suspected this little white snake was just a repeating machine, only able to repeat. To the bear.
Ah.
You can hear me now? The little white snake asked in surprise. Willow Leaf was speechless. She kept telling the small white snake to be quiet, but it didn't seem to understand. It was such a forgetful little creature. Yes, I heard you talking. So, little white snake, you don't need to repeat yourself anymore. Oh, I thought you could only hear me if I repeated myself once, the white snake said gloomily, then asked slightly angrily, since you can hear me after just one try, why couldn't you hear me calling you outside your door for so long? You called me? I only heard you urging me to go up the mountain. Willow Leaf thought for a moment and added, I guess I can only hear you when you're inside the space. The white snake thought about it. When she entered the dark room, she heard a few shut-up commands, but didn't pay attention at the time. Could it be that they understand each other's words? Is that why they came here? Maybe I should try going out again? Willow Leaf also considered this and released the white snake. The white snake wrapped around her hand. She felt a little uncomfortable and tense, but knowing the snake wouldn't hurt her, she gradually relaxed. Seeing the white snake lift its head, flick its tongue, and move its jaw, she asked, Little white snake, are you talking to me? The white snake flicked its tongue again and moved its jaw. Willow Leaf directly put the snake into the space and asked, Can you hear me now? The white snake happily exclaimed, Wow, really? I can hear you once I go into the dark room. This place is so strange. I like it here, and there's so much delicious food. While speaking, the white snake continued eating the dried goods like roasted chicken that Willow Leaf had stored, treating it as her home. The roasted chicken was so tasty, warm, not hot in the mouth, fragrant and delicious. Willow Leaf saw the foodie gobbling her last roasted chicken and couldn't help but twitch her lips. This little eater had already finished all 5 of her remaining roasted chickens while inside the space. Little white snake, why did you ask me to come into the mountain? Into the mountain? Oh, to the bear cave. I came down the mountain many times looking for you, but you weren't there.
So I stored food on the mountain.
I stored a lot, enough for me to eat all winter. Maybe I'll grow a little bigger too. Hurry and bring them in. I want to stay with you here from now on. This little white snake was so self-willed, treating her space as her home without even asking her owner's permission, already making her decision. She doesn't mind having such a cute and smart little creature, but is it edible? Could it have killed many fierce beasts? She doesn't want blood everywhere inside the space. When they arrived at the bear den, she realized it wasn't a fierce beast at all, but a bunch of jade stones. An entire bear den full of jade. Little white snake, is this your food? Yes. Hurry and put them away. The little white snake's food is really precious. Luckily, she brought some food herself, otherwise, she couldn't afford to keep it. Lu Yi collected all the jade stones from the bear den. Seeing only a corner of the space, the little white snake said, Why is there so little? Let me out quickly. I want to dig some more and store it. You're still going to dig? Is there more here? She had guessed that the big mountain had iron ore, but didn't expect there was jade too.
Yes. Do you want me to take you there? Yes. I want to see,
Lu Yi said, releasing the little white snake. As soon as the little white snake was released, it swam forward quickly. Lu Yi hurried to follow, but the snake moved too fast. Even running, she couldn't catch up. The little white snake turned its head twice to look at Lu Yi. Seeing she was too slow and hadn't caught up, it suddenly transformed back into its original form. Using its long tail, it wrapped her up and placed her on its back, then started to swim away. Lu Yi was startled to see a huge white snake over 1 meter thick and more than 10 zhang long in front of her. The next second, she was wrapped up by the snake's tail, lifted high into the air, and landed on its broad, smooth back. She felt herself sliding downward and quickly hugged the snake tightly. She could feel it swimming swiftly, covering about 100 meters in an instant. After about an incense stick's worth of time, the snake stopped and looked at Lu Yi. Lu Yi felt dizzy. This was the speed of a high-speed train. But she wasn't sitting inside a carriage. She was lying on the wheel, which was quite an intense experience. She rolled off the snake, unable to hold back her. The snake looked at her worriedly, circling around her, then opened its mouth wide, sticking out its tongue. The strong smell of snake saliva hit her, making her even more. "Stay back a bit," Lu Yi managed to say. The snake was puzzled but eventually decided that its large body was inconvenient, so it transformed back into the small white snake and looked at Lu Yi. Lu Yi vomited for a while before feeling a bit better. She took some water from the space to rinse her mouth and drank a little more, finally feeling alive again. After resting a while, she stood up and said, "Let's go." After taking a few steps, she saw the little white snake still in the same spot, so she went back and gently pushed it with her foot. This time, the white snake seemed to understand her meaning, so it carried the willow leaf forward. It first slipped into a large hollow in an old tree, and the willow leaf also crawled into the surrounding grass. Suddenly, her whole body dropped downward, even brushing past the white snake. The fall was so fast that stones scraped her skin painfully. She felt that if she kept falling like this, it wouldn't be a good thing. She even saw jagged rocks at the entrance that might break her head, waist, or legs. She thought, "I'm doomed this time. I shouldn't have been so curious and come in." Suddenly, she felt something pulling her, then she gradually slowed down. Although she still fell and hit the ground, she landed on something cool and soft. When she opened her eyes, she saw a big, bright green eye looking at her. The white snake had saved her. Seeing its caring gaze, she reached out and touched it, saying gratefully, "Thank you, I'm fine." The white snake used its tail to place her near its head, then looked at her again. Suddenly, she heard a loud thump. The ground beneath her trembled. She took out her oil lamp and saw the white snake using its agile, strong tail to strike the rocks around her. The rocks were uneven and jagged, some sharp like knives, and she could see a faint hint of blood on one. She frowned, thinking that if she guessed right, that was probably where she had just fallen from. The white snake was injured because of her. But even injured, the white snake's fighting ability was impressive. She felt the ground beneath her trembling constantly, almost as if the mountain above might collapse at any moment. She waited anxiously for a while, then saw a large stone fall. The white snake curled its big tail around several stones and piled them together, some of which still showed a hint of green. Soon, the big snake started hitting the rocks again, breaking a large piece into smaller ones, then stacking the useful parts. In about an hour, they had built a pile of stones over 1 meter wide. The big snake continued for another half-hour, but unfortunately, no jade stones appeared. It seemed tired, so it used its large tail to carry the willow leaf over. She placed the jade stones into her space and saw that the white snake had become smaller, about 20 centimeters thick. It used its tail to hold her and helped her climb out of the hole. This time, the white snake struggled to climb. Even after leaving the hole, it didn't move very fast. It only reached the bare cave before finally setting her down. It transformed back into a small snake, lifted its head, and looked at her. Lu Yi bent down and reached her hand toward the small snake. The snake crawled onto her arm. Lu Yi looked at it and saw that its belly was indeed injured. She took some medicine from her space, gently touched the snake, and then put it back into her space. "Little white snake, thank you for saving me," Lu Yi said with a smile. "It was my carelessness. If I had taken you down earlier, you wouldn't have fallen." The little white snake felt guilty, but she was fine. She even applied medicine to herself. Lu Yi sincerely thought this white snake was kind and smart. She asked, "Do you have a name?" "Name?" "Yes, just like me. I am Lu Yi."
You can call me Year.
"If you don't have a name, I can help you choose one, okay?"
Yes. Yes.
"I also want a name, something as beautiful as Year. You are quick and clever when you run, and you are kind and smart. You are a lively white snake. How about calling you Qingling?" "Qingling. Qingling. Okay, I'll be called Qingling," the little white snake happily said. She even rolled around happily in her space. Seeing Qingling so happy, Lu Yi also smiled and asked, "The jade mine is so far from the bear cave. How did you carry it there?" "I put the ore in my belly, then spat it out into the bear cave." Lu Yi was surprised and looked at the stones and jade first put into her space, full of disdain. She then asked, "Qingling, how were you in the bear cave that day?" "The jade below the bear cave is good, but there are also black stones. I don't like black stones, but I have to peel them, so I went there." "Where is your skin?" "I ate it. I eat it every time I shed my skin. I feel like this gives me more energy and helps me grow faster."
Liu Ye chuckled softly.
Qingling was quite a peculiar snake. She had never heard of a snake that ate its own skin. When Lu Yi went down the mountain, it was time to cook. Most children were playing at the village entrance. Li Michio had a task today. Her little aunt said that if he saw Lu Yi, he should tell her immediately for a reward. So, when he saw Lu Yi approaching from afar, he quickly dropped his friends and ran home in a flash. Little aunt, that fool is back." Li Xiaoer, who was embroidering inside the house, heard this, pricked her finger, and frowned in pain, but she didn't mind. She stood up coldly and asked, "You say that fool is back?" "Yes. Yes." Li Xiaoer tightly held her embroidered handkerchief. No matter how she spoke badly about the fool, or even let the village women say she was foolish in front of it didn't change Mrs. He's view of that fool. Although today old lady Shen was resting the fool, besides their own family's opinion, she also told Fan Shi and Shin Yongwan many things. But she didn't expect that brother Tianli would actually protect that fool, even risking splitting the family. She really doesn't understand what's so good about that fool. Clearly, she looks a bit prettier than her. In the past, brother Tianli wasn't the kind of person who cared much about looks. Now that he's more handsome and his legs are faster, why would he like a fool? It must be because brother Tianli values loyalty, thinking that fool is his wife, so he's protecting her. It's so annoying. Not only did that fool take her place, but she also took away the love that was originally hers. But luckily, that fool has self-awareness and knows she doesn't deserve brother Tianli, so she left herself. But she never expected that she would really come back. What is a fool like her coming back for? Li Xiaoer threw down her embroidery angrily and left the door. Seeing Lu Yi walking towards her, she clenched her fists tightly. She walked over and asked coldly, "Aren't you gone? Why are you back? Brother Tianli is such a noble person. Not someone like you, a fool, can match. If you're sensible, leave quickly. Otherwise, you won't have a good ending." Lu Yi looked at Li Xiaoer. Now that she saw only her, she didn't bother pretending anymore. TSK, threatening her again. How shameless and desperate for a man is she? Staring at someone else's husband. Could it be that in this ancient rebirth story, people are willing to lose their face for themselves? Little husband belongs to me. I'm not leaving. Lu Yi said unhappily. Brother Tianli is hers? Nonsense. Such a noble man like brother Tianli, in past and present, belongs to her. She, the fool, is just occupying someone else's place, and she's right. Li Xiuer's anger flared. She raised her hand, ready to hit Lu Yi. She wanted to beat this fool to death, the fool who took her place. But as soon as she raised her hand, she was firmly grabbed. This fool's grip was surprisingly strong. Her wrist hurt from being held. Let go, you fool. Do you dare hit me? I will hit you. Who told you to occupy my brother Tianli? I tell you, this fool, brother Tianli will leave you sooner or later. Brother Tianli belongs to me. Only I am his legitimate wife. You, this fool, aren't even worthy of being a concubine for him. Fool, let go of me now.
Li Xiuer struglat. Liu Ye fronet.
This doesn't sound right. Could it be that in a past life, Shen Tianli married this Li Xiuer? But if Shen Tianli really married her, then what about her? Also, Shen Tianli clearly dislikes Li Xiuer, so why would he marry her? Forget it anyway. She is now the wife of the young master, who also doesn't care for a white lotus flower. So far, she has no plans to leave. There's no need to worry over empty things. As for the future, no one knows what will happen. When it comes to that point, her only goal is to avoid interference from unrelated people and live her own life.
Liu Ye pushetli juaraside.
That woman's threat is nonsense. As long as the Shen family hasn't divorced her, Shen Tianli hasn't divorced her, or they haven't found a better-looking, more responsible, and better man for her, she doesn't plan to leave the Shen family for now. Moreover, she has decided that once Shen Tianli's leg heals, she will take him around her door every day, making others jealous and letting her enjoy the torment of unrequited love. Let her see if she dares to threaten her again. Shen Qingshan has been feeling very troubled lately, perhaps unlucky recently. He doesn't know why, but the men in the village have started avoiding him, each one keeping their distance when they see him. The most frustrating thing is that he spent a lot of silver on Luo Xiaozhu, and she has now become the county magistrate's concubine. Today, while hunting on the mountain, he didn't catch a single prey in his trap. He saw many animals, but didn't manage to catch any. Even stranger, while chasing a rabbit today, the ground suddenly started shaking, making him think the mountain was collapsing. The rabbits were also panicked, running wildly and crashing into a big rock, causing him to accidentally catch a rabbit. But he was really afraid the mountain would collapse, so he decided to go back. Unexpectedly, he saw Shen Tianli's silly wife pushing Xiuer. It's all because of that fool. If she hadn't gone up the mountain to help catch the black bear, would anyone have died? Would the village men have ignored him? Thinking back to that time, after he fought the tiger, everyone kept stopping to greet him. He hurried over and scolded in a cold voice, "Lu Yi, you fool. What are you doing? Do you realize how strong you are, and yet you're pushing Xiuer?" Then he lowered his head gently and asked Li Xiuer, who had stood up, "Xiuer, are you okay?" Li Xiuer saw it was Shen Qingshan. Although Shen Qingshan was a coward, Shen Tianli valued him. She blinked her watery eyes and looked aggrieved, saying, "Brother Qingshan, I'm fine." She then frowned and gently held her wrist. Shen Qingshan looked over, though he couldn't see clearly. It seemed that Xiuer had hurt her wrist. He frowned and said, "Lu Yi, apologize to Xiuer now. Otherwise, I will tell Tianli to teach you a lesson. Divorce you." In this era where the husband's authority is supreme, divorce is like stabbing a woman in the heart. Stronger women feel anxious every day, while weaker ones might be so ashamed and upset that they could even take their own lives. Yet they keep bullying her with this deadly threat again and again. Old Shen family is no exception. After all, filial piety is everything, and they believe they are right no matter what. But what right does Shen Qingshan have? The Shen family has already lost 5 members. If he wants to show off as a hero in front of beautiful women, he shouldn't use her as a target. Does he really think she is a fool and easy to bully? You're shameless. You took my firewood and haven't returned it. You don't keep your promises. After speaking, ignoring Shen Qingshan's awkward and angry face, she pointed at Li Xiuer and said, "You're shameless too, still thinking about my man."
Disgusting.
Li Xiuer turned pale with anger, breathing heavily. "You fool, you're spreading lies. I don't have a man. It's not him. You two are exchanging glances, and you're acting wronged in front of him. If he's not your man, then who is? Since you have a man, my husband's affairs are none of your business. You are not allowed to go to my house. You're a shameless woman. Lu Yi saw some maids looking over and deliberately raised her voice. Li Xiao'er stomped her foot in anger, her eyes red, pointing at Lu Yi and scolding, "You idiot! Shen Qingshan and I are innocent. If you keep talking nonsense, I'll tear your mouth apart." Lu Yi quickly slapped Li Xiao'er's finger that was pointing at her nose. She winced in pain and hurriedly withdrew her hand, tears welling up in her eyes. "Lu Yi, you've gone too far," Shen Qingshan said coldly. "Go away, you good-for-nothing dog, get out of the way."
You.
Sister-in-law, you're back. Why are you standing here? Hurry home. Brother has been waiting anxiously. Shen Tianyan ran over, grabbing Lu Ye's hand. Then he glanced at Li Xiao'er and Shen Qingshan frowned. It was clear that these two disliked her and were stopping her from going home quickly. "We were just about to leave. But two barking dogs blocked our way," Lu Yi said with a crooked smile. Skin Tianyan looked around and pretended not to see the two people in front of him. He pulled Lu Yi aside and said, "Sister-in-law, since they're just dogs, don't bother with them. Stay away from them in the future. They are annoying. Let's go back. It's time to eat. I still have meat in my bowl, and I left it for you." Li Xiao'er was angry that Shen Tianyan was protecting that fool and called her a dog. She stomped her feet in anger and ran back to her house. Shen Qingshan wanted to stop Li Xiao'er but hesitated, feeling ashamed himself. After thinking for a moment, he glared fiercely at Shen Tianyan and Lu Yi as they left. He then carried the rabbit in his hand and went to Li Xiao'er's house. Back at the Shen family, Shen Dolu was waiting at the door. Seeing Lu Yi and her brother return together, she ran out happily, her eyes a little red. "Sister-in-law, you're back. Let's go inside quickly. I've already brought your food into the house." "Thank you, Lu'er." "You're so kind," Lu Yi said, walking over and holding Shen Dola's arm with a smile. Next to them, Shen Tianyan pouted unhappily, pulled Lu Ye's hand, and asked, "Sister-in-law, am I good? Am I good?" Lu Yi gently patted Shen Tianyan's head and smiled. "Very good. Little Yan is the best." Hearing this, Shen Tianyan was satisfied. He looked proudly at his sister, thinking, "Sister-in-law still treats me well. She pats my head and says I'm the best." Shen Dula saw her brother's little expression, but didn't mind. She knew her sister-in-law was closest to her. "Look, she's holding her arm." He sure heard the noise outside and hurried out. Seeing Lu Yi, she immediately ran over, hugged her tightly, and cried, "Year, where did you go? You didn't say a word. I was so worried about Mother. Mother, I went up the mountain. I was wrong. I won't run around anymore. I'll tell you if I go out." Lu Yi patted Heesher's back and said. Although she knew Heesher cared about her mainly because she could protect her, she believed there was genuine affection too. If it had been her mother, she wouldn't have hugged her crying but would have looked cold and scolded her calmly. Even though her mother was also an educated person, her scolding was no less harsh than Shen Laotai's. She wondered why, as mothers, their differences were so big. Okay, Year is very obedient. Let's go inside to eat. Lu'er has brought all the food to our room." In fact, Shen Laotai didn't want to see their family. Since she didn't want to split the family and couldn't let Heesher divorce Lu Yi or control her, she preferred to turn a blind eye when there was no other way. Lu Yi nodded with a smile. "Mother, let's eat. Let's eat." Although Shen Tianli wanted to see his wife and apologize to her, and even wondered where she was in such a hurry to go earlier, his mother kept his wife in the East Room. He couldn't say anything, so he simply put the 2 pieces of meat and noodles from his bowl into her bowl. Lu Yi saw the full bowl and didn't mind, because if she ate in the West Room, Shen Tianli would always give her the better food from his bowl. It's fair to say that Grandma Shen, though she sometimes bullied Heesher and others, had started to treat Shen Tianli's meals well after knowing his leg could heal. His meals were now arranged according to the main husband's table, which was quite good. Lu Yi looked at Heesher and others, who had only plain soup with almost no noodles, and knew what her own meal was like. It seemed Shen Tianli had given all his noodles to her this time. Could he also be worried about her? But Lu Yi was never selfish. She first picked out a lot of noodles for He Shi, then added a piece of meat for her, and also served some noodles to Xiao Yan and Lu Er. She even put the last piece of meat into Xiao Yan's bowl. Seeing that her brother Shen Tianyan's bowl had no meat, he put the meat back into his sister-in-law's bowl and said, "Sister-in-law, eat. I'll just have the noodles." Lu Yi put the meat into Shen Tianyan's bowl and said, "Eat it. Tomorrow, I will go up the mountain to hunt rabbits to add to your meals." Hearing this, Shen Tianyan happily said, "Sister-in-law, I want to go too. I want to go too." Okay, take Xiao Yan with you tomorrow. He sure now knew that this daughter-in-law was not only strong but also teaching her son martial arts. She was quite impressive. She smiled and said, "All right, we'll go tomorrow." She hadn't eaten rabbit meat in a long time. When her husband was at home, he knew she liked it and often ate it. After he left and their son often showed her respect, she was naive and shared it with her family, but she never ate any herself. Later, gradually, her son stopped bringing rabbits home. Maybe he didn't want to give the main wife's family any advantage. Shen Tianli finished his rice in a few bites, listening to the laughter coming from the east room. He wondered why his mother didn't let Yi eat faster and thought, why do they talk so much? Don't they know that one shouldn't talk while eating or sleeping? Under Shen Tianli's anticipation, Lu Yi finally returned to the west room after half an hour. "Wife, are you full?" Lu Yi sat at the corner of the Kong, her mind filled with light, cheerful voices. "Yi, this is your home. It looks much better than other places, but I still prefer those houses made of earth. They are shady, comfortable, and even have holes to crawl through." Snakes like shady places, Lu Yi understands, but she cares more about something else. "You can actually see outside?" After asking in her mind, she heard Shen Tianli's voice and nodded slightly as a reply. "Is my wife still angry?" She isn't smiling at him anymore, nor does she look at him. Shen Tianli feels more nervous. He leans on his cane and slowly walks over. Yes, but it takes a lot of energy. Then don't waste energy looking outside. If you want to come out, just tell me. I'll let you out. It would be embarrassing if she was bathing or changing clothes and he peeked. Okay. Oh, there's a nice jade here. I'll eat it. Maybe it will grow quickly. Qingling suddenly curls her tail around a jade pendant and says. At this moment, Shen Tianli also walks over to Lu Yi and sits down slowly, reaching out to hold her hand. Lu Yi is completely focused on Qingling, so she doesn't notice Shen Tianli. When she sees the jade on Qingling's tail, she suddenly stands up, almost shouting out loud. Her mind quickly says, "Qingling, that jade pendant is a token of trust. You can't eat it. Finish your jade first. Later, I'll buy you a better one." Okay. Qingling reluctantly puts down the jade pendant and climbs onto her pile of jade stones to sleep. Shen Tianli, who is about to hold Lu Ye's hand, sees her startled and stand up, feeling even more upset. My wife is actually afraid of me. He's such a scoundrel. Usually, he just uses Lu Yi to protect his mother, but today he couldn't let his wife go find someone normally. Instead, he used the most extreme way, shouting at her, making her afraid of him. Shen Tianli feels like a Black Panther has caught him in his heart, very sad, and deeply regrets. Wife, I'm sorry. I shouldn't have spoken to you so harshly. I was asking for your help, but I didn't speak nicely. Lu Yi comes back to her senses. First, she is stunned by her wife's reaction. This guy used to call her year, so why is he acting like this today? When she hears sorry, she is even more surprised. Suddenly, she remembers Li Xiu'er and raises her head to stare sharply at Shen Tianli. What has this guy done to wrong her? Has he fallen for Li Xiu'er, with his soul wandering? But when she hears the words that follow, she feels a bit dazed. Were those words serious? What serious words did he say? Based on what he said below, Lu Yi finally remembered. When he told her to leave and go find someone for help, his tone was very strict and firm. Could it be that because of this, the young master felt a bit confused, with a handsome face full of regret and remorse? Shen Tianli raised his head, supporting Lu Ye's shoulders to prevent her from pulling away. Looking into her eyes, he said carefully, "Wife, can you forgive me just this once? I promise I won't speak harshly to you again in the future." His serious last words sounded like a vow, especially with his determined gaze. Lu Yi suddenly felt her heart tremble. An unprecedented feeling of trust and reliance flooded her like a bursting dam, unstoppable. "Okay." Lu Yi tilted her head and happily said. She had never been angry with him because this man was genuinely kind to her. Moreover, today, he didn't say anything harsh or stop her from leaving. He was just hiding his true intentions to make it easier to open the door and get help. Maybe because of Qingling's urging, she hurried up the mountain, which made him misunderstand. But as a fool, being treated as a normal person by them was already enough for her. Being cared for by Shen Tianli, who treated her as a fragile little doll, made her feel surprisingly loved. Even though Shen Tianli said such words, he still felt uneasy inside. So, when he heard his wife speak and saw her sweet smile, it was like rain from the sky. He quickly hugged Lu Yi into his arms and said, "Wife, you're so good." Hearing her calling him wife, Lu Yi no longer felt awkward. Instead, she felt warm inside, like a bird that had found its nest after flying far away. She felt safe in her body and mind. Smiling, she wrapped her arms around Shen Tianli and said, "Husband, you're so good." Shen Tianli felt not only unprecedented peace, but also happiness that he couldn't describe. However, he noticed that the smell on his wife was a bit strange. He suddenly pushed Lu Yi away, looked at her seriously, and asked, "Yi, did you encounter a big snake on the mountain? Are you hurt?" Lu Yi nodded and shook her head. Yes, she did encounter a big snake, but she wasn't hurt. Shen Tianli examined her from head to toe. Aside from her messy hair and some dirt on her clothes, she seemed to have no injuries. "Yi, you left so suddenly. Did something happen?" Lu Yi thought for a moment and decided to tell him about the white snake. She said, "A friend came to see me, so I went to the mountain." "Friend? Male or female? What did they want with you on the mountain?" Lu Yi looked at Shen Tianli's serious expression, her eyes showing displeasure, especially towards the man and woman, which seemed to bother her. Could he be jealous? Lu Yi blinked and smiled, saying a man. She didn't know whether Ling Ling was a man or a woman, but that didn't stop her from playfully testing. A man. Shen Tianli's eyebrows furrowed even more when he heard that.
He knew it was a man.
Maybe he used to be kind to his wife, like childhood sweethearts, so when he called out, his wife even ignored her own husband. What is he asking you to do in the mountains? Could it be that he's asking your wife to go hunting for silver? A coward, a soft man, still bothering his wife after they got married. Feeling the sour smell in the air, Lu Yi happily said, "Give me the thing. It's good."
Look.
She took out a small piece of jade, about the size of her palm. Shen Tianli felt his heart ache. He thought the other person was a poor, gentle man, but he didn't expect him to be someone of high status and so generous. He even gave a big piece of jade. A large piece of jade. How much silver could that be worth? Shen Tianli felt a deep sense of disappointment. The other person was probably trying to use this to tempt his wife to leave him. No, his wife now belonged to him, and she always would. "Sweetheart, this is a valuable thing. We can't just accept it. You should return it. Later, your husband will buy you the biggest one. Also, sweetheart, from now on, besides me, you can't accept things from other men, understand?" Lu Yi thought this man was not only very jealous, but also quite bossy. Luckily, he wasn't unreasonable, so she tilted her head and asked, "Xiao Yan, is it okay if he gives me things too?" Shen Tianli frowned and finally said, "Xiao Yan is family, so yes. His brother-in-law respects his sister-in-law. It's natural." "And what about Uncle Shi? My master said he has a junior brother, and he will give me a precious gift in the future," Lu Yi asked with a tilt of her head. Shen Tianli's eyebrows furrowed even more and said, "That should be fine." "And my dad?" Shen Tianli was really worried his silly wife would ask every man she knew for things, so he said, "From now on, no matter who gives you something, ask me first before accepting, understand?" Louis nodded, then heard Shen Tianli say, "Be good, wife.
Take this back."
Wait, no, you can't take it back.
Tell me who he is?
What's his name? I'll have Xiao Yan return it. He also warned him not to bother his wife again. Willow Leaf tried not to laugh, shook her head, and said worriedly, "No, Qingling will be angry." Qingling, her name sounded nice, but she was so frivolous. She said unhappily, "Wife, if you don't send the jade back, I won't be happy either." "He's from your village, right? I'll have Xiao Yan send it now." She was about to call Xiao Yan. "He's not from our village," Willow Leaf quickly interrupted. She didn't want Xiao Yan to see her brother's joke. The young gentleman was too adorable.
Not.
Then which village is he from? Shen Tianli frowned even more. He's not from any village. Not from any village? Could he be from the town or the county? Where is he now? At her house. Willow Leaf said with a smile. Finally she could smile. She was about to burst from holding it in. Playing with a young gentleman was so fun. At her house. Where exactly? He dared to come to challenge them so shamelessly, really thinking Shen Tianli was easy to bully. Hearing the tone of the young snake, Shen Tianli suddenly felt he had made a big joke. But she was foolish and didn't realize. She hurriedly took out the wild man. Qingling felt like she had just come out of a dark room, opened her eyes, and saw an unfriendly look. Without thinking, she attacked immediately. Willow Leaf didn't expect the little white snake to attack Shen Tianli as soon as it came out. She quickly called, "Qingling." But in the next second, Shen Tianli pinched the little white snake's vital point. He pinched it. Qingling moved at lightning speed, and the young gentleman actually caught her. When did her young gentleman become so fast? She didn't even see how he made his move. But she couldn't let the young gentleman hurt it, so she hurriedly said, "Be gentle, gentle. Don't hurt Qingling." Shen Tianli looked down at the little white snake in his hand and asked, "Is this Qingling?" "Yes. I met her in the bear cave last time. I accidentally hurt her, but I also saved her."
"So she came to play with me."
"This jade is her food. She wants to stay with me now, so I can't return the jade to Qingling. Please give Qingling back to me." Shen Tianli looked at the little white snake and suddenly felt he was being teased by his wife. He was a little embarrassed, but happy that Qingling was just a snake, not a wild man trying to steal his wife. He handed the little white snake to Willow Leaf and asked, "Where do you plan to keep her?" "On my hand." "Qingling is coiled on my hand," Willow Leaf said, rolling up her sleeve to reveal her smooth, round arm, with the little white snake wrapped around it. Shen Tianli saw his wife's fair, delicate arms. His face turned red, and his ears grew warm. He looked down and said, "Okay, as long as it doesn't scare people, that's fine." Lu Yi saw that Shen Tianli didn't say anything, so she agreed happily to let Qingling stay. She pulled down her sleeve and said, "Don't worry. Qingling won't hurt anyone." As Lu Yi's sleeve was pulled back, Shen Tianli smelled that the snake's foul odor in the air was gone, just like when Lu Yi took Qingling out earlier. The room suddenly lost the snake smell. He looked at his wife's arm but didn't ask any more questions. It's better that the snake isn't on his silly wife's arm. His wife's arm is so soft and white, he's never even touched it. That little white snake is lucky, and it's a male. Grandma Shen had been hurt by Li Shen's wife a few days ago and hadn't recovered. Today, she completely compromised with the third household. Her injuries and her broken heart, combined with the cold weather, made her feverish in the afternoon. When Grandma Shen was sick, the whole family stayed quiet. She decided to take Shen Tianyan to the mountains. Lu Yi decided that before it snowed, she would catch more rabbits to make cloaks and also make one for Xiao Yan to keep warm. It's really cold in ancient times. She felt like a ball, shivering from the cold. "Xiao Yan, we're not hunting today. Let's have a race to see who can catch a rabbit."
"How about that?"
It's a good way to exercise, stay warm, and practice their agility. As long as it was her sister-in-law's idea, Shen Tianyan supported it without question and kept nodding in agreement. Lu Yi asked Qingling to tell her where the rabbits were, then she took Xiao Yan and ran. They chased rabbits all over the mountain. They ran all morning, sweating heavily but only caught one rabbit. Xiaoyan looked annoyed and said, "Sister-in-law, I'm so stupid. I didn't catch even one rabbit. We Xiaoyan are clever and quick on our feet. It's just our first time chasing wild rabbits and they run fast. Look, I didn't catch the last rabbit either. It's because I used my mental skills, which made my steps faster. This afternoon, I'll teach you how to use mental skills and you'll be able to catch rabbits too. Now, let's go kill the rabbit and roast it to bring home for dinner." Xiaoyan nodded happily. They found a small river. Although Lu Yi had never killed a rabbit before, she had dissected frogs and knew that the neck was the most vital spot. She took a dagger and cut across the neck directly. The dagger was bought in the county. She showed her master's name to get it. Buying swords or knives was not allowed. I can't peel the rabbit, but it doesn't affect her skill and dexterity. Although the rabbit is bloody after being skinned, the good thing is that the skin isn't damaged much. I also can't grill well. Louis thought about the spit used for roasting pig on TV and built one himself. Then he handed it to Xiaoyan, telling him not to use too much fire and to avoid burning it. As long as it's cooked through, it's fine. Fortunately, Louis brought some seasonings. Xiaoyan was quick at turning the rabbit, and when Louis finished preparing the skin, he looked over and saw the rabbit meat had turned a golden color. Wow, Xiaoyan, you're really amazing at grilling. I could smell the delicious aroma from afar. Hearing his sister-in-law praise him, Shen Tianyan smiled happily and said, "Sister-in-law, it's your idea. You built such a good spit, so turning it is easy. Come over and try it. See if it's cooked enough. I'm already salivating just smelling it." Louis nodded with a smile and used a small knife to cut a piece of meat. "Here, try it. Is it cooked?" Shen Tianyan took the piece, which was still hot but tasted very good. He happily said, "Sister-in-law, it's done. Delicious. Even better than what my brother used to grill. Of course. It's homemade, so it must be tasty. No, mainly because I made it together with sister-in-law. Xiaoyan, your words are so sweet. I like it. Let's go home and let Mom and Luer try it." Shen Tianyan nodded happily. On the way home, Louis heard that Li Xiaoer's mother went to Shin Qingshan's house to cause trouble, scolding Shin Qingshan for wanting to eat swan meat with a toad. They said Li Xiaoer would be a noble person in the future. It turned out that yesterday Shin Qingshan gave Li Xiaoer's family a rabbit. Zhao Shi was unhappy, but thought that now Li Xiaoer's family was gathering mushrooms and buying firewood. Li Xiaoer was pretty and charming, so she was quite satisfied with her daughter-in-law. She told everyone that Li's family had received Shin Qingshan's rabbit and was planning to marry into the family. When Li Xiaoer's mother heard this, she was very angry. She threw the rabbit back and scolded them, making Shin Qingshan lose face. But Louis thought they were a perfect match, an innocent girl paired with a hypocritical man. He sure was eating the rabbit cooked by her younger son, praising it from start to finish. Shen Tianli from the West Room also thought his brother's cooking was delicious. Although it was a bit undercooked, it was much better than what he cooked when he was a child. But hearing his daughter-in-law keep agreeing with her mother's praise of her brother made him feel uncomfortable. He decided that once it was ready, he would grill a crispy, tender rabbit for his wife to taste his cooking skills. In the afternoon, Louis took Shen Tianyan out again to catch rabbits, but surprisingly, neither of them caught anything. However, Louis was very happy. The wild rabbit was fast, and in the morning, it must have been a hungry rabbit. By the afternoon, the rabbit was full and had enough strength. After this afternoon, she felt her walking was lighter. Maybe by chasing rabbits like this, she could also practice her light skills. After dinner, Louis boiled some water for Shin Tianyan to soak his feet and gave him a leg massage. He had run all day, and if she didn't massage his legs, they would surely hurt soon. Shen Tianli from the West Room was a bit jealous. Although at first his wife also massaged his legs, once he could walk again, she never did it anymore. She was his sister-in-law. How could a sister-in-law massage her brother-in-law's legs? He called Shen Tianlu over directly and said, "Luoer, learn how to massage from your sister-in-law. You give Xiaoyan a massage." Shen Tianlu looked at Shen Tianli and nodded, then went out. Soon, The sound of Lu Yi teaching Shen Tianlu how to massage came from the east room. After teaching Shen Tianlu, Lu Yi said, "Sister-in-law, you should rest now too." Lu Yi's legs also felt numb, so she nodded and decided to go back to her room to give herself a massage. Seeing his wife come back, Shen Tianli said, "Wife, come here quickly."
Just a moment.
Lu Yi took off her cotton clothes, put on her inner clothes, got onto the calm, a traditional bed, opened the quilt, quickly covered herself tightly, and asked, "What are you doing?" Shen Tianli lifted a corner of his quilt, his ears slightly red, but his eyes shining brightly as he said, "Wife, come here." Lu Yi looked at Shen Tianli's quilt and could even feel the heat rising inside. The quilt was cold and breezy, so she thought for a moment and then slipped into Shen Tianli's quilt. Oh, it was so warm, like a small stove. Seeing his wife come over, Shen Tianli was very happy, even a little excited, and his heartbeat quickened. He quietly reached down and touched her leg. When he did, her leg pulled away. Lu Yi asked, "What are you doing?" He was trying to take advantage of her, touching her leg. His leg was not feeling well. "Wife, don't move. You've run all day, your legs must hurt too. Let me massage them, then they won't hurt anymore." Lu Yi didn't expect Shen Tianli to massage her legs. In this male-dominated society, that was unusual. Not to mention letting a man massage his wife's legs, even washing her face with a basin of water, was considered disrespectful to male authority. But she found one good thing about this man. He was open-minded and not conservative. Having someone to serve her was naturally good. She blinked excitedly and stretched her leg out. Shen Tianli pressed gently, then asked, "Wife, is this too heavy? Are the pressure points correct?"
Liu Ye nodded comfortably.
The young husband was smart and had a good memory. After all this time, she still remembered the pressure points she had pressed before. The pressure points are right. Just a little more gentle with your strength. She leaned back slightly, pulling her blanket over her upper body to make it easier for Shen Tianli to press. Shen Tianli smiled slightly, applying a little more force. He thought to himself, his wife's legs are too thin. Once he recovered, he would hunt more prey to help her regain strength. It got dark early. In ancient times, people slept early too. When Mrs. Fan woke up needing to, she realized she forgot to bring a chamber pot. She had to put on her cotton clothes and run outside. Wu Monli, unable to sleep because she was bored, kept thinking about the feeling of pressing Mrs. Fan down that day. Suddenly, she heard what seemed like the door of the fifth house opening. Seeing Shen Yongwan sleeping soundly, she put on her clothes and went out. Following the sound, she looked in the faint moonlight and saw it was indeed Mrs. Fan. All the other rooms were asleep, even snoring. She looked around quickly and tiptoed over. Lu Yi felt comfortable being pressed, not knowing when she fell asleep. Shen Tianli pressed for a long time, then saw his wife sleeping peacefully. Not wanting to sleep outside alone, he gently pulled her down and held her in his arms. When she moved slightly and found a comfortable position on his chest, she chewed her lips and continued sleeping. She looked so cute like this. Shen Tianli felt warm and peaceful, even reassured. He thought holding his wife like this feels so good. Anyway, his back was almost healed. From now on, he would sleep like this. Just as he was about to sleep, he heard sounds from the yard. He frowned, a hint of sarcasm on his face. Sure enough, they weren't from the same family, not even the same household. The next morning, Lu Yi woke up and saw a handsome face close to hers, sharp eyebrows like swords, long eyes with thick lashes, a high nose bridge, and full, rosy lips that shimmered with a tempting glow. Lu Yi thought in the morning both men and women can be impulsive. Seeing such a stunning beauty in front of her, she couldn't help but feel a little flirtatious. No, it wasn't flirtation. This is her little husband, her man. She could do whatever she wanted with him. Thinking of this, she gently leaned toward those tempting lips and kissed him. Soft, warm, and filled with intoxicating male hormones. She even felt her adrenaline rushing. No, it can't be. She must not be swayed by beauty. Thinking of this, Lu Yi quickly got out of bed and put on her clothes. After Lu Yi left, Shen Tianli opened his eyes. Just now, when his wife woke up, he also woke up, but since she kept staring at him, he didn't dare to open his eyes. Unexpectedly, his wife kissed him. Although it was just a brief touch, it felt soft and even carried a tempting sweetness. Otherwise, if his wife had left quickly, he wasn't sure if he could control himself and would have continued to kiss her. Shen Tianli touched his lips with one hand and his chest with the other, his mind full of the feeling of his wife kissing him. Lu Yi came back from the bathroom, her mood now normal. Seeing that he was already up cooking, she volunteered to help. After eating, she took Shin Tianyan into the mountains again, first practicing martial arts for an hour, then chasing rabbits. In the morning, they caught one rabbit each. Lu Yi killed her rabbit, skinned it, and let Shin Tianyan roast it. Once cooked, they took it home, gave one to Li Xian's family, and kept one for themselves. After lunch in the afternoon, they continued into the mountains, first practicing martial arts, then chasing rabbits. Lu Yi didn't kill the rabbits in the afternoon. She thought these rabbits were good practice partners, and killing them would be a waste. Also, eating rabbit meat every day gets boring, and the rabbit skins could be used for cloaks. Since it's cold now, the skins wouldn't dry easily, so she decided to wait until next year to make them. Sometimes they also caught some mountain pheasants, roasted them, and took them home. Sometimes they gave the meat to Li Shin's family or to Xinwang's family. In short, they shared cooked meat with the kind villagers of the third household in the evening or morning. Everyone seemed to understand Lu Ye's intentions. They ate the meat quietly without saying much. That day, Lu Yi was chasing a rabbit across the mountain. As she ran, the rabbit reached the foot of the mountain. Just as she caught the rabbit, she heard a voice from the woods. "Why did you bring me here? Let me go." Lu Yi recognized the voice. Wasn't it Fan's? She paused, then walked over. After a few steps, she heard Wu Manliang's voice. "Oh, Jir, I miss you so much. I've been dreaming about you under me these past 2 days."
It was so captivating.
"Let me kiss you." Fan saw Wu Manliang making a move and even hugging her to kiss her, which made her blush with shame. She struggled and said, "Wu Manliang, you beast. I am your sister-in-law." Wu Manliang, still trying to kiss Fan, replied, "My mother only has me as her son. But even if you are my sister-in-law, I like you just the same." Mrs. Fan was very angry after hearing Wu Manliang's shameless words. She pushed him away and said, "Wu Manliang, if anyone finds out, both of us will be dead. What's there to fear? No one will know. I've been watching this place for a long time. No one passes by here. We can enjoy ourselves properly," Wu Manliang said as he lunged toward Mrs. Fan. Mrs. Fan struggled fiercely. Seeing Wu Manliang becoming more and more aggressive, she slapped him. Wu Manliang covered his face, glaring fiercely at Mrs. Fan, then turned to leave. Mrs. Fan sensed something was wrong and hurriedly asked, "Wu Manliang, where are you going?" Wu Manliang stopped and said, "I'm going to find Xiao Wan and tell her that night you seduced me." Mentioning that night made Mrs. Fan angry. Wu Manliang was shameless. He took advantage of her when she was in the toilet, threatening her not to make a sound, and was inappropriate near the outhouse. "You still dare say I seduced you? It was clearly you." Mrs. Fan couldn't bring herself to finish. Wu Manliang shamelessly laughed and said, "Haha, what if I did? You enjoyed it too. It was mutual consent. But tell me, who do you think Xiao Wan will believe?" Mrs. Fan was furious. Shin Yongwan would definitely believe Wu Manliang and would cause trouble for her. If others found out, she would be finished. Taking advantage of Mrs. Fan lowering her head, Wu Manliang suddenly embraced her from the front and started touching her, saying, "As long as you make me feel good today, I promise I won't look for you again." "Really?" Mrs. Fan asked skeptically. "Of course. I'm so eager because of you, and because Xiaowan is forcing me. In a few days when I go back, there will be women willing to sleep with me. I don't like you at all."
Liuye siniret sarcastic.
The Shin family was full of bad people. She didn't even need to think about what would happen next, so she turned and led the rabbit away. Lu Yi and Shen Tianyan came down from the mountain and saw Wu Manliang driving a bullock cart. Mrs. Fan was sitting on it, leisurely approaching.
Liu Yes needed.
They really were something else. Over 2 hours, Wu Manliang must have good stamina. Auntie, where did you go? Why did you come back so late? Lu Yi asked. Mrs. Fan tidied her hair and smiled.
Yeah.
I went to town to visit Xiaokong. Why are you just coming down the mountain now? Lu Yi tilted her head and said, Really? I heard your voice and your uncle's in the woods. Wu Manliang and Mrs. Fan were startled. They looked at each other. Mrs. Fan smiled nervously and said, Year, you must have heard wrong. We just came back from town. By the way, this is the sugar Aunt Wu bought in town. You can have some too. Is this bribe to keep them silent? Lu Yi happily caught it and said, Yes, I must have heard it wrong. Aunt Wu is sugar, so she must have gone to town. Mrs. Fan finally relaxed and glared at Wu Manliang. Wu Manliang chuckled shamelessly, making Mrs. Fan blush and lower her head. Lu Yi didn't expect these two to be so shameless, openly showing affection in front of them. But if they had any shame, they wouldn't do such things. At night, Lu Yi lay in Shen Tianli's warm bed, asking him to massage her legs. She felt so comfortable, thinking this was true happiness. Suddenly, she said, Husband, today I saw Aunt Wu and little uncle kissing in the woods on the mountain, but Aunt Wu said they went to town and didn't go to the woods. Shen Tianli paused his hand and said if they said they didn't go, then they didn't. It's none of our business. Then, he continued to take care of his wife. Lu Ye's eyes flickered. She looked at his expression. Though his face was emotionless, she felt he must know something. Her eyes shifted, and suddenly she moved closer, balancing her gaze with Shen Tianli's, and asked, I saw my cousin kissing his wife. My mother told me only married couples do that. It means he likes her. You've never kissed me. Do you not like me? These past few mornings, Lu Yi woke up to see a handsome, charming face. The happiness and peace she felt were things she had never experienced before. Because her strict mother had made her very sensitive about feelings, she knew her changing heart meant she was unknowingly falling for Shen Tianli. To prove it, she imagined Shen Tianli as her good college friend or colleague at the hospital who admire her. But neither of those images made her want to kiss him. Now she was even more sure she liked Shen Tianli. She had heard that kissing was a way to tell if someone liked you. So she wanted to take this chance to see if Shen Tianli liked her too. Shen Tianli felt like his mind was suddenly filled with energy, spreading through his whole body. He realized that Year kissing him meant she liked him. These days, Year looked at her, but didn't kiss him. She must think he didn't like her.
How could that be?
Although he doesn't know what it means to like someone, he knows that he thinks his wife is more beautiful than anyone else. He feels she is pure and smart. Seeing her smile makes him happy. Watching her get along well with the family makes him glad, but also makes him feel jealous that his mother and younger siblings are taking up her attention. This makes him unhappy. When she praises his younger brother, he feels upset because she didn't praise him. Even a snake, he can't tolerate in his mind. He wants his wife to belong entirely to him. He wishes she would stay by his side all the time. When she leaves, he worries and misses her. Maybe this is what it means to like someone. To like her so much that she belongs only to him, making even his mother and siblings feel jealous. He likes her and he likes himself very much too. She is his lucky star, his destiny. Lu Yi saw Shen Tianli suddenly look straight at her with a strange look in his eyes, but didn't say anything. She thought he was annoyed that she was simple-minded and didn't want to kiss her. Feeling a little sad, she thought that even if she was simple, she was fully devoted to his family and him. He treated her well, so maybe he liked her too. But it turned out, it was just her own romantic imagination. Anyway, she was glad she asked early. That way, she could accept her feelings quickly. When Shen Tianli got better, she would leave, and they would each go their own way happily. Thinking of this, Lu Yi suddenly felt her embrace was too hot. It made her eyes water. She pushed Shen Tianli away, pulled her blanket, and said, "This blanket is too hot." I think I'll go back to my own bed. Without paying attention to Shen Tianli's surprised look, she crawled into another bed. Shen Tianli was a bit confused. He finally understood his feelings and gathered courage to kiss his wife, but she ran away. It was like coming out of a hot spring and then getting soaked in winter rain, such a strange feeling of hot and cold. And his wife isn't even the one who fears the cold most. Why did she dislike him today? Could it be because he was too excited earlier and made the blanket too warm? Why is he so impatient? He knew better than to get so excited. Now he's so worked up that his wife ran away, and he can't even kiss her anymore. His wife must think he doesn't like her. Everyone says his wife is simple, but he thinks she is very clever. Maybe she was just asking if he liked her? But he was too stunned and excited to notice, which made her unhappy. His wife must be upset. Shen Tianli felt a strange sense of unease. He reached out and shook the blanket to cool it down, then stretched out his hand and gently pushed his wife. Wife, come sleep with me. I'm cold in the bed. No, I want to sleep in my own bed. I'm tired and want to rest. Don't bother me, Lui said with a frown, trying to ignore the uncomfortable feeling in her heart.
Wife.
Be quiet. I'm sleepy and don't want to hear you talk. If you keep talking, I'll go sleep with my mother. Every word Shen Tianli said made her feel worse inside. When she said she would sleep with her mother, Shen Tianli suddenly didn't dare to speak. He looked at his wife with a bit of sadness. He thought, she knows how to threaten him. But he didn't dare move or make a sound. He was really afraid she would go sleep with her mother, and then he wouldn't see her or hold her anymore. Shen Tianli looked at his wife's back, thinking about how good she was. The more he thought, the more he liked her. He missed the feeling of her kissing him. Now he also wanted to kiss her, but he knew she wouldn't let him. He waited and waited until Lu Yi was asleep before quietly lifting the blanket. Then he slowly pulled back her blanket, moved little by little to her side, and finally reached out his arm to hold her close. Seeing her frown and look unhappy, Shen Tianli felt very guilty. He wondered how he got so emotional at a critical moment and made her sad. He really wanted to hit himself. Gently, he kissed her forehead and softly said, Wife, I like you too. Seeing her still frowning, he decided to wait until tomorrow morning to tell her again. The next morning, when he woke up, he saw his wife dressed and leaving the house. He hurriedly called out, Wife. But she seemed not to hear him and walked out without turning back. His wife no longer paid attention to him. She ignored him at mealtime, asked her mother to come when applying medicine, and even brought back meat from the mountain, sent by Xiao Yan. And at night, she still wanted to sleep with her mother. This couldn't be right. His wife wasn't her mother's wife, so how could she sleep with her mother? He heard his mother happily say in the east room, Year, I've made the bed. Wash your feet quickly and come sleep. Shen Tianli felt his mother must be a stepmother, otherwise why would she take his wife away from him? He was now married, so he couldn't sleep alone. He couldn't tolerate his wife sleeping with her mother, not even for one night. Could it be that mother doesn't know her son will have trouble sleeping alone? Feeling frustrated, upset, unwilling, and jealous, Shen Tianli leaned on his cane and went to the east room. The oil lamp was still burning, the bed was already made, with Xiao Yan on the outside and Luo Er inside, and mother sleeping in the middle. Today, there was an extra blanket between mother and Luo Er. Xiao Yan and Luo Er sat on the bed, smiling and waiting for something. Mother was in the quilt, and his wife sat at the edge of the bed, her small feet emerging from the basin. Maybe because they were washed warm, her feet looked white and red, splashing water above the basin like a freshly caught fish. Very beautiful. Shen Tianyan saw the door open and recognized his brother. He frowned and asked, Brother, why are you here? Surely not to take my sister-in-law away. Shen Tianli lowered his eyes and said softly, I'm here to ask your sister-in-law to go back to sleep in her room. Inside, he thought her feet looked so nice. When he's better, he wants to wash her feet too. He clearly remembered that during this time, his wife had been taking care of him, washing his feet almost every day and helping him wash. Brother, sister-in-law said, she wants to sleep with us. Shen Tianyan protested. Hearing this, he was very excited and didn't want his sister-in-law to leave. Do you think your sister-in-law can sleep with you? Shen Tianli asked coldly. Shen Tianyan pouted and was about to argue when his sister-in-law said, No, I want to sleep with mother. Hearing that his wife wouldn't sleep with him, Shen Tianli felt a fire explode in his chest, burning painfully. Without looking at his wife, he directly asked his mother, Mother, do you agree? He was in a difficult position. He liked Yi Er sleeping with her, feeling she was close to him. Luo Er and Xiaoyan were happy too. But with his eldest son's arrival, he realized it wasn't appropriate. Even the poorest family wouldn't let their daughter-in-law and younger brother share a bed. So he said, Yi Er, dear, go to the west room and sleep with Tianli. They often slept on the same bed, which helped build their relationship. Later, they could also have a proper marriage, and she could have a grandson. Lu Yi pouted, unhappy, glaring at Shen Tianli. It was his fault. He didn't like her and forced her to sleep in the west room. Such a bad person. Shen Tianli dared not be cold to his wife, but spoke softly and kindly. Wife, come here. I have something to talk to you. Lu Yi gave him a fierce look, wiped her feet, put on her shoes, and set the towel aside. She held the basin and sternly told Shen Tianli at the door, move aside. Can't you see I'm pouring water? Shen Tianli hurriedly stepped back and saw his wife carrying a basin, looking fierce as she walked out. She then slammed the door of the third room without even glancing at him and went into the west room. His wife was clearly very upset. But as long as she went back to her room to sleep, it was fine. He quickly followed and closed the door of the west room. He saw his wife already lying in her bed. Shen Tianli hurriedly put down his cane, got onto the bed, and lay beside his wife. Lu Yi felt Shen Tianli move closer. She tried to turn away, not expecting that soon he would also move closer again. She shifted and he moved closer. She moved to the corner of the bed, leaning against the wall, but he still kept coming closer. Angrily, she turned over and asked, Shen Tianli, what exactly do you want? Wife, you're not foolish anymore. Shen Tianli blinked and asked with a smile. You're the fool.
Don't I know your name is Shen Tianli?
Lu Yi looked down, feeling guilty. Inside, she was annoyed at how sneaky and clever this man was. She probably suspected she wasn't smart, but she still pretended to be. She really was a fool. Yes, I'm a fool. No matter if my wife is a fool or not, I like it. Shen Tianli suddenly hugged Lu Yi. It was still more comfortable to hold his wife. She hadn't paid him any attention all day, which made it hard for him to study well or practice his mental techniques. Let me go, you liar. You don't like me at all. Lu Yi struggled. Wife, I like you just like you like me. When I heard you say you liked me yesterday, I was so shocked that He hadn't finished speaking when Lu Yi interrupted him. Wait, who likes you? Don't flatter yourself. I don't like you at all. Shen Tianli instantly looked unhappy. He hugged Lu Yi tightly and said coldly, Wife, you're lying. You like me. You even secretly kissed me.
You
knew? Lu Yi didn't expect that he would know when she kissed him. This scheming, sinister man. I didn't expect my wife to kiss me either. But, wife, when you kissed me, I was so happy. I want to kiss you too. Shen Tianli finished speaking and looked directly at Lu Yi. Lu Yi saw that Shen Tianli's eyes were full of fire, a deep, passionate flame that spread warmth through her. She couldn't look away, and her body also started to feel warm. Her heart beat faster. She quietly watched him slowly lean in, closer and closer. Instinctively, she lifted her chin and closed her eyes. As the two people's lips just touched, they suddenly heard a loud bang and quickly separated. Brother, did you bully sister-in-law? Shen Tianyan asked angrily. He sensed that today there was something unusual between his brother and sister-in-law. Sister-in-law didn't want to see her brother and spoke harshly to him. Sister-in-law was usually gentle and kind, only becoming stern when dealing with bad people. He kept feeling something was wrong, so he ran over. He didn't expect his brother to really bully sister-in-law, even pushing her to the wall. With teary eyes, she said, Brother, how can you bully sister-in-law? She's so good to you and us. How dare you bully her? Shen Tianli also suddenly understood what he truly felt when he saw his wife. At that moment, his heart seemed to stop, and everything felt like a beautiful dream. But the next second, his brother interrupted him. Right now, he wished he could throw that little brat far away. Who said I bullied her? Get out of here. Brother, you still dare to say you didn't bully sister-in-law. Look, you've pushed her into the corner. Did you hit her? Dad said that men who hit women aren't good people. If you dare hit her, I won't acknowledge you as my brother. Shen Tianli was caught between laughter and tears. He looked at Lu Yi, who was smiling with his head down, and helplessly said, If you don't believe me, ask your sister-in-law. Shen Tianyan glared at Shen Tianli, then worriedly asked Lu Yi, sister-in-law, Did my brother bully you? If he did, tell me. Shen Tianyan hesitated, not knowing what to do because he was his brother. The eldest brother was like a father figure. He couldn't just do anything to his brother. Suddenly, an idea struck him. I'll let Mom teach him a good lesson. Shen Tianli glared at him. The little guy was clever, knowing that he wanted Mom to discipline him. He tightened his arms around Lu Yi, reminding her to quickly send this brat away. Lu Yi was touched by Shen Tianyan's protection and smiled, saying, Xiao Yan, my brother didn't bully me. Shen Tianyan was half convinced and asked, Then why is sister-in-law sleeping in the corner? Sister-in-law likes to sleep in the corner. My brother was worried she might be cold, so he pulled me to sleep in the middle of the bed, Lu Yi said with a smile. Shen Tianyan touched his head. He also liked sleeping in the corner and suddenly realized he had misunderstood. Seeing his brother's pale face, he felt nervous. He quickly ran outside and said, Haha, brother, sister-in-law, you sleep now. I'll sleep too.
Wait.
When Shen Tianyan heard his brother's voice, he had to come back and timidly asked, What's wrong, brother? He was worried his brother might want to hit him. He had just been disrespectful to his older brother. Close the door. When did you learn to have such bad manners? Not even knocking first. Shen Tianyan hurriedly closed the door and ran back to the west room as if escaping. The outsiders finally left, but unfortunately, the atmosphere from before was gone. Shen Tianli was really afraid that his wife was sleeping cold in the corner. He slowly moved back, stretched out his arm, and called, Wife, come here. Lu Yi thought for a moment and decided, okay. Since he liked her, and his legs were inconvenient, she would reluctantly go over. Lu Yi rolled around with the blanket a few times and then reached Shen Tianli, lifting her small chin proudly and saying, What do you want? Honey, come sleep with me. My bed is warm. My bed isn't cold either, Lu Yi said, wrapping herself in the blanket. Shen Tianli pulled her blanket and said, Then I'm cold. Wife, warm me up. A man in ancient times was supposed to care about face and pride, wasn't he? The biggest manly pride? How could this man be so shameless? Lu Yi ran back and forth, feeling cold and missing Shen Tianli's warm embrace. But since he didn't clarify things last night, she felt upset all day, so she stubbornly held onto the blanket and said, I won't warm you up. Don't pull my blanket. In a few moments, Shen Tianli pulled it away and then pulled Lu Yi into his bed, holding her in his arms. Lu Yi was held tightly and said with a steady face, Shen Tianli, what exactly do you want to do? Honey, I want to kiss you, Shen Tianli said. Without waiting for Lu Yi's surprised expression, he kissed her lips. In that moment, he felt his heart was filled, his soul found its home, and he became eager and passionate. Lu Yi felt her lips almost hurt from his kiss. She angrily opened her mouth and bit him. Shen Tianli stiffened, and Lu Yi thought she had bitten too hard. Seeing the tooth mark on his lower lip, he licked it with his tongue. The next second, her tongue was caught by this wild man. Lu Yi felt like her breath was taken away. Shen Tianli moved away, but he wasn't much better, breathing heavily. He hugged her tightly and said sadly, Wife, why isn't my leg better yet? Lu Yi was confused. Why was he suddenly thinking about his leg now? Feeling a little better, she said it should be able to walk by mid-next month. That's wonderful. Next month, we will finally be married. Shen Tianli's tone was still excited.
Lu Yi,
She just realized that she and this man are really not on the same wavelength. This morning, Luyue was awakened by a lack of oxygen and angrily said, "Why are you so eager in the early morning?" Eager? What kind of bug is eager? How can it get into the brain? Shen Tianli asked, confused. Just like you, getting excited early in the morning, that's called eagerness, Luyue said, annoyed. She was sleeping soundly and had a beautiful dream. In the dream, Shen Tianli kissed her and said he liked her, then kissed her again and said he liked her. She was happy, but suddenly woke up feeling suffocated. Shen Tianli thought Luyue had noticed his change. His body slightly leaned forward, his handsome face blushed, and he said, "Yue, you can't call it eagerness. Only animals do that. This is called married happiness." Seeing the shy look of the young husband, she looked like a gentle, weak person, making people want to tease her. She blinked her eyes, then suddenly turned over and sat on Shen Tianli's chest, saying, "Husband, I will tell you what married happiness really is." Shen Tianli only felt Liyue's charming smile, but this posture was not good. Just as he was about to make her get up, he felt her bite his neck. When he felt himself relax, his wife quickly turned over and then happily laughed, hugging her clothes and getting off the bed. The young husband's neck is indeed sensitive. On the second day of November, Luyue was awakened by a cold wind. She shivered and sat up, seeing the young husband sitting by the window, staring outside in a daze. She looked outside and couldn't help but open her eyes wide, exclaiming happily, "It's snowing." She was from the south in her previous life, where snow was rare. Seeing the white outside the window made her very happy, and she didn't notice Shen Tianli's unusual behavior. Shen Tianli looked at the happy Luyue, his icy eyes gradually softening. Whether he would return today or not, everything had changed. His leg wouldn't be as crippled as in his illusions. Xiaoyan wouldn't die tragically like in his dreams. His mother and sister wouldn't be living painfully like in his dreams. Most importantly, Yue was by his side, his wife, his lucky star. She was supporting this family. Thinking of this, he asked with a smile, "Wife, do you like snow?" Luyue happily nodded, dressed, tidied up the bed, and said with a smile, "Yes, yes. Snowball fights and building snowmen are so fun." After feeling regretful, she looked at Shen Tianli's foot. "Shen Tianli, get better soon. Then we can play snowball fights and build snowmen together. I'm going to find Luer and Xiaoyan to play now." Shen Tianli helplessly watched his young wife run away. Since that night, his gentle and cute wife no longer called him husband, always calling him Shen Tianli. Old Madame Shen was annoyed by Lu Yi and others causing trouble. After scolding them a few times, Lu Yi took Shen Tianyan to the yard to play. Today, he sure was cooking and Shen Tianlu was helping. When she went to fetch water, she saw that the bucket was frozen. "Mother, the water is frozen. What should we do?" Fetching water was considered a man's job, so he sure said, "Today, your eldest uncle is fetching water. Go call him." Shen Tianlu thought for a moment and ran to the main house door. "Elder uncle, the water in the bucket is frozen. Please get up and fetch water, or we can't cook." After a while, she called again. Elder Shin Yongfu was sleeping soundly and was woken up by Shen Tianlu. He angrily shouted, "What are you shouting for? Early in the morning, can't you be quiet? Did your father die or your mother die? Why are you making such a fuss?" Hearing this, Shen Tianlu's eyes turned red. Just as she was about to ask her sister-in-law to fetch water, her older brother called out, "Luer, tell the eldest uncle that if he doesn't get up to fetch water, the gossip about Mao Dao Hudong will spread throughout the whole village and town." Although Shen Tianlu didn't understand what her brother meant, since he said so, she loudly repeated, "Elder uncle, my brother says if you don't get up to fetch water, the gossip about Mao Dao Hudong will spread everywhere." Yongfu turned over and continued sleeping deeply. He didn't care about Mao Dao Hudong or Dog Alley. What did it have to do with him? Suddenly, he snapped awake. Seeing him hurriedly dressing, Wang Shi asked, "What's wrong?" "Nothing, I need to." Going to the outhouse, Shen Yongfu said while dressing and walking out. He never expected that Shen Tianli, that troublemaker, would find out about Mao Dao Hadong. What bad luck. Shen Tianlu was about to call again when she saw her elder uncle come out and lower his head to the kitchen. As expected, her brother was clever. One word from him made the elder uncle obediently get up to fetch water. By noon, He Shi and Shen Tianlu were cooking. Lu Yi and Shen Tianyan were reading books. Only Shen Tianli sat by the window, lost in thought. Suddenly, he stood up quickly, clenched his fists, his handsome face tense, and his whole body radiated intense anger and hatred. Shen Tianyan, who was reading a book, sensed that her older brother was acting differently. Anxiously, she asked sister-in-law, "What's wrong with my brother?" Lua shook her head and said, "It's nothing. Just keep reading." To save wood, old Madam Shen only allowed the west room to have a heated Kong bed. Even if Shen Tianli's mood was off, she wouldn't let Shen Tianyan go to the east room to stay cold. Lua could feel that Shen Tianli's entire attention was outside. As a martial artist, his hearing was naturally sharper than others. She wondered what had happened outside to make him so upset. She listened carefully and only faintly heard footsteps outside, crunching through the snow as someone slowly approached the Shen house. Could someone have come? Who could it be? That made Shen Tianli act so strangely. Soon, she heard someone outside calling, "Mother, mother, I'm back. Mother." She looked at Shen Tianli and saw his pupils tighten briefly, his fists clenched, and his whole body tense, as if he was trying to hold back something. "Hubby, what's wrong?" Lua stood up and asked as she walked over. Shen Tianli slowly looked at Lua, relaxing a little and smiled. "It's nothing." Then, he took her hand, pulled her onto his lap, and hugged her tightly. His chin rested on her shoulder as he looked out the window, a sarcastic smile in his eyes dark and deep like ink. "Who is it?" He Shi, hearing the noise, came out to look. She was delighted and exclaimed, "Fifth brother, you're back. Mother, mother. Fifth brother and hubby are back." After calling out to the main room, He Shi happily looked behind Shen Yongtai and asked, "Fifth brother, what about your third brother?" Shen Yongtai's face was awkward. Before he could speak, Fan Shi hurried over, excited, and threw herself into his arms, calling out, "Cousin, you're back. That's so wonderful. Wife, I'm back. Are you, mother, and the children all doing well?" Shen Yongtai asked as he held Fan Shi. Fan Shi wiped away her happy tears and nodded. "Yes, we're all fine." At this moment, old Madam Shen also came back from the main house. Seeing Shen Yongtai, she burst into tears. Tyre, you're finally back. Mother, are you and my father feeling well?" Old Madam Shen looked him over and saw that besides being a bit darker, he seemed stronger. She felt relieved and said, Good. Come on, your father is waiting for you inside." She then pulled Shen Yongtai into the main house. He wanted to go find Shen Yongtai and asked his husband why he hadn't come back. But seeing them enter the main house, he hesitated for a moment and said to Shen Tianlu, Luoer, your father is probably talking with the villagers. I'll go see him. You cook the meal." Shen Tianlu happily nodded and said, "Mother, you go ahead." It was such good news that her father was back. With her father home, the third household would be even better. When Shen Tianyan heard that Uncle Wu had returned, he immediately thought that his father would come back too. He put down his book, his handsome face full of smiles, and said, Sister-in-law, father is back. Let's go and meet him." Lu Yi looked at Shen Tianli and saw he was holding her tightly and not very comfortably, so she said, "You go ahead. Father doesn't recognize me." Shen Tianyan had been ignoring his brother's act of holding his sister-in-law, but now he saw it and blushed, nodded quickly, and ran outside. "Shen Tianli, what's wrong? Let me go." He was hurting from being too tight. Did something happen? Could it be? Lu Yi wanted to ask more, but Shen Tianli suddenly pressed her against the wall and started kissing her passionately. Lu Yi struggled slightly, but soon realized Shen Tianli's mood was good. His kisses carried fear, anxiety, and unease. She initially pushed him away, but then gently embraced him and responded tenderly. After a long moment apart, Shen Tianli held Lu Yi tightly in his arms, savoring her scent, and calling out repeatedly, "Year, wife,
Wife.
Lu Yi leaned into Shen Tianli's embrace, wrapping her arms around him, and replied, "I'm here. I'm here." What happened to make the young master so insecure? Wife, do you know? Since I came back from the county, images keep appearing in my mind. Some look very real, some are different. Today he returned, but father didn't. And father never came back. Mother cried herself crazy, and her health suffered because of it. I am crippled in my leg. 3 days later, Grandma kicked us out of the house with nothing. We lived in the old house, exposed to the cold and wind, relying on villagers for help. But the weather got colder, life got harder. I went up the mountain and was bitten by a tiger, which broke my leg completely. Lu Yi carefully touched Shen Tianli's leg and said seriously, "The tiger is dead now. With me here, I won't let you or mother suffer from the cold or hunger. I won't let anything happen to your leg." Shen Tianli held Lu Yi more tightly, burying his head in her shoulder, and said, "Yes, having a wife makes a difference. There are no wives in the illusion, but now there are. I, Shen Tianli, have a wonderful wife, so naturally, I am different from before. My wife will protect me and this family. The scenes in the illusion will not come true. Yes. With me here, I will definitely protect you all. Such a good wife." Shen Tianli looked up and smiled. Lu Yi also smiled foolishly, thinking that the young master might not be fully reborn, or perhaps he has just started to remember the past. But no matter what, she would protect the young master well. She didn't like the imperfect, fragile young master. "Sweetheart, you keep all our silver. Keep it on you these days, understand?" Shen Tianli instructed. Lu Yi nodded, "Don't worry. The silver is with me. As long as I am here, the silver is safe." Before she finished, Shen Tianli covered her mouth and frowned, disagreeing. "It's okay if the silver is gone. As long as you're here, that's enough." Lu Yi raised an eyebrow, feeling like Shen Tianli was teasing her. Shen Tianli held Lu Yi tightly and suddenly asked, "Wife, is there a way to make my leg look unwell to other doctors?" Lu Yi thought for a moment. Besides checking the pulse, she could do some work on his leg. She nodded, and Shen Tianli happily praised, "Wife, you're so amazing." Then he kissed her face forcefully. Lu Yi chuckled, thinking this man was getting better at teasing her. Lear, your father hasn't come back." He sure rushed in, stumbling, tears on her face. "Mother, is father still in the army? What are others saying?"
No, they say.
"They say your father was killed by the enemy while saving your Uncle Wu," he sure said, her strength seeming to drain away, and she collapsed onto the bed, crying. Lu Yi went to comfort he sure. Shen Tianli, sitting on the Kong, suddenly stood up, clenched his fists. Her father really didn't come back.
Impossible.
"I need to ask Uncle Wu," he said, grabbing his cane and preparing to leave. Seeing him rush out so quickly, Lu Yi hurriedly hugged Shen Tianli. He looked at her and, seeing her walk out of the third room, whispered, "Wife, later, when I tell you to put me down, no matter what happens, don't come back. Take Xiaoyan out. After 2 cups of tea, come back, okay?" Lu Yi was curious inside, but guessed that she was probably influencing Shen Tianli's performance. She nodded and, following Shen Tianli's signal, put him down and turned to leave. When she reached the gate, she felt uneasy and looked back. To her surprise, she saw the young lord lying on the ground crawling forward, with his cane still behind him. She hurriedly turned back to go, took a step, then ran toward the outside. Shen Tianli saw his wife hadn't come back and sighed in relief. He raised his arm and cried out, "Fushu, Fushu. Come out, and tell me, where is my father? Is everyone telling the truth? Did my father die saving you?" Hearing her elder brother's sorrowful voice, Shen Tianlu's hand trembled, and she froze in place, tears streaming down her face. Did her brother say that their father had died? She must have heard it wrong. She definitely heard it wrong. Shen Tianlu wiped her tears and ran out of the kitchen. She saw her brother lying in the snow, struggling to move forward. She hurriedly called out, "Brother, what's wrong?" Why are you lying on the ground? Shen Tianli pushed Shen Tianlu away and, filled with grief, crawled forward while shouting, Fushu, come out. Tell me, did my father die saving you?
Fushu, come out. Come out.
Shen Tianlu sat on the ground, tears covering her face. Yet, her mind remained somewhat rational. She knew her brother's legs couldn't be frozen, so she tried to help him up while crying and calling out, Mother, mother, come out quickly. Brother fell down. Mother, come out quickly. Brother fell down. Mother. Her cries were full of pain and helplessness. In the room, He-Shur, who had been quietly crying and immersed in the grief of her husband's death, was shaken by her daughter's crying. She leaned against the wall and slowly straightened up, her eyes still unfocused. Suddenly, another cry of maternal pain made her snap back to reality. She hurriedly stood up and ran outside. She saw her son lying on the ground, and her daughter trying to pull him up but unable to do so. Lear, what's wrong? Why did you fall?
Come quickly.
Lear fell down. He-Shur shouted heartbreakingly. At this moment, old Shen also came out with everyone in the house. Seeing Shen Tianli, who was lying helpless on the ground, and He-Shur, kneeling in pain, he frowned and said, Elder brother, second brother, help him up and carry him back inside. Shen Tianli struggled forward, lifting his head and staring tightly at Shen Yongtai, tears in his eyes, asking, Fushu, where is my father? Shen Yongtai silently lowered his head and said sadly, Third sister-in-law, Tianli, it's because Fushu was helpless and couldn't protect your father. Your father, he's gone. Hearing the news of her husband's death directly from Shen Yongtai, Mrs. He was even more grief-stricken and cried deeply while lying in the snow pile. Shen Tianli's eyes were red as he said, My father was good at hunting and skilled. How could he have died? Where is his body? The army burned him directly, only bringing back some of his usual clothes, Shen Yongtai replied, taking out a small bag and giving it to Mrs. He. She stared blankly at the bundle, then hugged it and cried even more painfully. Shen Tianluo ran over at this moment, hugging Mrs. He and crying harder. Shen Tianli looked at the bundle and kept saying, Impossible.
Impossible.
Enough, stop crying. I talked with your father, and tomorrow we will bury these clothes, so he can rest in peace, said old lady Shen, feeling very regretful now. If only fifth son had said that Shen Yong'an was good at hunting and fighting, maybe he could have become a general. He would have followed him, and maybe even gotten a good position. She was tempted and knew that the third son took good care of the fifth son. But she didn't expect Shen Yong'an to be so useless, no official position, and he even died. If she had known, she wouldn't have let Shen Yong'an and the fifth son go to serve in the army. The family still had someone who could make money. The government subsidy of 30 taels was useless. It wasn't as much as what Shen Yong'an earned from hunting 2 wild boars. Luckily, Shen Tianli was good at earning silver. Otherwise, what was the use of the third house? When Lu Yi returned with Shen Tianyan, Shen Tianli was lying on the Kong, heated bed, while Mrs. He and Shen Tianluo were still crying in the east room. Lu Yi looked at Shen Tianli briefly, and then went to the east room. Mrs. He saw Lu Yi, immediately hugged her and cried, Year, how could your husband be dead?
He was so strong.
How could he die? I don't believe it, I don't believe it. Lu Yi gently patted Mrs. He's back and said, Mother, don't cry. Dad is watching over us from heaven now. He heard and must feel sad. Dad loved you most, and he doesn't want you to be sad. Mrs. He, crying, looked up and asked, Is your dad really in heaven? Mother, don't you remember? I can talk to the fairy sister. She said Dad has good deeds and is doing well in heaven. She told us not to be sad. Mother, I will protect and take care of you all for Dad. Mrs. He knew her daughter-in-law could talk to the fairy sister. Hearing this, although she felt very sad, she also felt a little comforted. After all, her husband was gone. She was sad because of his departure, but she also hoped he was doing better after death. I don't know if the He family was emotionally drained because of this news. As he wept, she suddenly leaned on Lu Yi and fell asleep. After settling He and comforting Shen Tianlu, Lu Yi returned to the west room. Shin Tianli, are you alright? Where did you take Xiaoyan? I took Xiaoyan to count how many people returned. There are 10 in total. Grandpa Village Chief even sighed, saying he didn't expect only Dad didn't come back. They told me that Uncle Wu stole a gemstone from an enemy, which caused the retreat to be delayed. Dad went back to save someone, Uncle Wu ran away, and Dad was seriously injured and died. Hearing that Dad had died, Shin Tianli raised his eyebrows but said nothing. He said, "Wife, you make me want to become lame." Lu Yi quickly understood.
Shen Yong'an was dead.
If Shen Tianli became lame, given old Madame Shen's stinginess and dislike for the third household, she might kick them out. Shen Tianli was planning to take this chance to split the family. Splitting the family would be good. She wanted to do whatever she liked, buy meat, white flour, or rice. She could do that now. Lu Yi could already see a better life approaching. She nodded quickly and said, "Okay, I agree." The next day, the village chief and Li Zian brought the villagers to discuss burying Shen Yong'an. As the eldest son, Shen Tianli was supposed to wear mourning clothes and mourn his father, but because of his leg problem, everyone decided Shen Tianyan should do the funeral. Shen Tianli disagreed and, despite everyone's opposition, insisted on attending his father's funeral. "Tianli, listen to me. Your leg isn't healed yet. If you go, it might hurt your leg. Your father would be worried if he knew," Li Zian advised. Shen Tianli sadly said, "Uncle, if I don't attend my father's funeral, everyone will say I'm unfilial. My father in heaven won't be at peace either. I must go." "Tianli, how can you be so unreasonable? Your leg is the most important now." Old Shen scolded angrily. Shen Tianli sneered, "Ha, leg? Now you realize my leg is important? Why didn't you care earlier? Who kept pushing me to go hunting in the mountains? When I was injured by a tiger and a black bear, why didn't you come to rescue me sooner? Why didn't you let my mother take me to the county for treatment? Now you're telling me to be careful about my leg. It's too late." He finished, leaning on his cane with one hand and holding a box with his father's clothes in the other, walking outside. Old Shen squinted and stared tightly at Shen Tianli's legs. Old Madame Shen frowned and asked, "Old man, what does he mean? What's with the early and late?" Shen Yongtai looked at Shen Tianli leaning on his cane and asked, "Mother, will Tianli's leg really get better?" "Yes," he sure said. Dr. Li also said he needs good rest and to eat well. If he does, he can go hunting again. I even killed 2 chickens for him. Shen Yongtai frowned and said, "Mother, you're so confused. You believe what he sure says? She always claims her son will get better. Everyone in the village knows Dr. Li is close to Shen Yong'an. Why don't you ask a town doctor to check him?" He also thought his mother, being stingy, wouldn't want to spend money. "What are you looking at? Do you think he sure would dare to lie to me?" Seeing everyone leave to see Shen Yong'an off, Shen Yongtai frowned and said, "I'll go see him off. Let Dad talk to you." When his mother asked, "Old man, do you think he sure dares to lie to me?" Shen Lao took a deep drag of his pipe and said, "Go. Ask Wu Manliang to find a good doctor in town to check him." When Shen Lao said this, Shen Yongtai remembered a few days ago when Shen Tianli fell while resting by the willow leaves. He called out in pain, and Dr. Li came. He said it was nothing, but his face looked pale. It was probably that old man knew Tianli's leg was no good and lied on purpose. His face darkened like ink, and he angrily said, "Good. That he sure is bold. If I find out she's lying, I'll deal with her. Wu Manliang, where are you? I've been calling for so long. Why aren't you out?" Wu Manliang, feeling guilty, was nervous. He was trying to find something to do. He hurriedly took some burnt paper to the graveyard but heard his mother-in-law calling. He quickly handed his things to a neighbor and ran back. "Mother, what's the matter?" Seeing Wu Manliang's rope around his waist, Shen Lao frowned and said, "Hurry up and untie that rope. Go to town and find a doctor to come back." "Mother, what's wrong? Why do you want a town doctor? It's cold today and it's snowing. I don't want to go to town." "You lazy good-for-nothing. You just don't want to go, right? Listen, if you don't go, get out and go home today. Don't come back." Wu Manliang was happy to hear go home. Life at home was good, sometimes there was meat, and he could do whatever he wanted. But Shen Yongwan wanted to take advantage of her family and stayed for so long. In the past, it was okay that Shen Yongtai didn't come back, and there was still the Fong family to admire. Now, his good life hasn't even lasted 2 days, and Shen Yongtai surprisingly returned. He no longer dares to have any bad intentions, and his courage has also diminished. It's better for him to go home. The village widow must be waiting anxiously for him. But I was upset when I heard the next part. He came to the old Shen house to harvest the wind, and even if it was only for half a month, how much grain would that save the family? Forget it. Since my mother-in-law isn't feeling well, I, as a son-in-law, will make a trip once. Shen Tianli saw Wu Manliang driving an ox cart out of the village from afar, a mocking smile on his face. He raised his head, letting the snowflakes fall on his face. It was cool, but it didn't feel as cold as the sadness in his heart at that moment. When someone called him, he leaned on his cane, gently placed his father's clothes inside, knelt down, and carefully covered them with soil. He felt no sadness, only an indescribable sense of relief. From now on, this Shen family would be buried like this box, underground, and he would have nothing more to do with them. The funeral bearers returned to the Shen house, and Shen Tianli was sent back to his room. The other men of the Shen family greeted the villagers, but since the family hadn't prepared any food, everyone left feeling somewhat dissatisfied. Just as they left, Wu Manliang returned, even paying silver to rent a couple of ox carts so they wouldn't have to send the doctor back. The doctor thought it was something important, but it turned out to be just a simple bone mapping. Most doctors could do that, yet he was called out in the cold and snow for such a minor task. Since they paid him quite a bit of copper coins, he stroked his beard, checked his pulse, and said, "You're in good health, just caught a cold from the wind and feeling a bit heavy-hearted. That's not good. I'll prescribe some medicine, and you should drink it for a couple of days. Stay calm and peaceful, and you'll recover quickly." Old Madam Shen was unhappy and said, "Doctor, catching a cold doesn't require medicine. Please check his leg." The doctor knew that villagers usually just endure the cold, so he didn't say anything. He stood up and began to examine Shen Tianli's leg. Shen Tianli shrank back and said, "Grandma, my leg is fine. No need to check." "Thank you, Grandma, for going to town to get the doctor, but I really am okay." "Xiao Yan, take the doctor away." To old Madam Shen, Shen Tianli seemed guilty. She immediately thought his leg was probably lame and that he sure was deliberately lying to her for her son. She glared at he sure and said, "Doctor, check his leg and see how it is." Shen Tianli struggled, refusing to let the doctor examine him. Old Madam Shen was furious and said, "If you don't let the doctor see, I will break Shen Tianyan's leg." "Grandma." Shen Tianli clenched his fists, panicked and shouting, "What do I mean? Hurry up and let the doctor see." "Old Madam," Shen said angrily. Only then did Shen Tianli reluctantly extend his leg for the doctor to examine. The doctor touched and probed, then straightened up with a sigh and said, "Ah, so young, and yet this leg." He paused. "But since he's married, there's no need to worry too much. Just avoid overworking during busy farming seasons, keep warm in winter, don't run too fast. It's just a slight limp." Although old Madam Shen was prepared, she couldn't help but step back, her face dark and gloomy. Her eyes, sharp and cold like poisoned blades, looked at the stunned Mrs. He and asked, "Doctor, can this leg be used for hunting?" The doctor stroked his beard and thought for a moment. "Climbing mountains to chop firewood is fine, but hunting involves chasing after prey. This leg, it can't run fast." Mrs. He immediately stepped forward a few steps and said, "Impossible."
Impossible.
Dr. Sun said my son's leg is fine. As long as he stays still, it will heal. He can definitely hunt. Are you a real doctor? My son's leg is perfectly fine, yet you say he'll be lame. What are you planning? The doctor was quite angry, puffing out his cheeks and glaring. My medical skills are well known in town. Ask anyone, everyone says I'm a good doctor. With just a bone check, I couldn't be wrong. Where did you find this village doctor?
Who knows if he can really see?
No way. Dr. Sun is from the county. He used to be an imperial doctor, and his medical skills are excellent. He wouldn't be wrong,
Shen Tianyan said.
if it were bad. He could even be a mentor to his sister-in-law. Hearing this, the doctor, being from the county, felt a bit nervous. But he was sure he hadn't made a mistake during the bone check. After thinking, he said, "You just said he would recover if he didn't move." But he must have moved, otherwise, how could he urinate and defecate? So, this leg probably won't heal. Shen Tianyan and Mrs. He turned pale, especially Mrs. He. Her husband had died, and she hadn't yet recovered. Hearing that her son's leg was ruined, she staggered, barely managing not to faint. Her head started to ache intensely. Old Madame Shen finally understood. There's no more hunting for him. She took a step forward and grabbed Mrs. He's hair, hitting her. "You shameless woman! For your son, you dared to deceive me, causing me to suffer in silence, serving you and your family with good food and drink. After eating so much food, it turned out that he was a... Watch me teach this lying a lesson for not telling the truth. Just wait, I won't hold back." Old Madame Shen was about to hit again when Lu Yi, walking by, grabbed her hand. She screamed in pain. "Ah, you foolish fool, let go of me. Let go of my mother." Old Madame Shen quickly released his hair. Lu Yi then let go of Old Madame Shen. Old Madame Shen stepped back 2 steps, her eyes full of anger, and turned to leave the third room. Soon after, outside, Fan called out, Third sister-in-law, mother is calling you to the main room." He felt dizzy and almost fell, but hearing this, she could only stagger to her feet. If Louis hadn't supported her, she might have fallen. "Mother, don't go." "I'll go,"
Louis said.
He shook her head. Her husband was gone, her son was crippled, and to stay in this family, she had to bow her head. "Year, come with me. But listen to mother and don't cause trouble," he whispered. Louis nodded and, with Shen Tianlu on one side and her, helped he to the main room. Old Madame Shen squinted at he and said angrily, "Everyone just came to help, and there's no food prepared. You should thank each family one by one. Otherwise, our Shen family's reputation will be ruined by your third branch." He heard her mother-in-law wasn't being mean to her, and nodded, saying, "All right, I'll go now." Louis looked at old Madame Shen. What does this mean? What are they planning to do next? But no matter what tricks they play, she was ready to face them. Louis sneered and helped he leave. Watching them go, old Madame Shen said angrily, "Old man, are we just going to let them go?" Old Shen said nothing but told Wang, "Go and tell us when he is far enough away." Wang hurriedly told Shen Tianfeng to guard the door. After a while, Shen Tianfeng ran back and said, "Sir, Grandma, that fool has gone far." Old Shen then told old Madame Shen, "Let's do this for the good of our Shen family. Let Konger and Tianxi gather blessings, and let them go." Old Madame Shen clenched her teeth and, with Wang and others, went to the third room. Shen Tianliang heard the noise outside and sneered, feeling mockery in his heart. Does our Shen family have virtue? Even if we do, it's probably a hidden virtue. Seeing old Madame Shen and others come in, he asked, "Grandma, eldest aunt, second aunt, fifth aunt, what are you all doing?" Grandmother Shen looked at Wang and said reluctantly, "Tianli, it's not that we're cruel, but your and your mother's actions have hurt Grandma's feelings. You can leave now." "Leave? Grandma, what do you mean? It's so cold outside. Where do you want us to go?" "Go wherever you like. Just get out of our Shen family." "Shen Tianli, you'd better behave, or I'll call your uncles and they'll throw you out," Grandma Shen said harshly. Shen Tianli asked straightly, "Grandma, even if I'm not your real grandson, we've lived together for so many years. Even if I were a beast, I could still have feelings, right? Grandma, are you sure you want to be so cruel and drive us away?" Hearing Shen Tianli compare her to a beast, Grandma Shen squeezed her words out through her teeth and said, "Our family doesn't keep useless people. Stop talking nonsense. Leave quickly." "Grandma, after all these years, I've contributed and worked hard, even if I haven't made big achievements. You can't just send us away. Think about my little uncle and big brother." Shen Tianli's voice was hoarse. "Shen Tianli, I tell you, Don't threaten me with your little uncle and big brother. You and your mother tricked us. I agreed to split the family and gave you the old house. That's a great kindness. Don't be ungrateful. The village chief and the clan leader will come soon. Hurry up and leave, so everyone won't be embarrassed, Grandma Shen said coldly. Shen Tianli clenched his teeth and walked out with his cane. As he stepped out of the third room, he heard the sound of the door locking behind him. His gaze was calm. His grandma hadn't changed at all. It was the same in his dreams, but back then, because he had no wife, she was very rude, pushing all four of them into the yard. They split the family, ignoring the village chief and clan leader's cold looks, and didn't even give them a stick to chase them out of the Shin family. He waited for a while and saw the village chief, clan leader, and others returning. Fourth aunt, what's going on? The village chief frowned as he saw Tianli standing outside, full of pain and anger, with the third room locked. Village chief, maybe you don't know. Shen Tianli's leg is completely useless, but he lies in bed every day making me, his wife, kill chickens and cook meat for him. And that fool causes trouble every now and then. Now that Yongin has left, it's because of he's the unlucky star that's cursed us. So, I decided to split them into separate households. Fourth aunt, Yongin just passed away, and you're kicking them out? Aren't you afraid of hurting Yongin's spirit and making him restless in his grave? Li Zian was angry. I am from a different family branch. Li Zian, although you are the village chief's son, you are not the village chief. Don't speak, please, old lady Shin said bluntly. Li Zian felt ashamed and angry. He was pulled back by his father and then lowered his head in frustration. Shin Fan, do you really want to split from Tianli and ignore all feelings? Do you not care about your son and grandson? The village chief asked. Old Lady Shen was most angry when she was accused of her younger son and grandson, even though they were not at fault. She crossed her arms and said, "Why would I ignore feelings? They are all unfilial and rebellious every day. They are either fools or useless. I wouldn't leave them. They should be grateful. Besides, I split from them. What does that have to do with my younger son and grandson? Not splitting would ruin their reputation." The clan leader looked at Tianli's leg and asked, "Tianli, what is your decision?" Shame and anger in his voice, Tianli said, "Clan leader, grandpa, I don't want to split from the family. I want to cut ties with them." Without caring about Hsh and everyone's shock, he continued, "I just sent my father away, and my grandmother had a doctor look at my leg. The doctor said I can't walk properly. She tricked my mother and wife out, then showed no mercy. It's so cold outside. She threw us out and insulted me. Since she looks down on us so much, I might as well be a stranger to them. My grandma also said my father isn't my real father." His eyes were red as he spoke. "Lear don't." Hsh hadn't finished speaking before old lady Shin interrupted. "Fine then, we'll cut ties." She didn't want to share anything with Tianli anymore, saving her old house. If they told others, it was Tianli's fault, not her. "Mother, please don't do this to us." Hsh knelt and begged through tears. Their eldest son was crippled, the younger son was still small, and his wife was naive. It was so cold outside. If they cut ties, how would their family survive? Seeing Hsh like this, old lady Shin was even more determined. She said, "Village chief, clan leader, Tianli is the one who proposed this. It's not that I am heartless. If I don't agree, it makes me look mean. So, village chief, clan leader, please write the letter of disownment now." The clan leader and village chief looked at each other, thinking that Fan Sueya was too unkind. No wonder Tianli wanted to do this. If he wasn't forced, who would ask for it? Everyone already knows about Grandma Shin mistreating Mr. He before. She wants to look up to her grandson but dares to abuse her grandson's mother. Moreover, now that the son isn't her biological child and the grandson is no longer useful, with her harsh nature, the whole family might suffer. Perhaps cutting ties with the family is the only way for Shin Tianli and the others to survive. The village chief nodded and said, "All right, I will write the letter to cut ties. Prepare your pen, ink, paper, and inkstone. By the way, what will you give to Tianli and the others?" Grandma Shin saw the village chief agreed and didn't hold back her few sheets of paper. She told Shen Tianxua to get the paper. Just as she was giving instructions, she heard the village chief speak and, leaning on his waist, almost jumped up and said, "If we cut ties, we are no longer family. Why should he take anything from my Shin family? Don't even think about it. Not taking their clothes off is my mercy." The village chief and the clan leader were both furious and blushed with anger. The village chief said angrily, "Fan Suya, how can you be so cruel and heartless? The house, the silver, the land, all of it was earned by Yongin and Tianli through hunting. Now, in this cold weather, you refuse to give anything. They are your grandchildren. They are not my grandchildren. I don't have such grandchildren." Grandma Shin shouted. When she saw Shan Tianxua bring the ink and paper, she said, "Hurry up and write it. Once it's done, let them leave quickly. Fan Shi, go call Shun Laosi out. I want to ask him if he really is so ruthless, throwing his own grandchildren out in the middle of winter with nothing." The clan leader looked worried and said, "My old man is sick and lying on the bed. He can't come out. Hurry and write." Shun Tianli closed his eyes and said painfully, "Grandpa Zeng, village chief, don't say more. Just write it quickly. Once it's done, we will leave. From now on, we have nothing to do with them. Shun Tianli, would rather starve than take anything from Shun Laoxi's family." The village chief looked at Shun Tianli with sympathy, sighed, and started writing the letter to cut ties. Then he asked Shin Laoshi to come out and put his fingerprint on it. When the clan leader saw Shin Laoshi finally come out, he asked, "Laosi, are you really sure about doing this?" "Third uncle, you don't know. Tianli has been stubborn since he was a child. If I don't agree, he will cause even more trouble and make the household uneasy. So, this is for the best," Shun Laoshi said helplessly. Now, they are blaming all this on Tianli. If they had given Tianli a way out, he wouldn't have been so cruel as to cut ties. The clan leader sighed heavily and nodded deeply.
All right.
As long as you feel no guilt, that's good. Old man Shin looked unhappy as he pressed his fingerprint. Luckily, the village chief didn't say anything. After he finished, Shun Tianli also pressed his fingerprint, and the head of the family and himself did the same. Then, they each received a copy. Old man Shin, Shun Tianli, the village chief, and himself. Old man Shin took the separation letter and said, "Village chief, village head, I am not feeling well today, so I won't see you off. Please go slowly." The village head responded without hesitation, "No need for you to see us out. I will leave on my own. You should go rest in your room." The family head glanced at Shin Tianli and said, "Although you're no longer connected with old fourth Shin, you're still part of the Shin family. Your eighth uncle's family moved to the town to do business, and his house is empty. I have the authority, so you can stay there first." "No need, Grandpa Shin. I have a place to stay, and Tianli will stay with me," Li Zian quickly said. "Thank you, family head and Grandpa. Today, I will stay at Grandpa Village Head's house, and tomorrow I will go to eighth uncle's house," Shin Tianli politely replied. The house hadn't been lived in for 3 or 4 years and needed some repairs. He nodded and said, "All right, I will find some people this afternoon to fix it up, so you can stay there." Afterward, he looked at old fourth Shen with a shake of his head and turned to leave. "Wife, bring out all our belongings," Shin Tianli told Lu Yi. Lu Yi nodded and started kicking the door. With a broken lock, it was no trouble for her. Old Lady Shin saw Lu Yi's attitude and instantly panicked. She stepped forward and scolded, "You fool. We are no longer connected to your family. Why are you kicking in my door? Do you believe I will call the police and accuse you of breaking in? Grandma Shin, we are only taking what belongs to us." "What belongs to you? Everything inside is ours," Old Lady Shin said from the doorway. "The clothes and quilts inside were sent by Uncle Lee some time ago. Everyone in the village knows that. My father also gave my mother a cloak and my sister's cloak. If you call the police, the authorities will tell us to take them." Old Man Shin didn't want things to get too ugly and wanted to find someone to repair the door, so he said, "Let them take it." Old Lady Shin glared fiercely at Lu Yi. This fool was strong, and if she kept causing trouble, she might even break her lock. It was better to let them have it. Wait here, old lady Shin said, opening the door and throwing out the quilts, clothes, and 2 cloaks. That's enough.
You can leave now.
He sure and others hurriedly picked up their belongings and followed the village head away. Shun Tianli's family followed the village chief to his house, and soon everyone in the village knew that Shin Tianli's leg was no longer functional and that Shin Tianli had severed ties with 4th Uncle Shin's family. What Tianli did was right. Such a wicked family, constantly causing trouble, will eventually ruin Tianli and his family. Just think, a few days ago, they beat Yongmin's family and his silly wife, and Tianli, who was so proud, was forced to kneel on the ground, crying and begging the clan leader to split the family. I believe the clan uncle should have split the family back then. Why would Fan Suya agree? At that time, she was still waiting for Yongmin to come back and earn money for their family. She was also waiting for Tianli to go hunting. Back then, the 3rd household was their family's money tree. How could they agree to split the family? Now that Yongmin is gone and Tianli's leg is crippled, Fan Suya would prefer to have nothing to do with them. Did you hear? Tianli's leg could have healed, but a few days ago, they caused trouble by arguing with He Shi and the Fool, and later, they even beat Tianli. It was because they beat Tianli that his leg got injured. When Dr. Li came out, he looked very upset and didn't speak to anyone, but when no one was around, he muttered curses about Shun Lao Si's family being unkind. That's right, they are unkind. In this cold winter, Fan Suya didn't give Tianli anything. Those few quilts, the Fool even insisted on bringing them in. Wow, that Fool is truly Tianli's lucky star. Without him, what would happen to Tianli's family? Don't worry, isn't the village chief here? You're right. The village chief is also part of a family, and he's not easy to deal with. How can he support so many people like Tianli? I think all of this is because Fan Suya's family is wicked. They have so much silver and 2 old houses, but they didn't give Tianli even one. They're afraid of divine punishment. Just wait. Such a wicked family will surely face retribution. Lu Ye's hearing was very sharp now. She overheard the villagers' gossip and instantly understood why Shin Tianli had to lower his pride and beg the clan leader to split the family that day. In ancient times, villagers' gossip could be overwhelming. As a younger family member, Shun Tianli proposing to split the family and sever ties would definitely be condemned by others. But after hearing his recent crying and complaints, everyone had already started to sympathize with Shun Tianli emotionally. Moreover, Shun Lao Tai's foolish greed, burying his dead son and then immediately kicking out his son's family without giving anything, made people think that even if the family was severed, it was Shun Lao Si's family's fault. In the future, Xiaoyan wouldn't have to carry the shame of being unfilial when going to school. Shun Tianli's move was not only a plea for sympathy, but also a strategic distance. Anyway, except for slightly losing some face as a man, it can be said that they achieved total victory. Old Lady Shun left Shun Tianli's house and immediately opened the door to the 3rd room. She looked around and only found a little over 10 taels of silver in the east room. She then scolded He Shi harshly before happily placing the silver in her money box. She didn't realize that on the beam above, a small white snake was watching her, flicking its tongue, then continued to rest with its eyes closed. Besides the Shin family being happy that He Shi and others were driven away, Li Xiao'er also felt very pleased. Because previously, whether it was Shin Tianli or Lu Yi, they were different from their past lives. This made her worried that this life might be different too. But yesterday, Shun Yongtai returned home. Today Shin Yongmin was buried, and Shun Tianli was driven out, all exactly the same as before, making her very happy. However, in her previous life, it seemed there was no complete separation, only a division of the family. She thought it would be better if they officially separated, so she wouldn't have to marry Shin Tianli and then suffer hardships back at Shin's house again. Next, she just needed to wait for He Shi to divorce that fool and then marry her. Thinking of this, Li Xiao'er happily took out her wedding dress and started embroidery. In her past life, her wedding dress was bought by He Shi, made of plain cotton cloth without any lucky characters. Now that she had silver, she wanted to sew a beautiful wedding dress so that on her wedding day, Brother Tianli would see her as the most beautiful. Li Zian placed Shen Tianli's family in the room of Li Shuerong's brothers. The bed was large enough for the whole family to stay comfortably. Zhang Shi saw that he sure looked dazed, and her face was so thin it looked like a palm, with tears in her eyes. She couldn't help sighing. This he sure had always been smooth sailing, but now her husband was dead, her son was crippled, and she had lost her family. All the misfortunes had fallen on her. No wonder she couldn't bear it. She advised her a few words, and then went out to cook. Although Shen Tianli was sad, she felt that losing her family wasn't necessarily a bad thing. Her father was gone, her brother's leg was crippled, but he could still walk. Gathering firewood and drawing water was no problem. She and her mother could embroider and sell things. When spring came, she could go to the mountains with her sister-in-law to pick medicinal herbs to sell. As long as everyone in the family stayed united, they would only get better over time. Yi, what should we do in the future? We don't even have a place to live. Mother is so cruel, driving us out in this cold weather. How can we survive? Why is my life so hard? Husband, it would be so good if you were here. We wouldn't be so miserable. Mother, don't you think this is actually good? No one will bully you or hurt you anymore. Our family can live peacefully and happily. That's great. Shen Tianli said. He looked at his mother blankly. Is that okay? No money, no home, no food. How can they get through such cold days? Also, in the village, everyone has brothers and sisters to help. They are cut off from their relatives, even though the village had approved, who will help them in hard times. Lear, we're no longer related to the Shin family. You don't even have a brother to help. How will we live in the village in the future? Mother, why does an elder brother have brothers? I do. I will help elder brother, and with sister-in-law here, who dares to bully us. Shen Tianyan stepped forward unhappily. Besides feeling a little sad that his father left, he was happy about everything else. Since they are no longer related to their grandmother, they don't have to be bullied by her family, and their mother doesn't have to chase sister-in-law away. Sister-in-law can stay with them forever. That's so good. Shen Tianli looked at Shen Tianyan and felt that in his brother's mind, his wife seemed to hold a higher position than himself. Yes, mother. You haven't heard. Brothers united, their strength can cut through metal. As long as we brothers work together, life will only get better and better. Yes, mother. I have some silver. Lui took out a few taels of silver and handed it to he. She didn't dare take out more because she was afraid he would blame Shen Tianli for hiding the silver. As the saying goes, no silver, no peace of mind. Now that he held the silver in her hand, she felt less anxious and her mood improved. She stopped crying. Yi, is all your silver on you? Lui nodded and smiled. Yes, mother. Tomorrow we will tidy up the house, and the day after tomorrow, we will go to town to buy food, clothes, and daily necessities. We will also go to Aunt Wei's to work. I can do embroidery. Aunt Wei said it's very good and can sell for a lot of money. I can also go hunting in the mountains to earn silver, so mother, don't worry. Shopping and spending can help women forget their sorrows, so even if they can't go to town now, imagining a bright future is still good. Hearing this, he held the silver and felt a bit more secure. She nodded and said, Good. My daughter also knows embroidery and we make money from it. And mother, I can chase rabbits too. I catch rabbits and sell them, so I can earn money. Shen Tianyan hugged he and said, Little Yan, you've grown up. Mother, I've grown up, so you don't need to be sad. We've cut ties with them, which is really good. We won't be bullied anymore, and we can live our own lives. That's so great. Shen Tianyan said seriously, lifting his head. Mother was mostly worried earlier, but now she nodded when she heard her son. She asked, Your master said Tianli's leg is fine. Why is he limping now? Mother, my master said my husband's leg can't move. That day, he was bullied by the eldest and second uncles, and his leg was hurt. Lui explained. They are really hateful. hurt Tianli's leg. He cried as she looked at Tianli's leg. No matter what, without her husband, her eldest son is her main support. Mother, it's okay. Yi said she can heal my leg, Tianli told Lu Yi. He felt very happy inside. His wife called him husband again. Maybe because she was happy to be away from that family, she called him that. Seeing Tianli look at her, Lu Yi nodded and said, Yes, yes, mother, I can heal husband's leg. He grabbed Lu Yi's hand and asked, Really? Yes. Mother, really? Only then did he feel her lonely heart come back. She hugged Lu Yi and said, Yi, you are truly a lucky star, our family's lucky star. Lu Yi chuckled and said, Mother, I didn't sleep all night yesterday. I'll rest a little now. When I wake up, everything will be fine. He relaxed and felt tired too, so she nodded. Lu Yi helped make the bed for Mother to rest, then made Tianli's bed and took Shen Tianyan out. Although it snowed the day before yesterday and yesterday it wasn't heavy, just up to their ankles. The two went up the mountain, found the rabbit burrow, caught a rabbit and quickly returned. Zhang saw Shen Tianlu being so sensible and hardworking, and she wanted her to become her second daughter-in-law, so she was especially kind to her. Seeing Lu Yi come back with her catch soon after, she thought she was amazing. Maybe their family will do even better than Shen Laoxi's family. In the afternoon, Lu Yi took Shen Tianlu and her brother and sister to see their new home. She also asked everyone to help raise the wall higher. They worked all afternoon before returning home. That night, tired from the day, they went to bed early. Because their family was sleeping on a large bed, Lu Yi naturally wouldn't lie in Shen Tianli's arms, and she kept her distance from him, which disappointed Shen Tianli. He still had many things to say to his wife, but it seemed today was not the right time. As the night grew deeper, Shen Tianli suddenly heard a faint noise and sensed something crawling toward them, specifically toward him and his wife. He opened his eyes and saw a snake, a small white snake. After his daughter-in-law hit it last time, why did it come out again? The snake's smell was much less strong this time. If it weren't for it being on the bed, he might not have noticed. He sat up and quickly caught it, feeling strange at how fast this person was. The first time was due to carelessness. This time, he clearly sensed movement and was ready to dodge. It must be because the bed was too warm. Seeing the white snake staring directly at him, Shen Tianli said, Now that my wife is asleep, you go to the side and wait. I'll find her tomorrow. The white snake looked at Shen Tianli strangely. It was amazing that it could understand what he was saying. The white snake then slid down from Shen Tianli's hand and crawled to the corner of the bed. Seeing that Shen Tianli didn't chase it away, it curled up in the wall corner and went to sleep. Shen Tianli gently pulled back his wife's quilt, then slowly leaned over, pulling her into his arms. His wife, who had been facing away from him, turned over once she was in his embrace, snuggling into his chest, finding a comfortable position, and fell asleep peacefully. Indeed, this was the best. Shen Tianli smiled softly, kissed Lu Yi on the head, then closed his eyes and fell asleep. The next morning, Lu Yi woke up to find herself in Shen Tianli's arms, instantly blushing with embarrassment. How did she end up in his arms again? It must be because his embrace was too warm. Seeing that he sure and the others were still sleeping soundly and hearing some movement outside, she slowly sat up and started to get dressed. Suddenly, the white snake crawled over. She hurriedly finished dressing, picked up the white snake, and got off the bed. After leaving the inner room, she placed the snake into her space. Qingling, when did you come back? Why didn't you wake me? Qingling first vomited what was inside her stomach, then said, Your husband saw you sleeping peacefully and didn't want to disturb you. It was really uncomfortable having that thing inside me, and I didn't sleep well at all. Lu Yi saw the extra silver in her space and happily said, Qingling, you've worked hard. It's okay, but this thing doesn't smell good. It has a strange odor, and it even caused me to bite into some wood chips while opening the box. Why do you like this? It's not as tasty as my jade stone at all. Of course, your jade stone can be exchanged for a lot of silver. It's much more valuable than these.
Liu Ye chuckled softly.
However, old lady Shen drove them away. taking the silver belonging to their third family, which made her feel uncomfortable inside. She felt uncomfortable, so she wanted old lady Shin's family to suffer even more. Haha, imagine old lady Shin without her silver. She would surely cry and make a fuss. Plus, that family is so selfish and self-centered. Just watch how they cause trouble. Next, she planned to focus on her own life and enjoy the lively chaos of old lady Shin's family. That's why Lu Yi was in an especially good mood today. She cooked a meal for Zhang's family, and after eating, she took his family and others to tidy up the house they had temporarily borrowed. The village was full of thatched cottages. Old 8 Shin's house was the same, 3 main rooms, 2 west side rooms, and on the east side, a large firewood and kitchen room. It was said that they used to grind tofu there in the village, but now they bought a house in town, so the whole family moved out. The clan leader had ordered people to recover the 3 main rooms and the kitchen with straw and mud. The mud was still yellowish, clearly freshly applied. When they arrived, the entire house was smoking. "Year, could the house be on fire?" he said as he ran over. As the 4 reached the door, they saw Li Yuqian come out looking exhausted. When he saw Lu Yi and the others approaching, he called out, "Third aunt, sister-in-law, you've arrived." "Yuqian, why are you here?" "Third aunt, my house is right next door. I heard that third aunt is moving in today. The house is damp, and the roof was just repaired yesterday. I used fire to dry it quickly, so you'd be comfortable living here. Auntie, sister-in-law, you should go back now. I've finished the fire, and it'll be ready by the afternoon," Li Yuqian said with a smile. He was very grateful to Lu Yi, not only for curing his leg, but also for applying medicine to his wound. Dr. Li said that if it weren't for the good medicine on his wound, he might not have survived. During his recovery, Xiaoyan often came to visit, sometimes bringing sugar and grains. He was very thankful and wondered how to repay them. Now the opportunity had come. He only then remembered that his family actually lived next door. Speaking of which, Li Yuqian was also quite unfortunate. Like Li Li, he was the same age. His father went to serve in the army when he was 8 and never returned. His mother died giving birth to his younger brother during childbirth. His older sister sold herself to support their grandmother and younger siblings. After a few years, she died mysteriously. From then on, this child bore the heavy responsibility of the family. Luckily, they were hardworking and relied on the land they owned. Although they were poor, they managed to get by. Sighing, he thought that they were better off than the Yuqian family, who had land and a house, while they had nothing. Thinking of this, he sighed again, but he felt happy that their family was together. With year-round, life would get better and better. In the future, they would also have land and a house. Lua didn't know what his thoughts were. She remembered that new houses usually needed to be smoked, and seeing the nearly dry mud and his tired look, it was clear he had stayed up all night tending the smoking room. However, the smoke was too strong, so she said, "Luer, Xiaoyan, let's go to the foot of the mountain and pick some mugwort stalks." The two nodded. Li Yuqian heard Luyue mention mugwort stalks. This was usually just weeds except on the 5th day of May, when some people wanted it. It was found along the roadside and at the foot of the mountain, so she also asked her younger siblings to help. Liyua, who was a year older than Shen Tianlu, was a shy and diligent girl. Lu Yuzi and Shin Shuzhen, along with Shin Tianyan, were good friends. When they heard their brother ask for help, they happily went along. Seeing many children come to help, Lu Yue went up the mountain. She was familiar with the mountain now and knew where to find dry branches. When she was coming down, she carried back a withered tree branch in one hand. Her friends saw how capable Lu Yue was and praised Shin Tianyan for having such a talented sister-in-law. Hearing this, Shin Tianyan straightened his waist proudly, with a look of pride as if he was being praised himself. The day before yesterday, it snowed, and Lu Ming was worried that his sister wouldn't stay warm at Shin's house. Last time, Mu Xiaonyang came to town, so he couldn't visit his sister. Seeing that the snow had stopped today, Lu Ming took a day off, bought cloth, cotton, snacks, and meat, and brought his books. He rode a bullock cart to Tsuishan village. Shen Tianyan and his friends were picking mugwort stalks at the village entrance when they saw a bullock cart approaching. The people on it looked familiar. When they looked again, wasn't that his sister's younger brother? Luming Gij. Luming Gij. Luming recognized his sister's brother-in-law immediately and smiled, saying, Xiaoyan, what are you doing here? Sister-in-law asked me to pick mugwort stalks. Where's my sister-in-law? Hearing that her brother-in-law listened to his sister, Luyue was very happy. She's at home, he replied. Okay, you keep picking here. I'll go find my sister-in-law, Luming said, motioning for the driver to hurry. Shen Tianyan nodded and continued folding. Suddenly, he felt something was wrong. That's right, brother Luming doesn't know they were driven out. He must have gone to the Shen family. He hurriedly followed and said, Brother Luming, we've moved. You don't know where yet, do you? I'll take you there. Moved? In such cold weather, why would they leave the nice brick and tile house? Luming's face suddenly darkened. He jumped off the ox cart and asked, Xiaoyan, did something happen? Shen Tianyan didn't expect his sister-in-law's younger brother to be so smart. No, just as smart as his sister-in-law. He quickly explained how their grandparents mistreated their mother, how they wanted to take his sister away, and how they bullied their whole family. Luming clenched his fists tightly, his pupils shrinking slightly, and his thin lips parted slightly. Good, really good. How dare they treat my sister like that? Seeing Luming trembling all over, Shen Tianyan couldn't help but ask, Brother Luming, are you okay? Luming came back to himself, nodded, and smiled.
I'm fine, Xiaoyan.
Let's go. Take me to see my sister. Their mother and second sister bullied their sister. They are his family. He couldn't do much, only protect his sister in a passive way. But as for the Shen family members, why should they bully his sister? If they dare to bully her, they must face his anger and the consequences they deserve. The two of them, along with their friends, returned home and saw Lu Yi sweeping the yard. Lu Ming hurried forward and said, Sister, give me the broom. I'll sweep. Ming, why are you here? Lu Yi was surprised to see her brother take the broom away. Lu Ming knew his sister was staying at someone else's house, so conditions wouldn't be good. But seeing smoke rising from the roof and the yellow mud not fully dry, he felt sour inside, and his eyes reddened. He didn't dare let his sister see. He softly nodded and continued sweeping. He was afraid his sister would notice something was wrong with his voice, so he didn't lift his head. Lu Yi naturally noticed her younger brother's unusual mood. Feeling warm inside, she pretended not to notice and said with a smile, Ming, I'm so happy. It's not about splitting the family, but about breaking ties. We won't have to see that old witch's face anymore. She's so mean. She promised Dad to let me eat eggs and meat, but she didn't. Now this is my own home. Dad gave me money, and I can eat whatever I want. When the weather gets warmer, I'll ask Dad and the uncles to build me a big house. Luming listened and felt the frustration for his sister gradually fade away. He even heard her laughter and thought it was really nice. He looked up with a smile and said, Yes, sister. Father and Uncle Second and Uncle Third are working in town. They're almost done. When they finish, I'll tell Father to come build you a house. Luyuan never planned to build a house in Suishan village. She intended to move to the town next year, let Xiaoyan and the young master go to school, and have Luer learn from Aunt Wei to broaden her knowledge. She also wanted to visit her senior brother to learn from him. But all this depended on Shen Tianli's opinion, since she was currently considered a fool. Yes. Lua nodded with a smile. At this moment, Lu Ming remembered he had brought a gift for his sister. He hurriedly said, Sister, I brought some things. Cotton, fabric, and meat. I didn't know you had a new house. If I knew, I would have bought more. Lu Ming bought a lot of things. Lua still praised him. However, the house was still smoky from the fire. Lua gave some meat to Liu Qian and then took Lu Ming back to the village chief's house. When Zhangshi heard that Lu Ming was her son's classmate and her sister's younger brother, she warmly received him. But since Lu Ming had taken half a day off to visit Shen Tianli, he planned to leave afterward. Sister, I only have 1 or 2 silver coins. You can take them. Later, I'll ask Father to send you some more. Luan knew her younger brother well. He was diligent and understood that their father's earnings were hard to come by. She also knew he was very frugal. This 1 or 2 silver coins was probably all her savings. She smiled and said, "Sister is very capable now. She caught a tiger and a black bear and has a lot of silver. Here, brother, this is for you." Lua then took out a silver note worth 50 taels and handed it to Luming. Seeing that his sister really had silver, Luming felt relieved. He thought his sister was clever. She knew how to give him silver directly and gently to reassure him. He said, "Sister, I'll keep my silver. You keep yours. But don't go hunting in the mountains anymore. If you don't tell me about the silver, I'll find a way. The mountains are dangerous, or brother-in-law wouldn't have gotten hurt. Do you understand?" Lua quickly nodded, not wanting to disappoint her brother's good intentions. "Sister, go back now. I'll bring you some things tomorrow."
No, Liu Ming.
"Study hard and become an official someday to support sister. I'll go to town tomorrow to buy things myself." She didn't want her brother to run around in this cold weather. After thinking, she decided to tell her younger brother about martial arts and mental techniques because she realized that practicing them could strengthen the body and improve health. "Minting, what I tell you next, listen carefully and remember it in your mind. Repeat it quietly to yourself when you go to town. Also, when you have free time at home, think about it more, understand?" Liuming nodded, memorizing every word her sister told him. His eyes flickered and he said, "Sister, you can go back now. It's cold outside. Okay, here's a hat made from rabbit fur for you. Wear it." She made 2 hats from the rabbit fur she had prepared. Although the fur wasn't completely dry, it was still wearable. Liuming took the hat, feeling warm and happy inside. His sister not only forgave him, but also made him a hat. He had planned to take the imperial exam in a couple of years, but for his sister, he decided to take it next year instead. Wearing the rabbit fur hat his sister made just for him, he happily left. After seeing off her brother, Liuya asked Mrs. how to help Zhang with cooking at home, then took Shin Tianyan and Shin Tianlu to check if the house they were borrowing was ready. The fire inside was still burning. According to Li Yuqian, they needed to use wet firewood to dry the mud on the roof. Liu Ye began tidying up the yard and invited Shin Tianyan to ask his friends to pick up river stones by the river. Although everyone didn't know what the stones would be used for, many came to help. Seeing Liu Ye paving the road with small stones, they also started to do the same at their own homes, paving their usual paths with stones. Liu Ye stayed at Li Zian's house for one night. Then the next day, he asked Li Zian to take them to the town. Shen Bashu's family sold tofu in town. When they heard Shen Tianli's family was going to stay in their old house, they agreed immediately. Mrs. He gave them money, but Shen Lao Ba refused, saying it was thanks to Shin Yanggan that they could buy tofu in town. He also gave them a lot of tofu. After leaving Shen Lao Ba's house, Liu Ye saw that Mrs. He looked upset. He knew that although she understood everything now, her husband's death was still a painful memory. It was exhausting her, so he told her to rest at Wei Yi's place. Then, he took Shin Tianyan and Shen Tianlu to buy some supplies. They naturally needed pots, bowls, and utensils as well as oil, rice, seasonings, and even some meat. They filled a big cart with everything. Back in Sui Shan village, they went straight to the rented house. Shen Tianli was already there. The room and yard were very clean. They unpacked everything, placed the pots and utensils, and suddenly, it felt like home. That evening, Mrs. He cooked dinner. Seeing that Liu Ye had bought a lot of white flour and rice, she felt very worried. She had only married into the Shin family and ate white rice a few times during the New Year. She had never thought about eating plain white rice every day.
Why did you buy so much plain rice?
How much silver did that cost? Tomorrow, I want you to return it and exchange it for mixed grains, understand? Mother, we have silver. Plain rice tastes good, Lu Yi said with a smile. Yes, yes, mother, white rice and rice are really delicious, Shin Tianyan licked her lips and said. Does she not know how tasty it is? But it also costs silver. 1 jin of refined rice can buy 2 jin of mixed grains. If they eat plain rice every day, it would take a few days to spend just a couple of silver. But it's too expensive, he sure frowned and said. Lui looked at Shen Tianli, who smiled and said, "Mother, we have silver." Not long ago, Yi and Li Bo Shin Qingshan went to catch tigers together. Do you remember? That was really Yi who caught them. Our family earned quite a bit of silver, and it's all with me now. So, Mother, you don't need to worry about money anymore. Take good care of your health. Look, recently, not only you and Yi have lost weight, but Xiao Yan and Lu have too. Let's nourish ourselves well this winter. Next year, Xiao Yan will be able to go to school happily and chubby. Brother, can I really go to school? Shen Tianyan asked excitedly. Of course. From now on, Mother will take charge. Mother definitely wants you to study well, right, Mother? Shen Tianli asked. He sure was also very excited. She would be in charge now. From now on, she would make the decisions for the family and no longer be bullied by her mother-in-law and sisters-in-law. Splitting the family was really good, having white rice to eat and being able to make decisions for herself. She smiled immediately and said, "Yes, next year Xiao Yan will go to school, and when your brother is ready, he will go too." Lui clapped her hands happily. Yes, Xiao Yan will go to school, and your husband will go too. Shen Tianli had never thought about going to school, but now, hearing his wife and mother say so, he couldn't help but feel hopeful. Yes, he wanted to go to school and study hard to change his future. He didn't know what the future would hold, but he knew studying was very important. He sure made plain rice and, at Luya's suggestion, prepared a simple tofu dish and braised pork, then asked Xiao Yan to deliver some to the neighborly Yuqian's family. Lui ate the food made by He Sure and had to admit her cooking skills were quite good, better than hers. In her past and present life, she didn't know much about cooking, so having a mother-in-law who could cook was truly a blessing. The family of 5 finished eating. Led by Lu Yi, they did some spring-back exercises. Just as they were about to wash up and go to bed, they heard Lao Shen outside. "Lu Yi, you silly girl. You fool, come out with the 3 hands. How dare you steal my silver? Hand over the silver now." The village was already quiet in the evening. When old lady Shen shouted, she woke up the village chief's dog, and those not yet asleep heard the commotion and came out to see. Liuya opened the door, and old lady Shen led her family into the yard. "You old woman, how can you just come into my house?" Liuya said unhappily. Thinking to herself, the wall is high, but the door made of branches is too broken. Tomorrow, Li Shuiguang will make a proper door and replace it. I just came in, so what? Dare to steal my silver? Hand it over quickly, or I'll report you to the authorities. I haven't seen your silver. Your silver is missing, so why blame me? Liuya said angrily. You shameless thief. If you didn't steal my silver, who would dare come into my house and take all my silver? I've never been in your house, Liuya replied dissatisfied. Shen Tianli glanced at his wife, then asked, Grandma Shen, when did your silver go missing? Why do you say my wife took it? I hid silver the night before last. When I counted it tonight, it suddenly disappeared. If it wasn't that silly girl, who would dare take my silver? I heard today that you went to town and bought many good things. Old lady Shen said angrily. She had the habit of counting her silver regularly. Recently, her silver was running out fast. Luckily, fifth brother returned with 30 taels of silver to comfort her. The day before yesterday, she counted her silver when she put it away, 113 taels plus a string of copper coins. She was very happy. She heard people say that his family went to town and bought a lot of things. She knew the fool had some dowry and was surprised to see her carrying it around. But anyway, that fool only had a few taels of silver, and buying so many things must have used it all up. She wondered how his family would manage later. After dinner, she happily prepared to count her silver. When she reached for it, her hand felt light, and she immediately sensed something was wrong. When she opened the box, she found a hole. It was empty, nothing inside. She burst into tears instantly. As she cried, she remembered the fool. Surely Liuya had stolen her silver, which was why she brought everyone to find her. Everyone knows that after you left our house, we never went back. How could we take your silver? Shen Tianli said. Yes. We saw everything. After your family broke apart, you never passed by our door again. Mrs. Li Shun said with a tone full of schadenfreude. Fan Shuya wondered why she was so proud every day. Wasn't it just because her family had money? Now that Shin Yongin, who used to hunt and make money, is gone and Shin Tianli has cut ties with her, it's as if they have no benefactor. Without money now, she wonders how she'll continue to show off. Not only she thinks this, but others also agree and say, exactly. Tianli's family is busy, so they haven't visited you. Maybe she lost the money herself and thought Tianli's family was foolish, so she's blaming them. Yes, Fan Shuya, you're too cruel. Cutting ties without sharing anything, and now coming to extort. She's probably eyeing Yongin for some fancy cloak for his family. I heard that cloak is worth a lot of silver. Exactly. Since Yongin isn't related, she's pushing Tianli's family hard. They just moved into a new house, and she's causing trouble. It's like she doesn't want anyone to live peacefully. Seeing everyone favoring Tianli's side, old lady Shen was so angry her face turned red. She cursed, "Shut your stinky mouth. I'd be happy if we had nothing to do with them. If that foolish girl hadn't stolen my silver, I wouldn't have come even if they invited me with a big sedan chair." When Mrs. Fan saw everyone doubting her, she hurriedly said, "Tianli, you might not know, but your wife is good at finding silver. The money you used to see the doctor in town was secretly taken from your grandmother's room by your wife. Tianli, even though we've cut ties, we're still family. How could you let your wife take your grandmother's silver? Hand it over, and we'll pretend this never happened," Shin Yongtai said unhappily. "No way. That foolish girl stole my silver. She's a thief. We should send her to the authorities and have her punished. If she dares to steal again, she'll regret it. Mother, no matter what, she's Tianli's wife. Just give us the silver, and it's fine," Shin Yongtai said with a frown. In his mind, he cursed the foolish girl. Why say so much now? The main thing is to get the silver first. Whether to report it or not is up to us. We've cut ties, so we're no longer family. Come on, foolish girl, give me my silver. Old lady Shin now only wanted her silver back. She kept reminding her son, completely ignoring her. Grandma Shin, even though we've cut ties, we've lived together for over 10 years. I know your house, and I know there's always someone there. Besides, it's so cold outside, and your family is all together. I just want to ask, how did your wife get into your house and take your silver?" Shun Tianli asked calmly. Elder Madam Shun was suddenly speechless. Since the incident with Lu Yi taking the silver last time, she and her husband have kept someone watching the silver to prevent it from happening again. During the day, everyone mostly stays in her room, so that foolish person definitely wouldn't come. She comes at night. You don't know. That fool is strong and has kicked down our door twice. Why would she sneak in? Besides, my husband and I are old and sleep deeply. She knows the house well and naturally steals the silver. Quickly, Shen Tianli, hand over the silver, or I will report to the authorities. Your whole family won't have a good time. Elder Madam Shin crossed her arms and spoke unfairly. Grandma Shin, since we broke off ties, we've been living at the village chief's house. The village chief has a dog, and at this time, anyone passing by would hear the dog barking, especially at night. When the dog barks, the whole village can hear it. So, tell me, in the past 2 nights, who heard the dog barking? Shun Tianli asked. Yes. My house is close to the village chief's, and I didn't hear a single bark. Me neither. I wake up twice every night, but I didn't hear the dog. Fan Shuya just wants to accuse people. She's so anxious, she forgot about the village chief's dog. Under the villagers' teasing, Shin Yongtai's face turned red with anger. But the silver in his house was gone for no reason, more than 100 taels. Just thinking about it made him feel heartbroken. At first, he thought, after hearing his wife, that Shin Tianli was retaliating and that the daring fool had sneaked in at night to steal the silver. But he forgot that the fool lived at the village chief's house, and that dog was fierce and didn't recognize people. He fed it good things, and every time he saw him, it barked. That's not even mentioning Shin Tianli and the others. But if it wasn't the fool, where did the silver go? Could it be that the second and third houses took it and then falsely accused the fool? Not only Shen Yongtai thought so, but others also had the same idea. Their eyes looked at each other differently. But elder Madam Shen didn't think so. She believed it was the fool who stole it. She stubbornly said, "Shen Tianli, that fool is strong. Maybe he knocked out the dog and ran away, then came to my house to steal the silver. Quickly, give me the silver, or I will report to the authorities. Then let's report it. Let the officials investigate properly. If so much silver disappears suddenly, such thieves make the village unsafe." Village chief, don't you think so? The village chief didn't want to investigate, but he knew Shen Laoxi's family had a lot of silver. Since so much was lost and his abilities were limited, he would have to look into it. Moreover, Shen Tianli had involved the whole village. He wouldn't risk upsetting everyone just to get promoted to a village official position. All right, it's dark now. Everyone go home. Tomorrow, I will go with Yongfu to report to the county. With that, the village chief made the decision. Old Lady Shen was convinced that Lu Yi was responsible. She felt proud and said, "You fool, just wait for the officials to come and punish you. Let's see if you dare to steal again." Grandma Shen, before we find out the truth, you're accusing me without proof. I could sue you for slander. If what I say is true, you'll face punishment. Hearing this, Old Lady Shen shrank back and hurriedly left, saying, "Son disrespecting his grandmother. Luckily, we are no longer related, or someone so unkind and unfaithful would be a real ingrate." Exactly. My father and I were blind to raise a bunch of ungrateful people, Shen Tianli said, and everyone watching laughed. Old Lady Shen and her family looked even more upset. They glared at him fiercely, and then left. Back at the Shen household, the head of the family lit the usual oil lamp, which they didn't usually use often. Old Lady Shen sat angrily on a stool, and others in the family looked serious. Yongfu was the first to ask Mother, "What do you think? How did the silver disappear? Did that fool really steal it? Could it be that Mother was trying to secretly give the silver to the fifth and sixth brothers, pretending to do something with Dad?" Hearing her eldest son's question, Old Lady Shen looked upset. But when she saw everyone staring at her, she snapped, "How would I know where the silver went? I counted it the night before, and tonight, when I counted again, it was gone. Mother, even if that fool is brave, he wouldn't climb over the wall at night. Maybe you put it in the wrong place," asked Shin Yongshou. "Yes, Mother. Maybe you forgot where you put it. The government office isn't easy to get to. Without reward money, and with such a long journey in this cold weather, no one would make the trip for nothing." And seeing Shen Tianli's attitude today, it was clear that the fool didn't steal it. Otherwise, he wouldn't have dared to bring it up so confidently.
Impossible.
The box with the silver was found, but it was empty inside, Old Lady Shen said. Old Man Shen, smoking a dry pipe, asked, "What did you say when you went?" The woman accused him without proof. Shen Tianli said he would report it to the officials, and the village chief agreed, telling the eldest son to go with him tomorrow. Old Mr. Shen listened, took a few puffs of dry tobacco, and finally asked Shen Yongtao, "Fifth brother, what do you think?" "Father, what's going on? How did the silver disappear?" Old Mr. Shen said to Old Madam Shen, "Go, bring the box that holds the silver." "What's the use of looking at a broken box?" Old Madam Shen said, but she still went to get the box. Everyone took turns examining the box, and finally, their faces looked grim. Shin Yongfu's face was the worst. The box had a small hole at the bottom, with teeth marks, probably from a mouse. "Mice, they don't eat grain but steal silver. How strange." Shin Yongfu saw this, and others noticed too. They all fell silent. Finally, the box was handed to Old Madam Shen, who noticed a small hole. "How did this hole get here?"
This.
"Mother, where did you put the silver? How did mice get in?" "So much silver, and the mice ate it?" Shin Yongfu asked angrily and with sadness. "Over 100 taels. That was the money he saved for his son's schooling and marriage. Could she say she put the silver in the mouse hole? Mice never eat silver. Who knew one would steal it? But it wasn't even the fool's fault. She was afraid he'd come back to steal her silver, so she didn't know where to hide it." She finally found a hole, knew it was a mouse hole, and deliberately poked it with a stick to see if there were mice. None appeared. But that mouse had hidden away and ate all her silver. Why didn't it just die? In the space, the little white snake couldn't help but sneeze. If Lu Yi saw, she would say old Madam Shen was scolding her. Old Mr. Shen knew where his wife had hidden the silver, but didn't want the children to know, so he interrupted. Enough, your mother doesn't want to think about it. Now is the time to find a solution. Hurry up and think of a way. Think of what? The mice ate it. What can be done? They could only blame their bad luck. Mother, you're blaming that fool. He doesn't have that much silver. What do you suggest we do? Shen Yongfu asked. Yes, mother. Besides, the officials wouldn't be fooled by us. Shen Yongshou added. What should we do? So much silver. It can't just disappear. Our big family needs to eat and drink. Old Madam Shen cried. Big brother, second brother, you might not know, but third brother made a white fox cloak for third sister-in-law. Even high officials in the capital might not have one. If we can get that cloak and sell it in the town, it's worth at least 1,000 taels of silver. Shen Yongtai originally didn't want to say this, but mother handed the cloak to his family before he could remind her, and since the village chief was present, he felt too embarrassed to speak up. Now all the family silver is gone. Besides mother, no one else can get that cloak. It's better to just say it out loud. Old Lady Shen was so shocked she forgot to cry. She asked fifth brother, how much do you think we can sell it for? Mother, at least 1,000 taels. 1,000 taels. Old Lady Shen suddenly stood up and scolded. You little brat, why are you telling me this now? If I'd known it was so valuable, I wouldn't have given it to that woman. Mother, I didn't forget before. I remembered only when I saw it. But the village chief was there, and I tried to persuade her. You didn't listen, so what could I do? Shen Yongtai also felt wronged. You. Enough. Old man Shen interrupted unhappily. That cloak was made by third brother, and it belongs to our family. You can go get it any time, and his family will give it to you. Now, let's decide whether to report it or not. Report it? Of course we should. Besides our family, no one else knows the silver was eaten by mice. We'll insist that it was that fool who did it. Then we can punish him and take back the cloak. Otherwise, with that fool around, his family won't be honest. Right? Mother's right. I also think we should report it. We need to punish that fool properly, Fan's wife said. If it weren't for that fool, that fox fur cloak would be worth 1,000 taels for our 5 households. Because of that fool, we lost 1,000 taels. She felt indirectly harmed by him too, and now she and her cousin are both living in fear. Yes, sister-in-law is right. Wang's and Li's wives agreed. They dream of suppressing the third house and that fool, but unfortunately, it's never worked. Now, this is a good opportunity. Mother's right. If they keep quiet, no one will know. Shen Yongtai thought for a moment and said, Then, let each household contribute some silver. Tomorrow I'll go with Big Brother to see the constables, give them some benefits, and ask them to support us. Everyone was reluctant about silver, but when they thought of that fox fur cloak, each household was willing to contribute 1 or 2 taels. Shen Yongwan also contributed 1 tael. They pooled 4 taels and planned to go to the county with the village chief tomorrow. Lear, why do you think their silver is missing? Do you think they're trying to cheat us, hiding the silver on purpose and framing us? After Mr. He saw everyone leave, he spoke worriedly. Mother, I think you guessed right. Their family is ungrateful and cruel. They can't stand us doing well and are deliberately trying to cause trouble for us. Our family is broken now, and we have no connection with them anymore, but after living together for decades, they show no kindness at all and are always looking for ways to bother us. Mother, they are trying to push us into a dead end. They are so heartless. From now on, we don't need to have any feelings for them, and Mother, we should stay far away from their family. Shen Tianli said seriously. Lu Yi felt Shen Tianli was trying to brainwash He Shi, making her hold a grudge against Shan Lao Si's family. He Shi angrily said, They are all so bad, ignoring your father's kindness. In this cold weather, breaking ties is so harsh. If it weren't for Year, we might have frozen to death.
Lear, don't worry.
I hate them so much I wish they would all disappear so I won't pay attention to them. Seeing He-shir's words, Shun Tianli felt a little reassured. Let them go to sleep now. He washed his hands and feet, then Lu Yi finished washing and was held in his arms. He asked, "Wife, did you let Qingling take the silver?" Lu Yi blinked, knowing she couldn't hide it from Shun Tianli. She nodded and pouted unhappily. "I hate them. Without the silver, let's see how they act arrogantly." Shun Tianli kissed her on the lips and hugged her, praising, "Wife, you're so clever. This idea is perfect. But did you hide the silver well? It can't be found." Lu Yi patted her chest to assure him, "Don't worry. I hid it very well." Lu Yi had already thought about how to answer when Shun Tianli asked where she hid it. Unexpectedly, he said, "That's good. Let's sleep now." Lu Yi blinked, feeling unexpectedly relaxed. She nodded, kissed Shun Tianli on the lips, and said, "Okay, let's sleep." But Shun Tianli tightly wrapped his arms around her waist and pressed her down. He whispered hoarsely, "Wife, it's rare for you to be so passionate. I'll indulge you." He then lowered his head and kissed her lips passionately. These past 2 nights, because her mother and younger siblings were there, they loved talking to Lu Yi and often stayed up late, so he had no chance to kiss his wife. Now, they are alone in a room, free to kiss her as much as they want. By mid-month, they could finally be together officially. Maybe by next year, they will have their own children. Thinking of this, Shun Tianli felt even more excited. Unfortunately, his leg still wasn't fully healed. He doesn't dare to use much strength. This is perhaps the saddest thing in the world, having a good heart but no strength. On such a cold day, how far is Chui Mountain Village? Even the county magistrate has gone back to see his pregnant wife. These constables, after finishing their patrol, quickly go home to keep their wives warm. However, the county magistrate has spoken. When they hear about money, more than 100 taels, they immediately become excited. It's not easy for them. They earn only a few cents a month, hoping to find some extra income. They went to Chui Mountain Village, cold and frozen, directly to the fool's house of the suspect. The other side said that the fool is strong and has a criminal record, so she must have stolen the silver. Mrs. He, Shun Tianli, quickly hand over that fool and the stolen silver, and come with us to the government office. One constable shouted as they arrived at the yard. Constable, since Lu Yi moved out of the Shin family, she hasn't gone back, so she couldn't have stolen anything, the village chief quickly said. On the way, Shun Yongtai bought wine and entertained the constables. They didn't ask or suspect Lu Yi at all. So unfair. When the head constable heard Lu Yi, his eyes flickered. Could it really be Lu Yi? Maybe she's the apprentice of Dr. Sun. No, that's impossible. Shin family said the thief was a fool. How could a fool be Dr. Sun's apprentice? It must be a case of a namesake. You say there's no evidence? No, the fool is crazy. Can she do things normally? If she stole once, she can steal again. I also heard they are unfilial to their grandparents, which forced them to cut ties. Out of resentment, they instructed the fool to steal the silver. Don't think that fools don't break the law. I tell you, not only the fool is guilty, but the person who instructed her is also guilty. Hand over the silver quickly, and the county magistrate might be lenient. Mrs. He had just sent some mixed grain, meat, and tofu to a villager as thanks when she heard Stern shouting outside, which startled her. Lear, are the constables here? From their words, it sounds like they're here to arrest you. Mother, don't worry. I'll go out and see, Shun Tianli said, leaning on his cane. Lu Yi also wanted to go out but was stopped by Mrs. He. Year, stay with mother. I will protect you. They won't take you away. Okay, sister-in-law. I will protect you too, Shun Tianyan said, worried but firm. Shun Tianlu also nodded confidently. Mother, it's fine. But Mrs. He and others didn't believe her. Mr. Lu held the willow leaf in his arms, while Shun Tianlu and Shun Tianyan blocked their way, fearing the guards would take the willow leaf away. The willow leaf felt helpless, but was happy to be protected. Officer, arresting someone needs a proper reason. May I ask, Do you have any witnesses to prove that the silver from the Shin family's fourth son was stolen by my wife? Do you have any evidence that shows it was her? Shen Tianli asked coldly. Shen Tianli was tall and handsome, with a cold expression and a commanding presence, which immediately suppressed the officer's confidence. The officer saw that Shen Tianli, despite wearing rough cotton clothes, looked handsome and had a cold aura, even more imposing than the county magistrate. He suddenly felt less confident.
She's not stupid.
She's stolen silver before. You've cut ties with the Shin family and hold a grudge. Naturally, you want that fool to steal silver. Do you even need to ask? Maybe the officer doesn't know that I, Shen Tianli, am originally from the third branch of the Shin family. My father used to be a hunter and was quite skilled. I also hunt. Once I killed a tiger and a black panther. The Shin family's big brick and tile houses, the 2 children studying, and over 100 taels of silver. All these can be credited to my father and me. But I was bitten by a tiger. They say I have no silver, so my mother had to sell my younger siblings to pay for my treatment. My wife couldn't stand it and found the silver chest. Everyone in the village knows about this. Shen Tianli spoke, and villagers agreed that old Madame Shen was too cruel. She married Shen Tianli to a fool, and then she let him burn himself out without giving any silver. Old Madame Shen's family was too vicious and wicked. Hearing the gossip, Shen Tianli continued, we had no choice. The money for my treatment was approved by my grandparents. But after returning from the county, everything in our house, except some torn cloth, was taken by the main, second, and fifth branches. It was cold, and only Uncle Li from the village head's family bought us cloth and cotton. Otherwise, we might have frozen to death. Moreover, my grandparents have always bullied my mother and wife, causing many jokes in the village. Everyone knows about it. A few days ago, my 5th uncle came back and said my father had died serving in the army. That morning, they buried my father, and I heard my leg was crippled. By noon, they wanted to kick us out. Because my father is not their biological son, they've even forgotten the years of friendship. Officer, you see a lot. Please judge fairly. Should such a wicked family be completely cut off from all humanity? Shen Tianli spoke sincerely and emotionally, with a choked voice, his eyes turning red, making the 3 constables think that Shen Lao Si's family was not normal. When they used people's services, they were given food, but after the family died or was ruined, they were driven away. Before cutting ties, Grandma had already kicked us out, planning not to give us anything. It was only because of pressure from the clan leader and village chief that, after the separation, they threw out our clothes and bedding. In the past 2 days, we have been staying at Grandpa Village Chief's house. They have a dog that bites fiercely, not just at night, but also during the day when we go out. Moreover, my wife is strong and good at hunting. We have our own silver, so we don't need to steal theirs. I hope the constable will investigate carefully and bring justice for my wife and our family, Shen Tianli said with clasped hands. Villagers also spoke up, saying Shen Tianli's wife wouldn't steal silver, and asked them to find out the truth. To calm the crowd, the head constable said, "Then let your wife come out, and we'll ask her a few questions." Shen Tianli nodded and said to the person behind him, "Wife, come out." Shen Tianyan and Shen Tianlu stepped aside, allowing He to come out with Lu Yi from the house. When the head constable saw Lu Yi, his eyes widened in surprise. She really was her. One of the constables, seeing the head constable staring intently at Lu Yi, thought he liked her appearance and quickly pulled him, asking sharply, "Are you that fool Lu Yi?" Yes, that's me."
Liu Yi nodded.
"Did you steal silver from Shen Lao Si's family?"
"No. We have silver ourselves."
Lu Yi played with her hair and tilted her head as she spoke. "Constable, she's lying. When He left, she didn't have any silver on her. That fool Lu Yi only had a few taels of silver, which she spent long ago. If your family has silver, then it must be stolen from us. Constable, arrest her and cut off her hand." Old Lady Shen loudly shouted forward. The head constable snapped out of his thoughts and coldly said, "Shut up, you old woman. Do you even know who she is?" With just over 100 taels of silver, She wouldn't even look at you. You lost your silver and still dare to falsely accuse others. You'll get a beating, do you understand? Old Lady Shin saw the constable suddenly change attitude and turned pale with fear. She shivered and took a step back, stammering, "Constable. Sir, I didn't falsely accuse anyone." "You didn't? Then tell me, who stole your silver?" Under the pressure of the constable, Old Lady Shin trembled and said, She, that fool." "Shut up." The constable scolded coldly, then walked forward with a smile and asked Miss Liu, "Do you still remember me?" Of course. Liu Yi recognized him, but she tilted her head and thought for a moment before saying, I think I saw you at the apprentice ceremony." "Oh, I remember now. You are Captain Song." Yes. Miss Liu has a good memory. That day at the apprentice ceremony, there were many people. I was lucky to be invited by Dr. Sunday. I didn't expect Miss Liu to remember me." Hearing this, the originally puzzled constable suddenly remembered that some time ago, Dr. Sun had taken on a disciple. This was a big matter in the county, well known to many. He hadn't expected that this disciple was not only a rural woman but also a fool. Even more surprising was that the fool had a talent for medicine and caught Dr. Sun's attention. The villagers saw the constable suddenly treating that fool with respect and even politeness, which puzzled them. But after hearing the constable's words, they understood that this fool had actually become a disciple of a doctor in the county. How interesting. The county doctor was so short of apprentices that he took in a fool. The most shocking were the Shun family members. Now they finally understood why the constable suddenly changed his attitude, and from his tone, that fool's master was quite powerful. Shun Yongtai saw the expressions on his mother's and elder brother's faces, full of differences, clearly indicating they didn't know either. So, Shun Tianli was deliberately hiding it from them. Thinking about his wife's description of the fool's lively nature and how Shin Tianli had previously insisted on splitting the family, Shin Yongtai suddenly felt that breaking ties was exactly what Shin Tianli wanted. And his mother, step by step, followed Shin Tianli, making their third branch completely separate from their family. He couldn't help but look at Shun Tianli's leg. That leg was lame, but it must be fake. Seeing Shun Tianli's mocking smile, Shin Yongtai immediately confirmed his suspicion. He lowered his head and clenched his fists tightly, full of anger. Indeed, he was third brother's son, cunning and ruthless like him. But right now, the main concern was how to solve the current problem. From the look of things, Captain Song was no longer on their side. He probably even harbored resentment towards them. Shun Tianli knew that the truly clever person in the Shin family was Shun Tiantai. It was because of him that their father had to join the army. But now, it seemed their Shin family was doomed to fail. The best thing was for the Shin family to stay peaceful. If not, don't blame him for being ruthless. Captain Song, this is my wife. Yes, this is Lady Shin. I never expected Lady Shin to live here. If I had known, I would have brought a gift to visit earlier. Captain Song, you're too polite. Please prove my wife's innocence, Captain Song, Shin Tianli said as he approached Liu Yi. Of course. Rest assured, Brother Shin. Captain Song replied politely, then turned sharply to Shin Laodai. Tell me, what's really going on with your silver? Are you trying to frame Shin's family because you think they are easy to bully? Hearing this, Shin Laodai immediately cried out, Officer, our silver is indeed lost. Over 100 taels. It wasn't this fool who took it. Who else could have? She is strong, quick, and knows how to find silver. She stole our silver. Seeing the officer's bad mood, Shin Yongtai quickly stepped forward with folded hands. Captain, you know how hard it is to save over 100 taels in the countryside. This silver is my mother's life savings, our family's life. Everyone is worried about losing it, and Tianli's wife is the main suspect. Please investigate thoroughly. It really needs to be looked into, Li Shin said. In this cold winter, who would go out when it's warm at home? Maybe someone hid the silver and is trying to frame Tianli's wife. She could tell that the officer was now on Shun Tianli's side, which was good. She hoped Shun's family would get into trouble. Shin Laodai was afraid of the officer, but not of Li Shin. Hearing her words, she suddenly jumped up and yelled, Shen Guohua, you troublemaker, shut up. If my silver hadn't gone missing, I wouldn't bother with this fool. I don't like her. My silver was stolen by this fool. Hearing his mother say this, Shen Yongtai felt helpless. He quietly whispered a few words to his son, Shen Tianxua, who then ran off quickly. I think this matter should be left to the county magistrate to handle, someone suggested. He had thought Shen's family was involved but wouldn't accuse Shen's wife again. But this old woman still spoke like that, clearly ignorant and rude. He coldly said, come on, take me to see where you stored the silver and what happened that day, so I can honestly report to the county magistrate. Hearing this, Shen Laotai felt guilty, but, seeing the officer's sternness, she could only nervously lead the group to Shen Laoxi's house. Li Shun also wanted to see the fuss, but was more interested in Lu Yi. She asked, Tianli's family, are you really apprenticed to Dr. Sun from the county? Lu Yi nodded with a silly smile. Seeing so many people surprised and looking at his sister-in-law, Shen Tianyan felt proud. My sister-in-law is Dr. Sun's apprentice. Dr. Sun used to be an imperial doctor. Xiao Yan, what is a royal doctor? Shen Shuzhen asked. Shen Tianyan only knew that Dr. Sun was a royal doctor and seemed very skilled, but he didn't really understand what a royal doctor was.
He looked at his sister-in-law.
Lu Yi, hearing her brother-in-law's plea, smiled and said, a royal doctor is someone who treats the emperor. The emperor? That's amazing. Tianli's family, your medical skills are quite good too.
You should show us your skills someday.
I'm still learning. My master hasn't taught me yet. Once I learn more, I will definitely treat everyone. Hearing this, everyone smiled and left. Shen Tianli said to he and Lu Yi, let's go see too. Find out where they hid the money. Li Xiu'er stood behind the crowd, her eyebrows tightly furrowed, eyes full of disbelief. How could that fool be Dr. Sun's apprentice? She knew that Dr. Sun saved Shen Yong'an and was rewarded, so he stayed in the capital. She didn't care much about an apprentice, but she hadn't married Tianli yet. If that fool had such a powerful master, would Shen Tianli still marry her? If Shen Tianli didn't leave that fool, how could he marry her? Li Xiu'er clenched her embroidered handkerchief tightly, glaring at Lu Yi with hatred. Where did this fool come from? She had never seen her in her previous life. No matter what, she was Tianli's wife now. From now on, all of Tianli's wealth and glory belonged to her. When everyone arrived at Shen Laoxi's house, Shen Tianxua had already told Shen Laoxi what happened. Shen Lao Tu's face darkened. He never expected that Lu Yi, that fool, would actually apprentice to the county's doctor and know the constable. Now, not only was the money probably gone, but this matter might also be swept under the rug. Did your father say anything else?
He did.
He told Grandpa to quickly persuade Grandma not to always be angry at that fool. Shen Lao Tu nodded and hurried forward. Just as he stepped out of the gate, he saw the constable approaching his house, followed by many people. Honorable Constable, you're here. Please come inside quickly.
Shen Lao Tu hurriedly said.
Are you Shen Laoxi?
Yes.
Where did you hide the money?
Take us to see.
The constable demanded. Shen Lao Tu looked up at Shen Yongtai, who nodded slightly. He was confused about what his son meant, but he was smart and had a rough idea of what happened. He knew this couldn't be blamed on the fool. The best course now was to tell the truth. He turned to the side and said, Detective Big Brother, please come in quickly. The detective, the village chief, the later clan leader, and the villagers all hurried into Shen Laoxi's yard. Where did you hide your silver? How did you find out it was stolen?
The detective asked.
Our silver. It was hidden in a mouse hole. Old Shen knew he would be laughed at, so he awkwardly admitted. Old Shen, are you confused? Hiding silver in a mouse hole. Aren't you afraid the mice will eat it? If you really have nowhere to keep your silver, give it to me, and I'll keep it safe, Li Shun's wife said with a sarcastic smile. Everyone else burst out laughing. Old Shun was both ashamed and angry. His wife, for some reason, had hidden the silver in a mouse hole, causing him to be mocked too. Fourth brother, your silver isn't eaten by mice. You're not willing to accept it, so you're falsely accusing Tian Li's wife, someone teased. The detective looked at Shen Laozi and asked, "What was the silver stored in?" "A wooden box." "And the wooden box?" His wife had burned the box, but he dared not say, "The box is also gone. Take me to where you hid the silver." Old Shen hurriedly led the others forward. Detective Song looked at the mouse hole and examined it carefully with fire, then said, "Your silver was probably eaten by mice. Look, there are wood shavings here." Sir, how could mice eat silver?" "Everyone knows mice eat grains," Old Shen's wife said. "Although mice only eat grains and not silver, your silver wasn't eaten by mice. Look at these wood shavings. If not mice, then what else could have chewed them?" Detective Song said coldly. Old Shen quickly replied, Yes, Your Honor. You see through everything. Luckily, you didn't accuse us wrongly. I knew Tianli's family wasn't like that." Seeing that the Shen family finally understood, the detective nodded and said, "All right, this matter is settled. I will report to the county magistrate." Yes, thank you, detective," Old Shen said with a smile, glancing at his wife when she was about to speak. Outside the main room, Lu Yi helped Shen Tianli walk over quickly. "Detective Big Brother, how is it? Any clues?" Shen Tianli asked. Seeing everyone looking at him, Detective Song announced loudly, "Old Shen's fourth son hid the silver in the mouse hole, but the mice ate it. There are also wood shavings from the box in the hole."
So it was eaten by mice.
It seems Fan Suya has really gone senile, giving such valuable things to a mouse. Haha, she thinks she's too rich. The villagers teased again, making Old Man Shen feel both angry and embarrassed. After finally sending away the constables, he hurriedly closed the door and dared not go outside again. "Old man, are you just going to let them go like that?" Old Lady Shen asked angrily. "What can I do? I can't hide it anywhere, but I hide it in a mouse hole, and the mice eat it. Who's to blame?" Old Man Shen scolded. Old Lady Shen said stubbornly, "How can I be to blame? If that fool hadn't put the silver in the mouse hole, I wouldn't have done it. But how can you say it wasn't that fool?" "No, the constables haven't gone far. I want them to catch that fool Lu Yi." Seeing his wife still confused, Old Man Shen was furious and slapped her. "Are you blind? Are you deaf? Didn't you see how respectful the constables were to that fool? Didn't you hear her acknowledge the county doctor as her master? And you still want to provoke her? Are you trying to ruin our family?" Old Lady Shen hadn't been hit in years. Now, with her daughter-in-law, son, and grandchildren all in the yard, the old man actually hit her, making her feel even more wronged and angry. She grabbed Old Man Shen's face. "You actually hit me? I'm doing this for whom? For this family. It must be that fool who gave them benefits. Otherwise, who would take a fool as a disciple? You've been tricked, and now blame me." Old Man Shen's face burned with pain and anger, ready to strike again, but his sons pulled him away. "Mother, father is right. You can't go after that fool anymore," Shen Yongtai advised. "Fifth brother, you actually believe that fool's nonsense?" Old Lady Shen asked angrily. "Mother, big brother, and I went to the county. On the way, we treated the constables very well. At first, they supported us, but then the head constable recognized Lu Yi and changed his attitude. Mother, if we hadn't given them silver in advance, do you think this would have been settled so easily? Maybe our whole family would have been beaten in the county." When Old Lady Shen heard about the beating, she immediately stopped crying, looking incredulous. "Really? Ask Big Brother if you don't believe me." "Big Brother, is this true?" Although Shen Yongfu wasn't sure if they would really be beaten on the way, the constables did support them, and he nodded. "Mother, fifth brother is right. They never expected that the fool would have such good luck, and that the county doctor would accept her as a disciple." Old Lady Shen suddenly sat down on the ground and burst into tears, crying loudly, "My silver! My silver!" Old Man Shen no longer looked at Old Lady Shen but said gloomily, "Shen Tianli must know that Lu Yi became a doctor's apprentice in the county. Not only did he not tell us, but he also cut ties with us. Do you think he did it on purpose?" Shen Yongfu and Shen Yongtai were stunned when they heard this. They hadn't expected it. Seeing their expressions, Old Man Shen shook his head silently and asked Shen Yongtai, "Fifth son, what do you think?" Father, what's the point in talking about this now? They had already cut ties, and it was too extreme back then, almost like they were enemies. Shen Tianli not seeking revenge was already good enough. Moreover, they believed Shen Tianli set a trap on purpose to cut ties, but the villagers didn't think so. Even if their family caused trouble, it would only become a joke. It was better to live separately now. Old man Shen also thought of this and sighed. Yes. What's the point of pursuing it now? Could they possibly get back together? Shen Tianli's careful planning wouldn't allow that. Forget it. Forget it. Let's wait and see what happens in the future. Feeling helpless and regretful, he sighed and hobbled into the room. Later, old lady Shen was advised by her daughters-in-law that Shen Tianli intentionally cut ties with them. She planned to confront Shen Tianli and ask if it was on purpose, but old man Shen scolded her and she calmed down. Shen Tianli invited the constables to eat at his house before sending them away. Lui watched the 3 constables leave and then looked at Shen Old Fourth's family, pouting softly and whispering, "They got off easy." Shen Tianli smiled slightly and secretly held his wife's hand to comfort her. After seeing off the village chief and the head of the village, he said, "It's okay. They lost their silver, and those people are greedy. They won't settle down easily. We just have to wait and enjoy the show."
Liu Ye nodded silently.
She had originally planned to accuse old lady Shen of framing her, but thinking about traveling over 3 hours by ox cart in this cold weather, the most she'd get was a slap on old lady Shen. It wasn't worth it, so she gave up the idea. "You might become famous in the village someday," Shen Tianli said with a smile. A fool being an apprentice to a royal doctor was rare, even in 1,000 years. Lui played with her hair at her chest, blinking innocently. "Am I not famous?" Everyone in the nearby villages knew she was a fool. Shen Tianli smiled helplessly. Since his wife was pretending to be naive with him, then let her be foolish. In the afternoon, Li Xiao'er came to see Shen Tianlu. She saw that they were living in 2 separate rooms, and her eyes flickered. Although she was a bit disappointed that she couldn't see brother Tianli, she knew that their way of living used a lot of firewood. When heavy snow blocks the mountains later, there would be no firewood left. At that time, she could help by sending firewood in the snow, showing her kindness to the He family. Lu Yi was with Shen Tianli and Shen Tianyan in the west room. She listened to Li Xiao'er's subtle attempts to flatter Mrs. He and to belittle herself. She couldn't help but smile. She had noticed that Shen Tianli's sharp eyebrows remained furrowed when Li Xiao'er started talking badly about her. Could it be that Shen Tianli doesn't like Li Xiao'er talking badly about her? That evening, Shen Tianli directly said, "Mother, don't let Li Xiao'er come anymore. She's too annoying." Mrs. He also didn't like Li Xiao'er very much now. The once delicate girl had become more straightforward, but she seemed less sincere, and her words sometimes carried hidden meanings.
"All right.
If she comes again, I'll ignore her and tell her not to come anymore." However, in the days that followed, even if Mrs. He wanted to see her, Li Xiao'er couldn't come. Snow had been falling heavily for 3 days, reaching up to their knees, and it kept falling continuously. Lui had already cut down 2 dead trees, and even with some firewood sent by neighbors, it was not enough for such cold weather. "Year, what do you think we should do? With such thick snow, we have no firewood at home." The firewood for breakfast was borrowed from Yuqian. "I saw that their firewood is running low too. Now we can't go up the mountain or to the town. Isn't this risking our lives?" "Mother, don't worry. I'll go to the mountain soon. There's plenty of deadwood there, enough for us to get through the winter. But with such heavy snow, what if we encounter wild animals?" "That's not good," Mrs. He said seriously. Suddenly, her eyes lit up and she said, "Oh, didn't Xiao'er's family collect a lot of firewood before?
We can buy some from them."
Lui thought Li Xiao'er definitely wouldn't sell firewood to Mrs. He. She was just waiting until their family ran out of firewood completely, so she could help by sending firewood in the snow and gain her mother-in-law's favor. Otherwise, they would have already sent charcoal over.
But she wouldn't give her that chance.
"Mother, we have enough for now. I'll go to the mountain first to check. If it's gone, I'll buy some then," Lui said with a smile.
"But
why not ask my husband?" Hearing this, Mrs. He didn't object. Shen Tianli also didn't want Lu Yi to take risks. We have money. Just buy some firewood. No, I don't want to use her firewood. She is a bad woman. She likes you. Shameless. Lu Yi pouted and said. Lu Yi's words were full of jealousy. In a normal family, she might have been divorced for that. However, he sure didn't realize this. She wondered why Li Xiaoer often came over but didn't say much, and seemed very concerned about Lear. She also felt some inexplicable hostility from Lear. She thought she was mistaken, but it turned out Li Xiaoer liked Lear. This girl, she's already grown up, and Lear is married. How could she still have such thoughts? Shan Tianlu said that although Li Xiaoer often claimed she was here to see her, she was actually very affectionate towards her mother, to the point of ignoring her sometimes, even speaking without regard for manners. It turns out she had plans. If in the past her older brother hadn't been engaged, she might have helped. But now that her brother is married, her dangerous thoughts haven't disappeared. Instead, she's even using their past relationship to have ideas. That's truly unreasonable. Moreover, now Li Xiaoer, for some reason, really can't seem to like him. She hasn't even felt close to Li Yuhua yet. Shen Tianyan liked Li Xiaoer even less. He remembered that time Li Xiaoer and Shen Qingshan had bullied his sister-in-law. Mother, she's a bad woman, bullying my sister-in-law. Don't let her come to our house.
He disliked her.
Everyone who didn't like his sister-in-law disliked her. All right, I won't let her come anymore, he sure said, not wanting more trouble at home. Shen Tianli's deep eyes sparkled as he looked at his wife. Although her words carried strong jealousy, he felt strangely happy. It was like a flower blooming in his heart, making him think his wife liked him even more than he imagined, so much that she didn't want other women to like or look at him, just as he didn't want other men to see or like her. Sweetheart, go ahead. But be careful.
Let Xiaoyan go with you, he said.
Though reluctant, he vaguely remembered that this winter was especially cold, with some places experiencing snow disasters. No need. Lingling will help me. Lu Yi smiled and said. Shen Tianli nodded. His wife had many secrets, and it seemed she didn't want others to know. He said, all right, be careful. Shen Tianyan was very unhappy. Who is Lingling? His sister-in-law was willing to take her, but not him. Does she dislike him? Sister-in-law, I'll go too. I'm faster now. Also, who is Lingling? Now they are alone in a yard, and sister-in-law asked brother Yuqian to make the wall taller. So in the morning, they all run and practice in the yard. He runs very fast. There's a little kid. When I come back from the mountain, I'll introduce him to you. But Xiaoyan has to wait at home for me. Lu Yi said with a smile. Shen Tianyan listened to what sister-in-law said, and could only nod reluctantly. Lu Yi came out wearing the He family cloak. Every household in the village cleared a path to the water well. The road was easy to walk, but the higher they went up the mountain, the thicker the snow became, reaching above her knees. Lu Yi struggled to walk. Qingling, how about you take me to find a dead tree later? She thought her speed was too slow. Since she had an assistant, she naturally wanted to use it. Snakes hibernate in winter. I don't want to wander in the cold snow, Qingling replied unhappily. Although it wasn't afraid of the cold, it didn't want to be in the icy snow either. Qingling, we are friends, right? Friends should help each other. Now I am in trouble and need Qingling's help.
Can you help me?
Lu Yi said softly. Friends? Do you really think we are friends? In the space, Qingling lifted its head happily. Year actually made it her friend. She had never had friends before, and she liked being friends with Year. Yes. Qingling, don't you want to be friends with Year? Lu Yi asked. Yes, I do. Year, let me out. I'll help you find a dead tree, Qingling said. It knew everything in the forest. Seeing that she finally convinced Qingling, Lu Yi happily released it. Qingling instantly grew bigger, and she sat on its back. Worried someone might notice Qingling's tracks, Lu Yi told Qingling to occasionally sweep its tail to hide her traces. With Qingling's help, she quickly found many dead trees and put them into her space one by one. But she didn't dare go back too fast. She asked Qingling to help her find a wild boar. They had finished all the meat at home, and she was starting to crave some. Qingling took her to the middle of the mountain. She then released Qingling and carried 4 dead trees about the size of a bowl, dragging the wild boar step by step down the mountain. He family and Shen Tianyan were very worried about Lu Yi. They kept standing at the door, afraid she might encounter danger. Li Xiaoer thought that Shen's wood was almost used up. She didn't dare wait for he to come by charcoal, so she brought a basket of charcoal to he's house. She saw he standing at the door and smiled as she asked, "Annie, it's so cold outside. Why are you standing at the door?" She was also wearing Shen Tianlu's cloak. What happened to her white fox fur cloak? She used to like his cloak because it was white, pure, and beautiful. Every woman liked such things. When she arrived in the capital, she realized some things are symbols of status and image. Like his cloak, royal nobles might not even have such a pure white fox fur cloak, which made he feel proud for once. "Xiaoer, why are you here?" he asked with a frown. Li Xiaoer saw that he didn't seem very welcoming, which she had never experienced before. She couldn't help but wonder if that fool had said something in front of he. Or maybe he was upset that she and others had come to deliver firewood earlier, but her family hadn't sent any. She smiled and said, "Auntie, it's cold outside. My family's charcoal has all been sold, but I asked my mother to set some aside for you. You can use it first. If you run out, just tell me, and I'll give you some more." She then handed over the basket. He looked at the basket she handed over, about half a basket. Even if she packed it tightly, it would only last 3 days. And Li Xiaoer's words sounded meaningful. They had set aside some for her, which made her feel grateful. If she really wanted her to be grateful, why didn't she send some when everyone in the village was delivering firewood? Clearly, the whole village knew they didn't have any stored firewood. If she truly wanted her to be grateful, she should send enough for the whole winter. She would not only be grateful, but also give her enough silver. This girl really knows how to play tricks. She probably deliberately only sent a little, then kept sending small amounts now and then, just to see her annoyed.
How shameless she is.
"Thank you, Xiaoer, but no need. Yuer has gone up the mountain to chop wood. She'll be back soon," he said with a smile. Li Xiaoer was unhappy inside. He was so unreasonable. She had already brought charcoal to her door, but he still refused it. And that Lu Yi. She was asking for trouble. It was so cold, and she wasn't staying at home but went to the mountain. But maybe going to the mountain was better. She hoped she'd run into some hungry animals and get eaten. She looked worried and said, "Auntie, with so much snow, how can sister-in-law go to the mountain? If she encounters wild animals, she won't be able to run away." Again, the dead trees near the mountain have all been cut down. Finding dry trees without going deep into the mountain is very dangerous. Mrs. He was already worried, and when Li Xiaoer said this, her concern grew. She couldn't hide her sadness, looked into the distance, and tears welled up in her eyes. Shen Tianyan, who was passing by and heard this, said directly, "Whether it's dangerous or not, that's not your concern. My sister-in-law is very brave. She's not afraid of any wild animals and can fight them off with one punch. I believe she will come back safe and sound. You, bad woman, quickly leave my house with your charcoal. I don't want to see you or hear you speak badly about my sister-in-law." Li Xiaoer cursed Shen Tianyan silently. "Little fool, trying to chase me away. Just wait and see how I deal with you after I become your sister-in-law. You better watch out." She pretended to be sad and said, "Xiao Yan, how can you say that to me? I was only trying to help. Auntie, Xiao Yan doesn't understand me. You should understand me, right, Mrs.?" He was annoyed with Li Xiaoer's lack of awareness and spoke coldly, "Xiaoer, thank you for the charcoal you brought, but we really don't need it. You will come back and bring firewood too. You should just leave now." When Mrs. He said this, Li Xiaoer felt very upset. What was going on? Last time she visited, Mrs. He was very kind to her. She brought firewood because her family had none, yet now they didn't want it and didn't even thank her? Had Mrs. He been too long with fools and gone crazy? Mrs. He didn't want it, but she couldn't just give it away. Otherwise, how could she win Mrs. He's favor? How could she make Mrs. He divorce Lu Yi, the fool? "Auntie, since you've received it, just take it." In this cold winter, Without firewood or charcoal, we might freeze to death. You should also think about Brother Tianli's injury, Li Xiaoer said worriedly. No need. My sister-in-law will bring back firewood. My brother doesn't need your firewood. Hurry up and leave. Don't come to my house again, Shen Tianyan ordered firmly. Li Xiaoer clenched her fists tightly, trying not to get angry and leave. Her eyes looked at Mrs. He. When she mentioned her son, Mrs. He hesitated. She looked at the charcoal in front of her and at the vast snowy mountains, thinking, what if Year can't find any firewood? Maybe she should just buy some firewood now. Xiaoer, wait a moment.
Auntie.
Mother, my brother said sister-in-law will be back soon. Go home and prepare some food for her, Shen Tianluo said as he walked over. Sister-in-law is coming back soon? Okay, I'll go prepare something for her. Mrs. He forgot her earlier words and hurried back home. Auntie, about this charcoal. Li Xiaoer looked at Shen Tianlu with dissatisfaction. Clearly, his family had agreed to accept it. Whether it was accepting it for free or paying silver, since she brought it herself, his family should accept this favor. But Shen Tianlu interrupted her. Xiaoer sister, you should take this charcoal back. My sister-in-law will be back soon with firewood, Shen Tianlu said with a smile. Li Xiaoer clenched her teeth and snorted. They all said that the fool would come back, that she would bring firewood. They really thought that mountain was hers to control, that she could do whatever she wanted. Did they think she was stupid? They believed in that fool so much, and even defended her. Don't they know only she, herself, is worthy of Brother Tianli, and only she can help him? Lure, everyone knows the mountain is dangerous. With such deep snow, not only will she not bring back firewood, she might not even come back alive. It's good if she returns at all. I think she's just looking for trouble, thinking she's immortal, and deliberately going to the mountain to get herself killed. After Li Xiaoer finished speaking, his family members were all unhappy. They were cursing her sister-in-law Year. Get out, you bad woman. My sister-in-law will come back. Our family doesn't welcome you, Shen Tianyan said angrily, pushing Li Xiaoer. Li Xiaoer frowned and stepped back a few steps. Just then Shen Tianlu said, Li Xiaoer, don't come to play with me anymore in the future. This way, she wouldn't have to use her reputation to flatter her mother or to disgust her sister-in-law. She was so foolish, not realizing Li Xiaoer's true intentions earlier. Lure you. We're best friends. How can you not let me come to see you? Without using her name, how could she get close to his family or Brother Tianli? Not anymore, Shen Tianlu said coldly. Lure. Li Xiaoer still wanted to argue, but she heard Shen Tianyan cheerfully say, Mom, sister-in-law is back. I'll go to welcome her. After saying that, she ran off quickly. Li Xiaoer turned around and saw a vast white scene in the distance. She couldn't see anyone, but she noticed many gray branches moving constantly. Mom, it really is sister-in-law. She even brought back a lot of firewood, Shen Tianlu said happily. His family also saw it. Although they only saw a shadow, they knew that someone who could return from the mountains so quickly must be her daughter-in-law. She nodded happily. Yes, your sister-in-law is back. Year is really capable. After speaking, she said to Li Xiaoer, who was standing nearby in a daze, Xiaoer, you saw it too. Year brought back a lot of firewood. Thank you for sending the charcoal, but we really don't need it. Mother, let's go and fetch sister-in-law, Shen Tianlu said, pulling his shirt. It's because of her that Li Xiaoer kept coming over again and again. This time, she wants to cut ties completely, so sister-in-law won't dislike her because of Li Xiaoer. Li Xiaoer looked at the charcoal at her feet, then at the three happy people going to see the silly girl, biting her lip hard. What's really going on? She should be the wife of Tianli Ge. They should be on her side. Why do they all like this silly girl? A silly girl? Why does she have so many people liking her? It must be because Tianli Ji's family is poor now, and Tianli Ge is injured. Although this girl is silly, she is strong and capable. He Sure and Tianli Ge are probably using her, which is why they like her so much. When Tianli Ji's leg heals and his injury is better, he will definitely dislike this girl and will divorce her. She just has to wait. Thinking of this, she happily picked up the basket. If they didn't want it, it didn't matter. The the wood brought back by that silly girl probably wouldn't last long. Sooner or later, he sure would ask her for it. After all, this winter is so cold. Besides her family, no one else has as much charcoal. She took the charcoal home and then stood at her door waiting for Lu Yi to pass by. She wanted to see how much firewood this silly girl had brought back. Shen Tianyan ran far ahead to fetch Lu Yi. Seeing that his sister-in-law had brought so much firewood, he exclaimed happily, "Wow, sister-in-law, you're amazing. You found so many dead trees. I'll help you." "No need. Sister-in-law can carry it herself. Xiao Yan, go call Li Bo and the village head. Tell them I caught a big wild boar." To erase the traces left by Qingling, Lu Yi tied one tree to another, like a big broom, and dragged the wild boar back. "A wild boar? Sister-in-law, you actually caught a wild boar. You're so amazing," Shen Tianyan said, then ran to the back and saw a large wild boar hanging from the tree branches, weighing over 200 jin. "Just luck. Hurry up and go," she said. Okay, I'll go call Li Bo and the village head now." After speaking, Shen Tianyan ran back. Just then, her mother and sister happened to pass by. "Xiao Yan, why aren't you helping your sister-in-law? Why did you come back alone?" "Mother, sister-in-law caught a big wild boar, so I came back to call Li Bo and the village head." Good. Hurry up. Go quickly." He was happily saying that he knew Yi was capable, but he didn't expect her to be so skilled. She not only gathered a lot of firewood, but also caught a wild boar. Their family hadn't had meat for several days. "Luer, run back quickly and tell your brother. When he hears, he'll be happy too." Okay. Shen Tianlu nodded happily and ran back. He was close by and saw Lu Yi holding a dry branch, hurriedly saying, "Yi, you found so much firewood. Now we won't worry about winter. Come, let me help you carry one." He reached to take the dry branch from Lu Yi's hand. "Mom, no need. I have enough strength and can carry it myself," Lu Yi said with a smile. Although she knew her strength was small and her daughter-in-law was strong, helping a little made her feel better. She moved to the hand that was holding the wild boar and pulled the dry branch. It was heavy, but she managed. "Yi, such a big wild boar. Are you hurt?" "Mom, I'm not hurt. The boar might have been too cold and slow. I hit it, and it died quickly," Lu Yi replied. That's good. Mom heated up the white steamed bun from this morning. It's still on the stove. I don't know if it's cooled down. If it's cold, I'll warm it for you. You must be hungry," he said with a smile. "Yes, thank you, Mom." She wasn't tired at all, even feeling a bit warm. But her mother-in-law's warm care, like a spring breeze, made her very happy inside. Seeing her mother-in-law wearing Lu Yi's coat, which was covered with snowflakes, she knew her mother-in-law had been waiting for her a long time. Such concern might seem small to some, but to her it was like a mountain, giving her support and warmth. It made her feel less lonely and cold in this strange world. When the village chief's family heard that Lu Yi went into the mountains to gather firewood, not only did she bring back a lot of wood, but also caught a wild boar. They hurried out and saw Lu Yi dragging 4 large trees, each about the size of a bowl, with a big wild boar on top. They were amazed at her strength. "Yi, what do you plan to do with this wild boar?" Lu Yi smiled and looked at He, who said, "Village chief, we definitely need to kill the pig. You find a few people and we'll slaughter it first. Then we'll see what Tianli says." The village chief nodded in agreement. The pig was so big, and the snow had blocked the roads. This year's harvest was good, and everyone had some extra money. If Tianli didn't sell it for too much, they could share the pig. He's family would be a little better off. Li Xiu'er saw Lu Yi wearing He's coat and clenched her fists. In her past life, the He family was reluctant to give her their precious cloak. Now, how could they be willing to give it to this fool? Moreover, she really brought back firewood and even dragged home many dry trees. Her once beautiful face twisted with frustration. Lu Yi saw Li Xiu'er and smiled foolishly, but her eyes were full of sarcasm. "Did she disappoint you? Look at how many dry logs I found. I won't give you a chance to my young master." Seeing Lu Yi's gaze, Li Xiui angrily tore her embroidered handkerchief and turned around to go home in a huff. This fool is really lucky. She not only found firewood but also caught a pig. Why didn't the pig just kill her? Lu Yi returned home to find Shen Tianli waiting at the door of the main hall. Seeing her come back, he hurried over with a prepared cup of water and said, "Wife, drink some water first to quench your thirst. I've asked Luo'er to heat up some steamed buns for you." Lu Yi nodded happily and took a sip. It was sweet. She looked up happily and said, "Shen Tianli, it's so sweet." Not only is the water sweet, but she is also kind and even sweeter at heart. In the past 2 days, he realized that when she was in front of her mother or outsiders, she called him Xianggong, husband. But just the two of them, she called him Shen Tianli over and over. "Hurry up and drink to warm yourself." Okay. Shen Tianli watched his wife finish drinking and asked, "Wife, do you want to drink some more?" "No, I've had enough." At this moment, he sure came inside and asked, "Lear, everyone in the village knows you caught a wild pig. What do you plan to do?" "Tell everyone this pig is for sale. The town sells it for 17 coins per gene, but we sell it for 10 coins and buy 1 gene, get half a gene free." Lu Yi had initially planned to give the pig to the villagers for free, but since the pork had both lean and fat parts, unfair division could cause complaints. It wouldn't be good. Shen Tianli's idea was good. It solved the problem of dividing the meat and also benefited everyone. Besides, who doesn't have 10 coins? Everyone turned around and saw it was Shen Lao Si's family. They've exchanged looks, full of sarcasm. Li Shenshi asked with a smile, "Fan Sui, are you here to buy meat?" Fan Sui snorted through her nose and raised her chin, saying, "This is my family's meat. Do I need to buy it?" "Your family's meat? Haha. Fan Sui claims this meat is hers?" Li Shenshi laughed and said loudly to the neighbors, and everyone also burst into loud laughter. Someone openly teased, "Fan Sui, are you still dreaming? Wake up. This pork isn't from your family." Hearing everyone's teasing, Fan Sui's face darkened, but she firmly said, "Nonsense. This pork is from my family. Just because you say it's yours doesn't make it yours. This pig wasn't raised by your family, nor was it brought back by you. Why do you claim it's yours? You think things are the same as before. Now, the Tianli family has nothing to do with your family. So, what if the family is broken? I am still his grandmother." Everyone looked like they already knew what was coming. Li Shen's wife sarcastically said, "Fan Sui, you need to wake up. Tianli has cut ties with you, but he hasn't disowned you. When Tianli begged you not to break the relationship, you said you didn't want him as your grandson." Fan Sui's face turned red from Li Shen's words. She unreasonable and said, "Shen Ho Hot, this is our family's matter. You don't need to interfere." Li Shen's wife smiled and said, "Fan Sui, you're wrong again. This isn't just your family's business. Today, this matter concerns everyone. Ask everyone if they agree or not." Everyone knew that Grandma Shen was petty and greedy, but they didn't expect her to be so shameless. They all said, "Fan Sui, you're so shameless. You broke the relationship, but still come to demand things. If I were you, I wouldn't have the face to live." They argued back and forth, making Grandma Shen's face turn pale and red. She originally thought it would be easy, but before the Tianli family spoke, everyone scolded her so badly she felt humiliated. She directly frowned, squinting her triangular eyes, and asked He Sure, tell me, whose pig is this? He Sure, who had been suppressed for so many years, knew her own character well. As long as someone was assertive, she wouldn't dare to resist. However, she didn't realize that her meekness wasn't weakness, but filial piety. He Sure also thought Grandma Shen was shameless. When she cut ties, she was so cold and heartless. Now, she was trying to force her to give up what she wanted. The Shen family was like bandits, always thinking about taking what wasn't theirs. "Uncle Shen, this pig belongs to my family." "He Sure." Grandma Shen shouted loudly, with a strong threat in her voice, "Even if we've cut ties, I am still your mother-in-law. Dare you disobey me? Grandma Shen, you also said that my husband isn't your son. Besides, He and Tianli did so much for your family. My husband wasn't raised by you. He was brought up by everyone in the village. We've repaid your kindness over the years, and we've already broken the relationship. So, from the moment the family disowned her, she was no longer my mother-in-law. The things in my house have nothing to do with your family. She never expected that the gentle-looking Mrs. He would dare say such words. She angrily shouted, Mrs. He, how dare you? No matter what, Shin Yongin is still my son. Aunt Shin, you might have forgotten what was written in the disowning letter. It says that your husband also disowned you, so my husband is no longer your son. If you're here to buy meat, please queue up. If you're here to cause trouble, ask everyone if they agree, Mrs. He said to the crowd. Hearing this, Shun Yongtai finally realized that Mrs. He was no longer the same person as before. Not only was today's pork out of reach, but even that fox fur coat was no longer hers. He nudged Fan, who frowned but still said, Mother, let's go home. Go home? Go where? If you want to go, then go, she said, hitting Fan twice to vent her anger. Shin Yongtai pulled Fan forward and said, Mother, my legs hurt. I'm taking Fan home first. Staying here would only make things worse. As for his mother going back, besides not wanting to give up the opportunity, he also knew she was like a wolf. Once she saw something good, she wouldn't give it up easily. Seeing her fifth son leave with his wife without waiting for her approval, old lady Shin was furious. She decided to be tough because gentle persuasion didn't work. Eldest second, you two, grab that wild pig and let's go. Shin Yongfu and Shin Yongsho looked at each other, then at the mocking and sarcastic gazes around them. They felt they had lost face and dignity. Shin Yongfu said, Mother, we're not eating meat anymore. Let's go back. If they stole the meat, it would offend the entire village. How could they survive in Suishan village afterward? Yes, Mother. Let's go back, they agreed, feeling utterly humiliated. Old Lady Shin glared fiercely at her two sons. They were useless. She had to do it herself. She quickly ran to the pork, grabbed half a pig, and prepared to leave. But no one was willing to let her go. The people standing in line were all like Mrs. Fan Sueya, who had no respect for her. Moreover, the person at the front was Li Shun's wife, who hurriedly grabbed the wild pig meat, with others helping her. Seeing the meat almost snatched away, old lady Shin pushed hard and shouted, Wang Shi, Li Shi, come help. But how could these two compare to so many people? Yet, as the mother-in-law's orders, they had no choice but to step forward. As everyone expected, the three of them, due to overexertion, fell to the ground in an instant. Coincidentally, old lady Shin fell right on the stone path, not only hurting her backside, but also twisting her waist from the fall. Mrs. Wang and Mrs. Li stood up, trying to help old lady Shin, who was clutching her waist and shouting in pain, Ouch! My waist! You troublemakers, you've actually broken my waist. You have to pay me. They placed the pork on a wooden board. Hearing her, Li Shin said, Fan Sue, you can't try to fake an injury like this. Everyone saw that we didn't even touch you. Maybe you're just too old and weak, or perhaps your daughter-in-law caused this. Think carefully before you speak. Don't think we're easy to bully. Yes, we didn't touch you. You just fell by yourself. The village chief, after watching this long scene, scolded, Shin Fan, if you don't change your ways, I suggest the head of the Shin family divorce you. Otherwise, with a mother like you, Shun Yongkong and Shun Tianxi might even get expelled from the family because of you. And if that happens, it will affect everyone in the village. After speaking, he ignored old lady Shin's dazed look and turned to Shin Yongfu, saying, Shin Yongfu, I thought you were a sensible person, knowing what to do and what not to do. For your son's sake and to advise your mother, you shouldn't interfere.
But you still want to get involved.
Do you think the master would be happy if he knew Shen Tianxi's family behaved like this? Mrs. Wang, quick-witted, was only focused on eating the meat and, having bullied He Shi before, now remembered that if this news spread to the town, her son's reputation would be ruined. She quickly smiled and said, Uncle Li, we came to buy meat. My mother was just worried that everyone would sell out the meat, so she was a bit excited. Isn't that right, Mother? Mrs. Wang also ignored old lady Shen's pain, shaking her to help her stay alert and think about her young son. Old lady Shen was now full of hatred for Shen Tianli and his family. She had lost her reason, and her waist hurt even more. She pushed Mrs. Wang away and scolded, "You heartless woman, why are you pulling me? It hurts so much." Then, she kept crying out in pain and cursing He Shi and Shen Tianli's family. Mrs. Wang was pushed to the ground, her face dark with anger. She endured her fury and looked at Li Shi, who was still staring at the meat, and said, "Sister-in-law, if we keep causing trouble, our family's reputation will be ruined. Tianlei won't be able to marry a girl from the town anymore. Think carefully about what you're doing." Li Shi finally reluctantly looked away from the flesh and said, "Mother, your waist is hurt. We'll come back later to cut the meat. Let's go home first and see a doctor." Old lady Shen glanced at the pork on the board, feeling tempted, but her waist hurt even more. She could only nod, thinking that once her waist healed, she would get back all the losses from today plus some profit. Wang Shi saw her mother-in-law bow her head and hurried to help, but before old lady Shen could stand up, she screamed, "It hurts, it's killing me. You two heartless people, can't you go a little slower?" Wang Shi and Li Shi looked at each other. They had already been slow enough. What could they do? Moreover, why did you have to be so fat, with such a heavy weight? "Head of the family, come help," Wang Shi called out. Li Shi also called Shen Yongshou. There was no choice. Seeing how badly her mother-in-law was crying out, they could only go over. Wang Shi handed old lady Shen to Shen Yongfu and said, "I'm going to call a doctor for her." Her son supported her, but old lady Shen's screams grew even worse. Finally, the village chief said, "Shen Yongfu, your mother probably hurt her waist. You should carry her back home." Carrying her back, he felt he couldn't lift his mother. But under everyone's watchful eyes, he could only bend down, and Shen Yongshou helped lift his mother onto his back. Shen Yongshou and Li Shi also ignored old lady Shen's cries of pain. They pulled hard and then placed her on Shen Yongfu's back. Old lady Shen let out a scream and fainted from the pain. Louis stood nearby happily. Originally, after old lady Shen squatted down, she would have recovered in 10 days or half a month. But with Shen Yongshou and Li Shi's actions, it would probably take a month of pain.
Maybe the whole winter would be quiet.
When Shen Tianli saw old lady Shen leave the yard, he smiled and said, "Thanks everyone for your help today. Uncle Li, when we cut the meat later, each family can have an extra gene." Everyone heard this and was very happy. They were just doing justice. An extra gene of meat was a lot. That's why they said Shen Tianli was a good kid. He was grateful and wanted to repay kindness. Shen Laoxi's family was also lively. Shen Yongzhuan's mother forcibly took 2 taels of silver from her, and even though she took quite a bit of meat, she still felt uncomfortable. She packed her things while complaining, "If you want to leave, just go. I don't care for this broken family. They never want to cut meat, no oil or water. If I come back in the future, I won't come back." Sitting nearby, Wu Manli blinked and asked, "Wife, since we're not coming back anyway, are you really leaving like this?" Shen Yongwan looked at her husband, confused for a moment. "What do you mean?" "Wife, usually when we go back, you carry silver coins, wear silver jewelry, and the children leave warmly, happily, and looking beautiful. But this time, we lost the silver and were sent back. It makes me very upset." Shen Yongwan looked around and then called out, "Big girl, big girl." Wu Daniu ran in and asked, "Mother, what's the matter? Go and ask Tianqing to come help us organize things. I need to go out for a while." "Okay, mother." Wu Daniu left and soon brought Shen Tianqing in. Shen Yongwan pulled Wu Manliang outside. "Husband, watch over me, please." Wu Manliang nodded, understanding her meaning. Shen Yongwan went into the main room, and after a while, she came out and entered the second room, then planned to go to the 5th room. Wu Manliang, who has some feelings for Fan, felt a bit reluctant and said, "All right, let's go. They will be back soon." "It's okay. That fool won't easily give my mother her jewelry, Shin Yongwan said as she went into the fifth room. Everyone in the fifth room, including Shen Tianxua and the boys at home, went to watch the fun. Shen Tianxu and Shen Tianxia were playing in the room. When they saw Shin Yongwan come in, Shen Tianxu asked, "Aunt, why are you here?" "My mother went out." "I know your mother went out. You all go play too."
Don't worry about me.
She then went into the inner room. Shen Tianxu saw her aunt go into their room and pulled her sister to stand at the door of the inner room. They saw their aunt rummaging through their boxes and taking out their mother's silver hairpins, silver necklaces, and silver locks, stuffing them into her. She frowned and pulled her sister to go outside. As they stepped out, they saw their little uncle standing in the yard, wandering around. They hurriedly ran outside with their sister. "Shin Tianxu, where are you going? Why are you running so fast?" Shen Tianxu didn't answer and ran to the main gate, where she saw her parents returning. She quickly said, "Mother, mother, little aunt went into our room and took all our silver jewelry and hid it in her clothes." Fan was shocked and hurried inside. She saw Shen Yongwan coming out of her room and shouted, "Shen Yongwan, how dare you steal my jewelry when I'm not home? Take out my jewelry now." She rushed to grab Shen Yongwan. "Who said I took your things?" Shen Yongwan pushed Fan away and said, "You didn't take it? Why is your chest so swollen? Show me." "Big sister, stealing from your younger siblings is really unkind," Shen Tianshan asked. "I am glad his belongings are kept safely. Otherwise, they might have been stolen by the house thief, which would be terrible." Shen Tianqing heard her fifth uncle shout and immediately stood up and ran outside. She saw her younger sister's chest was very full, and she noticed the half-open door. She remembered clearly that she had closed the door before leaving. Hurrying outside, Wu Manliang saw her and called, "Big girl, don't let Tianqing go out." Hearing this, Shen Tianqing thought it was more likely that something was wrong. She quickly ran out. Wu Manliang tried to catch her, but was stopped by Shin Yongtai. Wu Dania hadn't yet understood what was happening and just saw Shen Tianqing run out. Halfway, Shen Tianqing saw her parents and shouted, "Mother, mother, please go back. Younger sister took advantage of my absence to steal our things from our room." Li was shocked and quickly ran away. Seeing her mother run, Shen Tianqing asked, "Uncle, auntie, where are you? Younger sister must have gone to your room too." Shin Yongfu almost threw Shin Laotai off his back and said, "Tianqing, run quickly and call your aunt." She went to Dr. Li's house. Hearing this, Shen Tianqing hurried to Dr. Li's house. Li ran into the house and saw Fan and Shin Yongwan arguing. Shin Yongjuan's chest was swollen, clearly stuffed with something. Fan was no match for her and couldn't get close. Li grabbed Shin Yongjuan's hair and shouted, "Sister-in-law, quick, look at what she's hiding in her chest. Ah, it hurts so much. You wicked woman, what are you doing?" Shen Yongwan screamed and struggled, trying to prevent Fan from taking out her belongings. But she was no match for two people. Fan reached in and pulled out a silver necklace, silver bracelets, and silver hairpins.
Well,
"Shen Yongwan, how dare you steal from us? You shameless thief with 3 hands. You even steal from your own family." "I've never seen anyone so shameless," Li said, tearing Shin Yongjuan's hair forcefully. Yongwan was in great pain. She grabbed Li's hair with one hand and Fan's hair with the other, saying, "You two prostitutes, these things were not even yours. They were all stolen from his house. Big girl, come quickly and pick up these things, then run home." Once at her house, they belonged to her. Could her brother and sister-in-law really come to her house to steal? Wu Daniu saw the silver jewelry scattered on the ground and was very tempted. Just as she was about to step forward, her fifth uncle said, "Daniu, you're a girl. Better not get involved in adults' matters. Daniu, don't listen to your uncle. You took these things. They are ours now. When your cousin and your aunt return, everything will be gone."
Ah!
"Madam Li, how dare you pinch me? Watch me bite you to death." Shin Yongwan said, then she bit towards Madam Li. Madam Fan saw this and grabbed Shin Yongwan from the other side. Wu Dania hesitated for a moment, but quickly decided to listen to her mother. Just as she was about to pick up something, old Shin said, "Have you all finished causing trouble every day? Stop it now. Aren't you ashamed? Father, please help me. They're going to hurt me." Shin Yongwan cried. Madam Li took the opportunity to reach into Shin Yongjuan's and said, "Father, look at what your daughter has done. She's taken all our family's valuable things. She doesn't want us to live peacefully anymore." Old Shun heard Madam Fan call out and thought Shin Yongwan might consider her face and return the stolen items, but he didn't expect her to want to keep them for herself. As her father, he felt too ashamed to go outside. But hearing the screams outside, he was worried and came out. Unexpectedly, she had taken so much. She really is ungrateful. Shin Yongwan, how could you do this? Quickly return your sister-in-law's and younger sister's belongings. We'll pretend this never happened. The stolen items were snatched away from her, and Shin Yongwan was very unwilling. But a brave person doesn't fight against the current, so she let go and said, "You're not letting go? All your things are already out in the open." Seeing his daughter let go, and the two daughters-in-law still holding on, old Shin scolded coldly, "Let go. She is pregnant." Madam Li and Madam Fan thought their father was nearby, so Shin Yongwan wouldn't dare ignore her father's words, and they released their hold. Seeing she was free, Shin Yongwan ran straight to Wu Manliang, grabbed him, and ran outside, shouting, "Dainyu, quick! Take your two brothers and leave." Madam Li and Madam Fan, furious at Shin Yongjuan's shamelessness, started chasing after her. Old Shin saw what Shin Yongwan was doing and coughed angrily. Just as Shin Yongwan was about to leave, Wang Shi ran back and bumped into her. Wang Shi, hearing that Shin Yongwan dared to steal her things, was furious and wanted to kill her. Seeing Shin Yongwan pulling Wu Manliang hurriedly away, she started hitting her. Wang Shi was tall and strong, a good fighter. She grabbed Shin Yongjuan's hair and cursed, "You wicked girl! How dare you steal my silver? Have you ever seen such shamelessness? Stealing silver from your own sister-in-law. How can you be so shameless?" Shin Yongwan didn't expect them to come back so quickly. Her scalp still hurt, and now Wang Shi was grabbing her again. "Husband, quickly, save me." Wu Manliang had been protected by his mother since he was young and had never fought before. Hearing his wife's cry for help, he hurriedly tried to pull Wang Shi's hand away. But this only made Shin Yongjuan's scalp hurt more. "Ah! It hurts so much. Wang Shi, you heartless woman. Let go of my hair." Shin Yongwan shouted as she reached to slap Wang Shi's face. Wang Shi turned her head to the side, and with her other big hand, she blocked Shin Yongjuan's attempt to hit her, even grabbing her face a couple of times. Seeing Wang Shi refused to let go of Shin Yongjuan's hair and was grabbing her face, Wu Manliang quickly held her other hand. Shin Yongwan immediately gained the upper hand, grabbing Wang Shi tightly. Wang Shi, furious, scolded Wu Manliang, "Are you a man? Women are fighting here, and you're just helping from the side. Don't you have any shame?" Just then, Li Shi and Fan Shi ran out hurriedly, shouting, "Sisters-in-law, come help. Tear off everything on Shin Yongjuan's body." Wu Manliang heard this and became anxious. They had brought over 10 taels of silver on this trip, and now 7 or 8 taels were still on Shin Yongwan. If they all tore her clothes, their silver would be gone too. Thinking of this, he kicked Wang Shi in the stomach. Wang Shi's stomach hurt, and she immediately let go of Shin Yongwan, falling to the ground. Shin Yongfu, who had hurried back, shouted, "Wu Manliang, what are you doing?" Wu Manliang didn't answer. He grabbed Shin Yongwan and ran. Seeing this, Shin Yongfu realized something was wrong. These two must have already taken everything from their house and didn't care about their mother anymore. He quickly helped Shen Laotai onto the snow and said, "Second brother, hurry, stop Wu Manliang." Shin Yongshou hurriedly chased after Wu Manliang to pull him back. Wu Manliang and Shin Yongwan saw their brother and sister-in-law coming after them, so they ran with all their might. But they hadn't gone far before Shin Yongshou and others caught up. Someone had just bought meat from Shin Tianli's house and saw Shin Yongshou, Li Shi, and others pulling Wu Manliang's family. It looked like another good show. They turned back to Shin Tianli's house, shouting, "Everyone, come see the excitement." Shin Yongsho and his group don't know why, but they're pulling Shin Yongwon, like they have a deep grudge. Lu Yi blinked and looked at Shen Tianli. Both of them understood. Shen Laoxi's family was causing trouble, and they wanted to go see. Before they could say anything, villagers started to get excited.
Come on, let's go see what's going on.
Old Fourth Shen is probably worried that others might forget about his family, so he sent his wife to cause trouble. Now the whole family is out causing a fuss. Their home is really lively. That's good, otherwise life would be too boring. I feel so lazy during the winter. Yes, he's sure, go out and take a look. Watching other families have fun is so interesting and happy. Someone pulled He Sure and said. He sure didn't want to see the commotion at Shen Old Fourth's house, but her son said, Mom, let's go see what's happening. He sure nodded, and everyone left Shen Tianli's house. When they left the yard, they saw Shin Yongsho and Shin Yongfu hitting Wu Manliang. Meanwhile, Wang Shi, Li Shi, and Fan Shi had Shin Yongwon on the ground, touching her roughly. Stop, you shameless women. This is my money and jewelry. Don't take them. Let me go. Wang Shi slapped her, saying, You're the real shameless one. Your sister-in-law and younger sister are not home, and you sneak into our place to steal. I've never seen someone so brazen and unfaithful. I used to treat you well, but now you're just a worthless traitor. You're ungrateful. Everyone realized that Shin Yongwon had stolen from her sister-in-law's family. They had never heard of such a shameless person before. Old Fourth Shin's family was truly full of dishonorable people, each more shameless than the last. Old Madam Shin was cold and in pain. She found herself lying in the snow and was very annoyed. Suddenly, she heard Yongwon scream in pain. She looked over and saw a few people lying on the ground in a fight from a distance. Then she heard Wang Shi's voice. Her eyes widened in disbelief. She couldn't believe her beloved daughter was capable of such things. Thinking about her jewelry, she hurried to get up, but her waist hurt even more. Cold sweat broke out all over her, and she couldn't move. She could only curl up on the ground, crying in pain. Shin Yongtai and Old Shin came out and saw old Madam Shin lying in the snow. Shin Yongtai hurried over and asked, Mom, what's wrong? It hurts. My waist is broken. My waist is broken. Old Madam Shin cried out. She quickly asked, Old man, what about my jewelry? Do I still have my jewelry? Why did her body not recover, but her waist was broken instead? Old Fourth Shin's face was very grim. He said, I was inside the house. Don't worry. Fifth, hurry, and carry your mother back. Shin Yongtai nodded. Old Madam Shin was anxious about her jewelry, so she endured the pain and let her son carry her home. Old Man Shin arrived and saw that everyone in the village was gathered at Shin Tianli's house, watching their family argue and make a scene. Shin Yongwon was already somewhat disheveled, and Wu Manliang's face was swollen from a beating. He thought, fortunately, I listened to my son's advice, or I really would have no face to show anymore. He quickly scolded coldly, Stop it now. Don't you think you're embarrassing yourselves? At this, Wang and others realized they had actually gone to Shen Tianli's door, and there were many people standing nearby. Since they had already searched Shin Yongwon and found nothing, they stood up. Shin Yongfu heard Old Man Shin's voice and hurriedly stopped. Wu Manliang was in pain all over and hated Shin Yongjuan's family deeply. After a while, he stood up and heard his father-in-law say, Hurry up and help Xiaowan up. She's pregnant. When he mentioned the baby, Wu Manliang reluctantly moved to help her. Shin Yongwon was in pain all over and her stomach hurt. She followed Wu Manliang's pull and sat up, crying, Dad, how can you watch my sisters-in-law hit me? Are you really my father? Xiaowan, since you were young, your mother has spoiled you. Look at other girls. Most of the time they go back to their parents' house to visit, but you stay for a whole month. Your older brother and sisters-in-law have never said much. But you even took your brother and sister-in-law's things. Shin Yongwon, you should leave. Don't come back again. I don't want a daughter like you. Old Man Shin said sadly. Hearing her father's words, Shin Yongwon was stunned first, then angrily stood up and decided to leave. After all, this isn't her home anymore. The family has no money, no third brother, no Shin Tianli, and no hope.
She didn't want to come back.
She raised her chin and said, Dad, that's what you said, not me, your unfilial daughter. From now on, if there's anything in the family, don't look for me. Old Shin didn't expect his daughter to be so cold and said coldly, Good.
Don't worry, we won't look for you.
I'll pretend you're not my daughter. After saying that, he left without looking back. Shin Yongfu and others had already decided not to consider Shin Yongwan one of them once they heard she took their things. Hearing her words, they snorted coldly. Seeing their father leave, everyone else, who was just watching the fun, quickly went back. The onlookers thought Shin Yongwan was just a fool. No woman in her position in the family relied on her mother's support. Shin Yongwan was able to dominate Wu Manliang because the Shin family had money and many brothers. Now, she has offended her family and cut ties with them. In the future, she will probably suffer the consequences. Moreover, Wu Manliang is not a good person either. Back home, the three sisters-in-law rarely argued this time. They took their jewelry and left, leaving the rest to be divided equally, ignoring the grandmother lying on the Kong. When everyone saw Shen Laoxi's family leave, followed by Shen Yongzhuan's family, they began to discuss. They said Shen Laoxi's punishment was deserved. First, he drove Tianli out, and now heaven seems to be upset with him. He lost silver, and now has such an embarrassing daughter. Shen Tianli's eyes flickered. In the illusion, this didn't happen, but he had to admit it was really good. Shin Yongwan was asking for trouble herself. He would just watch her suffer her final misfortune. Each family bought a lot of meat and also gave some to the village chief and clan leader. But there were still about 20 or 30 jin left, along with some organs and ribs. Today I will cook braised pork for you. You deserve a good reward. He smiled and said. Just now, if Year hadn't stood beside her, holding her hand to encourage her, she might not have had the courage to resist Grandma Shin. But now she knew, as long as she was brave, Grandma Shin wouldn't be able to do anything to her. Because they had cut ties, Year would help her, and everyone would support them. This Fan Suya would no longer have any reason to bully them. Cutting ties was truly a good thing.
Thank you, Mom.
Your braised pork is the best. Lu Yi smiled and said. He's and Shun Tianlu happily went to cook, while Shin Tianyan, Lu Yi, and Shin Tianli tidied up the yard. Sister-in-law, these organs are dirty. Just throw them away. Xiao Yan, these are good stuff. They're full of nutrients. You and Mom should eat more to boost your vitamins. Sister-in-law, what are vitamins? Shin Tianli had never heard of that before and looked at her. Lu Yi realized she had used a modern word and smiled, saying, It's something our bodies need. All right, I'll take some flour and wash these things. In her past life, her mother liked to eat these internal organs, but she also thought that the ones bought outside were not clean. Every time she bought them back, she had to wash and prepare them again. When she was young, these chores naturally fell to her father. As she grew up, they became her responsibility, supposedly as a relaxing activity after studying. Back then, she disliked it as much as she could. Now, she is grateful. Without these foods, she wouldn't know what to do and might have just thrown them away. She processed the large intestine, heart, and lungs. Lu Yi decided to wait until tomorrow to process the pig's head meat. Since it is winter now, these items won't spoil easily. They can be preserved by salting or freezing, and they will still be good to eat during the new year. Almost every family in Chui Mountain Village was happy, except for the Shin Fourth family. Although they received money and jewelry from Shen Yongwan, they didn't get any meat. But money was more important than meat. Shin Old Fourth felt very upset. When he heard old Madam Shin crying loudly all night, he couldn't sleep and developed a fever the next day. Shin Yongfu and others called a doctor. The women in the family took care of other chores. For now, Shin Old Fourth's family was quiet. There was also Li Xiuer's family. Shin Tianli sold meat cheaply. Not taking the opportunity to buy it would be a lifelong regret. But Li Xiuer didn't let her mother go shopping, even warning her sisters-in-law not to buy either. If they bought meat, she said she wouldn't take care of the family anymore. This threat was effective. After all, The family had earned so much money now, and it was all thanks to Li Xiaoer. Her embroidery skills had also improved rapidly after she recovered from her illness. The county's clothing shops were interested in her work, and she was said to be able to sell for a good price. Most importantly, she had a good relationship with the county magistrate's concubine. When her children went to school and became scholars, that connection would be very helpful. But despite all this, she couldn't help but feel a little resentful when she smelled the delicious meat wafting from each house. Li Xiaoer was also craving meat, but Lu Ye's sarcastic look was still fresh in her mind. She couldn't lower her pride to buy meat. It's all because of that fool, waiting for her to send charcoal, but she insisted on going to the mountain to gather firewood. Not only did she get firewood, but she also lucked out and encountered a wild boar. That fool was so proud, with a constant smile on her face from start to finish. And Brother Tianli, looking at her with gentle eyes, was also unusually tender. This was something that had never happened in her previous life. Even though the He family had money, Shen Tianli's leg was broken, and he was always gloomy. Later, he went to the capital and regained his status, but because his leg could never be healed, he never smiled again and was never as gentle with her. Why has he never looked at her like that before? She, Lu Yi, a simple girl, wondered how she could deserve such kind eyes from Brother Tianli. Whether it was Brother Tianli or his kindness, it all belonged to her. Shin Qingshan was also unhappy. His family bought meat, but from start to finish, they were teased and mocked by the villagers. When he returned home, Zhao threw the meat on the table and angrily said, "You're even worse than a simple girl. That girl can go up the mountain to gather firewood and even hunt a pig, but you just stay at home." Shin Qingshan was also annoyed but valued his life more. He angrily said, "If you envy her, go up the mountain yourself. Shin Yongin and Tianli don't dare go up the mountain in winter. If she weren't simple, she'd dare to go." After saying this, he turned and went into his room. But he was also more annoyed with Lu Yi. This simple girl, relying on her strength, always causes trouble. This winter was especially cold. Just a few days after it cleared, snow started falling again. Lu Yi had bought plenty of rice and flour, and with some meat, the family stayed at home happily, reading books, practicing calligraphy, doing embroidery, reading medical books, living peacefully and joyfully. Shen Tianli's leg was fully healed, but because it was cold, Lu Yi didn't let him leave the room to prevent catching a cold and leaving a health problem. Tianli was focused on the wedding night, but to save firewood, seeing his mother and younger siblings in his room, he could only hold back. Tianli kissed Lu Yi fiercely, releasing all his frustration. Lu Yi was dazed by the kiss and heard Tianli panting in her ear, saying, "Wife, I must have been foolish back then. I actually agreed to let my mother and brothers move in." Every day, the three of them talked with Lu Yi until late. He could only wait until they fell asleep to kiss and hug his wife. Now even the wedding night was gone. Forget it, he thought. They would have their own room someday and then they could do it properly. Lu Yi realized what he meant and blushed even more. Luckily, it was dark now, so no one could see. She pushed him and said, "Tianli, you're just too bored every day. Tomorrow, write 20 more big characters." "Why do you say that?" Tianli asked, confused. He woke up in the morning, first practicing his mental exercises with his family, then started reading. After breakfast, he practiced calligraphy until lunchtime. Before eating, he stood up to exercise. In the afternoon, he continued reading and practicing calligraphy. At night, he practiced his mental exercises again. There was no rest at all. Full and warm, yet thinking about desire. Shun Tianli frowned, then smiled slightly. His deep eyes looked like they were dyed with color, shining brightly. He lowered his head and whispered softly in her ear, "I didn't say it out loud, but you understood. It seems that not only I think about it, but you can't wait either." Shun Tianli blew warm air into her ear, making her feel itchy and tingly, spreading through her whole body. Her face turned redder, and she pushed him gently, saying, "I don't have those thoughts. Get up quickly, don't press on me. I want to sleep." Her push was gentle, and her shy voice didn't sound confident but more like teasing. Shun Tianli's body sank a little more. He turned over, pressing her entirely against him, holding her head and kissing her. After a long moment, he parted his lips and said, "Let's sleep, my wife. Just wait a little longer. I will make you happy someday." Lu Ying, this scheming and mischievous man, made her feel so eager, so annoying. The next day, Shun Tianli really wrote 20 more large characters. Shun Tianyan watched his brother waste the little paper he had and said with concern, "Brother, why are you writing so many characters today?" Although he started later than himself, his brother's writing was better. Shun Tianyan still wanted to practice more. Shun Tianli glanced at Lu Ying, who was reading a book, with a flicker of affection in his eyes. He declared firmly, "My wife thinks I am too idle, so she told me to write 20 more large characters every day." Hearing his wife's instruction, Shun Tianyan no longer cared about wasting paper. But 20 large characters every day, did he even have enough paper to practice? He quickly asked Lu Ying, "Are you really making my brother practice 20 characters every day?" Lu Ying had forgotten about last night's events. When she heard Shun Tianli mention her, she immediately remembered what was said last night. Her face turned red instantly. She glared at Shun Tianli, who was smiling teasingly at her. Her cheeks flushed further as she said with a hint of anger, "Xiao Yan, don't listen to your brother. He's just making trouble for no reason." After saying that, she put down her book and hurried out. This man's gaze was too intense. She couldn't handle it anymore. If she stayed longer, she might turn into a cooked shrimp. Shun Tianyan was unhappy. "Brother, how can you waste paper?" Lu Ying didn't buy much paper. "If you waste it, how can I practice?" Shun Tianli was in a good mood, but after hearing his younger brother's words, he looked up and asked, "Do you think I am wasting paper?" Shun Tianyan noticed that his older brother's tone was unusual. Since his sister-in-law was not around, he quickly put down his book and said, No. I was just going to see what sister-in-law was doing." Shun Tianli frowned. His wife went out to get some fresh air. Why should this little boy care? Is he too attached to his wife? What should he do? Right now, he just wanted to send this annoying little boy away. "Next year, you'll start school. From today, focus all your energy on studying. No more chasing after your sister-in-law, understand?" Shun Tianyan felt that his older brother mainly didn't want him to pursue his sister-in-law. But since she wasn't here, he didn't have the courage to argue. He could only lower his head and say, "Yes, big brother." In the next 2 days, Lu Yi refused to talk to Shun Tianli. But Shun Tianli often looked at Lu Yi with a gentle smile. His flirtatious and affectionate gaze made Lu Yi uncomfortable. She felt shy and angry but couldn't react, so she simply acted as if he was invisible. He family, including Mr. He, noticed the strange dynamic between the two. Although they didn't speak, tender feelings seemed to flow in the air. Seeing their son, the older brother, and daughter-in-law, the older sister-in-law, so close, they couldn't help but feel happy. Days passed quickly. Soon it was December. Everyone happily ate the laba porridge, but that night, heavy snow began to fall again. The next day, several houses in the village collapsed. The village chief organized everyone to help repair the damage. Fortunately, no one was hurt. Lu Yi also took Shun Tianli to see the damage. The old house of Lao Xishan's family, which had been uninhabited for years, was also crushed by the heavy snow. Shun Tianli looked at the snow-covered house, his face growing darker and darker. In his dream, it was this snow that caused the house to collapse. It was also this snow that forced him to go into the mountains. Luckily, they were not living in that house now, so they didn't have to face many hardships. Lu Yi looked at the thick snow on the house and couldn't help but feel emotional. She knew life in ancient times was hard, but seeing the snow-burying people made her realize that in this world, poor farmers faced danger everywhere. "What's wrong?" Shun Tianli looked at his wife, who was staring out the window. His brow furrowed slightly, and he quietly took her hand and asked. Lu Yi shook her head. "Nothing. I just feel that everyone's life is too hard." Shun Tianli followed her gaze to the collapsed house and squeezed her hand. He said, "I will study hard. We will work together to bring good fortune to the people." Lu Yi looked at Shun Tianli. "Together?" Yes, my wife's medical skills and my literary talent. Louis smiled and said, Are you so confident? Are you sure you can become the top scholar? She knew that becoming the top scholar was even harder than getting into a prestigious university. I can not only become the top scholar, but also ask for a noble title for my talented wife. Shun Tianliang said confidently, with a full face of pride. All right, I'll wait and see. Sister-in-law, and I also want to ask for a noble title for sister-in-law, Shin Tianyan quickly said when he saw his older brother making his wife so happy. Shin Tianliang thought this little brother was getting more and more mischievous. What kind of noble title was he asking for his sister-in-law? And mother?
Huh?
Shin Tianyan looked at He-shur, who was smiling nearby, and quickly said, I also want to ask for a noble title for mother. All right, mother is waiting for you to ask for a noble title, she thought, feeling excited because both her sons would start school next spring. That night, everyone was sleeping soundly when suddenly, loud barking woke everyone up. Why was the village chief's dog barking so fiercely? He-shur asked. Shin Tianliang looked serious. This year, because he didn't want to give Shun Lao Tai a good deal, he hadn't hunted many wolves. Now that there were no tigers or black bears near the mountain, the wolf pack must be very hungry and had come down. He got up and dressed while saying, Mother, you all get up quickly. Year, stay here and watch over mother. I'll go out and check. It's probably the wolf pack. Louis was putting on her clothes and said, I'll go too. No, you must stay at home to protect mother, or she'll worry. Yes, Year, don't go. He-shur held Liu Ye's hand. Now that her son's leg was healed, she trusted his ability, but without her daughter-in-law, she was really scared. Wife, trust me. I'll be fine, Shin Tianliang said softly, feeling her worry, placing his hand on her shoulder. Louis nodded, got off the bed, lit the oil lamp, and handed one to Shin Tianliang, saying, Here, take this. Shin Tianliang took it, looked at Liu Yi again, and went out. He didn't go straight to the village chief's house, but took the iron shovel from home and headed directly to Li Yuqian's house. Yuqian, tell your family to hurry and come to my house to hide. The wolf pack is probably coming. Go door to door and warn everyone to be careful. I'm going to the village chief's house. Li Yuqian heard the dogs outside barking more and more loudly. She hurriedly took her family, who had already dressed, to Shun Tianli's house. The wall around Shin Tianli's house has been raised higher and a sturdy gate was built. With her sister-in-law there, it should be very safe. Before Shin Tianli reached the village chief's house, he saw Li Zian quickly walking over with an oil lamp. Seeing him, he asked anxiously, Tianli, the dogs are barking so loudly. Is something wrong? He wasn't afraid of thieves entering the village, but he was worried about animals from the mountain coming down. Uncle, I think a pack of wolves has arrived. Besides your house, only mine and Grandpa Shin's walls are high enough. It's best to gather everyone together and work to drive away these animals. Good. Let's go to your house then. Your wood storage is big, close to the village entrance, and the wall is newly built. With you and Year there, everyone will feel safer. Shin Tianli nodded. Seeing many people already coming out, he quickly said that the wolves had arrived and told everyone to bring tools and go to his house. When the villagers heard about the wolves, they panicked immediately. They hurriedly put on clothes. Women grabbed their silver money and held their children, rushing toward Shun Tianli's house. The men quickly grabbed their tools and headed out. After discussing with Li Zian, Shun Tianli asked him to notify everyone. He hurried back and said to Mrs. He, Mother, with so many people here to protect you, I want to go outside with Year to hunt the wolves. Louis looked at Shun Tianli happily, her eyes bright. She liked that he treated her equally. Mrs. He also knew there was danger outside. Seeing so many people in the house, she nodded. Brother, I want to go too. Xiao Yan, you're too young.
No.
Mother, I've grown up. Xiao Yan, be good. Stay here and protect mother and everyone, okay? Louis said, patting his shoulder. Yes, sister-in-law. Shen Tianyan looked a little dissatisfied. Louis thought for a moment, then bent down, avoiding the crowd, and quietly took out Qingling. She whispered, "Here, let Qingling play with you." When Shen Tianyan heard Qingling, his eyes immediately lit up. He also liked the little white snake sister-in-law and nodded happily. As Shen Tianli and Lu Yi left the room, they heard screams outside. "Ah, wolves. It's really wolves. The wolf pack is here. Ah, help." Suddenly, the sounds of barking dogs, crying, and wolf howls mixed together, creating chaos. Shen Tianli and Lu Yi hurried outside. The white snow on the ground reflected the nightlight, making the night look as bright as moonlight. About a dozen gray wild wolves appeared more clearly in the snow, running quickly toward them. Some charged at the crowd, others entered nearby courtyards. The sounds of chickens and pigs calling grew louder. 2 wolves had already caught up with villagers. 2 people ran at the same time, Lu Yi with an axe and Shen Tianli with an iron shovel. Each one struck a wolf, causing it to fly backward, and the air was filled with a strong smell of blood. They looked at each other. Lu Yi said, "Shen Tianli, shall we have a contest? Let's see who kills more wolves." Shen Tianli smiled and said, "Okay." The wolf's heart is about 10 centimeters below its front leg. That's the best chance to strike when it lunges at you. Lu Yi nodded and ran toward the approaching wolves. Shen Tianli saw that his wife's steps were light and quick, like a flying bird. He thought to himself that when spring comes, he and his wife should go up the mountain for a good run together. The villagers saw Lu Yi and Shen Tianli each fighting a wolf, both brave and fearless. They couldn't help but stare. Especially Lu Yi. People had only heard that Shen Qingshan had fought a tiger before, but actually Lu Yi was the one who did it. Many didn't believe it at first, but now, seeing how strong Lu Yi was, they had to believe. Strangely, they remembered that before, they had seen wild wolves come down from the mountains. The wolves ran everywhere, but now, not a single one came near. Could it be because there were so many people, so the wolves didn't dare come? The Wolf King stood high up, watching Shen Tianli and Lu Yi keep fighting and injuring his brothers. His eyes glowed with anger. He howled loudly and, with 6 wolves behind him, charged down. Suddenly, Shen Tianli heard a wolf's roar. He saw the wolves that had gone into the yard to attack the livestock also come out, rushing toward them. He ran to his wife's side and leaned on her back. "Wife, be careful."
Liu Ye nodded.
Seeing the wolves approaching, she raised her axe and swung at them. The wall around Shen Tianli's house was tall, so the men could only sit on stools and watch outside. When they saw all the wolves attacking the two, they became very worried. "Brother Xian, what should we do? Should we go out and help? There are so many wolves. The couple probably can't handle them all." "Yes, let's go help." It was shameful that a woman was left to guard their entire village. Child unclenched his fists, got off the bench, and said to the village chief, "Dad, we need to help Tianli." The village chief nodded and said, "Go find some people. I'll organize others. Let's go rescue him quickly." Child nodded. Just as he found a few strong men from the village, Shen Qingshan, standing on the bench, said, "Uncle, I advise you not to go. There are not just 1 or 2 wolves outside, but more than 20. Do you know how fierce wolves are? 1 bite, and you'll lose a leg." Shen Qingshan's eyes were a bit red. Didn't Shen Tianli lose his leg? But now he's better, his leg is healed, and he's even faster. Look at his speed, 1 shovel at a time. If he's not hurt, he's almost invincible, even braver than before. People like him shouldn't be alive. They should be eaten by wolves, making room for others. Shen Qingshan, what nonsense are you talking? We have so many people. We're not afraid of those 20 or so beasts. 2 or 3 of us can fight and kill them.
Kill them?
Do you know how strong wolves' revenge can be? Like cats covered in blood, they keep coming back to get revenge, year after year.
Shen Qingshan, what do you really mean?
Li Yuqian said, unhappy. Right now, the wolf pack is trapped by Shen Tianli and his wife. The wolves will remember their scent. If they kill the wolves, everyone will be safe. Even if the wolves come back to revenge, it won't matter to everyone. But if you go out, the wolves will remember your scent. Then, you'll have to face their revenge. Hearing this, The people who were about to leave suddenly stopped. Revenge from wolf pups. It's like grass in the field, never-ending. If it were just me, I wouldn't mind, but they all have families. Who can guarantee safety? Next to them, Shen Tianyan saw everyone eager to support his older brother. The door was already open, but Shen Qingshan's words made everyone hesitate. They couldn't help but cry, touching their tears, and said, "If you won't save my brother and sister-in-law, I will go save them." Then he ran outside. Li and hurriedly tried to stop him, but Shen Tianyan, quick as an eel, ran out too. "Xiaoyan, come back!" Lian shouted, rushing after him. Mrs. Zhang quickly called out, "Master, come back. Don't risk your life." The village chief, seeing only Li and son defending fiercely, also ran to the door and shouted, "Come back to me. Dad, I want to go kill the wolves. I have already let down Yong'an's trust, and I can't let him die or feel uneasy anymore." The village chief was so angry he stomped his feet and turned to look at the people in the yard. He glared fiercely at Shen Qingshan and said coldly, "We are all from the same village. You all should know how I treat everyone, how I treat Tianli. If everyone forgets kindness and loyalty, what's the difference between us and those animals outside?" He looked sharply at Shen Qingshan. Shen Qingshan kept staring outside, with a cold smile on his lips. "We have so many people. We're not afraid of those animals. Even if they remember our scent, so what? If we work together, we can kill 1, 2, or more. Eventually, those animals will be scared and stay away." Mrs. He cried and begged, "Please, after this, in spring, I'll send Tianli up the mountain to slowly kill each wolf. They won't come down to retaliate. Please help Lyre and Ear. Grandparents, uncles, aunts, brothers, sisters-in-law, have you thought about what will happen if my brother and sister-in-law are eaten by those animals?" After Shen Tianlu spoke, everyone looked at each other, their faces more hesitant. He continued, "My father said that animals on the mountain only come down when they are very hungry. There are so many wolves, but only a few of us. That's not enough. Next, it will be our chickens and pigs. Once those are gone, it will be the children and adults. My brother is a good hunter in 10 villages. If everyone helps, he can surely kill those wolves. He will thank everyone later. The wolf pelts and meat will be shared among us. If anyone wants to hunt on the mountain in the future, my brother will gladly teach them." The yard was very quiet. Only the distant howling and screams of wolves could be heard. Suddenly, these sounds disappeared, leaving the yard feeling heavy and oppressive. Li Shun's wife suddenly stood up and said, "Our family has benefited a lot from Yong'an. My whole family will help." Li Shun's daughter-in-law quickly pulled her and said, "Mother. Mother? I make the decisions here. If you don't want to stay, go back to your family," Li Shun's wife said, shaking off her daughter-in-law's hand. She looked at her husband and son and said, "Get your tools and follow Big Brother." Seeing her husband and son come out, Li Shun's wife turned to her own family and said, "Mother, let Big Brother and second brother go too. Think about when our father was sick and Yong'an went up the mountain to hunt and sent money. Mother, we must repay kindness, not forget it." After Li Shun's words, her mother nodded heavily. Seeing her brothers and others exchange looks, Li Shun also took her nephews and stepped outside. There were about a dozen people, which was quite good.
"Grandma, I am sorry.
But my life was saved by my sister-in-law, and I want to return the favor." Li Yuqian knelt before her grandmother and said. Grandma's face was full of tears. She held Li Yuqian and couldn't speak, but her meaning was clear. She couldn't bear to part with him. Li Yuqian ignored her grandmother's painful crying and said to his younger brother, "Xu Ji, from now on, this family depends on you.
Take good care of Grandma."
After speaking, he ignored her crying and ran out with they. But once outside the gate, not only Li Yuqian but also everyone helping was stunned. They saw the wolves actually run away, tail between their legs, heading into the mountains. Everyone was surprised, and even Shen Tianli was puzzled. He felt he was improving his speed, but suddenly, the fierce, hungry wolves fled in a panic, as if they had met their match.
Lu Yu was also surprised.
She was in the middle of a lively fight. Why did the wolves run away? She took a few more steps forward and called out, "Don't run." "Brother, sister-in-law, why did the wolf pack run away?" Lu Yi heard Shen Tianyan's voice and finally understood. She asked with some regret, "Xiao Yan, why did you come out?" "I saw so many wolves and was worried about you." The wolf pack all ran away. Shen Tianli looked at his wife and brother. It was obvious that the wolves ran because of his brother. The wolves weren't afraid of his brother but feared something on him. And from his wife's tone, he knew she understood what it was. Oh, so it was the light spirit. He never expected that the beautiful little white snake had such great power that it could scare the wolves away. But he had to admit, this time they really helped in the wrong way. "Tianli Yi, are you okay? Any injuries?" Li Ziyan saw the wolves run away and finally felt relieved. He looked them over and asked, "Uncle, we're fine." Lu Yi counted the wolves on the ground and said, "Husband, there are 6 in total. 3 for each of us. It's a tie." Shen Tianli praised with a smile, "My wife is amazing. Let's go back." Then he bent down, picked up one leg of the 6 wolves, and dragged it as they headed home. "You take 4, I take 2. Lu Yi handed her tools to Li Ziyan and said, "Okay." Shen Tianli happily divided 2 wolves to Lu Yi. This is what it means to share joys and hardships together. Their hearts felt both sweet and full. Mrs. Li Xin saw that everyone was standing at the door, so she couldn't help but go outside. She saw Shen Tianli and Lu Yi dragging a wolf back, and she ran forward happily, asking, "Tianli from the Tianli family, where's the wolf? Did you chase them all away?" Yes, Auntie. My husband is very brave. He chased them all away." "Look, Auntie, we caught the wolf," Lu Yi said with a silly smile, holding up 2 wolves in her hands. The wolves still had their sharp teeth exposed, and they were covered in blood. Mrs. Li Shun was startled and took a step back. "Oh my goodness. These animals look fierce. You and Tianli are so brave. When we go back, we'll see what that ungrateful person in the yard has to say." Shen Tianli looked up and saw Shen Qingshan still standing by the high wall of his house, showing his face. Besides his surprised look, there was also envy and hatred in his eyes. He raised an eyebrow. He was a hunter, but his eyesight wasn't good. He had actually helped a wolf cub, and instead of being grateful, it hated him and wished him dead. This Shen Qingshan is really something. Mrs. Li Shun's voice carried far away. When everyone realized there was no danger, they came out one after another, smiling and greeting Shen Tianli. Some even wanted to help him bring the wolves into the yard, but Shen Tianli refused. True friends show in tough times. Since they didn't come out when there was danger earlier, why pretend now? Now that it's cold, the wolves are gone, and the danger is over. "Everyone should go back and sleep," Shen Tianli said. The village chief also spoke up. "All right, everyone go back now." Seeing the village chief speak, everyone slowly left. Li Xiao'er hadn't seen Shen Tianli for a long time. Under the light, she saw him walking over. His legs were long and straight, each step steady. His face was glowing like a jade, like a divine being in the sky, so high and unreachable that she forgot everything else, only seeing him. She even felt that as he walked toward her, he was coming to her. Her heart surged like the tide. She stood there, unable to move her eyes. Lu Yi saw Li Xiao'er staring obsessively at her little husband and frowned. If there weren't many people, she would have scolded Li Xiao'er from start to finish.
But, well, suddenly, Liu Ye suhung her arm forcefully.
Li Xiao'er felt her face warm, then cold, and saw a streak of blood. Seeing the blood on the snow, she couldn't help but scream, "You idiot! How could you splash wolf blood all over my face? It's so dirty!" She took out an embroidered handkerchief and wiped vigorously. Willow Leaf tilted her head and said foolishly, "I saw you staring at the wolf in the official's hand and wondered if you wanted it. When I raised my hand, I realized I also had a wolf. Oh no, why is there so much blood on my face? It's so ugly. Do you want me to wipe it for you?" She then grabbed a wolf leg and tried to wipe it on Li Xiao'er's face. Li Xiao'er saw that the wolf in her hand was covered in blood and had sharp teeth, which looked very frightening. She screamed and ran behind her mother, saying, "You silly girl, I don't want you to wipe my face." Not wiping, not wiping. You call me silly, but you're the real fool. You're not allowed to look at my husband anymore, and you can't come to my house either, Willow Leaf said angrily. Her words made people think deeply. Everyone had seen just now that Li Xiao'er was staring at Shen Tianli with wide eyes, looking very infatuated. No wonder Li Xiao'er visited Shen Tianli's family every day. She was interested in Tianli. It's so shameless. She already has a wife, yet she still tries to get close. Li Xiao'er's mother was furious when she heard the gossip and slander about her daughter. She scolded, "You little, aren't you supposed to keep your mouth shut? My daughter came to see Shen Tianlu because everyone knows they are close. Seventh aunt, from now on, don't let Xiao'er come here anymore." "We're not friends," Li Xiao'er said, even though her reputation would suffer for saying this. But she didn't care about herself. Why should she let an outsider hurt her sister-in-law? She couldn't let her sister-in-law keep suffering. Just now, she saw Li Xiao'er looking at her brother without blinking. Even when her mother pulled her, she didn't react. Li Xiao'er didn't expect Shen Tianlu to be so ruthless. Last time was okay because no one was around and she pretended she didn't hear. But now, she completely disregarded her face and reputation and said it openly in front of everyone. Feeling angry and wronged, she walked up to Shen Tianlu, wiping tears and saying, "Luer, I know you're afraid I'll take your family's food. Don't worry, I will pay you. Please forgive me this time. Next time, if you teach me sewing, I will definitely learn. Okay?" Others thought Shen Tianlu was jealous of Li Xiao'er's sewing skills and refused to teach her, so she cut ties. They immediately thought Shen Tianlu was petty and immature. This sewing work was her family's business, who would just give it away easily. They used to think Shen Tianlu was kind, but now they saw she was desperate and would do anything. Shen Tianlu saw others looking at her strangely, feeling both shy and angry. She didn't know how to respond at first, but then her sister-in-law spoke. "I heard that Luer used to help you a lot before. Your embroidery skills were taught by my mother, and Luer, how can you ask her for sewing advice now? Luer, isn't her embroidery better than yours? Show your embroidered handkerchief, so the elders can see." Li Xiao'er's embroidery was quite good, but compared to hers, it was far behind. Aunt Wei said that her embroidery skills were passed down from her, and she had even surpassed her master. Recently, under her guidance, Luer had improved quickly and was no worse than Li Xiao'er. Li Shen approached and said, "Come, let me see." Shen Tianlu hurriedly handed over her embroidered handkerchief. Li Xiao'er looked at her, then raised her chin, and also handed over her blood-stained handkerchief. Everyone gathered around to look. Shen Tianlu embroidered simple bamboo, with each segment looking real. Li Xiao'er's handkerchief had a flower she hadn't seen before, bright and beautiful. "I think Luer's work is good. People might really think it's bamboo." Yes, but Li Xiao'er's flower is also pretty." Finally, Li Shen said, "Li Xiao'er, Tianlu's embroidery is also beautiful. You learned from her, so how could she ask you for advice? It seems you've forgotten who taught you your sewing skills." Li Shen's words were playful, but from her tone, Li Xiao'er could tell she was criticizing her ungratefulness. Li Xiao'er didn't believe it. She knew her own embroidery skills and those of Shen Tianlu. She learned from the palace embroidery ladies, so Shen Tianlu couldn't be better than her. She ran over to look and found that, whether in stitches or technique, Shen Tianlu's work wasn't worse than hers. How could this be? When did Shen Tianlu become so skilled at embroidery? Shen Tianlu stepped forward, grabbed her embroidered handkerchief, and coldly said, "Li Xiao'er, do you understand now? Today, I finally see how good you are at turning things around. Forget my kindness from before. Let's pretend we don't know each other anymore." Li Xiao'er was shocked. If her relationship with Shen Tianlu was broken today, she wouldn't be able to marry brother Tianli, especially since there was a sister-in-law who didn't like her. Even if she divorced Lu Yi, he sure wouldn't marry her. How could she marry brother Tianli then? Li Xiao'er stepped forward, holding Shen Tianlu's hand, crying and saying, Luer, please don't treat me like this. Apart from Aunt He, you are the best to me. When I am hungry, you secretly give me food. If you have good things, you share them with me. I am just jealous of you because you have such a good mother, brother, and younger siblings. Plus, you don't help me, so I say these things. Lure, after more than 10 years of friendship, isn't it as important as the few months she's been married here? Shun Tianlu frowned, pulled back her hand. Why should Li Xiao'er compare herself to her sister-in-law? Whether in the past or now, Li Xiao'er has always taken advantage of her. But her sister-in-law has helped her from the beginning to the end, supporting this family. She actually has the nerve to talk about family loyalty. Go away. I don't want to say more. Anyway, my family doesn't welcome you.
Lue.
Li Xiao'er's mother saw her daughter still begging her and immediately grew cold. She couldn't understand why Xiao'er was so determined to cling to Shen Tianli's family. It was fine before, but now that Shen Tianli is married, Xiao'er can do well on her own. Shen Tianlu doesn't want to have anything to do with them, so she should stay as far away as possible. Why is she still acting as stubborn as before, not knowing how to adapt? Xiao'er, just go. Are you still ashamed enough? Seeing so many people watching, Li Xiao'er bit her lip and decided to give up. She knew she could ask Shen Tianlu for help later. Her personality was clear. She let her mother pull her away. Everyone else, seeing there was no more entertainment, didn't bother to look at the wolf in Shen Tianli's hand and left. When Shen Qingshan came out, he saw Shen Tianli standing straight at the door, holding 4 wolves. He was about to speak but saw Shen Tianli ignore him and leave angrily. Lu Yi sneered and curled her lips. They're all untrustworthy. Seeing Shen Tianlu looking sad, she stepped forward and smiled, saying, Lure, you're amazing. Everyone says your embroidery looks just like real. Hearing her sister-in-law's praise, Shen Tianlu blushed and said, if it weren't for sister-in-law, I would have made a fool of myself today. She didn't even realize that Li Xiao'er was jealous of her. While quietly pretending to be her friend, she secretly hated her and wished her bad luck. Li Xiao'er's schemes are so deep. Fortunately, they are no longer related. All right, let's go. It's cold outside. Your brother and sister-in-law should wash up, and we should go to bed. Mrs. He patted her daughter's head. Today, she finally saw through Li Xiao'er. She's the best at twisting facts. Shen Tianli put the wolves in the barn, washed her hands with her wife, and then took her to bed. The next noon, Shen Tianli asked Li Zian to come help peel the wolf skin. Although he planned to make a red cloak for his wife, pure red fox fur is harder to find than white fox fur. He couldn't let his wife freeze, so he used wolf skin to block the wind first. When he encounters red fox fur in the future, he will make the cloak for his wife. The villagers heard that Shen Tianli was peeling wolf skin but didn't hear about selling meat. Everyone was eager because wolf meat is even tastier than dog meat. On such a cold day, everyone enjoyed some snacks, which was quite nice. Most importantly, Shen Tianli set a good price for the meat. He went to see the village chief, but the chief ignored him. Finally, someone asked Li Shen's wife to inquire, Tianli, are you selling the meat? Yes, I am. In town, wolf meat is twice as expensive as pork, but since we are from the same village, I plan to sell it for 20 coins per jin. Ask if anyone wants it. If yes, come over. If not, we'll share it among ourselves. Li Shen's wife nodded. She felt like there was someone inside their group, maybe herself. Looking at the bloody wolf meat, she said, all right, I'll go tell everyone. After she spoke, some people grumbled. Why is it so expensive? Last time it was only 5 copper coins, and now it's 20. Li Shen's wife was unhappy and said, why was it 5 copper coins last time? Don't you realize? It was to thank us for helping bury Yong'an. And Yong'an's family even sent grain and meat to each household. You should be grateful. Think about how Shen Tianli acted last night, risking his life to catch that wolf. No one else is allowed to taste even a bit of the meat. Shen Tianli also said that wolf meat in town costs twice as much as pork, so 20 coins is fair. If you don't want it, go buy it yourself. Shen Tianli isn't forcing anyone. Now, the snow had completely blocked the way out, and no one knew if it would snow again. Sometimes, it's common not to be able to leave during the new year, So everyone still cared about this meat. But 20 coins per gene was too expensive. Seeing that Shen Tianli wasn't willing to lower the price, some bought a little despite feeling the pain, while others couldn't bring themselves to spend so much. Shen Tianli gave the village chief, Li Yuqian, Li Shen's wife, and her family most of the wolf meat as thanks. Whether it was Li Shen's wife or her family, seeing the 50 or 60 gene of meat made them very happy and improved their impression of Shen Tianli. Li Shen's wife also gained more respect at her home and in her family. Old Fourth's family heard the wolf howling and were very scared. However, their wall was tall and the door was heavy, so they believed the wolves couldn't come in. Everyone stayed awake, full of fear. Luckily, the wolf howling soon stopped. When they opened the door, they learned that Shen Tianli's leg had healed and that he had driven the wolves away. Old Fourth's family confirmed that Shen Tianli's leg was fine. Their faces looked even worse. But what could they do? Their relationship was already broken, and official documents had been made. That night, they held a meeting. In the end, they decided to follow Shen Yongtai's advice, to slowly make peace and allow he and Shen Tianli to accept them again. On the third day, Old Fourth's family heard that Shen Tianli was selling wolf meat at a high price. Besides a few buyers, they gave some away as gifts. Old Lady Shen, leaning on her waist which still hurt, scolded Shen Tianli for being a wasteful son. If it were her, she wouldn't give away any meat. She would sell it all. Father, Tianli killed 6 wolves. He gave some away and sold 3 more. They probably can't finish the remaining 3, and they're worried. I thought maybe we could buy 1 back to help them, Shen Yongtai explained his plan. Just after he finished, Old Lady Shen said, "By what? He is an unfilial son and should be ours." I, as a grandmother, fell down at his house and didn't even get to see some meat. Such an unfilial grandson should be reported to the officials, and the county magistrate should punish him with dozens of lashes, then drive him out of the village. Shen Yongtai saw that his mother still didn't understand the situation and decided not to argue. He looked at his father. Old Man Shen asked his other 2 sons, "What do you think?" Both were pulled by their wives, understanding the meaning. They were eager to eat meat. Now that Shen Tianli was better, as long as they could go home, anything was fine. "Father, I think 5th brother's idea is good. We should help them." "Yes, father. As long as Tianli can come back, anything is fine." "Father, look at the heavy snow outside and how cold it is. Tianli is living outside. He must be uncomfortable. Why not let them come back to stay?" Wang Shi suddenly said. Everyone's eyes lit up. If they came back to stay, all that wolf meat would be theirs. Moreover, once they returned, they would have access to all the good food in the future. Shen Yongtai raised an eyebrow. He also wanted that, but he knew Shen Tianli and the others wouldn't agree now. It was better to ease the situation. Before he could speak, his father said, "Yes, it's so cold outside. It's warmer at home. Eldest, 2nd, 5th brothers, go help later and bring their belongings back." Old Shen made the final decision. Shen Yongtai saw that his brothers and sisters-in-law were all excited. After thinking for a moment, he nodded. Not only did the 3 Shen brothers go, but Wang and others happily followed, each with their own plans. Shen Tianli's family was still selling meat. Those closer had a few more cuts, while those farther away just needed enough to weigh. When Shen Yongfu arrived with others, Shen Tianli had just seen them off. Seeing his steady, long legs, everyone looked at each other with complicated expressions. "Are you here to buy meat?" Shen Tianli asked. Shen Yongfu and his brothers looked at each other. Shen Yongfu said, "Tianli, it's so cold today, and there are wild animals coming into the village. You and your mother living in this thatched hut aren't safe. You should move back. We're here to help you move back." "Move back? Where to? I don't think I'm related to you at all," Shen Tianli said sarcastically. "These people are shameless, more dishonest than wolves on the mountain." Seeing him stand and walk again, they changed their faces. "They're not disgusting. I feel sick just looking at them." "Tianli, no matter what, we're family," Shen Yongsho said. "Family? Do you want me to show you the severance papers or my official certificate from the government?" He knew Shen Laoxi's family was shameless. The village chief had already registered their family at the county, but they had nothing to do with his family. At most, they just shared a surname. Shen Yongfu's face darkened. He said coldly, "Tianli, are you really going to be so stubborn, leaving no way out?" "It's not me being stubborn, it's you. Today I'll make it clear. My honor and shame from now on have nothing to do with you. Your family's honor and shame have nothing to do with me, Shen Tianli." After saying this, he ignored their faces and said, "If you want to buy meat, I welcome you. If it's something else, you can leave now." Shen Yongfu was so angry, he couldn't help but shout loudly, "Shen Tianli." Shen Tianli didn't even want to look at him. He said, "I know my name.
You don't need to tell me."
Seeing his older brother get angry, Shen Yongtai quickly stepped forward and smiled. "Tianli, if you don't want to go back, that's fine. If you want to go back, we're always welcome. Didn't you kill a few wolves? Since you can't finish them, just give us one." Although Shen Yongtai didn't say it outright, Shen Tianli understood. He thought they believed his wolves wouldn't sell, so they came to help him. "All right, 1 wolf. The price is a bit higher, 30 coins per gene." Shen Tianliang smiled and said, "Shen Tianliang, do you think we're fools? Wherever we buy, it's cheap. Why is it more expensive here?" Shen Yongfu looked unhappy and said, "Yes. It's expensive. If you want to buy, go ahead. If not, forget it." Shen Tianliang replied casually, "No problem. If you want to buy, buy. If not, just forget it." Yesterday, his wife preserved a wolf's meat by salting and drying it. It can last a year without spoiling. So, even if they only have 2 or 6 wolf meats, they are not worried. Every day, they drink bone soup. Not only him, but his mother and Luer also feel much healthier. His wife said that drinking pork rib soup all winter and eating meat all winter could restore their strength after past injuries. He plans to keep this meat for himself. With their personalities, they definitely don't like to be taken advantage of. Sure enough, Shen Yongfu widened his eyes, took a step forward, pointed his finger at Shen Tianliang, and said angrily, "Shen Tianliang, are you deliberately cheating us? Revenge for us?" Shen Yongtai quickly stopped him and said, "Big brother, stay calm." He thought they were all like their mother, so impatient and not thinking carefully. "Tianliang, at 20 coins per gene, how many gene can we get?" He didn't want to be the fool who paid too much. "Then I'll cut you 1 gene, Shen Tianliang said with a smile. 1 gene? Shen Yongtai thought Shen Tianliang was doing it on purpose. This 1 gene of meat wasn't just charity, it was more like a reminder or a tease.
"All right.
Okay, then let's cut 1 gene first." "Big brother, give the money," Shen Yongshou said. He hadn't eaten meat in a long time. Recently, the whole village smelled delicious, especially from the Li Shun's house, making him drool. Not only Shen Yongshou was craving it, but Shen Yongtai was too. Plus, going along with Shen Tianliang might leave a good impression, so he didn't say anything. Shen Tianliang stretched out a hand, looked at the sky casually, and said, "Then just give the money." Shen Yongfu reluctantly took 20 coins from his waist, thinking, sigh, "If I hadn't been cut off from my family, I wouldn't have to pay. I'd be eating endless meat every day, maybe even making money. It's all his mother's fault. Why didn't she leave some room for saving back then? If they had split the family, they could have saved some for support." When Shen Tianliang received the money from Shen Laoxi's family, he was very happy and quickly cut the meat for them. In the following days, Shen Laoxi's family kept coming to buy meat. Shen Tianliang raised the price to 30 coins per gene, and Shen Laoxi's family looked very happy. This doesn't seem right. If there were no hidden plans, Shen Laosijia would never do something that causes trouble. Shen Tianli also didn't want to play along with them. He announced to the whole village that the meat was sold out, then closed the door and didn't see anyone. After a few days of heavy snow, it stopped, then started again, then stopped again. The snow on the road remained thick and never melted. Soon it was the new year. Although they couldn't go out, the village still had a path, and the festival made everything seem lively. Husser bought some carrots and cabbage in the village and smiled, saying, "If you hadn't bought so much rice and flour, we might be eating meat every day." "Mom, isn't it good to eat meat every day?" Other families are wishing for it, Shen Tianyan said with a smile. His face, which had been pale and weak, became white and soft after more than a month of good care. He also gained some weight, looking chubby and even more adorable. Lu Ye couldn't help but pinch his cheek and said happily, "Yes, Mom. It's better to have meat." Look at Xiao Ye's face, so white and tender. "I like it." Sun Tianli, who was practicing calligraphy nearby, stopped and looked at his hands. His previously yellowish hands had turned white and smooth. This was partly because he stayed at home so much and partly because his wife had applied a special ointment that moisturized and whitened the skin. She used it on herself, Log, Xiaoyan, and even him. He knew his wife cared about his appearance, so he didn't resist. He carefully applied the ointment. Although his skin wasn't as white and tender as Sa's, it was much better than before. Still, he felt that his wife seemed to like Xiaoyan more. At night, he practiced his breathing exercises. After his wife finished telling stories to Nang, Xiaoyan, and Lo, and they all seemed to be asleep, he slowly lifted his wife's quilt and slipped in. He hugged her and kissed her. Lo Ye felt a smile rise in her heart. It seemed like they were sneaking around. He always waited until her mother and others were asleep. Sometimes, when she was already asleep, he would come and hold her. Other times, when he thought she wasn't sleeping, he would hold her and kiss her until she heard Sun Tianli panting in her ear. Lo Ye couldn't understand. He clearly wanted her, so why did he always stop at the last moment? Even though he was worried about her mother and others, they were all asleep. It had been more than a month, and she was already prepared. She felt helpless about this indecision. Sun Tianli liked her, she was sure of that. So, why did he not want to be with her? Looking at Shen Tianli sweating on his forehead from restraint, Lu Ye's mind was racing quickly. Suddenly, she widened her eyes and hurriedly grabbed Shen Tianli's wrist to check his pulse. "It's nothing. But why does it seem not to be?" "Shen Tianli, have you been feeling unwell lately?" Shen Tianli suppressed his feelings and was surprised to see his wife so nervous as she checked his pulse. He asked seriously but still shook his head. "Nothing? Then what's going on?" "It seems my skills are not good enough. When the snow melts, I should ask my senior brother to check on you." She had finished reading the 5 medical books and several pulse case studies she brought back, but still couldn't figure out Shen Tianli's symptoms. "It seems she hasn't learned enough."
What are you looking at?
"I'm not sick." Shen Tianli found it strange and didn't understand why his wife thought he was ill. Lu Yi believed Shen Tianli thought this was private and embarrassing, so she said firmly, "Shen Tianli, you can't hide your illness. If you have a problem, you need to treat it. You can't ignore it for face, or it could become very serious. If they weren't careful, they might not even have children." Luckily, she noticed it in time. She initially thought this symptom might be from the injury he sustained when he fell and bit his chest. Surely, he was also hurt there, but Shen Tianli was unconscious and everyone didn't know. When he woke up, they didn't pay attention, which is why the current issue with not being able to have appeared. But it's okay. It's a short time now. Even if the senior brother can't treat it, the master should be able to. Shen Tianli was even more confused. "I didn't hide my illness." He truly felt great, better than ever before. His martial arts had already reached the 3rd level, progressing faster than Yi. As long as he wanted, he could control the entire village's movements. He knew his body well and felt perfectly fine, no problems at all. Why is his wife saying this and being so serious? "You're saying you're fine, but you can't have any more." As a doctor, he hated people who were stubborn and refused to admit problems. Shen Tianli was stunned for a moment, then let out a low, gentle laugh. His handsome face leaned close to Lu Ye's pretty face, staring at her intently, and asked, "Are you saying I can't have any more?" Lu Yi felt a strange pressure, but still nodded. The next second, she heard Shen Tianli's deep, hoarse voice say, "Yi, I will prove it to you." He suddenly stood up, hugged his wife wrapped in a quilt, and got off the bed. "What are you going to do?" Lu Yi hurriedly hugged Shen Tianli's neck, whispering softly with confusion. After noticing that her mother-in-law and the others were still sleeping peacefully, she relaxed a little. Shen Tianli, holding his wife, asked as they walked outside. Year, do you dislike this house? Is it because it's someone else's?
There's nothing to dislike.
I plan to wait until spring, then talk to Uncle Tongba about buying this house. It will be ours. Shen Tianli nodded and asked again, Year, do you mind that I currently have no skills and rely on you to support the family? Lu Ye's eyes widened in disbelief.
How can you say that?
Aren't you injured? Besides, you've given me so much silver. It's not just about supporting the family. We could even buy a house in town. After speaking, she also thought that her little husband might have some psychological issues, possibly caused by physical deficiencies leading to low self-esteem. That wouldn't be good. She softened her voice and said, Shen Tianli, you're so smart. Your martial arts are better and faster than mine. Once you're healed, you'll definitely go hunting again and earn money. You also want to study and aim for the top scholar title to get an official position for me. There's no husband more clever, capable, or powerful than you.
So you must believe. You are the best.
Shen Tianli didn't expect himself to be so highly regarded in his wife's heart. He felt like he was floating on clouds, happy beyond words. He held his wife with one arm and spread his quilt over the bed in the east room, asking, Year, do you really think I am the best?
Of course.
My husband is the best. To encourage Shen Tianli, Lu Yi kissed his face and said confidently. Shen Tianli couldn't hide his joyful smile, like fireworks lighting up the sky. He pulled Lu Yi onto the quilt. Shen Tianli, what are we doing here?
Lu Yi asked, still a bit confused.
To prove I didn't lie, he replied, then leaned down to kiss her. He originally wanted to give his wife the best, but she doubted him. If he didn't prove himself, wouldn't she worry even more? And he didn't want to hold back anymore. When Lu Yi woke up, her whole body ached, as if she had been crushed. The scene from yesterday immediately came to mind, and her pretty face turned red. What was wrong with her nerves? How could she think this cunning man was not capable? He was definitely capable. She knew how many times she had been tossed around. Shen Tianli was sitting beside his wife, reading a book. He noticed the blanket moved and looked up to see his wife blushing and shy, her face turning red. His heart softened even more. His voice was soft, sweet, and light. Year, you're awake. Are you hungry? Mother warmed some egg custard on the stove. I'll ask Luer to bring it to you. Although he still called her Year, for some reason, Lu Yi felt this voice was different from before, more sweet and full of deep affection, even more than calling her wife would make her blush. His pleasant, magnetic voice made Lu Yi feel like her ears were pregnant. Without knowing why, her face turned even redder. She moved slightly, grimacing from discomfort, and said, Later, okay? Seeing his wife uncomfortable, Shen Tianli felt very sorry. He blamed himself for not controlling his feelings and not thinking about her. He apologized gently. Year, let me massage you. Before Lu Yi could object, he started massaging her softly. He treated her like a fragile doll, full of care. Now he finally feels sorry. Why didn't he do this earlier? Lu Yi turned over and lay on her pillow, angrily saying, Did you not eat? Are you not paying attention? She sighed inwardly. Her body felt somewhat refreshed, probably because she had been cleaned up earlier, but she still felt uncomfortable. Sigh, the conditions here are really poor. If only she could take a hot bath, it might help her feel better. Shen Tianli quickly reassured her. Year, Mother and Luer are boiling water for you. Once it's ready, you'll be able to wash up properly. As expected, her thoughts came true. Lu Yi felt happy inside. Suddenly, she turned her head and shyly asked, Mother knows? Shen Tianli's handsome face also blushed slightly. He cleared his throat and said, She probably knows. I told Luer and Xiaoyan not to disturb your sleep. Then Mother said, I don't cherish you enough. Lu Yi instantly felt like her face was gone, and she buried her face in the pillow, pretending to be dead. It's all his fault, letting her mother-in-law find out. Oh my, she's so embarrassed. Seeing his wife unable to breathe properly, Shen Tianli quickly picked her up with a blanket and held her in his arms. Year, don't worry. Mother has reminded me many times secretly. She's happy that we finally got married.
It's just that I feel sorry for you.
I planned to wait until we had our own house to do this. So, is that why you didn't touch me before? Louis asked with wide eyes. Why didn't you tell me? If he had told her, she wouldn't have overthought it. Would she still be so foolish as to put herself in danger? I really didn't expect you to doubt me. Was I just trying to prove myself to ease your worries? Shen Tianli said weakly. My wife doubts he's capable. How can any man stand that? If you tell me, I won't doubt anymore. This cunning man must be doing it on purpose. Year, do you think I will believe you just because I tell you? Last night, you said I was afraid of medical treatment. Lua did say that, and maybe she truly didn't believe it. Seeing her face return to normal and with a hint of regret, he quietly whispered in her ear, Wife, I think, actually you want me to. Hearing this, Lua instantly became angry and shy. She pushed Shen Tianli away and said, I don't want to. Starting tonight, you are not allowed in my bed. Shen Tianli didn't expect that teasing his wife would make her angry instead. Not allowed in her bed. That's not okay. He quickly pulled her into his arms and comforted her. Lua, I was wrong. I want you. I think about you every day, every moment. After saying that, he leaned down and kissed her. Only when he heard sounds from outside did he let go of Lua and say, Lua, we have our own room. Otherwise, it would be too inconvenient. Lua heard her mother-in-law's footsteps and hurriedly struggled out of Shen Tianli's arms, lying back on the bed. He sure came in and saw her son wasn't holding a book, so she happily said, Lear, has Year woken up? Lua quickly sat up and said, Yes, mother, I woke up. I'll get up now.
Lie down.
Today, don't get out of bed. Later, take a hot bath, and then rest a bit more. I'll bring you some egg custard. He sure gestured for Lua to lie down with a smile that hadn't left her face all morning. Last night, hearing the door open, she was startled. When she looked closer, her son and daughter-in-law weren't on the bed. She was surprised and got up to check. The door to the east room was half open, and Lua was sleeping deeply. She heard water being poured outside and saw her son seem to go into the kitchen, feeling puzzled. Why would her son go to the kitchen so late? Could he be hungry? She hesitated about whether to go out and cook for him, but stopped after a few steps. She scolded herself for being silly. Her son and daughter-in-law were sleeping peacefully in the west room. Why suddenly appear in the east room? And her son had never eaten dinner so late. Besides, there were steamed buns in the room, and Lua was sleeping soundly, her face flushed, looking exhausted but smiling. They must have spent the night together. Her son was thoughtful and helped his wife by boiling water and wiping her body. She still didn't go, to avoid making her shy. The next morning, she saw her son full of happiness, with a gentle smile on his face, holding a book, but occasionally glancing softly at Year, who was still asleep. The clothes hanging in the room made her even more sure of it. She heard her son reminding Xiao Yan and Lu Er to be careful and not wake Year. Seeing how deeply Year was sleeping, she knew her son had stayed up late to take care of her. She was a little upset but also happy inside. Her son finally understood things. She was going to have a grandson to hold. So she went out early and bought a basket of eggs to help her daughter-in-law and grandson. When Mrs. He came in, she not only brought egg custard but also knew her daughter-in-law liked to keep things clean, so she brought water and salt. Mom, I can do it. Shen Tianli took the items and said. Mrs. He also knew her daughter-in-law was shy now, so she smiled and handed things to Shen Tianli. After placing everything down, Shen Tianli saw Lu Yi putting on clothes and said, Year, don't bother dressing now. You'll have to take it off again soon. Lu Yi paused with her hands. Shen Tianli's words sounded very flirtatious. Lu Yi glared at him fiercely, but continued dressing. Shen Tianli blinked innocently, wondering why he had made his wife angry again. Seeing his wife get off the bed, he chuckled and said, Then go wash up. After washing, drink the egg custard. The water should be ready.
Liu Ye nodded.
It was cold outside, and she didn't want to catch a cold. After washing up and drinking the custard, Shen Tianli carried it out. When he returned, he brought in the bath bucket, then carried 2 buckets of water, filling the tub. He said, I scrubbed the bath bucket again. It's very clean. You can wash now. If you need anything, just call me. After saying that, he left. Louis took a hot bath and felt very refreshed. Just as she finished dressing, Shen Tianli came in. Seeing her face flushed from the heat, her skin looked smoother and more radiant. He went over and took the coarse cotton cloth from her hand, helping her wipe her hair while saying, Year, you look so beautiful. Every woman liked to be complimented, especially by someone she liked. She pouted, not satisfied, and said, Now you sweet-talk me to make me happy, but once I leave the village and see more beautiful women, you won't say that anymore. Shen Tianli shook his head firmly and said, In my eyes, there's no one more beautiful than Year. Really? Louis turned around and asked. Her eyes sparkled brightly, shining with joy and wisdom. Shen Tianli couldn't help but kiss her and blushed as he said, Year, I am grateful and moved that you married me without hesitation, even pretending to be naive to outsmart Shen Laozi and others, protecting me, my younger siblings, and caring for this family. I can't bear to let you down. Shen Tianli had long suspected that he was pretending to be naive and had tested it a few times. Since Yi knew Shen Tianli liked her, she had never hidden her feelings in her room, though neither of them had spoken openly. She lifted her chin and, acting proud, said, You wouldn't dare. Hurry up and wipe my hair. Seeing her smiling at him, Shen Tianli knew she trusted him. Year, when did you start feeling better? A while ago, during grain full, I fainted from exhaustion. I dreamt that Sister Fairy kept sighing in my ear. When I woke up, I felt better. But I thought if I recovered, the Fong family wouldn't let me go, so I decided to keep pretending to be naive. Year explained naturally, not daring to say she was a lost soul from another world, so she came up with this reason early on. In this world, women already have a hard life, especially under a stepmother's rule. He understood his wife and was even more grateful that she could pretend to be crazy and naive. Otherwise, the Fong family definitely wouldn't have married Year to him. It's like in a dream, for some unknown reason, he married Li Xiaoer. Shen Tianli set aside the cloth, hugged Year, resting his chin on her shoulder, and gently rubbed her pretty face, feeling full of happiness and gratitude. Year, I'm so glad I married you. Year kissed Shen Tianli's handsome face and said affectionately, Shen Tianli, marrying you is also very good. She didn't know if she hadn't died, whether she could find someone she loved wholeheartedly like now. But she loved herself now, her little husband now, her mother-in-law, her little sister-in-law, and her little brother-in-law. She loved her current family even more. This new year was peaceful and warm because of the heavy snow. On the first day of the new year, he sure gave Yi a red envelope. Year, don't mind if it's small. When I have money, I'll give you a bigger one next year. Year happily accepted it, knowing there was only a silver or 2 inside, but it was her mother-in-law's kindness. Thank you, Mother. Mother, I've been thinking these past 2 days. I plan to buy Uncle Ba's house and move the whole family to the town. It will also be easier for Xiao Yan and me to go to school. Shen Tianli suddenly spoke. He only had the money from buying meat recently and didn't know how much money his son still had. He nodded and said, All right, you can buy it. But I will stay in the village. The whole family went to town, and it would cost a lot of silver. Mother, you should go too, to cook for us. I like your cooking the best. Also, Aunt Wei likes you, and Luer can go help Aunt Wei, Lu Yi said, pulling he sure. When she heard she could go to Aunt Wei's, Shen Tianlu's eyes brightened. Aunt Wei's sewing skills are excellent. It would be great to help her. Mother, don't stay in the village. Let's go to town. I don't want to leave you, Shen Tianyan said, acting spoiled and pulling he sure. He sure was reluctant to leave her son and daughter-in-law. Seeing her daughter looking at her with hope, she said, All right, I'll go to town too. So, do we still need to buy this house? Mother, we need to buy it. A scholar must remember his roots. Not only should we buy the house, but also land, Shen Tianli said. Buy land? Tianli, do we have that much silver? Not now, but we will soon. Shen Tianli looked out the window, his gaze fixed on the mountains. Studying costs a lot of silver. He couldn't burden his wife with all the expenses. And this mountain is a treasure. How could he give up such an easy way to make money? Until the third day of the new year, the long-lost sun finally appeared, but the snow on the road was too thick to walk on. It wasn't until the seventh day that someone left the village. Year, when will you go back to your mother's house? Visiting relatives during festivals is a tradition, but even after the 15th or 16th, it's still considered New Year's time. Seeing someone leave the village, he sure asked. Lu Yi didn't want to see Feng Shi and Lu Yu, but she thought about asking her brother about getting into the school, so she said, "The road is still muddy. Let's wait a few more days." Also, Li Shuirong hasn't come back yet, and Mingming probably isn't on holiday either. Just as she finished speaking, she heard Xiaoyan calling outside, "Mother, mother, something big has happened." He sure, Shen Tianli and Lu Yi all stood up quickly and went outside, asking anxiously, "Xiaoyan, what's wrong?" Xiaoyan was panting but looked happy. He said, "Mother, brother, sister-in-law, sister, someone just entered the village." "You kid, entering the village isn't a big deal," he sure scolded displeased. "Mother, they are bringing Uncle Lu, no. Shun Yongkong has returned." Some people said he borrowed money from them, others said he slept with someone's sister, and some said he had been expelled from school. Even Shen Tianxi has returned, but his face is very gloomy and looks terrible. Shen Tianli listened, raised an eyebrow, and planned to settle accounts with Shin Yongkong after going to the study hall. He didn't expect Shin Yongkong to be so capable. He committed such a mistake and was expelled from the hall. Shin Yongkong is the cherished son of Madame Shin. Being driven back in such a disgraceful way must have made Madame Shin very upset. Whether it's the main family, the second family, or even the fifth, everyone hopes their sons can study and achieve fame. Having such a sneaky younger uncle, their future prospects are now partly ruined. All the families must hate Shin Yongkong to death. Now that Madame Shin has no money, none of the families are willing to spend silver to cover this hole. With Shen Lao Si's selfishness, there will probably be trouble over this, maybe even a family split. Anyway, Shen Lao Si's family will definitely be lively now and in the future. Mother, Year, let's go and see the excitement. He sure was a bit afraid of Madame Shen and Shen Lao too, so she didn't want to watch their family's trouble. She said, "You go ahead. Lure and I will stay at home to watch the door. When you come back, tell us everything." Shen Tianli also didn't insist. He held his wife's hand and walked outside. Right now, Shen Lao Si's family was very lively. Madame Shin couldn't believe her proud youngest son had been expelled from the study hall, borrowed money, and slept with a girl. If it weren't for those big men pressuring him for money, she would have fainted. "Hurry up, bring it. 50 taels. Otherwise, I'll sell him." With his looks, he still studied. Selling him to a wealthy family might get 10 more taels of silver. Everyone knew that the high-price sale would be a binding contract, meaning the person would serve as a for life. The family was also affected. They weren't allowed to have their children study and take exams for fame. Shen Yongkong, being the younger uncle, would influence Shin Tianxi and others indirectly. Even if the impact on them now is small, once he gains fame, having an uncle in the family would be shameful. For a moment, all the families looked very unhappy, especially Shen Tianxi. He was about to take the imperial exams, and these recent troubles with his younger uncle had made him lose face. If his younger uncle were sold as his marriage prospects with the scholar's daughter would definitely be ruined. But even if they took out so much silver, it would be a lot, and he felt distressed about spending it publicly. 50 taels. He has been studying for so long but hasn't spent that much money. What? 50 taels? Didn't you just say Conger borrowed 30 taels? How did it suddenly become 50? Are you trying to bully my old lady and take advantage of us mountain folks? Is that it? Old Lady Shin crossed her arms, pointed at them, and spat angrily. Her heart ached. Even if she didn't have money now, she wouldn't be willing to spend it. 50 taels. It was a loan of 30 taels, but since it hasn't been repaid for so long, the interest has grown, and now it's 50 taels. Luckily, the road is clear today, otherwise, tomorrow it wouldn't be 50 taels. Not 50 taels? Then, how much is it? No matter how much it is, she has no silver. Crying and hitting Shin Yongkong, she said, how could you borrow so much silver? What did you use it for? You're so wasteful. Shin Yongkong lowered his head, pursed his lips, and said nothing. He never expected that it would snow so heavily, blocking the roads for so long. Otherwise, he definitely wouldn't have borrowed their silver. Since Shin Yongkong wouldn't speak, Old Man Shin asked Shin Tianqi with a cold face, "Tell me, how did your little uncle borrow so much silver?" Shin Tianqi glanced at a woman in the crowd and said with a hint of blame, "My little uncle borrowed so much silver to make Miss Taoji happy." Miss Taoji? Old Lady Shin finally looked at a woman in the crowd. She saw that the woman had a fair complexion, delicate features, and a graceful figure. Although her color wasn't as good as Lu Yi or Shin Tianlu, she was still quite pretty. Old Lady Shin didn't think much of the woman's looks. She just thought she was a troublemaker who was seducing her son and causing him to borrow so much silver, and even got him expelled from school. She stepped forward to hit Yu Taoji. "You wicked woman, seductress, wasteful girl. You caused my Konger to borrow so much silver and get expelled from school. I'll beat you to death. I'll beat you to death, shameless woman." Yu Taoji was hit several times by Old Lady Shin and hurriedly hid beside a tall man, crying with tears like pear blossoms. The tall man pushed Old Lady Shin away fiercely and said, "Your son seduced my sister. I haven't even settled accounts with you yet. How dare you hit my sister? Are you trying to make me go to the yamen to complain about him?" Old Lady Shin took a step back and was caught by Shin Yongtai, so she didn't fall down. Shin Yongtai looked around at the people in the yard, saw Shin Tianli and Lu Yi among the crowd, clenched his fists, and finally his gaze fell on his younger brother, his eyes narrowing sharply. Stepping forward politely, he said, "Elders, please wait a moment. Although my family is well off, we are just simple folks from the mountains. We can't come up with 50 tales all at once. Please wait a bit while we think of a solution and discuss it together." The leader nodded and said, "Hurry up, don't make us wait too long." Old Master Shin angrily entered the main room, followed by others. Seeing Shin Yongkong walking slowly, Shin Yongtai pushed him and said, "Hurry up and go inside." Shin Yongkong staggered and looked at him, then angrily entered the room. Old Master Shin sat in the main seat and, upon seeing Shin Yongkong, shouted angrily, "You wicked son.
Kneel down now."
Shin Yongkong, who had been spoiled since childhood by Old Lady Shin and Old Master Shin, was not happy about being told to kneel. Behind him, Shin Yongtai kicked his leg, causing Shin Yongkong pain, and he immediately knelt down. He gritted his teeth and said, "Mother, look at my second brother." Although he was afraid of his third and fifth brothers, he knew his mother was there, so they wouldn't dare hurt him. But once, his mother surprisingly did not protect him and instead scolded, "How dare you call me? You might as well die outside." She spoiled her little daughter, who even ate outside her family and stole from her mother's home, even breaking ties with the family without conscience. Thinking of such a heartless daughter, she often wished she had never given birth. Fortunately, she had her youngest son, whom she was proud of. Her youngest son was clever and good at studying, destined to bring glory to the family. But what was the result? He borrowed so much money outside, and was even expelled from the academy. If it weren't for her youngest son, she would have beaten him up and sold him off. Shin Yongkong was very surprised by his mother's attitude, but thinking about how she valued money so much and how she was almost killed by this incident, he knew she wouldn't be happy. He lowered his head and said nothing. "Speak, what's going on?" Shin Yongkong didn't want to say. It was too embarrassing. Shin Yongtai kicked him angrily and said, "Shin Yongkong, if it weren't for your nephews, do you think you could be kneeling here? If Dad didn't sell you, I would have others take you away outside, treating you as if you didn't exist as a brother. Now, tell the truth. How could he have such a lustful younger brother?" He used to think Shin Yongkong was clever, and since he didn't like studying, he gave him chances. But he never expected him to cause such a big mess, even affecting the futures of his nephews and son. Big brother Shin Tianqi, although average in talent, is eager to learn and ambitious. Even if he can't achieve fame, becoming a scholar or a common student is definitely possible. Shen Tianfeng is clever, but he is also lazy and likes to slack off. The eldest son of the second brother's family, Shen Tianlei, seems honest, but he has worked as a shop assistant in town for a few years. He is quite smart, and although he hasn't achieved much, he has no worries about food and clothing. The second son, Shen Tianqing, is also eager to learn. He dreams of studying, has picked up some knowledge somewhere, and often mumbles to himself. Although his son is a bit lazy, he is quick-witted and clever. If he studies seriously, he will surely achieve great things. He wouldn't allow his younger brother to interfere with his son's future. Shen Yongkang was kicked, and his back burned with pain. He secretly cursed Shen Yongtai for being so cruel, then looked up at everyone in the room. They all looked at him with deep hatred, as if he wouldn't be safe unless he told the truth.
He slowly began to speak.
It turned out that after he was poisoned by willow leaves, he went to the doctor every day to take medicine. There, he met Yu Taoji, who was wrapping medicine for his mother. Yu Taoji was gentle and charming, even more beautiful than Luo Xiaoji, which immediately caught his interest. After some investigation, he learned that Yu Taoji's family had just arrived in Qinghua town, seeking relatives. However, their relatives had already moved away, and her mother suddenly fell ill, so they settled here. Their household registration was already processed. So, he started to meet Yu Taoji by chance, helping her when needed. Gradually, they exchanged glances and occasionally spoke. He had planned to wait until Mu Xiu returned home, then take the initiative to ask his mother to propose marriage. But suddenly, heavy snow fell, and he couldn't go home. He had some silver and money, but it was not enough, especially with the school fees for the academy. Since the snow might not stop anytime soon, he borrowed 30 taels of silver from Yu Taoji's older brother. He knew the other party was making a profit, but it didn't matter. His family had silver. Are you saying that all 30 taels were spent on that woman outside? Old Lady Shen was now furious, almost wanting to tear Yu Taoji apart and swallow her whole. She couldn't believe he spent so much silver on her. No, I also paid my own and Tianqi's school fees, Shen Yongkang said awkwardly. Do you have silver on you now? Shen Yongtai knew his brother's character well. Even for a woman, he wouldn't be without some money. No, I don't, Shen Yongkang replied decisively. No, I don't believe it. Big brother, second brother, come help hold him down. I want to check his body. After Shen Yongtai finished speaking, Shen Yongfu and Shen Yongshou came over and held Shen Yongkang to the ground. Shen Yongkang, a weak scholar, couldn't compare to the strength of 3 strong men. Not much effort was needed. Shen Yongkang reached into his body and pulled out a lovebird pouch. Inside, there was over 8 taels of silver. Shen Yongtai took out the 8 taels and left the copper coins for him. Shen Yongkang picked up the coins and put them in his pocket, unhappy. Fifth brother, give me back those silver coins,
he said.
Give them back. Do you want to pay back your debt, or do you want them to sell you? Shen Yongkang paused, then angrily said, Fifth brother, isn't there silver at mother's place? It's only about 8 taels. Why is it such a big deal? Shen Yongtai glared at him, knowing what he was thinking, so he directly said it's gone. Mother's silver is all gone. Shen Yongkang was shocked. He quickly stood up from the ground and asked, Gone? Mother, how could your silver be gone? Where did it go? Hearing her youngest son expose her, old lady Shen impatiently said, If the silver is gone, then it's gone. Why are you asking so many questions? When her son refused to tell, he protested, Father, your mother hid the silver in a mouse hole. The mice ate it all. Shen Yongkang swayed, his face turning pale. He trembled and asked, Not even 1 tael is left? Seeing his father shake his head, he panicked. Without silver, how could he settle his debts? He had borrowed so much because he knew how much silver he had. Now that it's gone, what should he do? He immediately knelt on the ground, grabbing Old Man Shen's coat and begging, Father, save me. Father. Old Man Shen sighed. His clear eyes looked a little cloudy as he looked at Shen Yongfu and others. Finally, he asked fifth son, What do you think we should do? What should we do? Sell him and be done with it. Shin Yongkong hurriedly knelt over, choking on his tears as he held onto Shun Yongtai's leg. Fifth brother, I am your real younger brother. If you sell me, how will Tian Ci and Tian Shoa go to school in the future? Fifth brother, please save me. Shun Yongkong kicked him away angrily and shouted, You still remember your nephews also want to go to school? This kick was heavy, and combined with his sadness, Shun Yongkong immediately burst into tears. After all, he was his beloved youngest son. Old Lady Shin said, Fifth son, Konger knows he was wrong. You all think of a way. Shun Yongtai nodded calmly and vented his feelings. The issues that needed solving still had to be addressed. He then said, Father, Mother, our brothers can help him, but first we need to divide the family. After Shun Yongtai finished speaking, old Shin suddenly leaned forward, looking at him in disbelief. He asked tremblingly, Fifth brother, what did you say? Father, we can't always clean up after him. Also, right now, there's no money at home. Each household needs to send children to school, and Tian Ci has exams in February. What do you suggest we do? Each household can pay for their own children's education.
There's no need to split the family. And what about him?
Kong? He just said himself that the reason he was expelled from the study hall was because he was caught consorting with that girl, causing trouble at the school. Now, as long as they get married and say they have a promise, it was just a misunderstanding. He can go back to school naturally. Hearing that he could still go to school, Shin Yongkong's eyes lit up. He asked, Fifth brother, if we split the family, can you really help me get through this? Of course. To prove his point, Shin Yongtai said, Big brother, sister-in-law, second brother, second sister-in-law, I know each of your households has money and is wealthier than mine. But now is not the time to hide wealth. For Tian Ci and Tian Feng, you also need to think about helping him get through this tough time. After we split, each family can live their own life. Mrs. Wang was very excited about this idea. She had long been hoping for a family split and said, Yes, as long as we agree on how to divide everything, I will contribute money. Anyway, the amounts would be the same for each household, and for the future, she was willing to make this sacrifice. What do second brother and second sister-in-law say?
Split.
Mrs. Li had known from the moment she discovered the silver was stolen that Tian Feng might not be able to continue his studies. She had also thought about paying for his education herself. But her mother-in-law's personality made her afraid. If she found out she had so much silver, she would definitely not let her go. She was reluctant to give away her silver for free, but she also didn't want her son to stop studying. Now, with the family split, she could finally let her son go to school. Old Shun had some hope initially, but after hearing what the two daughters-in-law said, and seeing that the eldest and second sons dared not look at him, he understood everything. Old Lady Shin was unhappy. With the family split, she would no longer be able to control the household. Fifth brother, what's wrong with you? Why split the family? You and Kong are brothers. Helping him is helping the family. The family shouldn't be divided. Each side can pay 20 taels of silver to send those outside away. After Old Lady Shin finished speaking, no one looked at her. Grandmother Shin pounded on the table and said, Why are you all just standing here? Don't you know to go back and get the money? Mother, we don't have that much silver in our room. If you have some, you should take it first, Wang said calmly and softly. This old lady, she served her for a month, and just when her back was feeling better, she started bouncing around again. It would be better if she just stayed in bed. 20 taels per room? Why doesn't she just fly to the sky? Exactly, Mother. We really don't have that much silver. They had saved some from selling game, but she wasn't willing to let Shin Yongkong get the benefit for nothing.
You.
Grandmother Shin was so angry. She had just been lying on the Kong-heated bed and was given some food and drink. Then she was kept at a distance. Now that she's feeling better, her daughters-in-law are getting bold and arguing. Just as she was about to get angry, her husband pounded on the table and shouted, Enough! Grandmother Shin pouted in dissatisfaction but didn't say anything more. Fifth brother, have you been thinking about splitting the family for a long time? Old Shun's eyes flashed with anger as he looked directly at Shin Yongtai. Shin Yongtai shook his head. No, I know Xiao Kong is smart, so I was waiting for him to succeed. But today, he did something that disappointed me greatly. Plus, Shuasho is at the age to start school. For my son's future, I don't want any mistakes. Fifth brother, Kong probably knows he was wrong and won't do it again. Isn't it better if we don't split the family? Old Shin said softly. Father, I think fifth brother's idea is good. Let's split the family, Shun Yongtai said. Once split, he could make his own decisions, sell everything at home, buy a house in town, and not come back. Old Shin didn't expect his youngest son to be so foolish. He couldn't help but be angry, kicked him, and scolded, "You fool." Right now, each household has its own silver and money. He and his wife didn't have much. If they didn't split the family, his older brothers could help them out. But if they split, he would have nothing left. Not to mention studying. Even daily life would be hard. He was speaking so softly and carefully, all for his son's sake. Yet, this foolish boy was in such a rush. But Shun Yongkong didn't understand. In the past 2 months, holding the silver and making decisions himself felt so good. Old Shin saw that everyone looked eager but unmoved, and he sighed helplessly.
All right.
Now, tell me, how should we split the family? The two brothers, Shin Yongtai and Shin Yongfa, were both listening carefully. Shin Yongtai thought for a moment and said, "The land and the house are divided equally. But now, we are still living and eating together. When the harvest comes, each family will take what belongs to them. Older brother, second brother, what do you think?" Shin Yongfu and Shin Yongsho looked at each other and nodded. Old Shin clenched his fist and asked, "What about me and your mother?" "Your parents can choose for themselves. They can stay with anyone they like," Shin Yongtai replied. Good. Old Shin said, 3 times happily. He closed his eyes, hiding his pain. It's karma, he thought. When he opened his eyes again, he took a deep drag on his cigarette, coughed a few times, then asked, "Tell me, how much silver does each family give to pay Kang's debt?" "As your wife said, 20 taels per family is too much. But 8 taels each might work if everyone pitches in. The rest, Dad will have to figure out." Old Shin looked at the 8 taels of silver just taken from Shun Yongkong. His 5th son was not losing out at all. "All right, each family gives 8 taels. If that's not enough, we can sell a few acres of land to make up the difference. After selling, whatever is left will be divided again." Wang Shi was unhappy. "Isn't that still coming out of the common fund?" "Father, this mistake was Xiaokong's. Why should we all suffer? We've already each contributed 8 taels. Isn't that enough?" "Exactly, Dad. This silver should come from Xiaokong's land." Hearing this, Old Shin slammed the table and stood up angrily. "Then we won't divide this family." Wang Shi and Li Shi quickly said, "Father, whatever you decide, we agree." Old Shin slowly sat down and asked, "How much more money do we need now?" "Father, each of the 3 families gives 8 taels, plus the 8 taels on the table, for a total of 32 taels. We still need 18 more. 18 taels. We're in a hurry for money. We can probably sell 6 taels worth of land. Let's sell 3 acres. Our total land is 23 acres, so after selling, we'll have 20 left. You and your mother will keep 4 acres, and each family will have 4 acres. The houses will stay with each family. As for the 3 rooms of the 3rd son, we'll keep them for now. When any family has money, they can buy them back. Once paid, it will be divided into 5 shares equally. As for the ox cart, everyone can use it together, taking turns to feed and care for it. Your mother and I can still manage for now. When we decide who to stay with, we'll settle it then. But first, I must say, if my wife and I fall ill, we will take turns caring for each other." After speaking, Old Shin sighed heavily and asked, "Do you all think this plan is okay?" Everyone looked at each other but said nothing. Old Mr. Shin saw the situation and said, "Everyone, go get the money. 5th, call the village chief and ask who in the village is willing to buy land." Hearing about the land sale, Shin Yongtai's eyes flickered. Then he went out. The village chief came over and was surprised. He didn't expect that this matter would cause old 4th Shin's family to split up. Still, Anyone with a meddlesome younger brother would be annoyed. Village chief, please ask around who wants to buy the land. At this time, everyone knew you needed money quickly and would try to lower the price. Usually, the price was 6 or 7 taels per mu, but now 5 taels per mu was considered good. Old Mr. Shin paused, then took a deep drag on his pipe and said, "All right, I'll leave it to you, village chief." The village chief left and went straight to find Shin Tianli. He learned from his son that Shin Tianli had silver. "Tianli, your grandfather was planning to sell land to pay off debts. I know you have silver. Do you want to buy it?" Seeing Shin Tianli deep in thought, the village chief continued, "In the future, Xiaoyan will go to school. Without land, he won't be from a family of farmers and scholars. That would put him at a disadvantage. Grandpa Li thinks it would be best if you could buy it." Shin Tianli nodded. "Grandpa Li always considers us. I'm very grateful. But you know my situation with Grandpa and others and my grandma's temper. I'm worried that if I use my silver, I might lose everything."
Don't worry about that.
"You just take the silver, give it to me, and I'll handle everything. I'll make sure you get the land deed." Shin Tianli waited for him to say this, then nodded and asked, "Grandpa Li, how much silver should I take?" "If they're selling in such a hurry, lowering the price to 5 taels per mu is fine. But since it's your grandfather's land, let's set it at 6 taels per mu." "All right, I'll have Year go back and get the silver." Lu Yi tilted her head, twirling her hair and pretending to be silly. When she heard Shin Tianli say that, she called out, "Husband, husband, I have silver. All the family silver is with me." Someone overheard and thought she only had a few copper coins, but when the silver in her purse spilled out, everyone's eyes widened. They saw over 20 taels. So, Tianli's family really had silver. Everyone looked at Lu Yi in disbelief, even more confused about how Mrs. He managed to let the steward entrust her with the fool's wife. "Year, give Grandpa Li 18 taels of silver." Lu Yi nodded hard and then started counting the silver. It was 23 taels. She counted again, then looked at Shin Tianli with a frustrated tilt of her head. "Husband, it's 23 taels, not 18. Everyone burst out laughing when they heard this. "It's been a long time since I saw my silly wife." Shin Tianli feels happy, and I can't help but reach out to pat her head. She rolls her eyes at him, and he puts his hand down, saying, "Wife, just put 18 taels of silver in the purse for Grandpa Li."
Oh.
Lu Yi obediently puts the 18 taels into the purse and hands it to the village chief. She looks at the silver in her hand and says gloomily, "I have no silver left."
I'm unhappy.
Shin Tianli knows his wife is serious because she is quite greedy for money. He softly comforts her, "It's okay. When the weather gets warmer, I'll go hunting, and you'll have plenty of money again." Everyone listens and realizes that this silly girl has silver because her husband dotes on her. They can't help but feel a bit jealous of Lu Yi. Now that Shin Tianli's leg is better, he's been taking good care of her for a long time. He's more handsome than before and treats her so well. They also wish they could have such good fortune. They think, this silly girl is so lucky. But could this silly girl really be a lucky star? Not only can she bring good fortune to Shin Tianli's family, but she might also bring her own blessings. When she first married in, she was dark and thin, with only a slightly better complexion than others. But now, under the sunlight, her face glows, looking white and rosy, like a fairy painted on a picture. Seeing the village chief return quickly, old Shin asks worriedly, "Village chief, has anyone asked about it?" "Yes, someone has. They want to see which 3 acres you're selling and then make an offer." Old Shin glances at the village chief and quickly understands. Perhaps he wants to buy it himself, but is afraid of being tricked, so he came out. His family mainly owns good farmland. He was planning to sell the slightly poorer 3 acres, but since the village chief wants to buy, he feels assured about the price, surely fair. He takes out 3 acres of decent land that are connected and says, "Just these 3 acres." The village chief nods happily, glad that Shin Lao Si is still reasonable and didn't cheat him. He also feels that his effort was worth it. He nods and says, 18 taels. "If you're willing to sell, then sell. If not, I can only help with this." 18 taels, just as he expected. Nothing more than a copper coin. Oh well, having cash to solve his current problems is enough. I'll sell. Keep the land deed safe. The village chief takes the deed and hands over the silver. Shen Laozi didn't expect the village chief to have so much silver. Suddenly, he remembers Shen Tianli is outside and his eyes flicker. He asks, "Village chief, did Tianli buy this land?" Old lady Shen heard this and immediately stood up angrily, saying, "It's that beast's money. I knew he was hiding tricks and schemes. He deliberately pretended to be pitiful to force me to break the engagement. Return my land deed to me." Old man Shen also knew, but so what? They had already broken the engagement, so it didn't matter. The village chief looked unhappy and stood up coldly, saying, "If you don't want to sell the land, just give me the money." Tianli doesn't want to buy it either. And Fan Chuya, how can you bring up the past? When the engagement was broken, you were so cold. You showed no kindness, didn't care about me and Uncle Shen's reputation, left no way out, and drove them out in the cold winter. Now you say Tianli is pretending to be pitiful. He's suffering, but it's all because of you. Old man Shen glared at old lady Shen and quickly said, "Village chief, don't be angry. You know she just causes trouble. I am grateful that you and Tianli helped us out of this difficulty." The village chief eased his tone and said seriously, "Old Fourth, I was the one who advised this child to buy the land. It was to help your two families reduce some hatred. Don't be ungrateful. If it were someone else, they wouldn't give more than 6 taels." I know. I am grateful," Old man Shen replied. The village chief nodded and said, "You go ahead. I'm leaving now." After that, he looked deeply at Old Fourth Shen and sighed. Old Fourth Shen felt a strange sadness listening to the sigh, but he quickly thought he was overthinking. Shen Old Fourth has a house if he wants one, land if he wants it, and a son. What is there to feel sad about? Once this hurdle is passed, everything will be smooth sailing. When the third household brought the money, old lady Shen looked at each person holding the silver in their hands and got very angry. No wonder they wanted to split up. It turns out everyone has their own little plans. Hand over the silver. This family is not splitting up anymore. Wang Shi was the first to disagree. "Dad, are we splitting or not? If not, we won't give the silver." With how much they love their son, if they didn't split up, they would soon squander all the family property. Split. Old man Shen's eyes flickered, and he decisively made the decision. Then he signaled old lady Shen to hand over the land deed and house deed. Seeing the deeds in their hands, everyone happily took out their silver. Shen Yongtai stepped forward and said, "Dad, we don't have that much silver. We only have 3 taels, and we added a silver bracelet. That silver bracelet belonged to Tian Chun." Fan Shi didn't understand why, since there was clearly silver in the house. The husband insisted on taking a silver lock. But the husband was always clever, so everyone listened to him. He must be right. Old man Shen looked deeply at Shen Yongtai, realizing his son was hiding something. Even though he had silver in his room, he only showed a silver lock to appear weak and told everyone that his silver was running low. "From now on, you handle the rest. You said you wanted your brother to return to school. If you can't..." Old man Shen didn't finish, but Shen Yongtai understood the threat. Knowing his father was angry, he said, "Don't worry, Dad. For Shuashuo, I will also take care of Xiaokong's matters." Old man Shen nodded, and Shen Yongtai left with the silver and everyone else. The big man who came to ask for money didn't expect they would gather 46 taels so quickly, even adding a silver bracelet. It was clear they came from a wealthy family. "That bracelet is only worth 2 taels of pond, so we're still 2 taels short," the man said unhappily. "Brother, this silver bracelet cost 5 taels when bought, Mrs. Fan said, unhappy. She was still reluctant to part with it. Shen Yongtai glared at Mrs. Fan and then smiled, saying, "Big brother, this bracelet has over 3 taels, plus craftsmanship, making it 4 taels. If you think that's not enough, we have no more valuables at home. We can go to the county magistrate. My family and Song shopkeeper are acquaintances." When the man heard he knew Song Patrol, he chuckled, "No need, no need. I'll just take a little loss." Then he handed Shen Yongtai the IOU. Shen Yongtai asked Shen Yongkong to look at it, and he nodded. Shen Yongtai tore up the IOU, blocking their view, and said, "Let's settle this. I won't see you off, brothers." The men looked at Yu Taoji, who was frightened and hurriedly hid behind her brother. They laughed and said, "Brothers, let's go." Seeing them leave, Shen Yongtai said, "Brother Yu from the Yu family, right? You're here to see your sister-in-law home? Since the family is a bit chaotic, I won't invite you to stay for a meal." He had just asked about Xiao Kong and Yu Taoji. After hearing his brother's words, he realized Xiao Kong had been set up. It turned out Shen Yongkong had a few words with Yu Taoji, and after that, she ignored him. Shen Yongkong felt uneasy, thinking it wasn't proper for a single man and woman to meet often, so he decided to start with her brother, Yu Hao. Yu Hao, hearing that Shen Yongkong had helped his sister and was so close to him, immediately regarded him as a brother. One snowy night, they invited Shen Yongkong to drink and found an excuse to let him stay overnight. Yu Taoji pretended to bring in a hangover remedy, and they ended up sleeping together naturally. The next day, Yu Hao angrily scolded Shen Yongkong and then ignored his promise to marry his sister. He caused a big fuss at the bookstore, which led to Shen Yongkong being expelled. When Yu Hao heard Shen Yongtai mention his sister-in-law, he angrily said, "What nonsense are you talking about? My sister hasn't married him yet. Then what are Brother Yu and Miss Yu doing here? Doing? Your brother slept with my sister, so, of course, he should marry her. I'm here to ask for the bride price. At least 50 taels. Otherwise, don't even think about marrying my sister." Shen Yongtai had initially wanted to give them some face, but since they refused, he decided not to bother. "I heard Xiao Kong say that he spent over 20 taels on your sister, and your sister even went to the guest room to flirt with my brother. Now it's turned into my brother's fault? Also, anyone asking for 50 taels is just trying to scam or extort. Let's go see the county magistrate and sort this out." Yu Hao thought Shen Yongkong's family was foolish, especially since they were scholars and cared about their reputation, which is why he dared to come and extort his sister. But he didn't expect there was someone formidable. He also overheard that Shen Yongkong knew the constable. If they went to the county magistrate and uncovered their past, they wouldn't end up in jail but might get beaten. However, Yu Hao was unwilling. He had planned to marry his sister to Lord Wei, but in his heated anger, he caused a scandal that everyone in town now knew about. Lord Wei definitely wouldn't want a sister anymore. But Shen Yongkong's family could quickly come up with 50 taels, and they all wore silver hairpins, so they must be well off. Shen Yongkong was generous with his money, so marrying his sister wouldn't be bad. He smiled and said, "There's no need to talk about this. Since Brother Yu has brought his sister-in-law here, she can stay." He saw through them. These siblings weren't good people. But since his brother liked her, he had no choice. And only by keeping this woman can his brother's innocence be protected, allowing him to return to school. "No, this won't do.
My sister can't just marry like that.
If you don't care about your family's reputation, I'll take my sister to the academy every day. I know your family still has a scholar," Yu Hao said angrily. Shen Yongtai frowned and asked, "Xiao Kong, what do you think?" Shen Yongkong looked at Yu Taiji with a pitying and gentle expression. He said, "Fifth brother, I don't want to make Taiji feel so wronged. All right, since that's the case, I will make the decision. According to our village's customs, I will give 5 taels of betrothal money. In 2 days, we will go to marry her." Although only 5 taels, he thought about other silver and nodded, saying, "Good. I will give the silver. Now I can't give the silver. I will go find a matchmaker and exchange the betrothal gifts in front of her. When the time comes, I will naturally send the money." Yu Hao thought for a moment and said, "All right." Shen Yongtai first arranged for his brother and sister to stay in the 3rd house, then asked his eldest sister-in-law to find a matchmaker. He also borrowed 1 or 2 taels of silver from his brothers and asked old lady Shin for 2 more taels, finally gathering the 5 taels needed. Everyone saw the lively scene at Shen Lao Si's house and left talking about it. Shen Tianli saw Lu Yi with a smiling face and asked softly, "So happy?" Are you upset that Shin Yongtai took the credit? Lu Yi knew he was talking about the high-interest loans and Yu Hao's compromise, mainly because Shin Yongtai said he knew Captain Song. She shook her head and said, "It's a lie. It will be exposed soon. When that happens, they will be the ones in trouble. Also, that brother and sister clearly aren't good people." She saw clearly that when the woman fell into her brother's arms, her brother was protecting her, but his hand was on her waist, and he even touched her twice. And those rough men who lent high-interest loans, when they left, looked at her with inappropriate eyes, flirting openly. The woman, hiding away, was not scared but seemed guilty. She couldn't be happy if such a woman entered Shen Laoxi's house. She could see that Shin Yongkong's head was like a vast prairie, ready for wild horses to run free. Shen Tianxi also noticed and smiled, saying, "This is what you call evil people meet their match. We just watched the show." Next to him, Shen Tianyan looked at his brother and sister-in-law, then lowered his head and thought for a moment before saying, "Sister-in-law, is it because their family is full of bad people, so even worse ones come to bully them? That's what you call evil people meeting their match." Lu Yi patted Shen Tianyan's head and praised, "Little Yan is so smart. You've learned so quickly. So we must not follow Shin Yongkong's example and go out causing trouble and getting dirty." After saying that, she also shot a glance at Shen Tianli. Shen Tianli quickly stopped Lu Yi and whispered in her ear, "I won't." Lu Yi softly replied, "You probably won't dare." Shen Tianyan did not see the interaction between his brother and sister-in-law and did not realize that his sister-in-law was speaking to scold her older brother. He lowered his head, thinking about what his sister-in-law said. Although he didn't understand what causing trouble with women meant, after thinking about what his younger uncle had done today, he realized that he should not casually flirt with women in the future, or he might get into trouble. In the afternoon, Shin Yongtai surprisingly came over and said that his family was his sister-in-law and that Shin Yongkong was getting married the day after tomorrow. He asked her to come help and make the occasion lively. "No need. Tomorrow, Madam Li from the Li family will go back to visit her family, and we are also going to visit our grandmother. Maybe we won't come back until tomorrow afternoon." Shen Tianli's meaning was very clear. He wouldn't go to help tomorrow, and he wouldn't return the day after tomorrow either. He wanted the people from the old Shin family to give up and stop coming to bother them. Yantai Shen raised his eyebrows slightly at Shen Tianli's cold attitude and said with a smile, "Visiting family can be done anytime. Third sister-in-law, how about waiting a few days before going back?" Among the people of the old Shin family, his family hated one person the most, this one right here. Her husband was only saved because of her, but that meant she was responsible for his death. Not only did she show no remorse, but when they were driven out, she didn't say a word in their favor. Even now, she still didn't feel guilty about her husband's death and dared to come to their house from time to time. She was so heartless that she didn't want to see her. Now she even shamelessly came over and called her third sister-in-law without any shame at all. Every night, when she dreamt of her husband, she woke up feeling so angry she wanted to eat him or even kill him. "Get out! Get out! You're the one who caused my husband's death. How dare you come here? Get out of my sight. I never want to see anyone from your family again." As she spoke, she looked around and grabbed a small broom at the door, swinging it at Shin Yongtai. "Third sister-in-law, you. Shut up. We are no longer related. I am not your third sister-in-law. You wicked person. I'll beat you to death." His family cried as she swung the broom at her. Lu Yi saw that the broom didn't hurt at all, so she went outside and found a stick. She used her full strength to hit the fool, shouting angrily, "You make my mother cry. You're a bad person. I'll beat you to death." Lu Yi blocked Shin Yongtai's way, letting his family vent her anger. She also looked for a place to hit Shin Yongtai when she felt pain. Shin Yongtai didn't care about his family's broom and didn't feel pain. He wanted her to vent her anger so that she would feel better. After she finished, he planned to apologize. He protected his head and let her hit him. Suddenly, he felt a sharp pain in his back. He looked up and saw the fool hitting him with a stick. Remembering what his wife had said, that this fool was very strong, he quickly ran away while saying, "Third sister-in-law, I also feel sorry for third brother. Don't worry, I will take good care of you all in the future. You rest first, I am going back. Then he hugged his head, tucked his tail, and ran away. This fool's hitting really hurt a lot. The two of them chased him all the way to the door, where many neighbors came out to watch. Mrs. He saw Shin Yongtai run away, threw her broom on the ground, and sat down sadly, crying. Shin Tianluo and Shin Tianyan, who had come out to chase, also wiped their tears. Lu Yi knelt down and comforted her, saying, "Mother, don't cry. They are all bad people. From now on, every time we see them, we will fight them. That way, they won't dare to come to bother us anymore. That man just now killed your father. He killed your father." Mrs. He hugged Lu Yi and cried, "Mother, don't cry. I will go and kill him right now." Lu Yi said, helping Mrs. He to stand up, then went into the house. Mrs. He was still a bit dazed and didn't hear what Lu Yi said, only nodded. Next to them, Shin Tianluo and Shin Tianyan heard what their sister-in-law said. They immediately looked up. Shin Tianluo hurriedly said to Shin Tianyan, "Xiao Yan, go see what sister-in-law is doing." Shin Tianyan nodded and ran to the house door. There, he saw his sister-in-law coming out with a shiny kitchen knife. "Sister-in-law, what are you holding that knife for?" Shin Tianyan asked in surprise as he ran over. "He's made mother cry and killed father. I want to kill him," Lu Yi said loudly and fiercely as she walked out. She believed her voice could be heard far away, and the onlookers would definitely hear her. Not only the onlookers heard her, but Shin Tianluo also heard. He quickly pulled Mrs. He and said, Mother, sister-in-law is holding a knife to kill Uncle Wu. Hurry and stop her." Mrs. He suddenly stopped crying, looked shocked, and asked, "What did you say?" "Mother, look, sister-in-law is holding a big knife to kill Uncle Wu. Hurry and stop her." Mrs. He saw Lu Yi coming out with a knife. Xiao Yan tried to hold her back, but couldn't. She quickly stepped forward and asked, "What are you going to do with that knife?" "Mother, they're bad. They used to bully us, and now they have cut ties with us. They come to bully us again. Not only did they make mother cry, but they also killed father. I want to kill him. Let's see if he dares to bully mother again or kill father again," Lu Yi said angrily, waving the knife and pouting. Everyone in the village knows that Shin Yong'an died trying to save Shin Yongtai. Just now, he sure also told Lu Yi this, and it's clear she found out, which is why she hit Shin Yongtai and cried sadly. Honestly, they really looked down on Shen Lao Si's family. In the past, when they cut ties, they did it completely, as if they were enemies for many generations, wishing they would die immediately. But now, knowing that Tian Li's leg is healed, they come to Tian Li's house every day, acting as if their relationship is very good. Especially Shen Yongtai, who is shameless. Yong'an was killed because of him, yet he shows no guilt towards Tian Li and the others. If it were them, having caused their own brother's death and then being so cold-hearted as to make their sister-in-law and nephews leave, they definitely wouldn't dare to face them later. But this fool is really protective of his mother-in-law. Just now, he didn't hit Shin Yongtai lightly, and now, hearing what he sure said, he's grabbing a kitchen knife to kill someone. Only a fool would have such courage to say such things as, "Do you still dare to kill Dad?" Words so absurd it's as if Shin Yong'an could still come back to life.
No.
Killing someone means going to prison, or even getting the death penalty. We can't do that. He sure snatched the knife from Lu Yi and said, "But he killed Dad." He sure didn't know how to explain to her foolish daughter-in-law, and she herself didn't know much. She only knew that her husband died to save Shin Yongtai, so she said, "That was on the battlefield. Killing isn't illegal there. Let's go home." Lu Yi frowned and said, "But what about them? Should we just let them go? They won't dare to bother us again." "Don't worry." Lu Yi nodded fiercely and loudly said toward Shen Lao Si's house, "If they dare to come looking for trouble again or come to our house, I'll fight one, and if there are two, I'll fight them both. I'll beat them until they can't move, and then they won't dare to bully Mom anymore." She was deliberately causing trouble to make Shen Lao Si's family afraid and be good for a while. Good. Year is the best. This was soon reported to Shen Lao Si's family. Old Lady Shen was so angry she scolded Lu Yi, but Shen Lao Si's family was afraid of Lu Yi. Even Shin Yongtai, because of his back injury, was wary of Lu Yi, so for a long time, they didn't dare to cause trouble for Shin Tianli's family. The next day, the whole family rode in Li Xian's ox cart to Hejia village. Hejia village was on the other side of the town. The road was muddy everywhere, and they walked for 3 hours, stepping deep and shallow, before finally arriving. The reason it's called He Family Village is not only because many people have the surname He, but also because the villagers live by the river and rely on fishing for their livelihood. There are over 100 households in the village. Except for the main house, which is built with blue bricks and large tiles, most are thatched cottages and don't look very wealthy. The He and Zhang families are the best match, so when they return, they bring many New Year goods, quickly drawing a lot of attention. Li Xian took He and others to He's house before going to Zhang's family, with his own family. He's 2 brothers heard their sister had returned and hurried out to greet her. They knew their sister's husband was serving in the army, and she had been having a hard time at home. Plus, this year's heavy snow made the roads difficult to travel, so they thought she wouldn't come back. They planned to visit her after the 15th day of the new year. Unexpectedly, their sister had actually come back.
Lana, Tianli, Xiaoyan, Luer, Yurebak.
Come inside quickly, said He Shuiqing, smiling widely at his sister's dark face. Little sister, mother has been thinking about you these past few days. You're back. But why did you bring so many things? Asked the second brother, He Shuiqian, frowning. Although hunting on the mountain earns a lot of money, it's dangerous and takes lives. He doesn't want his niece to risk her safety, so he prefers they come back empty-handed each time. Su Shi looked at the meat in her hand and exchanged a glance with her husband. This simple man always happily gives things to his sister, but he cares a lot when she brings things back. She looked at Yang Shi, and they tightened their hold on their own goods. This time, their sister brought even better New Year gifts, not only meat but also rice and flour. Little sister, come inside quickly. Mother is waiting, Su Shi said. Just then, her mother-in-law came out of the house, tears in her eyes as she ran over to hug He Shi, choking with emotion.
Lana, Yurebak, she cried.
She hadn't seen her daughter for a whole year and was very worried. She had sent her eldest and second brothers to look for her several times, but she hadn't seen her return. Mother, how are you and father? Are you both well? He sure asked with tears. She hadn't gone home all year. Now that she saw her mother, all her suppressed feelings of hurt and sadness suddenly overwhelmed her. She collapsed into her mother's arms and cried. Seeing her daughter crying so painfully, old lady, he also felt that her daughter must have been wronged. Otherwise, she wouldn't have been gone so long. Tears also welled up in her eyes as she patted her daughter and said, Lana, is your mother-in-law bullying you? Don't be sad. I'll take your brothers to confront her soon. Skin Tianli saw that his 2 uncles looked unhappy, and others also frowned. Neighbors had gathered outside, so he hurriedly said, Grandmother, uncle, mother, let's go inside to talk. He Shuiqing looked at Shen Tianli and Shen Tianyan, especially at Lu Ye's face. She paused, noticing they all looked healthy and fair, not suffering. She didn't understand her sister's pain but nodded and said, Yes, let's go inside to talk. When old He and old Hehua heard that their son-in-law Shin Yong'an had died, they were shocked. They had cut ties with the old Shin family. Old Hehua held her daughter and cried, feeling sorry for her, and cursed Shin Laopa, calling her an old witch who always bullied her daughter. All right, stop crying, you two. Cutting ties is good. One day, Tianli and his wife will have good lives. Old, he felt sorry for his daughter, who was widowed so young. But with a grandson, he believed they would have good fortune after this hardship. Their family would be better than before. Hearing Tianli's wife, old Hehua let go of her daughter, wiped her tears, and smiled as she took Lu Ye's hand. Year looks so pretty, standing with Tianli like a golden boy and girl. Grandparents don't know about your marriage, and this silver hairpin, Year, don't dislike it. She took off the silver hairpin from her head and put it on Lu Yi. Lu Yi glanced at Shen Tianli, saw him nod, and smiled sweetly. Thank you, grandparents. He sure wiped her tears and started talking about her family. The He family was also large. He Shuiqing's older brother, He Shuiqing, had 2 sons and a daughter. Big Fish and Second Fish were already married with children. The youngest, Second Niu, was 14 and not engaged yet. He Shuiqian had 1 daughter and 3 sons. The eldest daughter was married and 2 sons, He Sanyu and He Siyu, were also married. Only He Sanyu had a son and a daughter. He Wuyu, who was 13 today, was a young boy who looked happy since Shen Tianli entered the house. His cousins had called him many times. Overall, the He family was friendly. But Second Niu looked at Shen Tianli with dislike and even jealousy. Her gaze at Shen Tianli showed she was also a fan of him. In ancient times, it was common for a cousin to marry her cousin. Her look told her she also wanted to marry Shen Tianli, but unfortunately, he sure didn't notice her. Lu Yi smiled at her. Seeing her sad and lowered head, she took out a small gift from her bag. These were prepared by the He family for her. The elders all gave her a pair of cotton shoes, while peers and younger relatives gave her small pouches. The difference was, the peers' pouches were empty, but the younger ones' pouches contained a few coins. Oh, your pouch is so beautifully embroidered. I've never seen such a delicate pouch before. Lu Yi remembered who she was, Miss Kong, the eldest daughter-in-law of the eldest uncle, a gentle and kind woman. Thank you for the compliment, sister-in-law. My mother asked me to prepare this. As a good daughter-in-law, she should take all the credit herself. Mrs. Yang and Mrs. Su naturally guessed that the grandchildren's pouches contained something. But when they touched them, they found they weren't copper coins but silver. They couldn't be stingy. They either contributed their silver bracelets or silver hairpins. The peers also took out their newly embroidered pouches and embroidered handkerchiefs. Everyone chatted happily in the room, full of joy. Suddenly, someone outside called out, Uncle He, Aunt He, are you at home? Hearing this, the smile on the He family's faces instantly disappeared. Second girl He's face turned pale. Third girl He angrily said, that troublemaker dares to come today too. Just wait, I'll beat him to death. Mrs. Su saw her son was already a father, yet still so impulsive. She quickly pulled him back and scolded, stay inside and keep Tianli company. Your eldest uncle and elder brother are outside. Seeing her elder brother and sister-in-law leave with Diyu, Mrs. He asked, Mother, what's going on? Sigh, it's all because of this girl's trouble. She refused to accept many marriage proposals before. If she had agreed early, none of this would happen now. Mrs. He looked at second girl He who was crying. She hurriedly asked, Mother, what does it matter if second girl He is engaged or not? Old lady He sighed and said, you haven't been back these years. The village chief is no longer the same. His daughter married the town's Chui De Yi and became the village's head. He also bought fish from villagers at low prices and sold them in the town. You know, he's an only child. His temper wasn't good to begin with, but over the years, he's become more arrogant. He's hurt a few girls. Somehow, he suddenly took a liking to second girl He and insisted on marrying her. He keeps coming over, making the matchmakers around too afraid to suggest marriage to second girl He. Sigh, she's only 14 today. We can't delay any longer. Second girl He looked at Shen Tianli and suddenly said, even if I die, I will never marry that scoundrel. After speaking, she covered her face and ran out crying. Seeing He Niu run out, Grandma He sighed with a worried look. Shen Tianli listened carefully and realized that the most important person involved was still Mr. Chui. He furrowed his brows and asked, is that Mr.
Kuyan?
Lu Yi nodded with Yu and asked, who is Chui Han? He is a big boss in town. He's the brother-in-law of the county magistrate and has a lot of power locally. He owns the popular restaurant, pawn shop, brothel, and casino. I heard he also has a hand at the ferry crossing. Oh, so he's quite powerful. Not only is he influential, but he's also very lecherous, Shen Tianli whispered with a frown. Especially thinking about his wife and sister soon needing to go in and out of town, his brow tightened even more.
All right.
Don't worry. Whether he's a local snake or a big flower snake, he can't handle me, the snake catcher. Seeing Shun Tianli and Lu Yi whispering softly, Lu Ye's face was smiling, and Shun Tianli looked gentle. The earlier unpleasantness finally faded away. Grandma, he smiled and patted Heesher's hand, saying, "Your mother-in-law did a good thing. Look at how well they get along." Heesher nodded with a smile. Yes, Year is such a sensible girl. Of course, Lear will love her more. Just then, they saw Hishuiqing and others returning with unhappy looks on their faces. She asked, "Big brother, big sister-in-law, what happened?" "It's so infuriating. That Hifugue actually threatened us, saying if we don't agree to the engagement soon, on the second day of the second lunar month, he won't let our family participate in the River God Festival," Hideyu said angrily. The River God Festival was a local custom in his village, symbolizing a good harvest, safety, and catching more fish. Not worshipping the river god was considered disrespectful and would bring bad luck. Suddenly, everyone fell silent. Lu Yi knew that these people placed great importance on taboos about spirits and gods. She couldn't impose her atheism on them, and as a new daughter-in-law, she had no right to say much. So she just stayed silent with everyone. The first to break the silence was Old Man He, who said, "All right, Lana rarely comes back. Don't ruin her mood. It's almost noon. You all go and prepare the meal." Yang nodded and forced a smile, saying, "Sister-in-law hasn't eaten a big fish meal in a long time. You rest a bit. I'll take them to cook now, and it'll be ready soon." After saying that, she led everyone out. Shen Tianluo had a good relationship with He Erniu. When she saw her run out, and knowing the others in the house had something to say, she pulled Lu Yi to go find He Erniu. Lu Yi didn't want to go because she felt that right now, He Erniu would least want to see her. Going there would only make things worse. But Shen Tianluo pulled her along without explanation. Sure enough, He Erniu was crying at first. When she saw Lu Yi, she cried and angrily said, "Why did you come?" Seeing how fierce He Erniu looked, as if she was venting her anger at her sister-in-law, Shen Tianluo frowned and said, "Cousin, my sister-in-law and I are worried about you. We came to see you. Why are you talking like that?" He Erniu bit her lip, glared at Lu Yi, then said sadly, "Luoer, am I not upset? Besides, it's good that you came. Why did you bring her too?" Shen Tianluo immediately became unhappy. She kept a cold, pretty face and said, "If you don't welcome us, we can leave." Now she and her sister-in-law were like one. If she didn't like her sister-in-law, she didn't like her either. Seeing Shen Tianluo about to leave, He Erniu hurriedly held her back and said, Luoer, don't be angry. I didn't mean not to welcome you. I just wanted to talk to you privately." When she said us, she looked at Lu Yi with a hint of blame. Lu Yi didn't mind. If she left now, Luoer would probably leave too, and He Erniu would blame her even more. She smiled at He Erniu, which made her feel a little embarrassed. Shen Tianluo softened her attitude slightly, sat down again and asked with care, "Cousin, how did you get involved with such a person?" "I don't know either. I'm very confused. Last year, during the busy farming season, that rascal suddenly went crazy and came to help us harvest.
He even said he wanted to marry me.
When my father refused, he didn't stop. Instead, he wouldn't let the matchmakers nearby talk to me about marriage. It made me so angry," He Erniu said, her eyes turning red with anger. Because He Erniu was a fisher girl, she often sunbathed by the river, so her skin was quite dark. But her features were delicate and pretty, and it was understandable that someone would like her. "All right, don't be angry anymore. My eldest uncle and his wife will definitely think of a way," Shen Tianluo said, though she didn't really believe it. Since ancient times, women's marriage was decided by their parents, and matchmakers' words were final. If the other side threatened the family with a sea god ritual, they would also compromise for the sake of the family. He Erniu looked at Lu Yi, sighed, and quietly said, "Sigh, if I had known my cousin was getting married, I would have married earlier. I wouldn't have been targeted by that useless guy." It seems I can only marry someone from far away now. My cousin is already married, so I have no hope. Lu Yi listened carefully to He Ernia's words, but Shen Tianlu didn't hear her. Big sister, what did you say? He Ernia quickly waved her hand and smiled, saying it's nothing, nothing. Luer, why is your face so pale and tender like fish meat?
Liu Ye sudan similet.
It was the first time she heard someone use such a comparison. It was quite fitting. Shen Tianlu didn't notice anything wrong. When her sister-in-law reached out her hand, she tilted her face back and stopped her. Her sister-in-law is a healer. The ointment she made my face turn white. He Ernia's eyes brightened as she looked at Lu Yi and asked excitedly, do you have more ointment? Lu Yi blinked and asked, are you talking to me? He Ernia looked at Lu Yi, then lowered her head unhappily and asked Luer, do you still have ointment? No, I don't. She wouldn't spoil her sister-in-law's reputation. He Ernia bit her lip and looked at Luer's face. Forget it. Although she had taken her cousin, now they were married. She was prettier than Luer and even more beautiful, standing together with her cousin. Truly a good match. Besides, nothing was more important than a fair, tender face. As long as she could get ointment from her and call her sister-in-law, that was enough. She carefully asked her sister-in-law, do you still have ointment? I do, but not much, and I didn't bring any. I was happy to hear you call me sister-in-law. As long as I make you happy before I leave, I'll bring some next time. Hearing this, He Ernia thought Lu Yi was just upset earlier and was getting back at her. Feeling happy, she jumped off the bed and ran to Lu Yi, wrapping her arm around her. Her sister-in-law, don't worry. I will make you happy. Just remember to give me some. He Ernia's lively personality, combined with her new understanding, made the three of them quickly start chatting and laughing happily. To Lu Ye's surprise, Mrs. Kong's cooking was excellent. Even with only salt, she managed to make the dishes flavorful. The night in the fishing village was very quiet. Lu Yi could hear He Erniu crying and shouting. It was obvious she had learned the truth, that she had to marry He Fugue. How are Grandpa and Uncle planning it? Lu Yi asked as she got into bed. Honoring the sea god is too important for Grandpa and Uncle. They believe that not worshipping the sea god is disrespectful and will bring disasters and calamities. They wouldn't risk their family's safety just because of Nyo. Do you also believe in the sea god? Lu Yi asked with a smile. Of course not. But believing or not doesn't matter. It's better if Grandpa and Uncle believe. So, Grandpa and Uncle have already decided to sacrifice Nyo? Lu Yi raised an eyebrow and asked. Although it was obvious, Lu Yi still felt uncomfortable inside. Grandma has already found out that the reason the man suddenly took a liking to Nyo was because the men in Uncle's family had the most children. In the end, it was about Nyo's ability to carry on the family line. Whether a boy or girl is born depends on the man, not the woman, Lu Yi said calmly. How do you know that? Shen Tianli pulled Lu Yi into his arms and asked with a smile. Although Uncle's house doesn't have many rooms, they still gave them a separate room for the couple. It felt really nice to be able to talk with his wife comfortably. I'm a doctor. Of course I know, Lu Yi said confidently. If what his wife said was true, that the gender of the baby depends on the man, then women who can't have boys wouldn't have such a sad fate. Because everyone, including doctors, believed that women were to blame if they couldn't have boys. Shen Tianli decided not to discuss this anymore and just smiled, saying, I've asked Uncle to find out if there's anyone around who has a better chance than Nyo. Hopefully it will help.
Liu Ye nodded.
How many days will we stay? Even though they haven't been to Uncle's house in a long time, Shen Tianli's personality wouldn't let him stay long at Grandpa's house. This afternoon, Uncle Li said we should leave tomorrow morning, Shen Tianli replied. Didn't Aunt Li want to stay a few more days? Did something happen? Xu Rong's master was very optimistic about him and wanted his daughter to marry him, but he didn't say anything clearly. So, Xu Rong was already 17 without a formal engagement. But a few days ago, Xu Rong's master arranged a marriage for his daughter. Except it wasn't Xu Rong. Now, Xu Rong's marriage is urgent. Aunt Li was interested in her third niece, who is 13, but her second sister-in-law disagreed, saying the age gap was too big and preferred Xu Guang. Aunt Li values Xu Guang a lot and thought the third niece wasn't suitable for her youngest son, so she didn't agree. Her sister-in-law also didn't want it, so Aunt Li was angry and plans to leave tomorrow morning.
Perfect.
When we get to town, we can stop for a bit and look for a suitable house.